Chapter 1 System Binding Success. Your account 2513 deposited $1.00 on September 27, 2024, with a current account balance of $918.37. Huaxiao Bank. Chu Feng, who was playing the game, watched such a message pop up on his cell phone interface and didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, it affected his operation and immediately scratched the message away. But a few seconds later, in the message alert box, such a message popped up again. Your account 2513 deposited $1.00 on September 27, 2024, with a current account balance of $921.37. Huaxiao Bank. Chu Feng was a little angry. Who is it? A prank, I guess. Anyway, he hadn't deposited any money into it himself. Regardless of what, Lin Bu had already gone up to open the group, and now was the crucial moment to turn the game around. Chu Feng immediately set his cell phone to undisturbed and carefully operated it, waiting for the game to end. It was already 10 minutes later. The Storm Dragon King had played I don't know how many strips. Finally, still lost. Chu Feng angrily threw the cell phone to the dormitory bedboard. Angrily cursed, "This what teammates will not play home into the factory." This segment is like this. Nothing, keep playing. The roommate consoled. Chu Feng frowned. Today has played no less than 10. Win or lose a hand. Is really no idea? Are fast playing vomit. Jingling bell. Hello, Mom. Was thrown on the bedboard of the cell phone rang. Chu Feng picked up the cell phone to see. Is his own old mother called? Rushing to pick it up, he took the lead and spoke. Son, immediately October 1st. Go home or not? Mom's kind voice came from the phone. Chu Feng had long ago decided not to go back. After all, he had just entered the university campus. The places around the university campus had not yet been explored, and was ready to take advantage of this vacation to have fun. So there was no grabbing a ticket home. After all, after being managed at home for so many years, it was not easy to have a chance to play on his own. Chu Feng was still prepared to cherish it. I'll play over here for a few days, so I won't go back first. Chu Feng replied. That's fine. I'll have your father transfer some money to you in a moment, and you'll have a good time there. Chu Feng's old mom was not surprised by this answer and said with a smile, got it. Chu Feng was very happy. This month of saving money, was ready to have fun during this National Day holiday. Did not expect. The above disaster relief food came down. Two people and talk about things for a while, then hung up the phone. Not long after, is received from the dad's transfer notification. ATM Pops transferred 1,000 yuan to you. Remarks, save and spend. It's not easy at home. Chu Feng smiled. This Remarks Pops had been used since he was in high school. Until now, it should have been copied and pasted. Chu Feng of course knew that it was not easy for his family. After all, although his family's conditions were not bad, and he was able to satisfy his food, clothing, housing and transportation, but it was definitely not considered wealthy. Originally, he did not want to ask his family for money. Chu Feng returned, got it. Then he turned off his cell phone. Have the brothers discussed where to go and play? Chu Feng asked his roommate on one side. Chu Feng did not go to college, but a junior college, because he did not study well when he was in high school, so he only scored less than 450 points, and it was not easy to go to undergraduate school, so he chose to specialize in the relatively easy Terracotta Warriors province, and came to CC City to attend junior college, and the dormitory was a 4-person dormitory, so there are fewer roommates, only 3 people. No, find a place to drink. The teenager wearing glasses next to him opened his mouth. His name was Qin Chang, a native of Terracotta Warriors province, and the name he gave was also strongly colored by Terracotta Warriors province. I know one. It's cheap and has a lot of girls. Hearing the girls, the two-thorn salamander beside Chu Feng, who was playing an open adventure game, immediately came to spirit. Alright, go. You didn't hear anything else, but you heard the girls, right? Chu Feng spat out. Two-thorn salamander hemmed and hawed and did not deny it. Okay, Buddy likes the places recommended by Qin Chang. The last time I went to the internet cafe, it was too cool. Punch 99 to send 999. Buddy wedding all want to do it there. Zhao Haiquan, who had just finished going to the restroom, came out and also heard what Qin Chang said, and did not have any objections. That's fine. Yuan Zhangyang. You look again. What other places are fun? Yuan Zhangyang was the second prickly salamander just now. Although he was addicted to open adventure games, but he was also a present, and he knew some fun places like the back of his hand. Got it. Yuan Zhangyang got the order and directly looked for the cheats on the computer. Chu Feng looked at his plump microchat wallet and also let go of his heart. There was still about 1,000 in the microchat wallet, and there was still, in the Huaxia Bank, *******. Looking at the balance in the Huaxia Bank app, Chu Feng couldn't help but burst out. What? Xin Chang heard Chu Feng's words and asked in a loud voice. Chu Feng swallowed his saliva and said that it was nothing. After all, he still didn't know exactly where this money came from. He clearly remembered that just now when he was playing the MOBA game, the dialogue box that popped up, there was still more than 900. How? This is dry to more than 2000? Right. Dialogue box. Chu Feng hurriedly turned off the do not disturb mode of his fruit cell phone, and thousands of messages instantly popped up. Your account 2513 deposited $1.00 on September 27, 2024, and the current account balance is $923.37. Huaxiao Bank, your account 2513 deposited $1.00 on September 27, 2024, with a current account balance of $924.37. Wachovia Bank, your account 2513 deposited $1.00 on September 27, 2024, with a current account balance of $925.37. Wachovia Bank, who is this transferring money to my old bank card? $1 a second. This can't be some new type of fraudulent tactic. Chu Feng was a little afraid. In case he let himself collect 1 for 100 in a moment, then it will blow up. Ding! Binding of the money deposit system is successful. System level 1. Gaining 1 soft sister coin per second. An icy cold mechanical sounding female voice rang out from Chu Feng's mind. It immediately shocked Chu Feng. How could Chu Feng, who was reading these godly heroic texts on the world's best novel software Tomato every day, not know? This was the system. This was the golden finger. This was the tool to change one's fate against the heavens. This was the protagonist's standard equipment. Unexpectedly, this kind of good thing was also his turn? Chu Feng could hardly hide the excitement in his heart, and was afraid to show it. After all, it was said in the novel that if someone knew that he had a system, he was afraid that he would be captured for research. This matter of himself having a system must not be known by a second person. Chu Feng hurriedly came to the toilet and locked the toilet door, easing his emotions. $1 a second. A day is a whole 24 hours. That is 86,400 seconds. This is $86,400. He is going to be on the peak of his life. Chapter 2 System Tasks. However, the first thing to determine now was the source of the funds. In case it came from the wrong source and he was caught in it, that would be the end of the matter. Chu Feng mimicked the way of the protagonist in the novel and silently asked the system in his mind. System, where did these funds come from? Ding. Received the host's inquiry and is thinking about it. Ding. The funds are all from the proceeds of wealth management in the overseas market. All formal. Please rest assured that the host can use them. Hearing the system's reply, Chu Feng then put his heart down. Since it was legal and compliant, it would be a good time to splurge. During this period of time when Chu Feng was hiding in the toilet, several hundred more messages were sent from the Huaxia Bank. The current balance had already reached more than $3,000, and was still growing. This kind of speed was truly terrifying. For a college student, $3,000 should be considered a huge amount of money. After all, going out to play doesn't cost much. Brothers, National Day vacation. Please rub a good meal to go. Chu Feng organized himself, walked out from the toilet, and opened his mouth towards the crowd in the dormitory. Of course, before coming out, also did not forget to give Huaxia Bank's text message. Sent a TD. Save the future bullet message, and then be found out. What do you mean by good? Xin Chang asked with a smile. Rubbing a barbecue to go. 1,000 standard dollars. Just build it. How about it? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke. Not me, buddy. Did you damn well win the lottery? Zhao Haiquan asked with an authentic Beijing accent. I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was alienation. No more pretending. I'm a billionaire. I'm showing my cards. Chu Feng quoted the words from a certain movie and opened his mouth, saying that it was estrangement was nothing more than a joke. This group of people all knew that their family conditions weren't considered favorable, so they hadn't even allowed themselves to shell out any money out of their own pockets for the previous get-togethers, and all of them had been treated by Master Jing Zhao Haiquan and Master Qin Xin Chang. Of course, second spiny salamander Yuan Zhangyang wouldn't be stingy either, and would occasionally pay out money and treat them to a drink, so Chu Feng still felt relatively happy in this dormitory. Just you, still a billionaire. You said barbecue is not necessary. The fare for the vacation you pay for the big guys. Xin Chang laughed and said, saying that Chu Feng was a billionaire. He really didn't believe in it 100 times, and only felt that he had asked his family for money and wanted to treat his brothers to a rubdown. But Xin Chang really didn't want to see Chu Feng spend money, so he simply asked him to cover tomorrow's fare, spending rice and less, but also have a sense of participation. Dude, don't look down on people. Say $1,000 on $1,000 standard. Chu Feng said with a big wave of his hand. No buddy, are you for real? Xin Chang asked with a surprised face. Chu Feng nodded his head with a proud face, and invited his good oldest son to rub a good meal. If there is a chance, foot massage and so on are also arranged. Give a few people to enjoy. Of course, it must be formal, not formal. It is not that Chu Feng does not want to go but cannot pass the trial. Ding! System task. Before the National Day holiday, have dinner with a person of the opposite sex. Reward a Mercedes-Benz G63. The icy cold mechanical sounding female voice exploded in Chu Feng's mind, startling him. Chu Feng could not care less about his roommate pulling the wool over his eyes and hurriedly threw down a sentence. Find some fun place, buddy, all please. Saying that, he once again rushed into the toilet. What's wrong with Chu Feng? Qin Chang asked with a puzzled face. Yuan Zhangyang, who was addicted to the open-world adventure game, was wearing headphones, so of course he did not hear what Chu Feng said clearly. Hearing Qin Chang ask, he tentatively said, diarrhea, human nature. Screw you, is that what I'm asking? Yuan Zhangyang's face was full of questions and some confusion. Qin Chang and Zhao Haiquan explained to him. After hearing the duo's explanation, Yuan Zhangyang was similarly dumbfounded, not knowing what this brat was smoking. Chu Feng, who came to the toilet, pressed himself against the wall and carefully recalled what the system had just said. Having dinner with the opposite sex? Chu Feng was somewhat helpless. This might not be a difficult thing for other people, but for Chu Feng, it was simply harder than climbing up to heaven. Having been in college for more than a month now, he had spoken to a girl once until now. That is, the entire dormitory hadn't heard about the homework, sending Chu Feng to be the representative, looking for a female teacher to ask. As for girls of the same age group, Chu Feng is really somewhat embarrassed. But, Chu Feng looks not bad. Eyes are eyes, nose is nose. The face value of the school grass cannot be counted. Class grass should not be bad. Just when school started, there are schoolmates and he wants to micro-chat number. But Chu Feng is a little shy. All refused. So Chu Feng has not even a female friend until now. The only female friend was his high school classmate Tong Yingying, who was now attending college in Greenbird City in Onion Province. Is it hard to go to Greenbird City to find her? No. There are still classes. Then he could only look for her in school. Chu Feng once again looked at the balance of the Huaxia Bank. It had already come to close to 4,000. This can be really fast. After adjusting his mood, he walked out of the restroom, only to see the three roommates all sitting on their seats looking at him. If you have any needs, talk to brother. Don't do it yourself. Brother will find a place for you. Qin Chang, who was born and raised in CC City, opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. What was this situation? That's right, all guy dizzy, hallucinating, isn't it? Yuan Zhangyang laughed and chimed in. Q. Chu Feng finally understood the meaning of the two people. Hopefully, these few people thought that they were doing a handjob in the toilet. Soon, it was time for the afternoon class. Only two people from Chu Feng's dormitory came to the classroom, and the remaining Yuan Zhangyang and Zhao Haiquan were both sleeping in the dormitory. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of answering the questions fell on Chu Feng and Qin Chang's head. The two of them took their seats in the classroom, and because they came earlier, they grabbed a seat in the last row. This section is a certain thought theory. So, know-it-all, the most useless class in the university period. The professor is also an old man wearing glasses. Lecture boring to the extreme. Qin Chang simply put his head down and slept. As for Chu Feng, who was sitting on the side, he was still thinking about the mission. After all, a G63, but big more than 3 million it, enough to top the system to give him more than a month's money. Cannot give up. Heterosexual. This computer technology major, the most lacking is girls. Chu Feng's entire class, there are only 3, can be described as panda's general scarcity. But on the contrary, the 3 girls have boyfriends, if they are about. I'm afraid that in this class is unable to stay down. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Girls could fish, why couldn't boys? However, for girls, the way to use is to hook the willing. For Chu Feng, it is to cast a net. Chu Feng thought that his looks were not bad, and for girls of the same age group, it was still considered relatively attractive. So he directly edited the abs photos he took before and some of the handsome photos he took of himself, and sent them on a certain voice. For the sake of the mission, it was also necessary to sell some color. What to do now was not to wait for the girl to come to find herself, but to take the initiative. Chapter 3. The first step is completed. The so-called initiative was to take the initiative. Chu Feng's school was still considered a relatively large school in the entire CC city, so it had an exclusive positioning on a certain sound. What Chu Feng had to do now was to look for some beauties from the same school in the videos underneath this localization, and then chat first before going to ask out for dinner. However, this technique still had requirements. The first thing was to be overly good looking, and the second thing was to be able to chat. The first item Chu Feng will, but the second item well. it is always a little difficult. However, to quote an old Chinese saying, chasing girls, the first is to be bold, the second is shameless, the third is definitely bold and shameless. Chu Feng in the positioning below, specializing in picking some face value is not bad girls, although it is a task, but still want to pick a little. After all, I know what I'm talking about. To find one, Chu Feng is the first to look at her homepage, to see if there is a boyfriend. He does not want to know 313, although the idea of a relationship is not temporarily, but was known by the boyfriend, it is always bad. Then, he directly sent a private message. Hello, beautiful woman. My friend has a terminal disease. Need the beautiful woman's microchat number in order to cure. I hope you look at my friend so poor on the part of, save her. As long as one was a frequent surfer on the internet, one would definitely know that this was just a means to ask for a microchat number, and it was definitely not a cure for one's friend. Coupled with the fact that Chu Feng had posted a handsome picture of himself on a certain sound, if a girl liked it, she would definitely post her microchat number. Of course, there are some girls whose private messages on a certain sound are not open. This kind of don't go looking for it. After all, people are afraid of disturbing. Throughout the entire class, Chu Feng sent an unknown number of messages, but the responses that waited for were very few. There were a few girls who replied, but only wanted to chat on a certain voice. This kind of words, there is no need to add. After all, add the microchat number are not willing to, about her to come out to eat, and how is it possible? Only one girl replied first with a cute little emoji. Really? JPG. Well then, I'll be merciful and save him. Yuchuan Wei Liaohao. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Finally, the mission had completed the first step. He first replied with a thank you to the beautiful sister. Then he copied the microchat number, opened the microchat app, and applied to add a friend. Just after sending the application, the beautiful sister passed. Hello, hello, hello? The one on a certain voice whose friend is suffering from a terminal illness. Chu Feng edited a paragraph and sent it over. That side quickly replied. How is your friend? Quickly let me save him. Chu Feng let out a light laugh. This beautiful sister was into the drama. I got your microchat number. He's already better. That's good. Quickly thank me. A reply was sent over there again. Friend's benefactor, give a note. I want to thank you properly. Chu Feng edited and sent it over. The other party was very sincere and sent over his name. Jiang Xishuan, a very nice name. Seeing that the other party was so sincere, Chu Feng also sent his name over. Then Chu Feng would not chat. Returning to a certain tone, he clicked on Jiang Xishuan's homepage and realized that she was surprisingly the one among the group of beauties that Chu Feng had sent messages to that Chu Feng felt was the most beautiful. But the beauties on a certain sound would all post photos with a bit of beauty. So what the real face value was like, who knew? Soon after, Chu Feng thought of another trick. I see that your IP is also in the Terracotta Warriors province. The two of us are so close. This was the art of war. Chu Feng knew that he and Jiang Xishuan were from the same school, but Jiang Xishuan didn't know. Waiting for her to announce her university name to herself and then saying a good coincidence herself. This would definitely make the girl think, TSK, this is round fate nah. The distance was instantly drawn closer. Yeah, I go to college in CC City. The other party seemed to be idle as well, so they quickly replied. Chu Feng confirmed his plans for the future and immediately replied, what a coincidence. I'm also attending university in CC City. You're in that school? Sending this message, the corner of Chu Feng's mouth hooked up a wry smile. Everything was going according to plan. I'm at CC Polytechnic Institute. What about you? Jiang Xishuan replied. Such a coincidence? Chu Feng did not directly tell Jiang Xishuan that he was also at this school, but instead semi-revealed it. For the rest, let Jiang Xishuan guess for herself. As expected, the opposite party replied, no way? Shocked. JPG. Yeah, I'm also in CC Polytechnic. Chu Feng smiled as he typed and replied. This is too coincidental, isn't it, that a handsome man is actually beside me? Jiang Xishuan replied. Then she sent another. Why haven't I seen you before? You're not a photoshopper, right? Chu Feng let out a light laugh. It seems that this Jiang Xishuan likes to look at handsome men. It seems that she has seen all the handsome men in this academy. Just as well. My humble self was not ugly either. Ha ha, I'm a new student. I just came over on September 1st. Chu Feng replied. No wonder. The other party replied. Then you're still a younger brother call sister. Jiang Xishuan continued. Chu Feng's head was filled with black lines. The relationship was progressing too quickly, somewhat baffling Chu Feng, but adhering to the principle of not compromising, he still said no with a stiff upper lip. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory, a young girl was sitting on her bed and snickering. What's wrong, Si Xian? Smiling so happily. Thinking of a man? A young girl sitting at the table heard the laughter on the bed and teased. That's right, the great beauty sitting on the bed was Jiang Xishuan, who was chatting with Chu Feng. Che, caught a handsome younger brother, from our school, Jiang Xishuan said with a smile. Really? Let me take a look. Hearing Jiang Xishuan's words, a few people in the dormitory instantly swarmed over to Jiang Xishuan's bedside. Jiang Xishuan didn't mince words and tuned her cell phone into the work posted by Chu Feng on a certain sound, then handed it to her roommate. I drop a good boy. This still has abs. A mouthful of pure Hujitang provincial dialect came out from the mouth of the big beautiful woman who had just sat at the table, somewhat against the grain. Yes, yes, yes. So handsome. Another girl with a face full of pimples said. Although she had pimples, her face value was not low. She was a proper big beauty. He, that's right. Jiang Xishuan proudly laughed a few times, and just as she was about to bring her cell phone back, the don't sent by Chu Feng appeared at the top of the screen, and even more coincidentally, it was clicked on by the Hoisin Soup Beauty. And you let him call his sister. A sharp popping sound came out from the mouth of the Hu Hot Soup Beauty. You guys are a bit ambiguous. Go. If I talk about it, I'll touch your abs. Jiang Xishuan hurriedly snatched the cell phone back, a slight blush surfacing on her face, but no one noticed. And Chu Feng, who was sitting in the classroom, did not know that a group of big beauties had already stared at his abs. I'm about to get out of class, so let's leave it for now and talk again back at the dormitory. Chapter 4, Tomorrow Night. When Chu Feng sent out the message, he put away his cell phone and woke up Qin Chang, who had slept through the entire class. Qin Chang wiped his saliva. Class is over? Chu Feng nodded helplessly. This guy slept as soon as class started. It was good that the teacher didn't take roll call. Otherwise, having Chu Feng take 3 roll calls on his own would really be a bit overwhelming. The two of them packed up their school bags, and they walked towards the dormitory. Today was Friday. From tomorrow onwards, it would be a holiday, although it wasn't quite a national holiday, but the task issued by the system, it was still necessary to complete it as soon as possible. Yuan Zhangyang and Zhao Haiquan in the dormitory had already woken up. They were playing MOBA games in bed. Seeing Chu Feng and the two of them return, they quickly greeted them and came together. The design of the university's dormitory was quite problematic. There weren't enough people to play the game if there were 4 people, while there was one more if there were 6 people in the dormitory. It was really difficult to deal with. So Chu Feng, every time they play the game, always have to recruit a strength, do not know how, but always meet the opposite fleet. A meet lose. Chu Feng logged on to his account, and suddenly remembered that he could call Jiang Xishuan to play with him, which was a good way to get closer. Just don't know if she plays. So Chu Feng switched the page to WeChat and opened the chat box with Jiang Xishuan. Do you play king? Chu Feng asked. Play I'm the strongest king. Awesome, right? JPG. There was a cute emoticon below Jiang Xishuan's reply. That's just right. Our dormitory is together. Do you want to come? Chu Feng asked. Come. Play wild for me. I'll take the fly. Jiang Xishuan replied. I didn't expect the sister to be a wild king, but I thought that such a good-looking beautiful sister would be a fragrant and soft auxiliary. The two of them discussed some more before they both logged on to their accounts. Brothers, call in a wild king to lead us, Chu Feng said to the brothers in the dormitory. Holy, there's a big leg to bring today. Yuan Zhangyang, who played the open-world adventure game very well, was the most novice at playing king, and asked happily at this time. Oh, shocking you guys. Cut. Seeing Jiang Xishuan online, Chu Feng immediately pulled her into the group room. Seeing Jiang Xishuan's avatar, Yuan Zhangyang let out a laugh. This big brother is just like me, loving to play with a female number. But when Jiang Xishuan's voice came out from all the people's cell phones in unison, he couldn't laugh anymore. Hello. It was a light and graceful voice. Chu Feng was also shocked by this nice voice. Looking so good. His voice was unexpectedly so nice as well. Chu Feng was just about to turn on the microphone, but he felt a senile killing intent. He looked up, but saw several people staring at him with burning eyes. Ha, what's wrong? Open it? Chu Feng gave a dry laugh and asked knowingly. What do you say? You. Who is this? The Chinese character that starts with M and ends with a made Qin Chang hold back hard, and he who had always refrained from speaking in dialect was not able to hold back. The girl I just met today. Chu Feng scratched his head and laughed lightly. You brat, engaging in love behind our backs, right? This thing can't be touched. Zhao Haiquan opened his mouth and said, the 8 characters haven't even started yet. Don't talk nonsense. After instructing Zhao Haiquan, Chu Feng opened the microphone. Hey, hello, open it. You have a nice voice, Jiang Xishuan said. Fortunately, King's microphone had a noise reduction effect, or else the loud noise from Jiang Xishuan's dormitory could blow up the microphone. Uncle Ching voice, I love it. He sounds so good. The crowd in Jiang Sichuan's dormitory directly erupted into a cry of surprise when they heard Chu Feng's voice. Shu, frightened, Jiang Sichuan hurriedly turned off the microphone and silenced the crowd. Only after it was completely silent did she dare to open it. Open it, open it. The crowd entered the game. Jiang Sichuan got the very handy mirror, while Chu Feng got the jail jian. Open. Anchor, anchor. Your jail jian is indeed very strong, but it still eats too much operation. Is there any simple and strong heroes to recommend? Some brothers, some. Every time Chu Feng played Jiejian, these words always came to mind. The matchups were enjoyable, but it was still win one, lose one. Although it was, the crowd was still happy. I'll go down first then. I'll play again when I have time, Jiang Sichuan said when the crowd was tired of playing. Chu Feng replied, okay, we'll fight again when we have time. After saying that, he exited the game. You brat, honestly explain, what's going on? As soon as they exited the game, the crowd surrounded Chu Feng, and Zhao Haiquan questioned, what else could happen? He couldn't tell them that it was a mission from the system, so he could only make up a reason, saying that he wanted to taste the bitterness of love. The housemates snickered some more before giving up, and also asked Chu Feng to introduce Jiang Sixian's housemates to them after he became a member. Chu Feng agreed. He himself ate meat. Of course he had to bring his brothers to drink soup, although there was still no sign of a marriage, but such a beautiful, beautiful sister. Who wouldn't want to have a kiss? Therefore, Chu Feng's heart also gave birth to the idea of wanting to taste the bitterness of love. Suddenly remembered that he hadn't looked at his balance for a long time. Chu Feng opened his cell phone's Huaxia bank app, and the numbers inside made Chu Feng startled. At noon today, it was still 4 digits, and it had only been an afternoon without looking at it, and it had already risen to 5 digits, fully more than 20,000 soft sister coins. Asking himself, Chu Feng's Huaxia bank card had never deposited so much money at once. This directly caused Chu Feng's waist to harden. All inferiority complexes came from the fact that one's pockets were not full. One could not have $10 million and inferiority complexes at the same time, although it was only more than $20,000. For a college student who had not left society and was attending college, it was already a huge amount of money. Not to mention, as long as there was a system in place, Chu Feng could get $86,400 every day. This was not a small amount of money. After looking at the balance, he saw that Jiang Sichuan had sent another message. That center single teammate of yours is so good, always dropping points. I didn't even dare to say anything. Anger. JPG. It was followed by an equally cute emoticon. Right. He's so dish. I don't even really want to bring him to play anymore. Chu Feng recovered with a smile. The center single, naturally, was Yuan Zhengyang, who was at most at the diamond level and had been brought to the king segment by the combined efforts of Chu Feng's crowd, so he couldn't be blamed either. Right, when do we have time? Let's make a dinner date together. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chu Feng finally brought things to the right track. This chat isn't about the sky, it's about my G63, Chu Feng thought. Yeah, but it'll have to be tomorrow night. We're having a safety class meeting tonight, Jiang Sichuan replied. Aha, we're having it tonight as well, Chu Feng replied. The so-called safety class meeting was just an admonition before the vacation. The students were told not to swim in the river and not to do anything illegal or criminal. Even though they were all adults, there were still news like this that often came out. However, it was good that Jiang Sichuan agreed. In that case, the G63 also had a place. Chapter 5 Food Baiwa. Chu Feng. Several people came with another golden shovel. After all, university life is like this. Every day except for classes is idle. As the saying goes, a shovel a class. 4 shovels back to the dormitory. Said this, but the bright play is really not as interesting as playing in the classroom. Yuan Zhengyang was in the student council, and at this time he also went to do tasks. At first Chu Feng was also invited to go to the student council, but when he got there, the student council member who gave him a flyer and strongly recommended him to go to the student council, turned out to be the interviewer. The first thing he said was, "Why do you want to join our student council?" Chu Feng was dumbfounded. "Wasn't it you who told me to come?" Then it was to say what was in his heart. Of course, the result was naturally that he did not pass. Yuan Zhengyang, who passed the test, now has a task every day, either checking the dormitory or controlling the hygiene, and was called garbage committee. A few people waited until Yuan Zhengyang came back. Is to go to open the safety class meeting? Also is boring, but the good thing is that the beautiful guide is also a young man. Know that college students do not love to listen to this, so speak a few sentences on the end of the speech. Chu Feng. Several people a shovel are not finished. Back to the dormitory, and there is nothing to do. Play a game for a while, turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next morning, the first thing Chu Feng did when he opened his eyes was to check his balance. Good guy, the balance came to more than 60,000, close to $70,000. This night, earned his family a year to save money. Chu Feng could only sigh at the power of the system. After all, after tonight, one could still get a G63. It was really cool to think about. It was a good thing that he got a driver's license after graduating from high school. Otherwise, he could only look at the car and sigh. Today was another boring day with no classes and nothing to do. Would have liked to go out to play today, but Qin Cheng's family did not know that the distant cannot be far away relatives died. So in order to wait for him, can only wait until tomorrow he came back, and then go out to play. After all, in CC City, Qin Cheng was the most familiar, and only Qin Cheng knew where to play. Chu Feng took Jiang Xishuan and sweetly double-wrote a few more games, and again felt that it was not much fun. After all, always win a game and lose a game. So he simply stopped playing and started charging money. After all, he was now rich, and the things he wanted could be obtained. So why not be extravagant? As for his parents, Chu Feng has not yet thought of any reason to give them money. If he rashly transfers money, I am afraid that they will be suspected of doing something unseemly in the field. Therefore, Chu Feng still decided that he would first make some of his own properties in CC City, and then talk to them, so that he could also transfer money to them in a legitimate manner. After buying all the direct sale skins in the mall, and buying many tiny heroes on the golden shovel, Chu Feng then put down his cell phone. Right now, he really wanted time to pass quickly and have a dinner with Jiang Xishuan earlier. Of course, it wasn't for the sake of having dinner, but for the sake of his G63. After all, in front of the G63, what was a beautiful woman. Chu Feng asked Zhao Haiquan to help bring dinner, and after eating dinner, he fell into a deep sleep again. When he woke up again, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Just in time, it was possible to go out to eat with the beautiful schoolmate. It was only then that Chu Feng remembered that there didn't seem to be any good food in the vicinity of this Western Polytechnic Institute. The first time he took his beautiful schoolmate out to eat, he couldn't go to the Fly Tavern in front of the school, so he directly called Qin Cheng. Although Qin Cheng was attending the White Affair, but listening to Qin Cheng said that the person who passed away did not get along with the family, and was just going through the motions. So Chu Feng called over. There was no psychological pressure. Hearing Qin Cheng say that there was a better restaurant near the school, but the price was higher, Chu Feng immediately explained that the high price was acceptable. Qin Cheng instantly guessed that this kid wouldn't be taking yesterday's Wild King's sister out for dinner. After hearing Chu Feng's reply, he gritted his teeth in anger. You really deserve to die. Qin Cheng angrily cursed. Chu Feng hemmed and hawed, and after saying thanks, he hung up the phone. Food Baiwei? Chu Feng muttered. This was the small pavilion that Qin Cheng had said just now, and Chu Feng searched from a certain sound. Indeed, it was quite good. The reviews were all good in terms of flavor, and looking at the buyer's show, the environment was not bad. This was the one. Unfortunately, Jiang Xishuan was playing with her little sister in Yenta district at this time, so there was no way to go back to eat near the school, and she wanted to make an appointment next time. But Chu Feng cannot wait. That is a G63. No. Today this meal, must eat. So he called Qin Cheng again. Fortunately, Food Baiwei also had a branch in Yenta district, and the environment was similar. Chu Feng immediately told Jiang Xishuan this news, and Jiang Xishuan readily agreed. Chu Feng washed his face and cleaned himself up. Then he took a car and went straight to Food Baiwei in Yenta district, and the two of them agreed to meet at Food Baiwei. You said that little handsome guy is coming as well? Jiang Xishuan's little sister asked with a shocked look on her face. Jiang Xishuan nodded and laughed. Yeah, a face-to-face meeting, to save it from being a photo op. The little sister understood, but was still a bit worried. You're not afraid that she'll sell us both? Jiang Xishuan pondered for a while. Indeed, there was this risk. However, a college student, could she still be a human trafficker? Sitting in the cab, Chu Feng looked at the balance again, and unsurprisingly, it was already in 6 digits. A balance of more than 100,000 could already allow him to casually order at some ordinary pavilions. The cabs in Western Province were a bit strange. The driver always drove with 1 foot of gas giving a big boost, and then immediately followed by 1 foot of gas to slow down. The tossing and turning back and forth made Chu Feng, who never got carsick, also get carsick. Sitting in the car, he wanted to vomit. It seems that the G63 still has to get it quickly. This cab ride is really unbearable. Fortunately, the Shisi Polytechnic Institute is not far from the Yenta district's Food Baiwei. Less than half an hour. Chu Feng got off the car and breathed in the fresh air that no longer flows, so that Chu Feng's whole person is alive. Looking around at the entrance, he did not see the beauty that looked similar to Jiang Xixian on a certain tone. It should have already settled inside. Chu Feng sent a message to Jiang Xishuan, and as expected, she was in 201 and had brought her best friend with her. If he had known this, he would have brought his roommate. I thought today was a sweet date, but think also is, how can others rest assured that they come alone to the appointment? surely afraid of their own plotting mischief. After all, only know one day. Chu Feng walked into the food baiwei. Food baiwei first floor is the hall. Are some small card seat. The lighting was a little dim. It should be trying to set off the upscale atmosphere. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? The waiter at the entrance walked over and asked. Chu Feng politely nodded towards the waiter. Hello, my friend is in 201. Can you take me there? Although he had money now, Chu Feng would definitely not look at people's land with a high profile. After all, he had also experienced the days of being a waiter and knew how much harm some outbursts could bring to others. Yes sir. This way please. Chapter 6, Task Completion. Rewards issued. Chu Feng followed the waiter up the stairs and arrived at the door of the 201 private room. He politely knocked on the door, unable to hide his excitement within his heart. If he remembered correctly, other than his previous table-mate Tong Yingying, this should be the second person of his age to dine with him, and it was a big beauty whose face value seemed to exceed 95 points on a certain voice. This was the first time he had ever faced a girl, so it was fortunate that he had cleaned himself up a bit when he was in the dormitory. The door to the 201 private room was opened, and what met his eyes was a face of unrivaled beauty. The delicate melon face was slightly powdered, but so light that it was barely noticeable. Eyes are very large, and by the light of the corridor seems to have a little starlight shining in them. The bridge of the nose is not high, but just right. A little lipstick on her lips. Well, very moist. Simply more beautiful than on a certain sound. It is the photos that limit her face value. Chu Feng was able to tell at a glance that this was Jiang Xixian, but for a moment he was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before, but soon came back to his senses. Jiang Xixian? Seeing that the person coming was exactly the same as on a certain voice, Jiang Xixian also recognized Chu Feng and nodded. Then it was inviting Chu Feng to come in and greeted him as he took a seat. This is my best friend, Yao Shaoqing. Jiang Xixian sat next to her best friend and introduced Chu Feng. Yao Shaoqing greeted Chu Feng. As expected, the friends of beautiful women were also beautiful women, and Yao Shaoqing's face value was also around 90 points. A proper candidate for department flower. Chu Feng smiled and greeted. Hello, Chu Feng. I know. Xixian told me about it when she came. Yao Shaoqing spoke. Chu Feng nodded. He was still a bit formal. After all, this was the first time he had dined with two great beauties. We've ordered some, so see what else you want to eat. Jiang Xixian handed the menu to Chu Feng. Chu Feng was also not polite and ordered another dish. After all, the two of them had already ordered a few before. In ordering more, it might go to waste. This food baiwei was an authentic Chinese restaurant. Although the decoration was extremely high class, the dishes were not expensive, just normal prices. Qin Shang did not know what to think. A few people leisurely chatted, and from the chat, they learned that Jiang Xixian was from the West Lake Province, and Yao Shaoqing was Jiang Xixian's high school classmate, also from the West Lake Province, Hangzhou City. It had to be said that it was a coincidence that the two were able to attend the same university and then be assigned to the same class. Chu Feng came from Linshui City in Onion Province, which was not far from West Lake Province, and was definitely closer than arriving here. Between a few people chatting, the meal was quickly served, worthy of being a restaurant recommended by Qin Chang. This dish is really colorful and fragrant. The plating was very delicate, and the two big beauties also picked up their cell phones and kept shooting, until the two people finished shooting. Only then did the few people start to move their chopsticks to eat. Just after starting to eat the first bite of the dish, Chu Feng's mind was the mechanical sound of the system that came out. Ding! Mission completed. The Mercedes-Benz G63 has been parked in the parking lot in front of Food Byway. Please ask the host to look for it on their own. The car key has been placed in the host's right pocket. Please pay attention to checking for it. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. There it was. He touched his pocket, and sure enough, there was an additional heavy object. After feeling the shape with his hand, it was indeed the shape of a Mercedes-Benz car key that he had seen from the internet. This was the first car in his life, and surprisingly, it was given by the system. Haha, I love White Johns. It seems that the system has quite a lot of good things. He has to do more things when he has time, and try to trigger more missions, and then get some more rewards. After all, although he had $1 a second, but if he wanted to buy this G63, it would still take more than a month. Chu Feng also no longer cared about the car keys in his pocket, and continued to eat his meal. After all, the face value of the two people was really too high, causing Chu Feng's appetite to be boosted. Not long after, the few people were full of food and drink. After all, this was the first time they had been face to face, so they definitely couldn't let Jiang Xixian and the others drink, or else it would really look like Chu Feng was plotting against them. Moreover, he still had to drive his G63 back to school. There was no way to not go back to school. After all, the funds in his hand were limited, and if he wanted to buy a house, he still needed to save up for a while. This meal, of course, is Chu Feng please. Cannot be the first time to meet let other girls pay. This was something that Jiang Xishuan was a little embarrassed about. She originally wanted to treat the guests. If she had known that Chu Feng was treating the guests, she would not have brought Yao Shaoqing here. Otherwise, it would have appeared as if they had come here to dilly-dally like fishing girls. After all, a few dishes didn't cost much. It was just a token of appreciation. Chu Feng quickly settled the bill. Several people walked out of the food baiwei, instantly causing the gazes of the guests coming and going. After all, the two big beauties beside Chu Feng were really too bright, making it hard for people to not pay attention to them. Looking at Chu Feng alone with two extremely beautiful girls, jealous eyes were almost glaring out. You two seem to have brought me so many enemies. Chu Feng scratched his head and flirted. The two girls laughed, and Jiang Xishuan whirled around and said, to be able to dine with our two great beauties, you can just steal your joy. That's right, Yao Shaoqing chimed in from the side. Obviously, a meal had brought a few people a lot closer. Where will you guys go in a while? Chu Feng asked. Back to school. Ah, where else can I go? It's not like it's the National Day holiday now, and there's still a dormitory check. Jiang Xishuan opened her mouth and said, seeing Chu Feng's dumbfounded expression, he was somewhat puzzled. Yesterday's safety class meeting, didn't your instructor speak about it? How did Chu Feng know what the guide spoke about? Only knowing that shovel that old eight was out and angry. He didn't hear. Chu Feng scratched his head and replied, it's fortunate that you met the two of us. Otherwise, you would have been miserable. Jiang Xishuan snickered. That's right, Yao Shaoqing chimed in. Just like copying and pasting. Then I'll send you guys back. Chu Feng hemmed and hawed and sort of agreed with Jiang Xishuan's words. The truth was indeed like that. If it wasn't for the two of them reminding him, Chu Feng really wanted to drive his G63 out for a drive and then find an internet cafe to have a good night. But it was fine. Go back to the dormitory. And tomorrow, bring the righteous children in the dormitory and go out to play and drive the beloved little car. Yeah, then I'll take a taxi. Just now invited us for dinner. I'll take the taxi. Jiang Xishuan didn't think in the aspect of Chu Feng driving the car, and thought that she was going to take a car to go back with them piece by piece. So she took out her cell phone and wanted to call a taxi, but was stopped by Chu Feng. What taxi? Isn't that a waste of money? Take my ride. Chu Feng pulled out the car key from his right pocket and pressed the unlock button. By UBU. Two tiny sounds of the vehicle unlocking came out. The square Mercedes-Benz SUV on the side was the one that lit up its lights. Chapter 7. I'm a little bit carsick. The pure white Mercedes-Benz G63 was quietly parked there, with its square muscular lines, looking extremely hard. Yo, white color. It kind of fits my temperament, Chu Feng thought in his heart. The two women were immediately stunned by this maneuver of Chu Feng's, although the two of them didn't understand cars. The name of the Mercedes-Benz Big G was like a thunderclap. The lowest equipped G350 were close to 150, and it was clear that this one was not a G350. The two looked at each other. Neither of them thought that Chu Feng was handsome and good-looking, but he was also so rich. For a moment, they were unexpectedly shocked and unable to speak. Although both of them lived in downtown Hangzhou, and their family's house was not cheap, but other than those who were rich, who would spend millions to buy a car? In their minds, the car was nothing more than a transportation tool. Go, get in the car. Chu Feng gentlemanly pulled open the backseat door for the two great beauties and opened his mouth. The two were also in shock as they got into the car. The guests coming and going, seeing this scene, were immediately pained. As expected, those who could dine with two great beauties at the same time were all this kind of rich. I'm going to fight with you rich ones. Two people drilled into the car. The protective film of the seat cover inside the car has not been removed. It looks like the car has just been lifted and came over. After all, inside the car, there is still the scent of a new car. This car is just bought? Yao Shaoqing asked. Chu Feng nodded and said, yes, it just arrived today. Actually, it wasn't really a lie. Although it wasn't bought, it did just arrive today. In the end, one still had to thank Jiang Xishuan. If it wasn't for her agreeing to come out for dinner with Chu Feng really wouldn't have been able to obtain this car. Hearing Chu Feng's reply, the two of them once again glanced at each other and became somewhat restrained. The two of them were brainstorming. This car must have been bought for Chu Feng's family, in order to make it convenient for Chu Feng to go to and from school. In that case, it seemed that this kid was still a super rich second generation. Mercedes-Benz Big G, a few $1 million of car. Chu Feng's family said to buy it. Enough to prove the strength of Chu Feng's family. If Chu Feng knew what the two were thinking, he would probably laugh his ass off. My family bought it for me? My family has been farmers for 3 generations. I'm a farmer's son. Yao Shaoqing made a wink towards Jiang Xishuan, signaling for Jiang Xishuan to seize this opportunity. She also saw just now that the shyness in Chu Feng's eyes was not an act. It was obvious that Chu Feng rarely came into contact with girls. Rich second generation, innocent little brother, handsome and with abs. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Xishuan knew him first, she would have wanted to directly get on. Jiang Xishuan's face turned red with shame at Yao Xiaoqing's one look, and she hurriedly glared at Yao Xiaoqing in a sly manner. You have to grasp it. Yao Xiaoqing pulled out her cell phone and sent a microchat message to Jiang Xishuan. After this village, there won't be the store. Jiang Xishuan heard her cell phone ringing and hurriedly pulled it out to see that it was a message sent by Yao Xiaoqing, and after reading the message, she gouged out Yao Xiaoqing again with a face full of shyness. Go go go. The 8 characters haven't even begun yet. Jiang Xishuan replied. If you don't go on, I'll go on, ha. Rich little brother. If the group of hungry wolves in the school know about it, you won't even have a place to cry. Yao Xiaoqing typed fast and sent it directly to Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan hesitated for a while, biting her red lips tightly, and thought carefully. It was really like that. All aspects of Chu Feng were excellent, except for his bad grades. After all, those with good grades wouldn't come to this school. But this is irrelevant. What is studying for? To find a job, to make money. But people are already rich, still earn a chicken hair, and just now some get along down, still feel more comfortable. Unlike the group of people in the school before, only want to get to eat. Moreover, the current Chu Feng was still not very famous. After all, he had only been here for a month. After a long time, he would definitely be found this piece of fat meat, and at that time, it would be too late to do it again. After pondering for a while, Jiang Xishuan still decided to take the initiative and could not let this innocent little brother fall into the hands of others. Chu Feng, I'm a bit seasick. Jiang Xishuan rubbed her head and said somewhat weakly. Of course, it was also an act, but Chu Feng didn't think so. He also hadn't gotten his driver's license for a few days, and had only driven a friend's car once over at his hometown, and his driving skills were all over the place, so he thought that it was because of himself that Jiang Xishuan got carsick, so he hastily found a place to stop. Why don't you come sit in the front? The co-pilot can see the front and can relieve it, Chu Feng said gently, with a hint of apology in his tone. Sorry, I just took out my driver's license this summer. Jiang Xishuan waved her hand and spoke. It's fine, it's also my fault. I get carsick easily. After saying that, she got out of the car, walked to the right front, opened the passenger door and sat in. Seeing that, Chu Feng also maneuvered to lower the passenger window. After handling everything, the car then started traveling again. So consider it Jiang Xishuan's cell phone rang again, and it was still a message from Yao Xiaoqing. Yeah. What should I do next? Jiang Xishuan replied, asking, let's see. Use Sun Tzu's art of war. Color seduction. Yao Xiaoqing, who was sitting in the back seat, revealed a bad smile, already starting to kowtow to these two handsome men and women. Sun Tzu's art of war doesn't seem to have this, right? Jiang Xishuan was full of doubts. Don't worry about it. Do what I say and I'll make sure you take it in a week. Yao Xiaoqing replied. Seeing this reply, a flash of struggle surfaced on Jiang Xishuan's face. She knew about seduction, but how should she seduce? Was it to just say I'm so hot and take off my clothes? But it's not hot here, and besides, would it be too tight? What to do then? Jiang Xishuan was somewhat hesitant. Chu Feng, who was concentrating on driving, didn't observe Jiang Xishuan's abnormality, but noticed that she was playing with her cell phone. I suggest not playing with your cell phone if you're seasick, or you'll get even more seasick. Chu Feng voiced out a reminder. Hearing those words, Jiang Xishuan hurriedly put her cell phone away and looked ahead without looking away. Looking at Jiang Xishuan's nonchalant appearance, Yao Xiaoqing, who was sitting in the back seat, was anxious. He really wanted to get on himself and then directly take this little brother. Whatever, old lady, give you a hand, Yao Xiaoqing secretly said in her heart. Brother Chu Feng, what do you think of our family's Xishian? Hearing those words, Jiang Xishuan instantly turned around, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring deathly at Yao Xiaoqing. What are you doing? Jiang Xishuan didn't make a sound, but instead questioned with her mouthpiece. Yao Xiaoqing did not pay any attention to Jiang Xishuan, but instead looked at Chu Feng, waiting for Chu Feng to reply. It's quite good. What's wrong? Chu Feng pretended not to understand, but in fact, his heart was already clear. Yao Xiaoqing was seeing that he had face and money, and wanted to quickly set him and Jiang Xishuan up. Chapter 8, A New Mission. My family Xishian is single. Yao Xiaoqing spoke out of turn, directly stating her intentions. These words directly caused Jiang Xishuan to be shocked. You, what are you babbling about? Jiang Xishuan turned around and said with some alarm. She's drunk and talking nonsense. Jiang Xishuan panicked, completely forgetting the fact that she did not drink just now. This sentence almost made Chu Feng laugh out loud. This silly niece. So silly that she was adorable. It's fine. I'm also single. I won't discriminate against your family's Xishian, Chu Feng said with a smile. He also felt that Yao Xiaoqing was a bit abrupt in this manner, causing Jiang Xishuan to be a bit embarrassed. One sentence instantly made the awkward atmosphere disappear without a trace, and Yao Shaoqing also knew that she seemed to be a bit anxious just now, forgetting to consider Jiang Xishuan's feelings, so she immediately pouted and said, "That's good. If you dare to discriminate against my family's Xixian, I won't be able to spare you. Don't worry, don't worry." Chu Feng concentrated on driving and said casually. Seeing Yao Shaoqing say that, Jiang Xishuan then put her heart down. However, Chu Feng's younger brother was also single, and he still had a chance. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Feng's words just now were also considered. One was to make Jiang Xixian no longer embarrassed, and secondly, to let these two big beauties know that he was still single. A master's move, really a deadly move. Yao Shaoqing, as a military advisor, was somewhat incompetent. Chu Feng realized that his emotional intelligence was quite high, especially when he was with the girls. Although the crisis had been lifted, Jiang Xishuan's heart was still a little deer in the headlights. She knew that just now Chu Feng's words were meant to relieve himself. Right now, Chu Feng's list of strengths had another item added to it. High emotional intelligence. In Jiang Xishuan's eyes, she really could not pick Chu Feng's shortcomings. However, she could not help but worry a little. Since there were no shortcomings, there were bound to be many people who would like him. And even if she and he did become a success, what if he were to be philandering again? What if he hadn't become one yet, and someone else had gotten there first? No, really need to make the first move. But the words of seduction, she really can't do it. What should she do? Time flies, in the blink of an eye. It's almost time for the school entrance. It's too late. Go back to the dormitory and talk about it. By the way, does your dormitory have time tomorrow night? Chu Feng asked. Yes, why? Tomorrow we were going to play mahjong. Jiang Xishuan opened her mouth and said, "Can we play with our dormitory roommates tomorrow? Have a fellowship and get to know each other together." Well, Jiang Xishuan mused, "I'll go back and ask my roommates." Chu Feng nodded and replied, "Aha, it's fine. If you don't want to go, you won't force it." Jiang Xishuan nodded. In fact, she was also eager to directly agree to it. After all, the ones in their dormitory were all still in a single state, and having a sorority would make their chances of getting off the hook a bit higher. Don't look at their dormitory. Every one of them hangs on the word of tiger and wolf every day, but if they really want to make friends with the boys, every one of them will run away faster than anyone else. Having a sorority would be a good choice. Here we are. You guys go back first, I'll go park a car. Arriving at the school's main entrance, it was already 9:30 p.m., and there was still half an hour left. It was going to be gate time. In order to let these two big beauties take two less steps, Chu Feng still decided to let the two of them get off first, while he himself went to find a place to park. Good. Then you pay attention to safety, Jiang Xishuan instructed, and immediately brought her own things with her as she and Yao Shaoqing pushed open the car door and got out of the car. Chu Feng found the parking lot in front of the school and parked his Mercedes-Benz Big G inside. Sitting in the car, Chu Feng looked over his balance, and that string of numbers had already come to as much as 130,000. Chu Feng silently revealed a smile. Today is really tired, and have to earn money, and have to earn a car, and have to earn a house. Do you listen? People say? What did you do to cry tired? But when it comes to earning a house, it's also true that just now the system quietly released a task to him. Invite Jiang Xixian dormitory to hold a sorority meeting, rewarded with a mansion on the top floor of building 2 of CU9. That was the real reason for inviting Jiang Xishuan's dormitory just now. Of course, if it came to pass, those few roommates mustn't call themselves a righteous father? Chu Feng just searched from a certain sound. CUHK no. 9. But the entire northwestern region of the highest unit price of the property, a full 100,000 a square foot. Good guy, on top of their own day earned. A day earned cannot afford to buy a square, and the top floor of the second building is the king of the highest 9 buildings, enough 1,049 square meters. Good guy, this directly dry to 9 digits to go. Own money earned with the system, have to 3 years without eating or drinking to buy. One had to marvel at the system's generosity. When Jiang Xixian agreed, this mansion would be his own. Thinking about it made me happy. Chu Feng got down from the car, locked the car, and walked towards the school's dormitory. It was still too troublesome. He had to quickly write an application to the guidance counselor to park the car at the school. Otherwise walking back would be too tiring. However, this will have to wait until after the National Day vacation. Now it is estimated that the instructors have all gone home. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw 3 of his roommates playing ranked. Chu Feng silently returned to his bed, feeling isolated. How to do? Online request. When the 3 people finished playing, they were inviting Chu Feng to play together. Not playing, you guys are isolating me. A sentence said that the 3 people were dumbfounded. Damn you. Go out to find your sister for dinner yourself. Leave us to play the game by ourselves in the dormitory, and say that we isolate you. People have to have a heart. Zhao Haiquan, still in his authentic Beijing accent, said in a serious tone, while Qin Chang, who was a Northwest Hanzi, was not so civilized, with a small mouth and a bird's tongue. Couldn't get past the trial, said Chu Feng was a little embarrassed. Our roommate agreed. Where are we going tomorrow? Right at this moment, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone to take a look, and was instantly delighted. My 9-figure mansion. Ding! Mission completion rewards have been issued. The room door fingerprints and iris have been recorded. The password is the host's birthday, and the housebook is all in the master bedroom nightstand drawer. Please pay attention to the host to check it. The cold mechanical voice in his mind sounded. Chu Feng said that he had never missed a voice so much. Seeing that Qin Chang was still gushing, Chu Feng stood up from the bed with a smug look on his face. I announced that tomorrow night's sorority meeting. Let's go! Chu Feng amplified his voice, his face all smug as he looked down at the righteous sons standing on the ground. But a few of them were not particularly cold. What the hell sorority? Not going. That's right. How come you're the only one who received the notice? Why didn't I get it? Yuan Zhengyang opened his mouth. As a part of the student council and a traitor of the school, it was always him who got first-hand news. It was only then that Chu Feng understood. These three BS thought it was organized by the school, so Chu Feng narrated and explained to them. Chapter 9, Going Out of School. Righteous Father, just now it was me who was fast-talking. Please be sure to let me go. Zhao Haiquan, who had strongly objected just now, had already turned pale and climbed onto Chu Feng's bed, hugging Chu Feng and pleading. Righteous Father, buddy will wash your socks for a month. Please be sure to let me go. Yuan Zhengyang also climbed onto Chu Feng's bed and opened his mouth to beg. Please be sure to let me go. And Qin Chang's reaction was even greater, kneeling down on one knee, holding the huazi he had just bought in his hand, pleading with Chu Feng. Alright, I'll go. Together tomorrow. Chu Feng had no choice but to agree. Yuan Zhengyang, on the other hand, happily kissed Chu Feng directly. Chu Feng covered the place where he had been kissed by Yuan Zhengyang and looked at Yuan Zhengyang with a face full of incredulity, asking with a shocked expression, did you damned fool yourself playing open-world adventure games? He. Yuan Zhengyang jokingly threw a wink towards Chu Feng, so he got off the bed. This made Chu Feng a little scared. This guy wouldn't be. The several people discussed the location, and after inquiring about Zhang Xishuan's dormitory, they set the place for tomorrow's sorority meeting at the Lighthouse Bar. After all, they were all adults, so it was fine to have a drink, and there were many people, so that situation wouldn't occur. Zhang Xishuan still trusted Chu Feng's character. Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Feng laid down on his bed, said good night to Zhang Xishuan, then threw down his cell phone and fell into a deep sleep. The three roommates, on the other hand, were still playing games. In a daze, Chu Feng heard a few people shocked about something, but didn't care and rolled over to sleep again. The next morning, when Chu Feng opened his eyes, it was already 8:30. The roommates were all still sleeping, presumably because they had played too late last night. Chu Feng still opened the Huaxia bank app and checked his balance. 170,000. Well, in the time it took to sleep, another $40,000 came into the account. After washing up, then he was lying on the bed, flipping through a certain sound. As for those divine hero texts on tomato novels, Chu Feng already doesn't look at them anymore. In just 2 days, Chu Feng was already considered a winner in life. A 9-figure mansion, a $3 million car, and a deposit in his hand that he couldn't finish spending for a while and was still growing. Reality was much more interesting than fiction. Waiting until close to 10 o'clock, the three housemates woke up leisurely. After a few people washed up, it was already 11:30. They discussed that they would go out to play around for a while, and wait until the evening to go to Live House to meet up with Zhang Xishuan's dormitory, because there was a sorority meeting tonight. Several people had packed up in a human-like manner and were considered to be well-dressed. Zhao Haichuan's skin cream was also divided by a few people, and by the way, they brought it with them, ready to apply it again before going to Live House. Several people came to the school entrance, and the three people looked at Chu Feng in unison. Chu Feng looked back at the three people in confusion and scratched his head. Go, what are you waiting for? Seeing the three people still standing at the entrance, Chu Feng could not help but urge. Didn't you say that you covered the fare? Hurry up and take a taxi, Zhao Haiquan said. Chu Feng then remembered that the day before yesterday, he had agreed that he was going to pay for everything, but his roommate wouldn't let him, so he let him pay for all the cab fare. What taxi? Take mine. Chu Feng pulled out the car keys from his pocket and waved them in front of the three people's eyes. The three-forked star emblem was particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. For a time, it caused all three people to be stunned. No, buddy, where did you get that? Zhao Haiquan asked. What model of Mercedes is this? After all, most of the Mercedes keys look similar. Only those special models would have alternative car keys. So Qin Chang, who always liked to know about cars, was also a bit puzzled. Never mind, just follow me. Chu Feng took the lead and walked towards the entrance, and the crowd followed closely, all wanting to see what kind of medicine Chu Feng was selling in his gourd. Holy, our school even has someone driving a G63? Seeing a Mercedes-Benz G63 quietly parked on the parking lot next to the restaurant outside the school gate, Qin Shang could not help but sigh. If this were to let me drive it, my buddy could die of happiness. Qin Shang could not help but go up and touch the car. The G63 had two of the most popular colors. One was black and the other was white. The black color was a bit more businesslike, so many young people would choose the white color, which was clean and overbearing. By UBU, two pleasant vehicle unlocking sounds came, scaring Qin Shang and immediately bouncing away from the front of the car. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Chu Feng pressed the unlock button, and seeing that several people did not move, he urged, Old Qin, do you have a driver's license? If you have a license, you drive. But there was no reply. The three housemates all froze in place. G63, yours? Chu Feng nodded. No, dude, aren't you an ordinary family? Chu Feng nodded. It was true that he was an ordinary family, but he couldn't withstand having a system. Let's get on the car first. Chu Feng greeted the crowd and got on the car. After all, there were more students at the entrance of the school. Chu Feng still wanted to keep a low profile. The crowd didn't press the issue for the time being and got into the car first. Qin Shang also learned to drive this vacation, and his car skills were also average in general. Although he didn't quite dare to drive, but he really couldn't help it. He still sat on the main driver's seat. Chu Feng, on the other hand, sat on the passenger seat. Seeing that the plastic film inside the car had not been removed, Zhao Haiquan asked, You bought this new? Chu Feng nodded. No, buddy, did you win the lottery? Qin Shang, who was sitting on the driver's side, asked. Chu Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he had to blow his old man's mind first. The old man at home thinks that it's inconvenient for me to go to and from school, so I bought a substitute first. Chu Feng replied. This reply was truly shocking to everyone present. From the previous Chu Feng's performance point of view, the Real is not a rich person. Eat and drink anything by Jane. He really did not expect this Chu Feng to be shocking. In fact, Chu Feng's lie is still not a small loophole. After all, rich people's children all go abroad to study, who still come to this broken college. But the crowd, because of their shock, no one had thought of this. Qin Shang stroked the steering wheel with a mesmerized face. He hadn't really thought that he would be able to drive a G63 in this life. It was really thanks to Chu Feng's blessing. Dog big money, today buddies eat poor you. That's right, eat ours and spit it all out for us. A few people yelled for Chu Feng to treat them. Chu Feng also came and refused. Or that sentence, college students can spend a few dollars. Although the word said so, but a few people will not go too far. At most let Chu Feng pack this evening's sorority. The rest, the AA or AA. Otherwise it is easy to hurt feelings. The crowd was still very measured. Wait, what is this license plate number of yours? Zhao Haiquan suddenly asked. Chu Feng scratched his head. This he really didn't know. Originally, he still wanted to look for the license plate from the car, but Zhao Haiquan had already gotten out of the car, went around to the back of this car, and took a picture of the license plate number. What? Afraid I'll sell it for you? Chu Feng smiled and asked. Zhao Haiquan was silent, operating something on his cell phone, and Qin Shang also looked like he remembered something, turned back and pointed at Zhao Haiquan, half speechless. Zhao Haiquan transferred the page of his cell phone to the school's forum and handed it to Chu Feng. Do you see this as your car? Chapter 10 Rumors. Chu Feng received his cell phone and what caught his eyes was a large picture. It was precisely the white big G that Chu Feng was currently driving. The license plate number was masked, but not completely, and half of it was still exposed. It was just enough to remind people of the letters and numbers on the license plate number. And the scene on the picture was clearly the scene where Jiang Sichuan got out of the car. And the black single mask on the main driver could not see Chu Feng on the main driver. Chu Feng remembered that at this time, Yao Shaoqing had not gotten out of the car yet. Therefore, on the entire picture, there was only a white big G, and Jiang Sichuan who had just gotten off the car. And the accompanying text was somewhat unpleasant. Tourism Major Department flower being bagged. And below that, Jiang Sichuan's real name was exposed, as well as her family situation. It was accurately pointed out that Jiang Sichuan's family conditions couldn't possibly drive such a nice car. Then there was also a rumor that the one who drove this white big G was an old man who was over half 100 years old. The post was posted last night when Chu Feng was sleeping, and in just one night plus one morning today, it had already rushed to the top 10. The heat was high. After Chu Feng read it, he clenched his fists tightly. What a rumor-mongering mouth. Without seeing anything, he dared to start a rumor here. Also, when he sent Jiang Sichuan back to school yesterday, he had deliberately looked around and there was no one around, which was why he was relieved to let Jiang Sichuan get off the car. for fear of being misunderstood. After all, a luxury car parked in front of the school, and a beautiful girl coming down from the car. Anyone who thought about it would have such thoughts. Who is this girl? Seeing the smile on Chu Feng's face gradually solidifying, Xin Shang also felt that this matter was not right, so he opened his mouth and asked. Last night, they were still looking at it as a fun, but I didn't expect the main event to be right next to me. After all, before today, no one could connect Chu Feng, a poor boy, with the Mercedes Big G. This is the Wild King's sister from that day, Chu Feng said with a low voice and a serious face. The heat of this post was so high that Jiang Xishuan must have seen it as well. Only why hadn't she come with a phone call? Hearing Chu Feng's reply, the several people's expressions also became serious. This was the future sister-in-law, and it was surprising that someone would dare to start a rumor. Damn it, I'll ask my friend and find that person out for you. Xin Chang was also a bit angry. He was a native of CC, so he had a lot of friends in the school. If he searched with human flesh, he thought he would be able to find it soon. Damn, find it buddy, get him killed. Zhao Haiquan, this violent temper also came up, rumor mongering to their own buddies. This matter, you guys just leave it alone first. I'll deal with it first. There's no way you guys are on. Old Qin, drive first. The anger on Chu Feng's face disappeared and turned calm. The first thing he had to do was to find the administrator of this forum and delete the post. He couldn't let the post hang on like this. The heat was too high, and it caused too much of an impact on Jiang Xixian's reputation. Okay, if something happens, you squeak. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Xin Chang learned Zhao Haichuan's authentic Beijing accent and opened his mouth. Chu Feng nodded his head and let out a light smile, not responding again, but concentrating on operating his cell phone. The forum's administrator microchat number was right below the post. It wasn't hard to find. Chu Feng copied the number into the microchat search box, and seeing that the string of numbers seemed to be a phone number, he simply dialed directly. This matter could not be delayed any longer. If it was delayed any further, the impact would be too great. I also don't know what this administrator thought, but even reviewed this kind of post up. Hello, is the Shixi Polytechnic Institute forum administrator? The phone was quickly connected and Chu Feng was the first to speak. Yes, is there something? The administrator did not expect that someone would call the phone to him. Before it was all microchat exchanges. For a moment, he was a little confused, but quickly adjusted and answered. The post that is now ranked 7th is my car. Jiang Xishuan is also my friend, and I'm a freshman at Shixi Polytechnic. The post is seriously inconsistent with the facts and is a rumor. Please delete the post. Chu Feng directly did not give the administrator a chance to interject, and a long string of output was directly transmitted to the administrator's earpiece. Before the administrator could reply, Chu Feng continued, if you don't believe me, I can send you the driving license and my student ID via microchat. I believe it. I'll delete it right now. The administrator knew that the other party would not joke about this kind of thing, so he directly agreed in a single breath. He knew that this matter would definitely cause students to discuss it, the heat of the post would definitely become high, and his advertisement fee income would definitely be a lot, so that's why he reviewed it and passed it. I didn't expect the heat to rise so quickly. This world is like this. Some good things no one pays attention to, but it's this kind of lace news that people compete to report. Wait, hide it first. I'm going to call the police from my side. When the time comes, I'll also ask you to provide the poster's account number with real name authentication information. Chu Feng then said. This kind of thing was already considered illegal. It was just a matter of filming it himself and YY something, but also posting it online. What was this if not rumor mongering? Naturally, he should be sanctioned by the law. Okay, no problem, but I think that it is necessary for you to make a post to clarify it. Otherwise, the administrator suggested. Chu Feng of course knew that if he didn't come out to clarify this kind of matter, there would definitely be some more who watched the situation and jumped out to say that the gold master behind Jiang Xishuan had made a forceful move and other unfavorable words. Okay, thanks. Although the administrator wasn't a good bird, after all, he still had to use it now, so it was better to be polite. Chu Feng said thanks and then hung up the phone. Then, through WeChat, he called Jiang Xishuan again. Hey, brother Chu Feng, what's wrong? The phone quickly connected, and Jiang Xishuan's somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the line. You've read the post. Chu Feng did not have time to chat with Jiang Xishuan, but instead opened the door and said, this time, he was calling to ask Jiang Xishuan's opinion on how to go about clarifying this matter. After looking around, I'm going to call the police. Jiang Xishuan forced a smile. This post was also causing him quite an impact. Everyone in their dormitory had expressed their solidarity with Jiang Xishuan online, but nay, the heat wasn't high and the post sank to the bottom. You called the police. I won't report it. We have to make a clarification post. Otherwise the impact is a bit big. Chu Feng then said. The opposite party was silent for a while, obviously not knowing how to clarify. Then you can leave it to me. I'll post my car keys and driver's license, as well as my student ID to clarify. Jiang Xishuan thought for a while and spoke. It won't affect you, right? Hearing Jiang Xishuan's words, Chu Feng was vaguely a little heartbroken. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to experience this big G that he had just obtained last night, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Overall, it was still his own fault for being too careless. I didn't expect that now. Jiang Xishuan was still thinking about herself. I'm crying to death. What impact can it have? It's also my fault. It should be. Chu Feng replied, immediately thinking again. He then said, is it okay for me to say that you are my girlfriend? Chapter 11 Clarification. Chu Feng thought about it. Ordinary friends, if you go out in the middle of the night is still too ambiguous. At that time 100% will be said. Again Jiang Xishuan misbehaved la. And what is it? Simply one step. As for Jiang Xishuan to find an object afterward, Chu Feng had the certainty to directly take it down. Well, it's okay, it's fine. Jiang Xishuan replied. She also knew what was at stake. And moreover, he also had a favorable impression of Chu Feng. Chu Feng had a face in money, while he himself only had a face. And in the end, he was still a high climber. Since Chu Feng hadn't even said anything, of course he himself raised his hands in favor of it. Then it's settled. Chu Feng immediately clapped his hands and said, aha. Hearing Jiang Xishuan's certainty, Chu Feng also directly hung up the phone. He was in a hurry, and by clarifying earlier, the situation would not be as serious. He then logged into his account from the campus forum and began to edit the post. Pulling out the driving license from the handheld box, he took a picture, erased the key information and passed it on, and then there was the student ID card, which similarly erased the key information, and of course, his own face. After all, he didn't want to be too publicized yet. Then the editing began. Clarification. I'm a freshman at Shisi Polytechnic Institute, and I'm exactly the owner of that white Mercedes in the post, and Jiang Xishuan is my girlfriend. I'm honored to have so many people witness our love, but at the same time, I'm very angry that there would be such a rumor. Is it because you can't afford a nice car and have low self-esteem, or you can't find such a beautiful girlfriend and are jealous? My driving license, student ID, are posted below. Welcome to come and fight the rumor. Also, rumor monger, we have called the police to deal with it. The law will sanction you. Typed and edited in a single breath, and directly clicked publish, and then contacted the administrator on the microchat, asking the administrator to review it quickly and then top the heat. The administrator was also very sensible and directly passed the post and chose to put it on top, afraid that someone wouldn't see it. They also pushed the message out. Everyone who had the campus forum app on their phone received this push message. Handsome dude, Zhao Haiquan was also the first to see this post. He could not help but give a thumbs up towards Chu Feng and complimented him. At this time, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xishuan was also constantly refreshing the campus forum. He was truly frightened by public opinion. Last night when he went out to buy instant noodles at the mini-mart, there were people pointing at him. It was good that Yao Shaoqing followed her to explain. Otherwise no one in the dormitory would believe her. Not long after, the post is a top post appeared. Clarification. Elementary school brother is too handsome. Yeah. This kind of person deserves to be arrested. The roommates in the same dormitory also received this message. They couldn't help but exclaim. And Jiang Xishuan's pretty face brought on a hint of redness. So shy. To say that I'm his girlfriend, I'm not. And the post was quickly topped off. And the comments below were extremely rich. Holy, my goddess, it's taken by your kid? Tonight at 6 o'clock. Back playground. Bring your brothers and firefight. I'm going to fight for my goddess. No, man, I'm busted. I'm really low. I'm really jealous. You're driving such a nice car, and you still want to steal the goddess from us. But the post below are all boys. Obviously, boys are for this kind of thing are kinda righteous. And on the contrary, the previous rumor post, underneath the clear color of girls' comments, she's right above our dormitory. I've known for a long time that she's this kind of person, has a foxy face just to seduce men. Che, people with good looks and Thai faces, men must like this. Clearly jealousy and rumors. Really, women are safe. Zhao Haiquan also replied underneath these posts, mocking pull full. Chu Feng also saw the comments underneath the posts. Overall, the effect was good. I did not expect Jiang Xishuan to be so popular in the school. He himself had kinda picked up a big bargain. It was a good thing that he had blocked his handsome face with a mosaic. Otherwise, he would have really been attacked by this group of people. Of course, this is also a joke. Next, it was the police's business, which had nothing to do with himself. A few people were in the car, playing songs and smoking small cigarettes. Although Yuan Zhanyang didn't smoke, he had no choice but to open the window and try not to inhale second-hand smoke. And Chu Feng smoked less. Smoking can still be addictive? I don't see addiction even if I smoke every day. What was said was people like Chu Feng. You damn it. Shun lousy fire again. Zhao Haiquan hurriedly asked for the lighter that was almost stuffed into Chu Feng's pants pocket again. Chu Feng was notorious for his love of smooth lighters. In fact, Chu Feng cannot help our subconscious action. Who is a good man after lighting a cigarette to return the fire to others? Smoking does not smooth fire, is this? Thumbs up. Let's go. Guide Rod. A few people drove towards a pool hall in auspicious village, where the service was really beyond words. Entering the door was a hot towel to wipe your hands. There was also uninterrupted tea. There were also swinging players, and there was hand cream on the way out. This set of services down, only 20 an hour. Can bear not to go, is this? Thumbs up. Although Chu Feng is now rich, but also cannot waste money. Obviously inexpensive. Who still spends that wasted money to go to expensive places? That is not. The few people arrived at the place and played some billiards before Qin Chang yelled that he was hungry. Several people can only temporarily leave this place. Find a restaurant to eat first. Qin Chang recommended a Terracotta Warriors Province Specialties mutton burgers do the best fly pavilion. A few people tasted it. Well, it's really that way. In the blink of an eye it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Feng was ready to go back to school to pick up Zhang Xishuan and the girls. After all have a car. Who still let the big beauty take a taxi? Ah, Zhang Xishuan said. Her two roommates went out to play. Only she and Yao Shaochang. Just right. A car can sit down. Seeing that the three good big children had no place to go, Chu Feng had wanted to take them to the mansion he had just gotten to wait for a while, but it was a bit far away, so he could only give up. The few people found an internet cafe nearby. Although each of them had a computer, they all felt that their own computers were not as fun as the ones in the internet cafe. Qin Chang, on the other hand, wanted to follow Chu Feng to go back. The reason was that he knew the way. To show Chu Feng the way, Chu Feng was a little helpless. This kid, really Sima Zhaoshan. Everyone knows. What are you following me for? Can I still not know? However, Chu Feng really wanted to let the beautiful sister Zhang Xixian sit on the co-pilot, and he himself could still rub against the small fragrant wind. If Qin Chang went, he would definitely have to sit in the co-pilot. He couldn't let him sit with Yao Shaoqing. It's a bit awkward. Besides, smelly and hard. Chu Feng really didn't want to let him sit in the passenger side housemate, which is not as fragrant as future girlfriend. Chapter 12, Holding Hands. Chu Feng immediately rebuffed Qin Chang. To Qin Chang's exasperation, he cursed Chu Feng for being something that had a woman but no brother. Chu Feng smiled bashfully, revealing an expression that owed him a beating. Come beat me up if you're capable, buddy. Qin Chang held back hard. After all, it was still Chu Feng who organized the game tonight. Chu Feng bid farewell to the three people who were struggling to surf the internet at the internet cafe, drove his car, and went back to school to pick up his beautiful schoolmate. There were no accidents along the way. After smoothly arriving at the school and picking up Zhang Xishuan and the two of them, he rushed towards Live House. On the way, Qin Chang informed the three of them. There was no way. The car only had 5 seats, so they couldn't sit in it, so they could only let the three of them take a taxi. As for Zhang Xishuan's housemates, they were also notified by Zhang Xishuan and took a taxi to Live House. Are things all taken care of? Chu Feng asked. The matter of course referred to today's rumor mongering. Aha, that man, who is a classmate of ours, was taken away by the police, and I heard that he is going to be expelled. Zhang Xishuan replied. This matter made her very angry. That boy had a pretty good relationship with him and was gentle on the surface, but she didn't expect to do this kind of trick behind her back. Moreover, Yao Shaoqing also got down in the car. He must have seen it, but he only said about Zhang Xishuan. It was obviously a deliberate rumor. Zhang Xishuan didn't even know how on earth she had offended him to mess with herself like this. It really was inexplicable. It's good that it's settled. Go relax tonight, Chu Feng said. After this clarification, no one will say anything about you, and you'll be able to sit in my car without fear in the future, Chu Feng said with a smile. Che, I don't want to. Zhang Xishuan proudly skimmed her mouth. You child, you still don't want to get on. Many girls want to sit but still can't. Chu Feng also didn't spoil Zhang Xishuan and opened his mouth. Humph. You want them to sit. Zhang Xishuan's words caused Chu Feng to inexplicably feel a chill. Women were like that. They didn't care what you said. They would only hear what they wanted to hear. For example, in that sentence just now, Chu Feng didn't even know where he could tell that what he had said was that he wanted the other girls to sit, but it was Zhang Xishuan who had extracted it from it. It was truly strange. If you don't sit, I can only let the others sit, Chu Feng said with a smile. The meaning was obvious. I'm the meat and potatoes. You have to grasp it. Otherwise, someone else might be able to come in later. Zhang Xishuan also understood the meaning of Chu Feng's words and disliked back. Humph. Whose car I want to sit in? Whose car I want to sit in? The meaning was equally clear. I'm also the meat and potatoes. You have to grasp it, or I'll go find someone else. This was something that Chu Feng believed. Jiang Xishuan was really too beautiful. It was not too much to say that she was the school flower. Plus the comments underneath his own clarification posting today, that was really even more sought after than himself. What a bunch of hungry wolves. Ha ha ha, but the school now knows that you're my girlfriend. What should I do? Chu Feng idly opened his mouth and said, "You." Jiang Xishuan gritted her teeth and gouged out a glance at Chu Feng, then said, "Saying that it's for my own good, but it turns out that you're trying to force your way into the palace. Humph, bad guy." The shy tone of voice, coupled with that sentence of bad guy, directly made Chu Feng's heart crumble. He really wanted to kiss this beautiful sister. However, one had to eat rice one bite at a time, and one had to take the road one step at a time. Right now, Jiang Xishuan was still in her second year of college, and she herself was only in her first year of college, so there was still a long time to go, so there was no rush. Sooner or later, he had to take Jiang Xishuan down. "Okay, not to tease you, my scandalous girlfriend," Chu Feng said with a smile. Humph. Jiang Xishuan gave a petulant humph and was turning her head away, no longer looking at Chu Feng. Yao Shaoqing, who was sitting in the back row, was dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, weren't these two not together yet? What's with this car full of dog food smell? This is really sinful. If I had known this, I might as well have taken a taxi. The car was traveling very fast, and in a short while it arrived at the entrance of Live House. Chu Feng parked the car in the open-air parking lot, opened the door and got out of the car. At this time in the open-air parking lot, there were some fake celebrities that were waiting here. Seeing whose car was good, they were ready to go up and hit on them. After all, this Live House is also considered to be a relatively high-end place. The people who come and go, although there are also poor people, but driving a luxury car, there are not a few. Therefore, fishing for a prince here is also considered a good choice. Chu Feng, who had just gotten out of the car, was stared at by someone. Although what he was wearing was not a famous brand, it was a G63. Coupled with Chu Feng's extremely handsome face, he instantly became the center of attention for all the celebrities. For a while, all of them wanted to come over and strike up a conversation. But at this time, the passenger door opened. Jiang Xishuan walked down from the car. Today, she was wearing a hot girl short tee, and underneath was a shorter pair of denim hot pants, with a pair of round, snow-white long legs exposed. When he was in the car, Chu Feng could not help but sneak a few glances. Such a good figure, coupled with that small face that was like a finely sculpted face, it immediately caused the crowd of fake celebrities to extinguish their fire. With Jiang Xishuan as a comparison, the crowd was truly like starlight, not daring to compete with the white moon anymore. Adding the fact that another Yao Shaoqing, whose face value was not inferior to Jiang Xixian's, walked down behind them, the crowd was immediately struck by lightning. How can they compare? Face value? Body? None of them can compare. Let's disperse. The trio walked out of the parking lot, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted the eyes of many people. After all, it was really rare to see such high-color college students, and at this time, the three people from Qinchang also arrived, and looking at these two beauties, they were immediately mesmerized and could not open their eyes. Jiang Xishuan they recognized. After all, she had just been on the forum hot post, but they didn't expect her bestie to be this beautiful as well. Oi 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 oi, put it away for a second. The halas are flowing on the ground. Seeing the several people so out of sorts, Chu Feng felt so humiliated that he really couldn't help himself before speaking out and reminding them. Only then did the three of them come back to their senses. Qin Chang laughed. He, haven't seen such a good-looking beauty. Sister-in-law and this beauty forgive me ha. Qin Chang was not timid. A sister-in-law directly made Jiang Xishuan's pretty face red like an apple. Don't talk nonsense ow. It hasn't come to that yet. Seeing that Jiang Xishuan was a bit shy, Chu Feng hurriedly came out to explain. Hearing those words, Jiang Xishuan gratefully glanced at Chu Feng. However, the warm touch coming from her palm caused her to be somewhat surprised again. Chu Feng, this big bad guy, actually dared to hold my hand. That's right. At that moment, Chu Feng had already grabbed Jiang Xishuan's jade hand. Now, the nature of the words just now had changed, from the denial in the beginning to an oath of sovereignty. Jiang Xishuan's face became even redder, and her heart was like a frightened deer. For a time, she unexpectedly did not break free. Chu Feng revealed a bad smile in his heart. Holding hands successfully. It was also considered to be the first step. Holding hands are there. Is a hug still far away? Kissing is still not close? That what is still not? Ahem. Thinking a bit too much. Let's go. Chu Feng held Jiang Xishuan's hand and took the lead in walking through the doors of Live House. Seeing that, the three pig brothers looked at each other and also revealed an I know expression, and immediately followed Chu Feng's pace. The poor Yao Shaoqing, on the other hand, followed beside Jiang Xishuan with a stifled expression. The several people arrived at the Live House. Chapter 13 The Little Dragon. A few people opened a card seat and heard the waiter say that this card seat required a low consumption. Gave Chu Feng a shock. This was also Chu Feng's first time coming to a bar, and everything in this bar was heard to be exceptionally expensive. Although there was still close to 200,000 in his cell phone, he still felt a bit unsteady. Chu Feng hurriedly asked how much the bottom elimination was, and the waiter said that it was 299, which allowed Chu Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't 200,000, it was fine. Jiang Sichuan's other two roommates had also arrived. Jiang Sichuan gave Chu Feng and the girls an introduction. This is Fan Ximin, and this is Tang Ruoxue. Jiang Sichuan pointed at the two housemates who had just come over and said. The two housemates also warmly greeted towards Chu Feng's four. Fan Ximin was a slightly chubby girl with a fleshy face, but she was also very pretty. Tang Ruoxue, on the other hand, was tall, and with the addition of high heels, she was almost as tall as Chu Feng. Chu Feng also brought his roommate to do a little introduction. He scanned the QR code on the table and ordered drinks. After all, there were quite a lot of people this time, so ordering less would be like being a bureaucrat. Anyway, you can't drink it and then save it. This is nothing. After all, having fun is the most important. Do you want a little divine dragon to shake the field? Chu Feng looked to the side of Qin Chang and whispered. Not buddy, you are really developed. I will follow you in the future to eat and drink. Qin Chang had heard of the little dragon. 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, and then there are different foreign wines, beer, a piece of up, and there are beautiful women lined up to deliver the wine. That is really a card pulling full, but the price of 38,888, so that many people are discouraged, and Qin Chang is to want to drink cannot afford to drink. Chu Feng rummaged through the small program for half a day, but did not find the small divine dragon set. Qin Feng said that he had to go to the bar's marketing or manager in order to book. After saying that, he took Chu Feng to find the marketing. Although he wasn't a rich man, he often mixed with this kind of place, so he added some of the marketing of this kind of bar, that is, the ones selling alcohol. Other than that, looking for them to buy alcohol could be considered a bit cheaper. He contacted one on the microchat, and it happened to be right at the door, so he hurriedly brought Chu Feng over. Wait a moment, let's go order some wine. Chu Feng threw down a sentence and was following Qin Chang out. Isn't it possible to order here? Fan Ximin pointed at the QR code on the table and said. It's probably looking for marketing to go and get it cheaper. Tang Ruoxue picked up the conversation. Cut. Fan Ximin glanced at Jiang Sichuan with some disdain before rolling her eyes again. Obviously, the two of them, Fan Ximin, still had doubts about this rich second-generation status of Chu Feng. They had also read the post on the forum. Who knows if it's peas? Anyway, my roommate can't live better than me. The ones who live better than me must be fake. Because the lights were dim, Jiang Sichuan didn't see it clearly and smiled towards Fan Ximin. Not long after, Chu Feng was back, sitting on the card seat, scanning the QR code with his cell phone and handing it to Jiang Sichuan. Look at what snacks you guys want to eat. Order whatever you want, and then the wine I've already ordered. Jiang Sichuan took the phone and casually rummaged around. Other than that, the snacks in this live house were really expensive. A single serving of French fries cost 68 dayang. Although Jiang Sichuan wasn't some poor kid, she was also shocked by the price. She was a bit clueless, although she knew that Chu Feng was not bad at this. But she was still a bit reluctant to part with it. Solely, she handed the cell phone to Yao Shaoqing. Yao Shaoqing then didn't have any worries and ordered a serving of French fries and a serving of chicken rice, and handed it to Fan Ximin and the two of them. The two are also veterans of the nightclub. The price is not strange. Waffles, chicken nuggets, French fries, everything. It is true. 8 people. Less is not enough to eat. Handed the cell phone to Chu Feng. Chu Feng again on the basis of just now, ordered a little something else. Soon the snacks came up. The wine was a bit slow. What kind of wine did you order? Why is it so slow? Fan Ximin was waiting a bit impatiently. Little divine dragon set. Chu Feng answered truthfully, but this live house music was too loud, and Chu Feng was sitting opposite Jiang Sichuan, so he did not hear it clearly. He just wanted to ask again, but he only heard the music instantly become smaller. Thank you to table 010, Mr. Chu, for spending 38,888 at our store and purchasing a set of little divine dragons. Here I am on behalf of all the employees of our store to thank you for your great visit. The DJ tore his heart out and roared, his rough voice spreading throughout the entire lighthouse. In an instant, the entire bar all boiled up, and the reflective atmosphere paper floated up like a golden rain. The scene of Chu Feng's table immediately appeared on the big screen. Chu Feng searched for half a day without finding a camera, so he simply greeted towards the big screen. My God, this is too handsome, and so rich, I love it. Chu Feng's face was projected on the big screen, which immediately caused a burst of gasps. On the other hand, Fan Ximin, who was sitting opposite Chu Feng, was shocked. This fellow had actually ordered the Divine Dragon set, and although it was a small Divine Dragon, this high price of 38,888 was something she could never afford. Although it seemed that this 38,888 wasn't much, it was really rare to be able to spend so much at once in a bar. The average ordinary family wouldn't dare to play like this. Immediately after that, one by one, the waiters wearing sexy bunny girl costumes lined up towards Chu Feng's table, with glowing lighted cards in their hands. The lighted cards were in the shape of spades on a playing card, colorful, and very beautiful. Underneath the lighted cards were different colored ace of spades champagne. Chu Feng had never tasted champagne before, and was vaguely looking forward to it. One by one, the rabbit girls came this way, put down their wine, and even threw a wink towards Chu Feng. No wonder rich people liked to spread coins in bars. This card, it was really given. When a person no longer pursues material things, they have to start pursuing the spirit. And with this set of process down, and the DJ announcing, and the girls serving drinks, the spiritual world was greatly satisfied. And this one winking look at Jiang Sichuan was a burst of inexplicable fire. Originally sitting next to Chu Feng, seeing this situation, she simply stopped pretending and directly leaned her head on Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng felt the weight on his shoulder and inclined his head to look. His exquisite face was very close to Chu Feng's face. Warm nostrils sprayed on Chu Feng's face, causing Chu Feng to already be drunk before he even drank. The heart was poofing as if it was about to jump out of the heart, but immediately afterward, it puffed and laughed. This beautiful sister was declaring her sovereignty. Jiang Sichuan, who was leaning on Chu Feng's body, also caused the beautiful women who were foolishly moving in various places to extinguish their fires. After all, Jiang Sichuan was simply too beautiful. Chapter 14 Purpose. What are you laughing at? Jiang Sichuan saw Chu Feng laughing, so she asked. Nothing. After saying that, Chu Feng raised his hand and no longer looked at those sexy bunny girls, but instead looked at Jiang Sichuan and touched her little head. It was so cute, and the three housemates on the side revealed piggish expressions again, their mouths watering. How had a group of college students ever seen this kind of scene? You're testing the cadres with this? Fan Ximin, on the other hand, took out her cell phone and took pictures. She also didn't expect that this Chu Feng would be a little godly dragon the moment they met. Immediately let Fan Ximin to him a high regard. He was still quite rich. She was taking pictures at first, but in the end, she was directly recording the video. This is a small dragon set. Important material for the circle of friends, must be shot well. Chu Feng has never seen this kind of scene, but it is good that he held back and did not take pictures. Otherwise, it's too much of a drop in class. Not long after, the wine was finished. The bartender came over and looked at Chu Feng. Hello, wine for you to open. Chu Feng does not understand. Want all want, still do not want to give me open? So he nodded his head. Open. The surrounding people saw that the bartender was opening wine for table 010, and immediately boiled up again. To know, many people want the Divine Dragon set can be to pretend. This time do not open. First save up. Next time to come back. There can still be such a process. Spending money once, pretending twice. Chu Feng was not here to pretend to be a pussy. After all, there were so many girls here, and their face values were all still superior. There was no need to pretend to attract beautiful women. Everyone have a good time. If you have any problems, call me again. I'm not far away. The bartender started all of the wine away, threw down a sentence, and hurriedly left, fearing that he would disturb the several people's pleasure. Chu Feng nodded his head. Then he poured the ace of spades for everyone. After all, this bottle was close to $10,000, so let's taste it first. Raising his wine glass, he took the lead to the crowd and said, I announce that the fellowship will officially begin. The joking tone of voice instantly caused a frenzy, and everyone drank the wine in their cups in one go. Chu Feng carefully savored the ace of spades in his hand. The flavor is hard to describe. This be wine. Why does it sell for so much money? It's a bit hard to drink. No wonder those rich people like to wash their hands with it. Such a hard to drink wine. Hand washing has to be glued. This wine is really hard to drink. Still not being able to hold back, Chu Feng spat out. Has school brother Chu Feng never drunk it? Fan Ximin was the first to ask. Chu Feng shook his head and opened his mouth to reply. Never drank it. My father didn't allow me to go to a bar before. Still a good boy. Fan Ximin heard Chu Feng's answer and teased. This kind of little boy was the best to fool. I should have known to ask for snowflakes. Zhao Haiquan couldn't help but spit out. Screw you asterisk. Where am I going to find snowflakes for you here? Chu Feng was amused by Zhao Haiquan's words and scolded with a laugh. Seeing that a few people were so relaxed, the few girls were no longer formal. Following along, they played along and began to push their glasses. See Xian, this boyfriend you found is quite good. Fan Ximin teased with a smile. These words directly caused Jiang Sichuan's ears to turn red. No way. I haven't agreed yet. Jiang Sichuan glanced at Chu Feng with some haughtiness and said with a bristling mouth, then I beg you to agree with. Chu Feng was just about to inquire, but was interrupted by Fan Ximin. Then you come to chase sister ah. Sister agreed. This words out, directly to the whole table dry silence, are not a word to look at Fan Ximin. I'm just kidding. Looking at all the people staring at her, she was also a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Chu Feng ignored Fan Ximin and looked at Jiang Sichuan with deep affection. Then if I beg you to agree, will you agree? Being stared at by Chu Feng, Jiang Sichuan was unable to speak for half a day, her heart thumping, somewhat at a loss for words. She opened her mouth and said, what are you doing? Immediately after that, she gave Chu Feng a somewhat grudging look, and then turned her head, wanting to find Yao Shaoqing for a drink. However, looking back, where was Yao Shaoqing? Scanning towards the surroundings, he realized that Yao Shaoqing did not know when, but ran to the side of Qin Chang, playing 15-15, a kind of drinking table game. The two of them had gone to spar for a drink. Qin Chang also discovered this scene and said with a smile, these two, they went cheating behind our backs. It made Jiang Sichuan cover her mouth and laugh. Ha 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 ha, what a cheating, come on, play dice together, Chu Feng suggested. However, Jiang Sichuan did not know how to play, and although Chu Feng did not know how to play before, in the dormitory, Qin Chang had been teaching him, and now he was also a high-level player. So patiently, he started explaining to Jiang Sichuan. After a while, Jiang Sichuan had learned. She joined the battle between two men and two women. The few people pushed their cups and exchanged drinks, and they had all reached a state of slight drunkenness. Senior Chu Feng, I want to go to the restroom. There are a bit too many people here. Can you accompany me? Fan Ximin spoke with some difficulty. Chu Feng frowned. What is she doing tonight? This ing couldn't be to steal herself from Jiang Sixian, right? It was really a bit speechless. For the sake of money or whatever, does she not care about the feelings of a roommate anymore? Chu Feng somewhat helplessly looked to the side of Jiang Sichuan, and Jiang Sichuan's face was also somewhat unable to hang on. Just now it was just a test, but now it's already been made clear. Letting my future boyfriend accompany you to the restroom? Where is he after going to the restroom? When will you be back? Or are you going directly to the hotel? Jiang Sichuan frowned. Let's go. I'll accompany you, Jiang Sichuan said, some anger hidden in her tone. Without waiting for Fan Ximin to refuse, Jiang Sichuan stood up. However, it was true that there were a lot of people here, and there were some mixed fish and dragons. Chu Feng was still really uneasy about the two girls going to the restroom by themselves. Immediately, he said that he would follow. Of course, the main thing was to protect Jiang Sichuan. As for this, Fan Ximin, there was nothing to say. Jiang Sichuan nodded, while feeling a sense of security in her heart. With this, Fan Ximin had no choice but to agree. On the way the several people headed to the restroom. Jiang Sichuan had been held by Chu Feng's hand the entire time. Of course, she wouldn't try to break free, one being that there were many people and it was easy to get lost, and the other being that she wanted to do it to Fan Ximin. After all, there were still close to 2 more years of college life to come, and 2 more years of living under the same roof with Fan Ximin. Tearing her face off now was definitely not a good choice. It could only make her know what to do. So before entering the toilet, she also hugged Chu Feng. It made Chu Feng's heart blossom, and he even said that this sorority was held wonderfully. The two of them entered the restroom, and at that moment, Chu Feng also felt that he had a trace of the desire to urinate. He hurriedly entered the restroom to release it. At this time in the frontal toilet, there was also a thin youth, at the door of the big poop cell booth, as if he was waiting for someone. Chu Feng ignored it. After going to the toilet, he came out and waited for Jiang Sichuan and the two of them at the entrance. After all, one could not make others wait for us either. At this time, the skinny youth from earlier also came out, followed by a drunken, slightly stronger youth. Coming up, he hugged Chu Feng. Buddy, do you believe in love? Chapter 15 Truth or Dare. The strong smell of alcohol came over his face, causing Chu Feng to cover his mouth and nose. The lanky youth hung onto Chu Feng's body like a mess of mud, causing Chu Feng to be unable to move. When the skinny youth saw that, he immediately came forward to help the lanky youth. Aya. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you everything? I don't believe it either. Alright. The tone of the skinny youth was full of helplessness. Leaned the lanky youth against himself. He was immediately pressed a bit out of breath. Sorry buddy, my buddy lost his love and drank too much. The lanky youth nodded towards Chu Feng and apologized with a compensatory smile. It's fine. Understand. Chu Feng waved his hand indifferently. Fell out of love. Got drunk. It's only human nature. I'm not drunk. Give me another set. The lanky youth waved his hand somewhat feebly, nearly knocking down the skinny youth. Seeing this, Chu Feng asked, I'll help you help him back? The skinny youth waved his hand. No, thanks buddy, you're the one who just ordered the Divine Dragon set, right? Looking a bit familiar, Chu Feng nodded. He did not expect that this skinny youth's memory was quite good. It had been more than half an hour. Alright, let's drink together sometime. The thin youth waved his hand, and he left with the lanky youth. At this time, Jiang Sichuan also came out with Fan Ximin. The two of them were talking and laughing, and it was clear that Jiang Sichuan hadn't said anything just now. Following the usual practice, Jiang Sichuan still held Chu Feng's hand, and looking at Fan Ximin was somewhat unnatural. The two returned to the wine table. I don't know who suggested to play Truth or Dare, but it had been played for a long time now. Ding! System mission. Join Truth or Dare. Reward a Ferrari 488 Spider. The system beep in his head sounded, causing Chu Feng to feel doubly excited. Even if the system did not say so, Chu Feng would have joined in. This was a good time to get closer to the beautiful schoolmate Jiang Sichuan. Thus, he pulled Jiang Sichuan to sit down and play along with him. The mission completion beep also came from his mind. Ferrari 488 Spider. In hand. System, you really struck out too generously. Out of the blue is a luxury car that is close to $4 million. It was now parked in the parking lot of CU9, and the key was still placed in Chu Feng's pocket. Soon, rock paper scissors, Jiang Sichuan lost. She chose truthfulness, and Yao Shaoqing hurriedly asked, how many boyfriends have you had? Yo, this was a big melon. One had to listen to it properly. Chu Feng hurriedly sat his body forward. In fact, he also knew that the two of them had known each other since high school, and up until now, they even knew each other, that there were moles there on their bodies. How could Yao Shaoqing possibly want to know how many boyfriends Jiang Sichuan had had? It was nothing more than wanting Jiang Sichuan to say it to Chu Feng. I have not been in love. Jiang Sichuan answered truthfully. This answer was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, since Yao Shaoqing had asked, then it must have been good for Jiang Sichuan. If Jiang Sichuan had been in many relationships before, Yao Shaoqing naturally would not have asked. But for such a great beauty, she hadn't even had a single conversation. It was still quite out of Chu Feng's expectation. I can testify. Seeing the crowd's unbelievable faces, Yao Shaoqing hurriedly jumped out to testify. Then you're still asking? Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. Humph, wasn't I asking for someone? Yao Shaoqing gave Chu Feng a meaningful glance and spoke. She knew that this kind of trick could not be hidden from Chu Feng, so she might as well be sincere. Oh, the crowd immediately began to cajole. As for Jiang Sichuan, she glared at Yao Shaoqing with a shy face and lowered her head with a smile. Not long after, Zhao Haiquan also lost, choosing sincerity. Qin Chang directly started being, what color are your underwear? Zhao Haiquan, is it necessary to play so big? But under the pressure of being able to play, he could only answer truthfully, black. Unbelievable. Qin Chang spat out these words with a sincere face. Zhao Haichuan's eyes widened. Do I still have to take it off to prove it? If you can't prove it, just drink it. Qin Chang blinked his big eyes and continued. I have witnesses. Zhao Haiquan only had to turn to Chu Feng and Yuan Zhengyang for help. After all, his underwear were all black, and several people knew that, including Qin Chang also knew that this was Qin Chang deliberately messing with him. But after scanning the circle, Chu Feng and Yuan Zhengyang all smiled and shook their heads, clearly not wanting to testify for Zhao Haiquan, and the girls on the opposite side were also covering their mouths and snickering. In fact, girls and boys were the same. They all had 7 emotions and 6 desires. So occasionally making these slightly colorful jokes wouldn't be minded. It can also bring feelings closer. So men, find a notebook to write down, but cannot open too much. If today Zhao Haiquan took off his pants, I'm afraid the girls will go down for a second. Zhao Haiquan also knew this, so he could only drink a cup full of hatred and put down harsh words. You guys wait for me, Chu Feng's trio said. Nothing D is called. The game was still in order. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng also lost, and in order to save face, directly chose Dare. Hopefully, a few people wouldn't ask about the color of the underwear. You also have today. Zhao Haiquan viciously opened his mouth. Chu Feng let out a sarcastic smile, having known that he had just testified for Zhao Haiquan. When will injustice end? Chu Feng laughed meaningfully. Do you like senior sister Jiang Sichuan? Before Zhao Haiquan could ask, Qin Chang was the first to ask. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Old Qin, you understand me. This was the wingman. A raw confession seemed a bit formal, so it would be better to be here, directly stating one's intentions, and then make up a formal confession later on, at least allowing Jiang Sichuan to be psychologically prepared. Chu Feng didn't even think about it, and directly just opened his mouth and replied, like, very much. These words directly ignited the atmosphere of the entire wine table. Wow! The crowd directly raised their voices, causing the people at the next table to turn their heads to see the fun. The three of them, Qin Chang, couldn't wait to stand up and cheer, while the girls covered their mouths with anti-smiles on their faces. And at this time, Jiang Sichuan no longer evaded. Her eyes stared straight at Chu Feng, and although a hint of scarlet still flew up on her face, she still uttered, "I also like you." The atmosphere was directly pushed to a climax, as Qin Chang shouted with his heart torn out, and Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhengyang also joined the fray, hissing together, "Kiss one, kiss one." Not long after, not knowing who took the lead, the crowd began to shout in unison. The ones at the next table didn't know what was going on, but they also stood up and came to Chu Feng's table, following a few people and shouting together, "Kiss a kiss." Chu Feng somewhat helplessly scanned the circle. What was this group of people coaxing blindly? Jiang Xishuan, on the other hand, had her entire face reddened as she lay on Chu Feng's shoulder, not daring to raise her head to look at the others. Chapter 16 Settling Scores. Well, don't get out. This isn't even together yet, Chu Feng said towards the surrounding crowd, although he did not want to spoil the crowd's fun. This kind of thing could not be rushed after all. In the end, this was only the third day of knowing each other, and to be honest, it was still too fast. Chu Feng was also unable to say whether he liked Jiang Xishuan as a person, or whether he was attracted by the sight of color. As for Jiang Xishuan as well, she was similarly unable to tell if she had a favorable impression of Chu Feng or something else. It was possible that Chu Feng was too outstanding and was afraid of being shortchanged by someone else. Or was it that Yao Shaoqing had been working hard to set up a match on the side in the past few days? What exactly were one's feelings towards Chu Feng? Did one really like it? At this time, warm nostrils traveled to Chu Feng's face, and before Chu Feng could react, he felt a wave of moist heat swooning on his face. Jiang Xishuan this is, kissed his own face? Chu Feng unbelievably turned back to look at Jiang Xishuan, but he only saw that Jiang Xishuan was still lying on Chu Feng's shoulder as she had been just now. Her face was already red to the roots of her ears, but in the colorful lights of the bar, it was somewhat impossible to tell. Ow. At that moment, a burst of wolf cries erupted from the surroundings, and the atmosphere reached a climax once again. Let's wish, table 010, Mr. Chu, a lover for a lover. The DJ on the stage also noticed this scene and directly turned down the music and shouted at the top of his voice. The atmosphere team also began to continuously sprinkle atmosphere paper towards the sky. All of a sudden, the surroundings became a sea of gold. It glittered under the lights. Then, the music became more vigorous, and some young men and women also danced to the music under the effect of alcohol. Satisfied now, brotherly, give the next table all a whole bottle of Ace of Spades to have fun. Seeing this, Chu Feng was also extremely happy. The confession was also completed. The kiss was also kissed, and then, it was to finalize the relationship. Of course, this kind of occasion absolutely can't determine the relationship. Naturally, it is necessary to wait until a quiet place. The two people talk about their hearts, and then deeply determine the relationship. Otherwise the girl will be very disappointed. This sorority did not come in vain. This kind of good thing. Naturally, it was also necessary for the people around Daishang to get high together. So Chu Feng immediately called the bartender to come over and served bottles of good wine to the several tables that had just come over to watch the fun. A bottle of 8,888. A total of 4 tables. Not much, less than 35,000 only. Less than 10 hours to earn back. Come over to watch the crowd is also did not expect. They can also get a bottle of Ace of Spades for free to make a fuss. What is the difference between this and the supermarket to send eggs? At that moment, they also raised their cups together and thanked them. Chu Feng also raised his cup. Have fun now. After saying that, he drank it all in one go. Only when the crowd dispersed did Jiang Xishuan dare to raise her head up. The crowd knew that Jiang Xishuan was a bit embarrassed, and at this time, they had already cleaned up a bit before continuing with Truth or Dare. Chu Feng, who had reached his goal, naturally did not have the need to play any further. Jiang Xishuan, who raised her head, but met Chu Feng's gaze head-on. You say, how should I settle the account of you kissing me just now? Chu Feng questioned with a smile. The blush on Jiang Xishuan's face had not even faded, and she looked at Chu Feng with some annoyance. She also did not know what happened just now. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol that made her a little bold, or perhaps it was the atmosphere that arrived and did not hold back. Jiang Xishuan also did not know. Since she had done it, she had to face it boldly. Or you can kiss back, Jiang Xishuan said somewhat gamely, and this was exactly what Chu Feng wanted. He put down a sentence. You said ow. Then, he printed down towards Jiang Xishuan's red lips. Looking at Chu Feng's face that was close at hand, Jiang Xishuan's heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat, and for a moment her mind became blank, and she also forgot to breathe. Of course, Chu Feng also only printed on those red lips for a while, and did not stick out his tongue. After all, this was a sneak attack. In case he let this niece bite his tongue, who could stand it? After a long time, the two people's lips only separated. Jiang Xishuan was still addicted to the shock and heartbeat just now, and did not react. Her eyes stared straight at Chu Feng. My first kiss, It's just gone? Why are you like this? After Jiang Sichuan reacted, she raised her hand and hit. Chu Feng had an innocent look on his face. Wasn't this something you told me to kiss back? I kissed back and you still want to hit me? Really? A woman's heart, a needle under the sea. But this sentence was not said. Fearing that Jiang Sichuan would hit even harder, Chu Feng searched for the right moment, and in one fell swoop took Jiang Sichuan into his arms. The hug was very tight, as if he was afraid that Jiang Sichuan would run away. If it was in the past, Chu Feng might have had low self-esteem because of his average family conditions. Therefore, Chu Feng did not dare to fall in love, for fear of delaying the future of other girls. But now was different. Now he had the system. There was a fortune that grew by $80,000 a day, 2 luxury cars that were over $3 million, and a 9-figure mansion. He really wanted to take good care of the girl in front of him and raise her like a little princess. So, this was moving from the heart. Although it was only 3 days of knowing each other, the two of them hugged for a long time before Chu Feng released Jiang Sichuan. Jiang Sichuan also enjoyed the feeling of being in Chu Feng's arms. There was an inexplicable sense of security. The few people next to them pushed their cups and played for a long time more. And this fellowship meeting was also considered to be nearing its end. All of them were very counted. Almost none of them drank too much. Only Yuan Zhangyang was a bit delirious. After all, the amount of alcohol was still a bit poor. Let's go. Turn around? Chu Feng asked. It was not easy to come out for a trip, and just having fun at a bar was obviously too tedious. Moreover, now that Chu Feng was drinking, he was a bit hungry. The little snacks Chu Feng hadn't even had time to eat before they were divided up amongst several people. However, with a beautiful woman by his side, the several boys tacitly did not smoke. After all, they had all passed the age of pretending to be cool by smoking. At this time, Chu Feng's addiction to cigarettes was a bit up, so he dragged Qin Cheng to the toilet to smoke. Anyway, there were still Yuan Zhangyang and Zhao Haiquan at the table, so there was no need to worry about safety. And there are bartenders on the side staring. This is the god of wealth. Serve well later. That commission is not rubbing up. 2 people in the toilet swallowed clouds. Smoking halfway, the door was pushed open. Dude, do you believe in love? I don't know. I'm not sure. Chu Feng felt that this sentence was a bit of déjà vu. Sure enough, it was still that lanky youth. Behind him was also the skinny youth. Holy, dude, what a coincidence. Chu Feng saw the skinny youth and greeted him. Holy, man, it's fate. The skinny youth threw the lanky youth into the poop box and let him vomit. While he himself was leaning against the doorway, he similarly lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. I heard that you confessed successfully? The thin youth asked. Chu Feng nodded. It was true that these days, news traveled just as fast, although this also had DJ's credit. Congratulations, congratulations. Add a microchat. Have time to drink together. Chapter 17 Evil Wingman. The skinny youth pulled out his cell phone, and the page was tuned to the QR code, showing it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng also felt that the fate was greater, and without saying anything, he scanned the code and added his friend. That's fine. Let's drink together again sometime. I'll leave first. The cigarette in Chu Feng's hand was already finished, and Qin Cheng had been waiting beside him for a while, so he opened his mouth and said, after all, Qin Cheng was a huge fast smoker. One puff after another, without stopping. Okay. The skinny youth waved his hand, and then he was at the door of the toilet room, playing with his cell phone with some boredom. Chu Feng and Qin Cheng left the restroom and returned to the wine table. Let's go. Have you discussed where to go? Chu Feng asked. He was really unfamiliar with this CC city, and he didn't have much money before, so he didn't know which places were fun. Ruosh Yue and I still have things to do, so we might have to leave first. Fan Ximin said with a slight apology. One of her purposes for coming here this time was to see if Chu Feng had money or not, and if she did, it was to take advantage of Jiang Sichuan's lack of success to directly take down Chu Feng. The second was to look at Chu Feng's roommate, whether Chu Feng's roommate had this kind of money in face. Obviously, no. Moreover, now that Jiang Sichuan and Chu Feng had already become a couple, why was he still here? Looking for anger? So one could only leave first. No more playing around? Jiang Sichuan asked. Aha, we'll just leave first? Fan Ximin let out a light laugh and spoke. A few people hurriedly said their goodbyes, and they were sending the duo away. The male-to-female ratio was a bit uncoordinated now, with 4 men and 2 women. Seeing that Qin Cheng and Yao Xiaocheng, who was present, were also playing well, Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhangyang did not want to be a lightbulb here, and chose to find an internet cafe to sober up first, and then overnight to have a good time. Then go to Qin Cheng's previous recommendation of charging 99 to send 999 internet cafes. Chu Feng also wanted to stay. After all, his own mansion in CU9 is 1049 square feet. These few people, 1 person a room is enough, but the 2 people still want to go to play with the computer. So do not disturb the 2 pairs of young lovers between the interest. After sending these two people away, Chu Feng asked, how about it? Transferring to a drink or what? Chu Feng looked towards Jiang Xishuan, who pondered for a while. Well, a bit hungry. The two of them, Yao Xiaoqing and Jiang Xishuan, had not had time to eat after working on that post all day at school. Just now, they had also only focused on indulging in tenderness, so they didn't feel hungry. It was only once they dispersed that this feeling slowly surfaced. Let's go. Beach pickup? Chu Feng proposed. Although it's not too late now. It's only about 10:30. Many businesses are not yet closed. But well, the bar plus the seaside pickup, have to eat package. Chu Feng is also want to experience although tonight not necessarily have to eat. You kid, this is want to have to eat? Chu Feng's small mind was broken by Qin Chang. The two women also just reacted and covered their mouths and snickered from the side. Screw you, star. Chu Feng laughed and cursed. Tonight, several people all drank alcohol, so they couldn't drive, so they called a chauffeur and sent them to the nearest beach to pick up. Anyway, the chauffeur wasn't expensive. For Chu Feng, who still had a balance of more than 100,000 in his hand, it was counted as a drop in the bucket. Instead, it saved the trouble of coming back tomorrow to pick up the car. A few people took their seats and ordered a little something respectively, while Chu Feng ordered all the ones that he never bothered to order before. After all, this beach pickup price is still very expensive, often several $100s. For a student, it is also considered hemorrhaging. The dishes were quickly served, and a few people moved their chopsticks. What's going on with you and old Qin? Why did you cheat just now? Chu Feng stared at Yao Xiaoqing and opened his mouth to question. With one sentence, the two people were confused, and only Jiang Xishuan sat next to Chu Feng and covered her mouth to sneer. Cheating? What? The two spoke at the same time, their faces unbelievable. That's right, the two of you breaking away from the large troop and secretly cultivating your feelings. What is this not cheating? Chu Feng explained with a serious face, like an old village cadre. Jiang Xishuan even chimed in on the side. That's right, the two of them were speechless, skimming their mouths, directly burying their heads to eat, no longer paying attention to Chu Feng, except for Qin Chang, who lowered his head and secretly glanced at Yao Xiaoqing. Although the movement was not large, it was still captured by Chu Feng. This brat was interested in Yao Xiaoqing. Based on the principle that people do not offend me, Chu Feng directly transformed into an evil wingman. Old Qin, what are you doing peeking at other people's Yao Xiaoqing? Are you interested in them? Seeing that Chu Feng was about to poke through himself, Qin Chang immediately widened his eyes and signaled Chu Feng to stop. However, it was too late. Chu Feng had already finished speaking, only to see Yao Xiaoqing raise her head and look at Qin Chang with a shocked expression. S. I treat you as a buddy. You want to pick me up? I just want to pick you up, can't I? Seeing that he could not hide things, Qin Chang simply showed his cards directly. Giving Chu Feng a grudging look, he asked rhetorically. The bride price is 500,000. Yao Xiaoqing was silent, only emphasizing her bride price. Farewell. Hearing this, Qin Chang immediately arched his hand and made a gesture to leave. However, he was pulled back by Chu Feng. The bride price is on me, so go ahead and take a dip, Chu Feng said in an extremely domineering manner with a wave of his hand. $500,000 wasn't much to him. It was just something he could earn back in a week or so, right? Fruity? Righteous father. Shocked, Qin Chang directly changed his words. Chu Feng nodded and said with a smile, Fruity, did you hear that? My righteous father paid out the money. Immediately, Qin Chang looked at Yao Xiaoqing with a provocative face again. Dad a root, you gold-worshipping man, recognizing your righteous father for $500,000. Seeing this, Yao Xiaoqing laughed and scolded. What do you mean by recognizing my righteous father? This was originally my righteous father, Qin Chang said with a proud face. What a shamelessness, the rights in music are collapsing. Yao Xiaoqing could not look on and directly cursed Qin Chang for being shameless. Chu Feng looked at this pair of living treasures in front of him and cried and laughed, as if this was quite good. When two people were together, after all, happiness was the most important. After eating and coming out, it was already 12 o'clock at night. Chu Feng asked Jiang Xishuan what she planned to do. Jiang Xishuan said to find a hotel and go to sleep. After all, she had drunk a lot of wine, and although it was now a long time later, there was still some dizziness and a sleepiness that she couldn't resist. Chu Feng had wanted to invite the two to stay at his home, but he was afraid of being misunderstood by Jiang Xishuan, so it was better to let the two go out and stay at a hotel. By opening a higher-end hotel, safety could still be guaranteed. Chu Feng searched on a certain travel software and booked a private room for two at Courtyard by Marriott. The price of $500 a night was not expensive, but of course, it was only relatively speaking. Chu Feng had spent close to $40,000 at Live House today, so his current balance was still close to $200,000. It was simply not enough to spend. After booking the hotel, he found a chauffeur to drive a few people over. before getting out of the car. Jiang Xishuan pecked on Chu Feng's face again and left. Chapter 18 King of the Building. Chu Feng was stunned in place and gave a hefty giggle. After watching the two enter the hotel, he waved his hand towards the two of them and was letting the chauffeur drive away. Thank you for your hospitality. Chu Feng's microchat transmitted a message from Jiang Xishuan. Chu Feng sat in the car and let out a giggle, his hand speeding up as he replied, just treating my girlfriend, no need to thank me. The other party just replied with an emoticon. Shy. JPG. It's not my rumored girlfriend anymore. It's now my real girlfriend. Chu Feng continued. What do you mean? There's still a sidecard chanting? As expected. Jiang Xishuan still extracted a different meaning in her words. Chu Feng lightly laughed and replied, my regular girlfriend is so beautiful. How could I go looking for a sidekick? Humph. I don't know how many girls I've sent messages to on a certain voice. Jiang Xishuan replied. Seeing that, Chu Feng had a bit of a heart attack. Jiang Xishuan was right. It was true that he had sent it to many girls. However, it was all for the sake of completing the mission. Speaking of which, the system hadn't released a mission for 2 hours. Asleep? The production team's donkey wouldn't dare to rest like that. However, speaking of which, Chu Feng being able to take down the beautiful schoolmate was really thanks to the system's mission. Otherwise, with Chu Feng's character, if he wanted to get off the hook, it would still take some time. How could that be? After watching your certain voice, I can't look at anyone else's. It's too far off compared to you. Chu Feng did not move and praised Jiang Xishuan a few times. The effect was still quite good. Count on you to be sensible. Not talking to you anymore. Sleepy. JPG. Jiang Xishuan replied. Quickly go to sleep. Old Qin and I went back to my side and haven't arrived yet. Chu Feng did not pester the chat. After all, distance produces beauty. Good. You guys be safe on the road. Good. After Chu Feng replied, he retrieved his cell phone. What do you think of Yao Shaoqing? Chu Feng inclined his head to look at Qin Chang and asked. Qin Chang pondered for a while and replied, quite to my liking, and is chatting right now. Qin Chang showed his cell phone to Chu Feng, and the two of them had been chatting since they got off the car. Chu Feng did not even know when the two added the microchat. Get a good grip. Chu Feng patted Qin Chang's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Although Qin Chang's looks were not bad, in the aspect of wallets, he was a bit worse than Chu Feng. Therefore, the competitiveness that Chu Feng possessed was far from being comparable to Qin Chang. Therefore, Qin Chang had to take it as soon as possible, and could not be shortchanged by others. I know, there's no need for you to say that. The corner of Qin Chang's mouth revealed a curve as he said with a smile. By the way, where is your house? Dude is sleepy. Why haven't you arrived yet? Qin Chang asked. CU9. Chu Feng replied. Actually, he didn't know where CU9 was, he only knew the name of the place. But it didn't matter. It was good that the valet knew 9. No, dude. CU9. How rich is your family in the end? Chu Feng did not know, but Qin Chang, who was born and raised in CC City, was no stranger to this name, one of the top large flat floors in the entire CC City. The average price was around $30 million. Of course, this average price did not include Chu Feng's king of house. That king of buildings was a 9-digit price. Hey, just a farmer's kid, Chu Feng said truthfully. Qin Chang smiled helplessly. You're a farmer's child. Then what am I? A beggar? CU9's house of tens of millions of dollars and a luxury car of more than $3 million. It is estimated that this house was also bought for Chu Feng to go to school. Have to say, rich people are really good. The chauffeur parked the car in the underground parking lot of the district. The license plate number of Chu Feng's car had long been entered into the cell system by the system at an unknown time, so there wasn't any obstruction. The chauffeur parked the car, took down the small battery car in the trunk, rode on the car and left. Chu Feng took Qin Chang and rode the elevator straight to the top 9 floors. Because it was rather late in the day, some of the scenery in the neighborhood could not be seen clearly. Chu Feng could only wait until tomorrow morning to see it again. The elevator ran very quickly, and in no time it reached the 9th floor. The 9th floor was a single-family elevator, which was why it had such a large area of 1,049 square meters. After leaving the elevator, there was the door of this mansion, a black and gold armored door, shining under the light of the elevator entrance. It looked very heavy. Chu Feng walked forward and unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and the door was opened directly without even having to do it himself. The lights in the room also slowly lit up. The decoration inside was not the golden splendor that Chu Feng had imagined, but was on the side of the cream in style, very much in line with Chu Feng's aesthetics. Entering the room was the entrance hall. Next to the entrance hall was a very large shoe cabinet. Daily use shoes could be placed inside. The upper part of the shoe cabinet is a watch cabinet with a watch shaking function, but the inside is empty, without a watch. Chu Feng felt that the watch still had to be there, but right now he couldn't afford it. As for Qin Chang, he was shocked by the large house in front of him. With a face of envy, standing at the door, was a bit overwhelmed. "What are you waiting for? You don't need to change your shoes, just come straight in." Chu Feng took the lead and walked in. Looking at Qin Chang frozen in place, he couldn't help but speak out to remind him. "Buddy, how big is this house of yours?" Qin Chang looked at Chu Feng with a lifeless look on his face and asked. 1049. The king of the building, Chu Feng said with a smile as if he was intentionally trying to hit Qin Chang. "Ninth floor right. Fine, I'll reopen it." Qin Chang took a deep breath, and a dizzy spell came before his eyes. Saying that, he was about to crash towards that panoramic glass. Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him. "Don't break my glass," Chu Feng said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Chang only felt a little breathless. 1049 square feet, $100,000 a square foot, $100,490,000. Anyone whose family had assets of $100 million was already a dragon in Phoenix amongst people, let alone taking out $100 million to buy a house. It really is only those who stand at the top of the pyramid who are willing to buy, and the Chu Feng in front of him was such a person. Seriously, this thigh. Qin Chang made up his mind to hold on to it. Chu Feng led Qin Chang to proceed inside. "You haven't been here before?" Qin Chang couldn't help but ask when he saw that Chu Feng also had a surprised look on his face. Chu Feng nodded and casually lied, saying, "I just finished decorating and came over for the first time." Qin Chang nodded. The living room was very ordinary. There was only a cream-colored sofa, a very huge carpet, a white coffee table, and a TV. Further in, there was the entertainment area, with a small gym, and a special audio-visual area where you could sing and even an indoor heated swimming pool. Can you stand this? And the bedrooms? There are as many as 6, each equipped with a separate bathroom. There is also a check room, laundry room, kitchen and so on. The decor is all creamy white, which makes it look extremely clean and generous. In each bedroom, the bed sheets and bedding have been laid. Should be the property people to lay. Chapter 19. Something's wrong. Coming out, the bed sheets and bedding had been laid out. There was also some frozen food in the refrigerator, and some chilled drinks. Chu Feng took out 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator and handed Qin Chang a bottle. The two of them sat on the sofa with somewhat nothing to do. "What exactly does your family do?" Qin Chang knew that it was a bit impolite to ask this, but he really couldn't help it. Chu Feng couldn't think of how to say it for a while, and could only say that it was the family that kept it a secret. This instantly made Qin Chang's impression of Chu Feng's family taller again. After all, there are not many businesses that need to keep secrets, and the ones that need to keep secrets are the ones that really have strength. Qin Chang also no longer pestered. Seeing that the time is not early, the two people smoked a few cigarettes, then each went back to their rooms to sleep. Chu Feng chose a room that was relatively the largest, while Qin Chang chose the next door. Although this place was good, it was too far away from the school. Otherwise, traveling was also a good choice. When the guide went to work at the beginning of the school year, apply with the guide and come out to live if you want to, and live in the dormitory if you want to. This kind of college life is colorful. Chu Feng opened his cell phone, opened the Huaxia Bank, which already has a full 210,000 soft sister coins, which has still spent close to 40,000 cases. This kind of growth rate, I think this year before going home, can directly reach 8 figures. However, if you want to honor your parents, you still have to have a legitimate reason. For example, entrepreneurship, such as stock speculation. Stock speculation, even if, with their parents living together for nearly 20 years, their own what skills too old still know. So it can only be entrepreneurship. First go to open a small store and then say, however, now their hands are still too little money. If the 200,000 pure play, a moment and a half will not finish. But if you want to start a business, throw down even a splash cannot be heard, can only temporarily wait. Ding. System mission. Open a coffee shop. Reward $1 million in cash. The system mission exploded in Chu Feng's mind. It directly caused Chu Feng to go mental. This was $1 million in cash. With this $1 million, it would truly be possible to make a big splash. Opening a coffee shop? It was rather a good choice. After all, most of the people in this CC city were office workers who worked from 9 to 5. Therefore, the coffee shop has become a very profitable business. But the difficulty now was that there wasn't enough money in hand. If you want a coffee shop to make money, location is the most important thing. Either open in the university town, or open in the CBD. These two places have the greatest demand for coffee. And university towns, students' spending power is limited. So if you want to make money you have to run low, just like a certain fortune. Therefore, Chu Feng set his sights on the CBD office workers. Although they work from 9 to 5, their income is considerable. A cup of coffee can be sold for $20 to $30. If the real thing, a cup of the cost is in $4 to $5. Plus rent, utilities, labor, probably a cup of profit can reach close to $20. When it is a profitable industry. However, the CBD near the store, is too expensive, often dozens of millions of rent, so that Chu Feng some discouragement. Right now, there was still about 200,000 in his hand, and he was able to get close to 90,000 a day, so for 6 days he could barely rent a larger store. But the decoration of the coffee shop was also extremely elaborate. After all, what was being sold was not just coffee, but also style. So again have to come up with close to 300,000 to decorate. There are also machines and raw materials, as well as the pre-publicity, all have to need money. Calculated, the money needed for the overall takedown has been close to $1.5 million, probably still need more than half a month's time. Not eat or drink, probably can save out. Well, need to save up, but Chu Feng was thinking again, taking this $1.5 million, to exchange the $1 million that he got for free, was it worth it or not? After thinking for a long time, of course it was worth it. After all, if the coffee shop was able to get up, then the amount of money that could be earned was extremely considerable. And although it was not comparable to Chu Feng's system, at least there was a reason to send money to the family. Thinking of this, Chu Feng also smiled faintly. The two old men in the family had suffered quite a bit in their lives, so they would enjoy their blessings for the rest of their lives. Chu Feng sent Jiang Xishuan a good night, and then he threw his cell phone to the side and fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Chu Feng was woken up by Qin Chang's knock on the door. The duang nearly scared Chu Feng to death. After all, Chu Feng had the habit of locking his door when he slept at night, and it was not Qin Chang's fault. Quickly Feng Zi, something has happened. Chu Feng had just opened the door when he heard Qin Chang shouting in a hurry, then grabbed Chu Feng's hand and was about to leave. Chu Feng was a little unsure. The wine he drank yesterday was really not working, and when he woke up this morning, he had a little headache. What's wrong? What's wrong? Speak slowly. Chu Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Zhao Haiquan and the two of them fought at the internet cafe, and now they are being blocked at the internet cafe and can't get out. Hearing Qin Chang's reply, Chu Feng was somewhat confused. Blocked by someone? In Chu Feng's impression, although the two were swearing every day, they were definitely not people who loved to get into fights. Why were they fighting with someone else? And this early in the morning, with whom did they fight? Chu Feng did not have time to think, and after putting on his clothes, he came to the garage. Now he only has 2 people, so the significance of going there to help is not very big, and can only act as a peacemaker's role, to try to harmonize the relationship. As for Bao Jie, Chu Feng now does not know whose fault it is. If he acts rashly, I'm afraid that he will harm the 2 people. He could only give the other party a few dollars and consider it a breakthrough. Buddy, do you believe in love? Familiar words once again reached Chu Feng's ears. Not buddies. This was still a ghost on. No wonder last night in his dreams someone asked if he believed in love. Chu Feng turned his head back, but he did not find the figure of that lanky youth. Only that skinny youth. Seeing that skinny youth, Chu Feng smiled somewhat helplessly. No buddy, you're following me, right? The skinny youth laughed out loud. Screw you, lousy is straight. What's the point of tracking you? You also live here? Chu Feng nodded his head. Yo ho, still neighbors. Slim youth came to Chu Feng's big G side, touched it. Your car is a bit substandard. Do you want to drive me? The thin youth pressed the key in his hand, and a silver-gray Ferrari SF90 opposite the white big G lit up its lights. To the side of Qin Chang was looking blankly. Is this the quality of the top neighborhood owners? Chu Feng waved his hand and said with some indifference. Your car is not comfortable to sit in. I'm not going to bull asterisk with you. My buddy is blocked by someone. I have to go over to help. Chapter 20 The Bubble Face Controversy. Hearing this, the skinny youth fell to the spirit. A face of excitement said, What's wrong? Nothing. I have to go. If I don't go my brother will be killed. Chu Feng said. He got into the car and came to the main driver's seat. The passenger door opened, and at the door stood not Qin Chang, but that skinny youth. The skinny youth nodded towards Qin Chang and said somewhat apologetically, Buddy, I'm also going, please sit in the back. Sorry about that. Qin Chang also nodded somewhat indifferently, opened the door of the back seat and got in. The skinny youth also sat on the passenger seat, closed the door, fastened the seatbelt, in one fell swoop, giving Chu Feng a confused look. Dude, what are you going for? To get beaten up? Chu Feng asked helplessly. I'm going to go and make a scene. Maybe I can even help. The skinny youth sat on the passenger side and said somewhat roguishly. He had wanted to go out for a drive in his SF90 right now and find a few girls, but this kind of raw life was really boring, which was not as fun as going to watch people fight. But it was true. Those who could live in CU9 did have a bit of strength, and once he heard the accent of the skinny youth, he was a local, so he might really be able to help. No matter what, it was better than Chu Feng, an outsider. That's fine. Sit tight. Chu Feng reminded a sentence, and then started the car. This starting speed of yours, It's too much slower than mine. The skinny youth bristled and said, "Can this cross-country of mine be compared to your sports car?" Chu Feng was somewhat helpless. Taking a cross-country vehicle and a sports car then accelerating. This youth is this, thumbs up. Che, don't be sour if you can't afford it, the skinny youth said jokingly. In fact, it was clear in his heart that those who could live in CU9, buying an SF90, still had no pressure. Hearing this, Chu Feng's head was full of black lines, breaking the defense. With his current economic strength, he really can't afford to buy this SF90. But well, how big is that house of yours? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. Around 680 square feet. Right, around $60 million to take it. The skinny youth, somewhat showing off, joked. Oh, it's fortunate that mine is more than 1,000 square feet, or else I would have broken my defense, Chu Feng said indifferently. The skinny youth who heard those words widened his eyes. More than 1,000 square feet. Wasn't it the king of the second building? A 9-figure mansion. I heard that it was taken down by someone a few days ago, and it was actually this brat in front of him. Really fake. You pack coaxing people? Shocked, the thin youth's old family dialect came out. Although Chu Feng does not understand what the skinny youth said, but know that he does not believe. So he opened his mouth and said, "Do not believe in a while back to take you to my home to sit down." The skinny youth nodded his head somewhat breathlessly, pretending to be a bully but not being star. Cut, the house is so big. Live over? Skinny youth said with some bravado. Don't be sour if you can't afford it. Chu Feng will just thin youth words and original return to the thin youth. The skinny youth had a burst of big broken defenses, and his face was filled with black lines. Well, playing like this is right. Sitting in the back row of the Qinchang really can't listen to it. Rich people compete, let him an ordinary person how to live. Buddy, how big is your house? The skinny youth vowed to find back the scene, turned back to look at Qinchang and asked. Ha, I live under the flyover. Qinchang said somewhat helplessly. The skinny youth also realized that Qinchang was following Chu Feng to play here, and was not the owner of CU9. So he did not ask any further. After all, it was fine to joke around if one was truly rich, but if one was joking around with other people like this, it was a bit too much. Ha, then your house is bigger than his house. The skinny youth made a perfunctory remark. Chu Feng drove the car out of the parking lot. It was already close to 10 o'clock, so it wasn't rush hour, and the journey was unhindered. Soon a few people arrived at the internet cafe where Zhao Haikuan was. The internet cafe was peaceful, with sparse people sitting in front of the computers, playing their own games. Where are the people? Chu Feng looked at Qinchang and asked. Second floor lobby. Qinchang replied, and then he was the first to walk up, with Chu Feng and the skinny youth following closely behind. What's going on here? The skinny youth lowered his voice and asked. I don't know either. If I knew, I would have reported Jay. Chu Feng replied. The three of them quickly arrived on the second floor. They only saw a large group of people surrounding them, but they did not see Zhao Haikuan and Yuan Jingyang's figures. Presumably, it was the two of them who were surrounded. Chu Feng brought the two of them and rushed straight up, pulling apart the crowd and shouting, "What's going on?" Among the crowd, only Yuan Jingyang was seen sitting on the ground, and next to him was Zhao Haikuan who was theorizing with someone. When Zhao Haikuan saw Chu Feng arrive, he was like seeing a savior and shouted, "Feng Zi, you've finally come." Hearing the conversation between the two, several people also turned back to look at Chu Feng. Your friend soiled my clothes. What to do, right? The leader of the group said to Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not pay attention to this person, but instead looked at Zhao Haikuan with a burning gaze and asked, "What's going on?" Eating instant noodles came and spilled over onto him. Zhao Haikuan replied. Apologized? Chu Feng asked. After all, this was indeed Zhao Haichuan's problem. Apologizing was also something that should be done. Apologized, and also said that I would compensate him with money, but he still won't relent. Zhao Haikuan replied. Chu Feng knew that although Zhao Haikuan looked like a brawny man, he was indeed a bit of a wimp, and when it came to this kind of thing, the first one to apologize was him. How much? I'll compensate you. Only then did Chu Feng look at the person who had just spoken, and there were indeed some instant noodle crumbs remaining on that person. 50,000. The instant noodle man said somewhat indifferently. Chu Feng looked up and down a bit. This all can add up to a $500 is very bad. Open mouth is 50,000. Proper extortion. This is good. Report J processing. Chu Feng took out his cell phone, but was Bubble Man snatched away. Said viciously, you dare to report me J try. Chu Feng is somewhat speechless. Already 2024. There are still people whole triad that set. Really think that Uncle Hat are all eating? Come. Who do you mix with? Put the name with us to say aha, see aha or recognize not. At this moment, the thin youth took out his cell phone, tugged on the collar of the bubble face man, and dragged him to his front. With a mouthful of pure terracotta province dialect, he said, The bubble-faced man had a disinterested look on his face. I'm hanging out with Lou Sanner. Lou Sanner? Which younger brother is this? Hearing the words of the man with the bubble face, the skinny youth was also dumbfounded. The name Lou Sanner, he really had never heard of it. After thinking for a while, the thin youth opened his mouth and asked, does Zheng Tianlu recognize it? Chapter 21, Ferrari. Hearing the words of the skinny youth, the bubble-faced man panicked a little. Zheng Tianlu, he was like a thunderbolt. His own big brother Lou Sanner's big brother's big brother's big brother's big brother. Earlier years really mixed people, but now washed white. Recognize. What? Bubble-faced man some incoherent asked. What? You say what? You in the society to mix miles. The amount of social practices to play with you. The skinny young man hit a mouth on the face of the man with noodles. Immediately afterward, he called Zheng Tianlu, Uncle Zhang. I let someone beat me up in a certain fish. Come and see what's going on. The thin youth directly inverted black and white, adding oil and vinegar to say, that amount of first go. They also do not go right? Good Lou. Slim youth finished the phone call, scanned a circle of bubble men and a group of people behind. Record a video. A moment if anyone left. Don't blame me Uncle Zhang nonchalant ha. The skinny youth took a video and sent it to his Uncle Zhang, then slapped the face of the bubble-faced man again. Messing with a friend. You've kicked the iron plate. After saying that, he led a few people downstairs. Chu Feng helped Yuan Zhengyang, who was sitting on the ground. Up. He followed down the stairs. In fact, that was the real reason why the skinny youth wanted to follow. Although it wasn't impossible to report this matter to Jay, but pretending to hit the face, who didn't like it? In this CC city, he still had some energy. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Chu Feng teased. He has someone above him, but I have no one above me, the skinny youth said rather pretentiously. Okay, please eat, Chu Feng said with a smile. If it wasn't for the help of the skinny youth today, this matter would really be a bit tricky. It was also appropriate to give thanks. No need. I still have something for you to help Lou. The skinny youth scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and opened his mouth. What? Chu Feng asked in disbelief. There's nothing. I'll ask you out again sometime. I'll leave first. The skinny youth waved his hand and said. After saying that, he was directly leaving the internet cafe, and did not sit in Chu Feng's car. It should be a friend who came to pick him up. Chu Feng felt a little puzzled, but he also had the slim youth's microchat, so he just didn't care. There was time to thank again. Where are the brothers going to play in a while? Chu Feng asked as he led the crowd back to the car. Thanks. Zhao Haiquan didn't answer and just said thanks. Thank a chicken hair. All pigeons. Chu Feng laughed and said, I didn't sleep well last night. I want to find a place to sleep. Zhao Haiquan said. Next to him, Yuan Zhengyang also nodded. Chu Feng could only send them to CU9. When the two of them arrived at the top floor, they also exclaimed how big it was, and they found a room to sleep in. Where are we going to play? Chu Feng sat on the sofa and asked Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng hemmed and hawed. So what? Yao Xiaoqing asked me to go out to play. See if you can lend me your car. Chu Feng froze. This brat wouldn't be quick to get on with Yao Xiaoqing. However, after all, he was a brother, and he still had a 488, so it was just as well that he also took Jiang Sichuan out for a stroll today. Okay, you drive it. Chu Feng handed the car keys to Qin Cheng. What about you? Qin Cheng was afraid that Chu Feng did not have a car to drive, so he asked. I still have this. Chu Feng pulled out the Ferrari car keys in his pocket and flaunted them. Looking at Qin Cheng, he was speechless for a while. The 7 letters were neatly arranged, and anyone would recognize it. I'm going to fight with rich people like you. He knew that he was a bit abrupt in borrowing a car. He just didn't expect that this kid Chu Feng still had a backup. There was also a Ferrari backup. This gap between rich and poor. I'm awake. Chu Feng's cell phone rang and pulled it out to see that it was a message sent by Jiang Sichuan. Where are we going to play today? Yao Xiaoqing seems to have an appointment with someone else, so she can't accompany me. Jiang Sichuan then sent a message. Yao Xiaoqing has a date with Qin Cheng. This kid borrowed my car. Chu Feng replied. Ah, these two won't. Jiang Sichuan's face revealed an ant smile and asked in a gossipy manner. You actually made a date with Qin Cheng. Inside the courtyard by Marriott Hotel, Jiang Sichuan said as she looked at Yao Xiaoqing who was grooming herself. Yao Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed. You found out. You two won't have something going on. Jiang Sichuan asked with a gossipy face. Adults matters, little ones don't ask. Yao Xiaoqing let out a light laugh and looked at Jiang Sichuan's breasts. Flirting. Jiang Sichuan lowered her head and looked at her size, then at Yao Xiaoqing's. I'm not small. With that, she was grabbing towards Yao Xiaoqing's. Let me see how big yours is. Well, it was indeed that much smaller. Qin Cheng took the car keys and was driving towards the courtyard by Marriott Hotel. On the other hand, Chu Feng waited for a while and discussed where to go to play, so he walked downstairs. The two discussed. today to go to the CU shopping mall to shop. It just so happens that their own cell phone was just broken by that punk. And it just so happens that the Fruit 15 is out. Prepare to go to the mall to buy one. And then give yourself a line of clothing. Chu Feng came to the garage. Yesterday did not look carefully. Did not expect this garage, really is a collection of luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, McLaren, Ferrari have everything. His own Big G and Ferrari 488 were really not enough to look at. Chu Feng pressed the key, and not far away, a classic Ferrari red sports car lit up its lights. Chu Feng looked over and saw that the smooth and extreme body lines, which shimmered under the illumination of the garage lights, seemed to have been carved by the wind itself. The bright red car paint was as dazzling as a flame. Chu Feng couldn't wait to walk over and gently caressed it, feeling like he had something to look forward to in his life. Chu Feng pulled open the cockpit door and gently pressed the ignition button. The sleeping steel beast finally woke up and let out a terrifying roar. Wow! It was also Chu Feng's first time driving this kind of supercar, so he couldn't help but marvel. Immediately, he did not hesitate anymore and drove the car out of the garage. It went straight to the Courtyard by Marriott Hotel. I'll be there in a moment. Wait for me. Oh. Chu Feng took advantage of the gap between waiting for the stoplight to send a message to Jiang Sichuan. Yao Shaoqing had already been picked up by Qin Chang. It had to be said that this brat's speed was truly fast. Not long after, Chu Feng also arrived at the entrance of the Courtyard by Marriott Hotel, and Jiang Sichuan was already waiting at the entrance. Chu Feng parked his car in front of Jiang Sichuan, but Jiang Sichuan was not moved, and instead dodged towards the back for fear of blocking the path of this luxury car. Chu Feng smiled. This was his own change of car, and Jiang Sichuan did not recognize it for a moment. Chu Feng only had to roll down the passenger window and spoke to Jiang Sichuan, jokingly saying, "Is the beautiful woman alone?" Hearing those words, Jiang Sichuan subconsciously wanted to shake her head, but only reacted when she saw the person sitting in the car. "You changed cars?" Jiang Sichuan asked with some surprise. Of course, because she was surprised to see Chu Feng. But this car label she also recognized. Ferrari, one of the world's top supercar brands. The price was equally inexpensive. Just how rich is your family? Jiang Sichuan could not help but exclaim a sentence. Chapter 22, Buying a Cell Phone. Hey, not much, get in the car, it's hot outside. Chu Feng unbuckled his own seatbelt, then stretched his body to the passenger side and opened the car door for Jiang Sichuan. Although the action was a bit lousy, it still warmed Jiang Sichuan's heart. Although it was now October, the temperature in CC City was still high, still hovering around 30 degrees. Jiang Sichuan felt a hint of coolness as soon as she got on the car. "Let's go. I'll take you shopping, my treat," Chu Feng said somewhat happily. What Jiang Sichuan wore today was slightly different from yesterday. Yesterday was the nightclub sexy beauty style, but today was the youthful schoolyard style. Wearing a set of blue plaid JK uniform, coupled with that beautiful and unmistakable face, it was full of youthfulness. Of course, a pair of round, straight, super long, snow-white legs were just as bare, making Chu Feng not even have the heart to drive properly. A pair of eyes always looked towards that pair of jade legs from time to time. "What are you looking at? Look again and gouge your eyes out." Jiang Sichuan had long ago discovered Chu Feng's gaze, but just didn't care, not expecting this kid to intensify. At first, he was still peeking, his eyes flickering, but later, in between waiting for the traffic light, he directly turned his head to look at it, which made Jiang Sichuan unable to bear it. Seeing his own small mind being pierced, Chu Feng was not annoyed, and said rather roguishly, "I can't look at my own girlfriend? Is there any justice in this world?" Seeing that Chu Feng was the first to complain, Jiang Sichuan's teeth itched with anger, but there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, he remembered that a few days ago, Yao Shaoqing had also asked Jiang Sichuan to use the trick of color seduction to take down Chu Feng, but until the two were together, it had not been used. I didn't know if using it now still worked or not, so Jiang Sichuan had a mischievous idea. Jiang Sichuan stretched her legs out and deliberately displayed them to Chu Feng, and under her breath, she asked, "Does it look good?" The tone of her voice was filled with seduction. Chu Feng looked dumbfounded for a moment and murmured with a smile, "It looks good." Hearing Chu Feng's reply, Jiang Sichuan immediately covered her jacket for sun protection over her legs and smiled like she had gotten away with her mischief. Had, not to be seen. Chu Feng bared his large teeth and directly retracted them. "This niece, isn't this seducing me into committing a crime? For men, what you get is not necessarily the best, but what you almost get but don't, is what is more seductive. For example, first love." Jiang Sichuan's move to capture the heart directly caused Chu Feng's mouth to go dry, and he couldn't wait to directly eat this beautiful schoolmate dry. "You wait for me, huh?" Realizing that he had been tricked by Jiang Sichuan, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said. Jiang Sichuan spat out her tongue and shook her head showily. She did not believe that Chu Feng could still do anything to her. The journey from the Courtyard by Marriott to CU9 was not very far, so they arrived very quickly. Wow, the houses here have to be not cheap. Jiang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the CU9 next to the CU shopping mall. After all, the architecture of CU9 was very personalized, to the extent that one could fall in love with it at a glance. Well, it's quite expensive. I'll take you to see it sometime, Chu Feng said as he drove the Ferrari 488 into the garage of the Central University Shopping Center. Don't tell me you have a house here, Jiang Sichuan asked in shock. Well, the king of buildings, Chu Feng pretended without a trace. After all, a certain brother from Hangzhou had said that money was for women, not for women to spend, but in Chu Feng's opinion, that was for women who had not gotten it yet. For the woman who got it, it is necessary to both give her a look, but also to give her flowers. Just now, he wanted to let Jiang Xixian know about his economic strength, telling her that her future living conditions would be very favorable, so that she would feel at ease. Of course, it couldn't be done too much for a girl like Jiang Xixian. It would hurt her self-esteem, and when the time came to think that she wasn't good enough for you, you wouldn't even have a place to cry. Jiang Sichuan was stunned by Chu Feng's words. Lu Wang? Jiang Sichuan knew the meaning of king of the building, referring to the most expensive, the biggest, the best. And the king of floor here was worth a lot at a glance. The logos on it were all Hilton Hotel logos. Downstairs was the CU shopping mall. This kind of neighborhood, the unit price won't be less than $100,000. And if the king of the building is 1,000 square feet, it's going to run into 9 figures. Dog Dato, I'll eat you poor today, Jiang Sichuan said indignantly. Hatred of the rich was something everyone had, but if one's own people were rich, then it was a different story. That was why Jiang Sichuan was only joking. She was not a gold worshipper, so she was not interested in boys' money. A large part of being with Chu Feng was still interested in Chu Feng as a person, while the rest was because Chu Feng was rich and would definitely have many people chasing after him. That was why Jiang Sichuan was afraid of being taken advantage of first, and that was why she had finalized her relationship so quickly, begging for it. Chu Feng still had close to $250,000 lying in his bank card, so even if he bought a few pieces of top-notch luxury jewelry, he would still be able to afford it. It seemed to be somewhat insufficient, but it didn't matter. He also believed that Jiang Sichuan wouldn't buy those clothes that could easily cost tens of thousands of dollars. Jiang Sichuan also thought so in her heart, otherwise it would make Chu Feng feel like he was worshipping gold. Chu Feng parked the car, and the two of them came down from the car. Although CU9 was a top-tier neighborhood, the CU shopping mall was slightly inferior, so there weren't as many luxury cars in the parking lot as there were in the SKP shopping mall. The two of them took the elevator up to the first floor. Chu Feng led Jiang Sichuan straight to the Apple counter and bought 2 of the latest model Fruit 15 Pro Max, one for himself and one for Jiang Sichuan. Chu Feng's previous cell phone was the Fruit 13, bought when he was in high school. This time it was broken by the group of punks. There was no need for him to pay for it. Anyway, he also needed to change his cell phone. On the other hand, what Jiang Sichuan had in her hand was an even older Fruit 11. Although it didn't mean anything, to a certain extent, Jiang Sichuan's family situation wasn't particularly favorable either. After all, in an average family, when a child went to college, they would have to give a new cell phone. Chu Feng felt that his 13 could still fight again, so he simply did not change it. Chu Feng handed the cell phone to Jiang Sichuan. Jiang Sichuan, on the other hand, felt that it was a bit expensive and shrugged it off. After all, it was a 5-figure tens of thousands of things. It had only just established a relationship for a day, and to send such an expensive thing made Jiang Sichuan a little less accustomed to it. It's fine, I have plenty of money. Seeing that Jiang Sichuan would not accept it, Chu Feng opened his mouth to persuade her. In his heart, he was also soaring in favor of Jiang Sichuan. After all, in this year, there were a bit few girls who did not worship gold. Jiang Sichuan saw that she couldn't push it away, so she accepted it. Thanks, Jiang Sichuan said with a smile. Chu Feng, on the other hand, waved his hand. It's fine, all pigeons. Jiang Sichuan let out a light laugh, so she handed her cell phone to the counter and asked the people at the counter to help export the data. The efficiency of the counter was also very fast, and it was all done in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 23, Dating. Let's go. Take you somewhere else to stroll around. Seeing that it was all done, Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan's hand and spoke. This action still made Jiang Sichuan a little shy, although she had already kissed. Holding hands in public still made it a little difficult for her to accept. It was like being in love in high school and being afraid of being discovered. What's wrong? Did I embarrass you? Seeing Jiang Sichuan lowering her head in some panic, her face slightly red, Chu Feng could not help but tease. Only no, Jiang Sichuan weakly replied. The first floor of CU was some clothing brands, as well as restaurants and whatnot. Chu Feng brought Jiang Sichuan with him and originally wanted to go buy a few outfits, but Jiang Sichuan said nothing, saying that it was too expensive. Chu Feng could only give up. It was also true that the clothing brands here were all Gucci, LV and whatnot, and could easily be 5 figures, and although Chu Feng was now rich, this price still made people feel somewhat worthless. Jiang Xishuan was a relatively independent girl. It wasn't that she didn't want these things, after all, everyone loved vanity, but after receiving something from someone else to return the gift, Jiang Xishuan's family situation was not as good as Chu Feng's, so to return the gift, she definitely could not afford to buy this kind of thing, so even if one did not want it, one could not allow Chu Feng to unilaterally pay for it. Chu Feng did not know what Jiang Xishuan thought, and only felt that Jiang Xishuan was more pragmatic, so he simply did not force her to buy it again. Instead, she came to the more well-known sports brands, Nike, Adi and whatnot. For Chu Feng, who did not have a system before, Nike Adi's price was also slightly expensive, with a random piece of clothing costing several $100s, but for the current Chu Feng, it was just right. The price was not too expensive, and the quality was also quite good, so he simply picked out a few pieces. For Jiang Xishuan, he also chose a few good-looking t-shirts, and Jiang Xishuan bought a pair of Adi running shoes for Chu Feng. It was also agreed that after returning to school, they would run together for fun. The so-called Lu Run was a sports task, and I believe that some college students were certainly no strangers to it. The quality of the attendance and counter-attendance inside this kind of shopping mall were relatively high, so basically, there would not be that kind of dog-eyed situation. Chu Feng and the two of them didn't meet any obstacles along the way. After buying the clothes and saving their bags, the two of them came to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was purely a dining area, with hot pots, roasted meat, roasted fish, crab pots, and Western food all available. What do you want to eat? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Xishuan was also attracted by so many delicacies that she couldn't walk. It was almost too much to pick at. Just this one. Jiang Xishuan pointed at a barbecue and said. Chu Feng nodded and led Jiang Xishuan inside. The decor inside the barbecue restaurant appeared very wild. The ground was all pebbles on the bottom, and the tables and chairs were also picnic tables and chairs. There was also a barbecue stove on top. It was now the noon mealtime, so there were very many people inside the store. It was good that there were still tables. Chu Feng and Jiang Xishuan took their seats, and there was no waiter to order food. Chu Feng scanned the QR code on the table, and the menu information was all there. In their old home, this kind of high-tech thing was not very popular yet. Chu Feng handed his cell phone to Jiang Xishuan and asked Jiang Xishuan to order, and Jiang Xishuan symbolically ordered a few favorites before handing his cell phone to Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the dishes that Jiang Xishuan ordered. They were all things that did not necessarily taste good to eat, but were very cheap, and they should have very small portions. Chu Feng lightly laughed. This niece was saving herself money. However, Chu Feng felt that there was simply no need to save money on meals. After all, a meal was a few $100s at most, and one would earn it back in a few minutes. Chu Feng then ordered some more delicious food. Chu Feng also hadn't eaten barbecue meat for a long time, and the last time he ate it was in his hometown, when his classmates had a reunion, and he went to eat barbecue meat in the second half of the meal. So this meal was also a very hearty meal. Chu Feng called out to eat cool. In the process of eating, the two also talked about some interesting things before going to college. It was only then that Chu Feng realized Jiang Xishuan's father was a team leader of a large company, with a monthly salary of roughly 10,000, while her mother was an air conditioner's gold medal sales, with a monthly salary of close to 10,000 as well. This level of income was considered a well-off family in some big cities, but in reality, after removing the mortgage and car loan, plus daily living expenses, 1 year could not save much money. After all, in West Lake Province, the consumption level was very high, and prices were also quite high. Hearing Jiang Xishuan say that she also had a younger brother, but the good thing was that her parents would not emphasize sons over daughters. Instead, they emphasized daughters over sons somewhat. Chu Feng could not help but laugh a little. Imagine a younger brother who was not only subject to his parents' command at home, but also subject to his own sister's bloodline suppression. Thinking about it was all a bit. Jiang Xishuan asked Chu Feng again what his family did, and Chu Feng touched his nose somewhat at a loss for words, and like before, answered, "My family told me to keep it a secret." Although this answer was somewhat insincere, there was no other way but to temporarily hide it, and when he had the ability in the future, he would let his old man hurry up and start a big company, or else he would be seen to be broken. It seems that the matter of entrepreneurship should also be put on the agenda. That 1 million also have to get in hand as soon as possible. After eating and drinking, the two discussed going to the movies. The two bought tickets and entered. Of course, it was also Chu Feng who bought the tickets, and Jiang Xishuan who bought the popcorn and coke. This is recognized to AA with Chu Feng. Chu Feng is also no way. The two of them watched a romance movie. Beautiful Goat Loves Dija Ultraman. I heard that a certain pedal rating was as high as 9.2 points. A movie worth watching. The dragon totem logo appeared on the screen and the movie officially began. At first Chu Feng was still a little bit unable to let go. After adapting to the dark environment, he was bold. Going to the movie theater with his girlfriend? It wouldn't really be to watch a movie, right? No way. No way. No way? Chu Feng first reached out and wrapped his arm around Jiang Zixian's shoulders. Jiang Zixian, who was mesmerized by the movie, naturally did not resist, but rather leaned on Chu Feng's shoulders in an extremely natural way. Chu Feng's shoulder gave Jiang Zixian an inexplicable sense of security. Chu Feng was also quietly waiting for the right moment. The attraction of the movie to him could almost be said to be non-existent, but instead, it was the beautiful schoolmates on the side that made him have a huge appetite. The plot quickly advanced. Dija Ultraman had something going on and had to go back to the Land of Light, and he might not necessarily be able to come back yet. Watching Jiang Zixian's tearful eyes, Chu Feng was a little heartbroken as he wiped Jiang Zixian's tears with a tissue. Jiang Zixian, on the other hand, snuggled into Chu Feng's arms and continued to watch the movie. Chu Feng did not dare to act rashly for a moment, and at this time, if he proceeded to the next step, he was afraid that it would backfire. He could only wait for the right moment once again. The movie soon came to an end. Dija Ultraman and American Sheep were also together, and began to kiss without shame. Chu Feng also covered Jiang Zixian's eyes, saying on his lips, "Not suitable for children." Then he turned Jiang Zixian's head towards himself. Anyway, covering her eyes and doing something bad. Jiang Zixian shouldn't know about it. Chapter 24 Kissing. Looking at the face that was close at hand, and seeing those extremely tantalizing red lips, Chu Feng could not help but gulp down his saliva, and then he printed down according to those red lips. Chu Feng also tightly held her in his arms. Jiang Zixian, clumsy and cooperative. The rest will not be written. It will not pass the trial. At this time, Chu Feng had succeeded in his plot, and was also no longer using his mind, but rather relaxing and enjoying the moment. The movie was still playing non-stop, and the plot in it was nearly identical to the actions of the two people in the movie theater, both of which were shameless. Only one was in the Land of Light and the other was in the movie theater. What was also different was that there was another character in the movie, Boiling Goat, who at this time was already crying in the toilet. The hearts of the two were so close that they barely felt the passage of time. The movie that had just been played had also finished, and the lights of the movie theater suddenly lit up. The lights passed through Chu Feng's fingers and directly reached Jiang Zixian's eyes, causing Jiang Zixian to instantly react. "What am I doing here? Big rascal." The reacting Jiang Zixian directly clenched her silver teeth, and Chu Feng, in pain, hurriedly moved far away from Jiang Zixian, along with that big hand. "What are you doing?" Chu Feng asked as he covered his mouth with some exasperation. What a wonderful feeling this was. Chu Feng was sinking a little. "You still have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing," Jiang Zixian said with a pout as she organized the clothes that had been messed up by Chu Feng. Her face was flushed, and she didn't know why she had actually gotten right into it with Chu Feng. Chu Feng had a moment of weakness. He knew that just now it was the atmosphere that had arrived. Plus Jiang Zixian had a good feeling about herself, so he had dared to do so. Seeing Jiang Zixian sobered up, he immediately also rested his fire, not daring to look at Jiang Zixian's eyes again. So he smiled sarcastically. "Who let you tease me in the car?" Jiang Zixian then remembered that she had pranked him in the car. Unexpectedly, this petty brat had remembered it until now. "You." Jiang Zixian was instantly speechless. Indeed, it was she who had seduced first, but she had not done anything. But who would have thought that Chu Feng's retaliation would come so quickly and violently? "That won't work either," Jiang Zixian droned. "I'll be responsible." "Okay." Seeing that Jiang Zixian was no longer pursuing the matter, Chu Feng piled on his smiling face and spoke. "Humph, who wants you to be responsible?" Jiang Zixian put her clothes in order, and from the small bag she carried with her, she pulled out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. The lipstick was all eaten away by this asshole. Seeing herself in the mirror, her face was so red that she was about to cook. Jiang Zixian hurriedly put on a little loose powder for fear of being seen. Chu Feng removed the hand that was covering his mouth to take a look, and there was already blood on his hand. "This girl, the mouth is really too hard. To his tongue are bitten. The next few days do not dare to eat good food." Jiang Zixian also noticed Chu Feng's abnormality and hurriedly came over to check, and after seeing the blood on Chu Feng's hand, she was also slightly heartbroken. Hurriedly caring, she said, "Is everything alright?" "I'm sorry." Chu Feng shook his head. This small injury was nothing, but being bitten like this and not wanting some compensation would be too much of a loss. "It hurts like hell. Why don't you help me rub it with my mouth?" Chu Feng said with a smile. "Rascal." Jiang Zixian's jade hand gently slapped Chu Feng's shoulder. Listening to Chu Feng's tone, he was indeed fine, and he still dared to molest himself, truly without a proper form. Being bitten was also deserved. Chu Feng laughed, wiped the blood in his mouth with a tissue, and did not pursue the matter any further. After all, He could not eat hot tofu in a hurry. This time has done enough. Do it again. Will only be counterproductive. Should say not to say. This girl's mouth is really ruthless. A moment on the bleeding. Next time must be careful. If she bites her once more, it will be a difficult task for oneself to eat in the future. Ding bell. Just at this time, Chu Feng just bought the Fruit 15 Pro Max rang. Chu Feng took a look. A handsome WeChat ambient sense avatar, plus a period microchat nickname called. Chu Feng is puzzled. Who is this? So pretentious, but also with a WeChat ambient sense male head, but also with, when the microchat name, just short of a microchat address is Iceland. Chu Feng really couldn't think of where the pretentious brother came from in his microchat, but since he was calling himself, there was no reason not to answer. Hello? Chu Feng asked tentatively. Hello, brother Lu Wang. A familiar voice came from the opposite side. Chu Feng heard it as soon as he heard it. It was that skinny youth that he recognized in Live House. He added the microchat at that time, and then he didn't care, and now he forgot who it was. Look at his appearance is indeed a bit pretentious, but people do have the capital to pretend. The family at least lives in a house of more than $60 million. Holy, brother fate, what are the instructions? Chu Feng said in a relaxed tone. The skinny youth was like stalking. In his words, it was fate. That's why Chu Feng called him Brother Fate. Interested in starting a business? The skinny youth opened the door and said, starting a business? Chu Feng did not understand. What is the meaning of this? Start a business and pull yourself in? Can afford to live in CU 600 square feet of rich brother? Could it be that he lacks money? Would he still have to pull himself into a business venture? It's not clear on the phone. Do you have time now? The skinny youth asked. Chu Feng's cell phone voice was not too loud or too small, and Jiang Xishuan heard it. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan with inquiring eyes. After all, this was considered to be the first date for the two of them, so he was afraid that Jiang Xishuan did not want to be disturbed. Jiang Xishuan also had no objections and spoke. It's fine. If there's something you're busy first, there's time. What? Hearing Jiang Xishuan's reply, Chu Feng also had no more worries and replied. Starting a business like this was also something Chu Feng had always wanted to do, so he also wanted to go and see what was going on. We are currently at the T-Rhythm building. Come over if you have the time. There are some things that I would like to talk to you about. The skinny youth changed from his usual funny self and said somewhat seriously. Okay, you give me a location. I'll bring my girlfriend over. Hearing the serious tone of the skinny youth, Chu Feng also knew that the project this time did not look small. Chu Feng also spoke directly. Of course, he could not send Jiang Xishuan back. He still had a little something he had not implemented. You're dating your girlfriend? The skinny youth said with some surprise. Yeah, jealous? Chu Feng teased. What's so great about love? Come and get money. The skinny youth said with some gnashing of teeth. Don't be sour if you can't talk about it. Chu Feng once again quoted a celebrity quote and disliked it. Before the skinny youth could reply, he hung up the phone. The thin youth was presumably jumping in anger at the end of the phone, and the bullet that was fired was finally shot to his own brow. Positioning, speed, Chapter 25 Investment. Chu Feng sent a message to the skinny youth, and in a short while, he received a localization. T-Rhyme, second floor Dragon Well private room. Chu Feng understood and asked Jiang Xishuan's opinion. Jiang Xishuan said that it was idle to be idle, and since she had an appointment anyway, she would follow. Chu Feng saw Jiang Xishuan pack up her clothes and fix her makeup. Then he was leading Jiang Xishuan to the underground garage. After driving his own Ferrari 488, he drove towards Chaiyun. T-Rhyme was not far from the CU shopping center, just less than a 10-minute drive. There was no underground parking lot here, so Chu Feng parked his car in the parking space. It was now around 3 o'clock, so there weren't many cars in the parking lot. Chu Feng searched but did not find the silver-gray SF90 of the skinny youth. Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan straight to the second floor and found the private room with Dragon Well written on the doorplate. Chu Feng knocked on the door, and soon, the door to the private room was opened. It was a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, and the beautiful woman reached out her hand, inviting him in. Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan into the room. The room was filled with smoke, and there were 3 people sitting inside. The lanky youth that he had met at the bar yesterday was also inside. The other person was a bit surprised to see Jiang Xishuan. When the lanky youth saw Chu Feng's arrival, he also immediately got up to welcome him. Not bad, quite fast, the skinny youth complimented. There's no need for you to say that, Chu Feng said with a smile. This is the younger sibling, right? The skinny youth smiled towards Jiang Xishuan and spoke. Chu Feng nodded. Quickly come in and sit. The thin youth pulled out 2 chairs and allowed Chu Feng to take a seat. While the lanky youth handed over a cigar, Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was not used to smoking. He hadn't even smoked a cigar, and now if he was seen not to be able to smoke it, it would be a bit of a shame, so he could only casually lie that he wasn't accustomed to smoking it. Alright, old smoker, There are still beautiful women here. All put away. The thin youth opened his mouth and said, "What? What's the matter with calling me here?" Chu Feng asked in disbelief. "Don't be in a hurry. I'll introduce you first. This is Pan Boy. His family does real estate. Many neighborhoods are developed by his family." The thin youth pointed at the lanky youth and said. Chu Feng nodded towards Pan Boy. Remembering that day in the bar, Pan Boy caught someone and asked if they believed in love. He wanted to laugh a little. Pan Boy also nodded his head in greeting with a smile. "This is Hangzhou's Wang Gongzi, Wang Tianchang. His family is in the internet business." The thin youth pointed at another youth and introduced him, and the youth also nodded towards Chu Feng, but his gaze was still hovering over Jiang Xishuan's face. Chu Feng also noticed Wang Tianchang's gaze and frowned somewhat unpleasantly, and Wang Tianchang was also aware of Chu Feng's displeasure. "Nah, don't misunderstand. I always have the feeling that I've seen my younger sibling somewhere." He hastily opened his mouth and said, "It's a beautiful woman you say you've seen." Pan Boy teased. Go, don't interrupt. I seem to have really seen it." Wang Tianchang frowned and thought, but he could not recall where he had seen it. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan on the side. Jiang Xishuan was also thinking. She seemed to look a little familiar with Wang Tianchang. Maybe it's an old hometown. She's also from Hangchang. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Those words directly woke up Wang Tianchang, and he stretched out his hand and gestured in the air. Team leader Zhang's daughter. Right, Wang Tianchang said with some surprise. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan, who also nodded, but still did not think of who Wang Tianchang was, and just felt familiar. My father is Wang Yuanzing. We've met before at the annual meeting. Wang Tianchang opened his mouth and reminded. Oh, remember. Jiang Xishuan laughed. Chu Feng turned back to look at Jiang Xishuan, who laughed. This is the young proprietor of my father's company. Chu Feng realized in his heart that this fate was truly coincidental. Alright, let me introduce to you. This is the owner of the CU9 King of Buildings. The thin youth wanted to introduce Chu Feng, but halfway through speaking, he got stuck, and the gazes of the crowd all gathered here. He, old brother, what's your name? The thin youth then remembered that the two had only met a few times, and did not even know what the other party was called. Chu Feng. Chu Feng replied with a smile. Right, Chu Feng, our partner this time. The skinny youth continued. This sentence heard Chu Feng confused. What the hell? Just partner. I don't even know what your name is. I don't know. He. Introduce myself. My name is Ho Xinpeng. He. My family is engaged in new energy technology. The thin youth opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng silently took out his cell phone and changed the thin youth's note from Fate Brother to Ho Xinpeng. So what are the instructions today? Chu Feng opened his mouth and asked. He. A few of us want to start a bar. We still almost have money. Should we invest a little? Ho Xinpeng hemmed and hawed and said. After all live in CU9's King of the Building. The hand is more or less a bit. Ding. System mission. Promise Ho Xinpeng's request. Reward 3 million activity cash. The system's voice exploded in Chu Feng's mind, and after several times of familiarity, Chu Feng was already not going to be shocked. A full 3 million cash. However, with a prefix, activity cash, it should only be used for this activity. This mission, it's not bad. I, Chu Feng, have taken it. How? Chu Feng asked. The three of us want to fight for ourselves. First the entire bar to play, but also almost the raw materials and the money for the propaganda. So this is not to find you. Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng was instantly somewhat amused. There was no fear of rich second generation gnawing on the old, but there was fear of rich second generation starting a business. If one nibbled on the old man, the family's money could not be spent in several lifetimes. But if one started a business, if one did not have any ability, one would lose all one's money in a few days. Although this kind of bar is a small business, not so bad that the family broke, but it also requires an investment of at least tens of millions of dollars. Of course, if it was able to catch fire, the income would also be considerable. Only, this hand of the system Chu Feng really did not expect. The previous mission hadn't been completed yet, and it was possible to release the next mission? How much is the difference? Chu Feng asked. Initially, if we look at it, we probably still need 5 million. The three of us put together 11 million. And now the suppliers and whatnot have all been negotiated, and it's just a matter of getting the money for the goods. But of course, the decoration is not done yet. Ho Xinpeng said, we are going to create a high-end bar. The positioning of the crowd is some people who have money at home, rather than low-end like Live House. Wang Tianchang took over and then said. Chu Feng nodded his head. Some of the bar's alcoholic beverages and other things. The purchase price of raw materials was not expensive. Together with some of the top foreign wines, for the time being, $1 million could come down. However, it is expensive in terms of publicity and distribution. Chapter 26 Finalization. The opening of a higher-end bit of bar like this one definitely couldn't be like other bars. Engage in promotions and in-rolls as a way to achieve the purpose of propaganda. Such a counterpart crowd would be the low-end customers. Rather, it can only be through some celebrity effect, coupled with the internet to push the wave of fame. Therefore, the expensive is expensive in the propaganda. Casually invite a celebrity. The appearance fee is $1 million bottom. This is where money is burned. Chu Feng thought carefully. This kind of bar was feasible, but it was not simple to say that it was difficult. First of all, some with a little bit of money in hand, all like to go to a place that can prove their identity to play, and this kind of bar has become the first choice. If coupled with good service, sound facilities and DJs and other things to reach the top of the industry, then such a bar is certainly not worried about customer sources, and also our high-end customers. Spending power is super strong. However, this positioning will lose a large part of the bar want to go to play with the people who are not rich. In this case, the flow of customers will be relatively low, not so hot. Besides, do rich people visit bars to drink? Obviously, no. It is to pick up girls, pretend to be. If all rich people, then you pretend to whom? If those gold diggers can't get in, where are you going to find girls? Could this group of people not think of that as well? Chu Feng shook his head. I feel that this is a bit unfeasible. The gazes of the crowd looked towards Chu Feng, waiting for Chu Feng to continue. Chu Feng expressed the thoughts he had just had, and the crowd felt somewhat enlightened. They were rich people, so they wanted a high-end place, and to put it bluntly, they wanted to label and attract more rich people by selling expensive, rich people symbols, that kind of thing. But rich people are not cuties. I'm rich, but I can't fulfill my emotional values in a place like this, so what's the point of having this status? Is it just to let people know that I can afford to go to this bar? However, Chu Feng was a poor man who was rich at first, and still had some thoughts about the psychology of some rich people. If my idea is feasible, then I can invest, and we can proceed to talk about the shares. Chu Feng then said. He also wanted to complete the mission, but if he were to invest in an industry that he knew would not work, Chu Feng still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After the crowd pondered for a while, loved brother Panboyi opened his mouth and asked, then how should we go about it? First of all, there's not much need for promotion and distribution. It's still the most useful method. Burn money and fight a price war. I still have a little in my hand right now. It's enough to burn, Chu Feng said with a serious face. Secondly, just follow the top level of the industry to do the service. Do the facilities, refer to the seashore pickup, and Thin East. This will satisfy everyone's needs, in order to let more people come. Third, charging card discount, that is binding customers. Although all of you are not in this kind of service industry, you should all be able to think of it, right? After Chu Feng finished speaking, he asked. Jiang Sichuan, who was sitting next to Chu Feng, had eyes full of little stars. The way her boyfriend spoke so eloquently, so handsome. Elder brother Wang, your family is in the internet business. Which one specifically? Is there a Netflix type? Chu Feng looked towards Wang Tiancheng and asked. Wang Tiancheng nodded and spoke. There is, but not much. It's too far from 798. This directly saves the propaganda and development. Chu Feng said, but I don't really want to use my parents' relationship. Wang Tiancheng was a bit embarrassed and opened his mouth. Don't need to rely on it. When we open up, you tell your father. Call the Netflix team and come over for a group build. I don't believe that there is any beautiful woman who goes to the bar and doesn't send a certain sound. If not, let's get a punch card point, so that they can't help but go to the punch card. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Wang Tiancheng's eyes lit up. In that case, it would not only achieve the purpose of publicity and distribution, but also sell his old man a favor. A 2-for-1 thing. Good. Wang Tiancheng said 3 good words in a row to show his agreement. What do you two think? Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinping and Pan Boyi on the side again and opened his mouth to ask. I think it's feasible. I also think it's feasible. The two replied. That's fine. Chu Feng paused for a moment and waited for the mission to be settled. Ding! Mission completed. The rewards have been issued to the host's Huaxia bank card. Note, the activity cash can only be used for this activity. Chu Feng pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, and sure enough, it immediately arrived. The balance had now reached 3,300,000. Throwing away the activity cash of 3 million, there was still more than 300,000. I still have 300 in my hand right now. I should be able to burn it in the early stages, and if it's not enough for the follow-up, I'll add more. After Chu Feng confirmed the arrival, he opened his mouth and said, then in the future the share we are all equal. One person 25%, Ho Xinping said. Immediately, he looked at the other two and inquired, do the two of you have any opinions? What opinion can there be? The money has also arrived. The idea is also good. Pan Boyi nodded and said. Wang Tiancheng was still immersed in his imagination of being able to sell his old man a favor and couldn't get out of his head. thinking of asking his old man for a car when it was over. So he just gave a single nod and didn't say anything. That's fine. I'll have someone integrate the same. Originally all three of me signed. I can only sign another share transfer. Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng nodded and did not object. Although it was a partnership of friends, a contract was still necessary. After all, there were quite a few of those who had been victimized by their friends. Then I'll be a shirker, huh? I still have to go to school. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. We all have to go to school. You think you're the only student? Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth somewhat irritatedly and said. Chu Feng this really did not see. Especially that loved brother Pan Boi, body when long painted tiger. That day in the bar did not see. Today is to see clearly. Chu Feng also thought that these few people were out on their own. I'm at the Shisi Polytechnic Institute. Chu Feng announced himself and opened his mouth. Yo, you're in the same school as Xiao Pan. In the future you'll be covering my old brother Chu. You know? Ho Xinpeng elbowed Pan Boi, who repeatedly said yes. However, the tattoos on his body made people feel a little chilly. Good thing he was one of their own. How come I haven't seen you before? Jiang Xishuan, who had been silent, opened her mouth to ask. Fan Ximin in their dormitory knew a lot about some of the rich people in the school, and most of the ones in the school with assets of hundreds of millions. Jiang Xishuan also knew about. I don't go to school much. It's not much fun. Pan Boi laughed nervously and opened his mouth. What about you? Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinpeng and asked. I'm at the Northwestern Polytechnic University. Old Wang too. Ho Xinpeng replied. Northwestern Polytechnic University, on the contrary, was not far from Chu Feng's school. Yo, I didn't expect you to be a school bully. Chu Feng really didn't see it. This kid even went to 985,211. Really people can't look at each other. Know it all. Ho Xinpeng laughed somewhat sheepishly. Chu Feng realized, this kid was spending money to get in, and it was estimated that he wanted to go abroad in the future. Otherwise, even more money couldn't buy his way in, and there was only one way for international students to go. Chapter 27 Signing Contracts. Not long after, a beautiful woman in a suit came in and handed Ho Xinpeng a briefcase. Ho Xinpeng rummaged through the briefcase and distributed the contract to several people. Originally, it was 30% for one person and the remaining 10% for the last person. In that case, one person will take out another 5% and give it to old brother Chu. Is that okay? Although the several people just now had already agreed, Ho Xinpeng still confirmed it. A few people didn't have any objections, and after briefly looking over the contract, they signed their names. Chu Feng, on the other hand, looked at it carefully. He was a novice, and was considered half an outsider, so in order to prevent a few people from playing games, it was better to double-check. The few people also expressed their understanding. After all, this was only the first time they had met. After Chu Feng checked and did not find any loopholes, he signed his name. Originally, he also wanted to sign Jiang Xishuan's name, but on second thought, this was a partnership business, so if he let his girlfriend sign it, it would be a bit disrespectful, and there would be an intention to transfer the risk. So Chu Feng had better wait until his cafe was up and running. He really wanted to get married with Jiang Xishuan, so there was nothing wrong with sending some assets or something. Chu Feng handed the contract to Ho Xinpeng. Ho Xinpeng, on the other hand, carefully took the contract back into his briefcase and handed it to the beautiful woman in the suit from earlier. Go back and tell my father that the kid is on the hook and is ready to close the net, Ho Xinpeng said with a smile. Chu Feng's heart tightened, and then looked at the way the few people laughed and reacted. This kid was joking. Chu Feng somewhat grudgingly hit Ho Xinpeng and scolded with a smile. Q. Give me a card number. I'll transfer money to you tomorrow. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Ho Xinpeng didn't hesitate and copied and pasted his card number onto WeChat and sent it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's card is still limited to 50,000 a day, so it still has to go to the bank's counter to apply for a transfer. It's really troublesome. There's time to have to loosen the limit for this card, otherwise it's too troublesome. A few people chatted for a while, but also to the meal. Ho Xinpeng proposed to go eat a barbecue together. Chu Feng looked to Jiang Xishuan on the side and asked for her opinion. Jiang Xishuan was a little hesitant, still wanting to spend the world of two with Chu Feng, but how should this be rejected? Fortunately, Chu Feng saw Jiang Xishuan's meaning, and before Jiang Xishuan could answer, he preempted her and spoke. Forget it, I still have to live in a world of two, so you singles shouldn't come and disturb, okay? Chu Feng's words were like knives that cut through the hearts of the crowd, and for a moment, they unexpectedly froze, and a pair of eyes stared at Chu Feng in death. You can tolerate this? Ho Xinpeng elbowed Pan Boi and said with some exasperation. Can't endure it. Pan Boi, who had just broken up, was also furious. Him. With Ho Xinpeng's order, the crowd came out in unison, ready to rub Chu Feng on the ground. However, Chu Feng was quick, pulled up Jiang Xishuan's hand, and left the private room. Several people naturally only frightened Chu Feng and did not chase him out. Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan back to the car. What do you want to eat? Chu Feng asked as he leaned on the seat. Jiang Xishuan didn't know what she wanted to eat. The thing she had just eaten hadn't been digested yet. Then, do you want to go to my house and sit down? Seeing that Jiang Xishuan was hesitant, Chu Feng tentatively asked. You brat. Jiang Xishuan looked at Chu Feng with a very strange look. The corner of her mouth tinged with a smile as she opened her mouth and said, unorthodox, impure, and scheming. Hearing that, Chu Feng's face was filled with aggrievement. This. How could he be misunderstood when he wanted to find a place to rest with good intentions? Although 99% of what he thought in his heart was that, but wasn't this still 1%? But my cat can backflip. Chu Feng was ready to adopt a cute kitten to seduce Jiang Xishuan, but was still seen through by Jiang Xishuan. I'm not going even if you can backflip. Jiang Xishuan's face was full of wariness as she pouted. She had seen this kind of excuse too many times on the internet. Then let's go watch a movie again. Chu Feng proposed. You little rascal, can I not know what you want to do? Jiang Xishuan said indignantly. Chu Feng smirked and scratched his head, and with a hefty smile, he had no choice but to give up. Why don't you accompany me to get a manicure? Jiang Xishuan stretched her hand out in front of Chu Feng, displaying it while proposing. The last time she had her nails done was before the start of the school year, and there was no nail salon in the school, so if she didn't change it now, it might breed bacteria. Chu Feng nodded his head. This was indeed a good proposal. This was also considered to be a must-do list for accompanying his girlfriend. Ding! System mission. Take Jiang Xishuan for a manicure. Reward cash of 1 million yuan. The system's voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind, causing Chu Feng's heart to rejoice. It had only been an afternoon, and the system had awarded 2 quests, both of which were although they were both cash rewards. What Chu Feng lacked the most right now was cash. With this one, 000, along with saving up some money for himself, the coffee shop would surely be able to open up soon, and then he would also be able to whore out another one, 000, which was equivalent to not spending a single penny and getting a coffee shop. There's still some money left over. Jiang Xishuan, you are truly my lucky star. Chu Feng couldn't wait to give Jiang Xishuan a hard kiss on her mouth. However, it didn't seem too good to even eat and take, so Chu Feng still dismissed that idea. Chu Feng immediately started the car and took Jiang Xishuan to get a manicure. After all, this was $1 million, so there was no delay. And just now, within the tea rhyme, Longjing private room, the 3 people were still sitting there, discussing something. What exactly do you think Chu Feng's family does? Pan Boyi asked. Yeah, living in a house of hundreds of millions of dollars, casually $3 million, my $4 million was saved up for several months. Wang Tiancheng concurred. I don't know, it feels quite mysterious. Ho Xinping shook his head and spoke slowly. Should I let my dad investigate? Wang Tiancheng proposed. After all, his family is doing the internet, and on the Hangzhou side, he knows a lot of bigwigs, so it's still relatively simple to want to investigate someone. Once this proposal came out, it was Ho Xinpeng quickly stopped. Don't, he found out. I'm afraid he will not be happy. Let nature take its course. After all, it is also a brother on the boat. After listening to Ho Xinpeng's words, the two also nodded. This kind of human investigation, although accurate and fast, but extremely not secretive. If Chu Feng's family is really a big brother, I'm afraid that it will really piss people off. By the way, if I say so, we still have to thank Chu Feng. If it wasn't for his proposal, I'm afraid that this more than $10 million of ours will go down the drain. Ho Xinpeng then said. The 2 people similarly nodded their heads, and did not object to what Ho Xinpeng had said. If it was really implemented as several people had thought of it, I'm afraid that the money would have burned away in a few months. Why don't I go and give his future old man a promotion? It's a matter of 1 sentence anyway, and his abilities are all relatively recognized. Even if he is promoted, no one will gossip. Chapter 28, Mission accomplished. 1 million in accounts. Wang Tiancheng proposed again. He also didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he could meet his subordinate's daughter here. After he saw Jiang Xishuan during the company's annual meeting, he was amazed and wanted to have a kiss and invite for a date, but Jiang Xishuan refused. Wang Tiancheng had no choice but to give up. He had done this kind of thing a lot, so he didn't recognize Jiang Xishuan for a while when he saw her. Let's see. We still don't know what that kid is thinking. In case it's just for fun, this is a bit of a loss. Patting the horse's ass on the horse's leg, Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth. He is a few people in the older, so more calm a little. Think of things as also considered the brain of the team, but after all, the family is to do scientific research. Business mind well, is not much, so it led to the decision-making mistakes. The rest of the 2 needless to say, Wang Tiancheng do the internet, The internet wind direction of what control is good, but for the human heart, it is still almost fire. Pan Bo-e is belong to the younger brother. This year is also just on the first year of college, although it is also doing business, but do not know anything. All listen to the two big brother. After the opening, give him some good gifts. The next time the family sends money after, not to get together to buy a car? Ho Xinping proposed. If Chu Feng and Jiang Xishuan were already married, then sending Jiang Xishuan something would undoubtedly be the best choice. But at this stage now, well, don't get into trouble. It would be best to honestly send Chu Feng a gift. After all, Chu Feng saved more than just a few people's 11 million. In case this bar gets up, then the money that can be earned can be a very large number. A few people are not very interested in money, but mainly want to not through the family to make some achievements to the family to see. Making money is just piggybacking. This is also the idea of many rich second generation. Do not want to do only eat and wait for death of the rich second generation, but want to prove themselves, although not much success, such as tearing the onion of the national treasure live, although earned money, but the results well, not too ideal. Earn a little money and yeet his volume compared to the count is a 9 cow. Jian Lin also do not care about this. Buy him a car, now driving a G63, quite shabby, Ho Xinping said. He was driving an SF90, and Pan Boy was driving a Porsche GT2 RS worth around $6 million, which was also the king of the New York North, and Wang Tianchang was driving a McLaren P1, one of the 3 divine cars, which was bought second-hand at that time, close to 3,000, and these people were also considered the top rich second generation, but nay, their families had a stricter control, and they could get more than $1 million of pocket money a month at most. That's why it's so difficult. On Chu Feng's side, he had accompanied Jiang Xishuan to do a manicure for close to an hour. Who would have thought that doing a manicure would take 2 hours to start with? This was something Chu Feng had never thought of before. However, it was good that the card had just deposited $1 million, giving Chu Feng's heart a trace of comfort. The system mission had just been completed, and the system had also not hesitated, and had directly arrived at the account, and there was still close to 4 million in the current card. Although it seemed to be a lot, there was only 4 million that could be utilized, and there was still the task of completing the mission to open a coffee shop to go. Now it was time to get started on the preparations for the coffee shop store. Chu Feng was now more interested in renting a store and opening a coffee shop in the Jinya Road CBD and the CBD over at Wanxiang City, both relatively new places. Thinking about it, his own network was really too little. He still had to use other people's relationships. Pan Boyi's family was in real estate, so he should be familiar with this area. Asking him was a good choice. Chu Feng had nothing to do but look at a certain sound. Flipping through the information, now he is more inclined to the side of Wanxiang City, a store close to 200 square meters, probably to be close to $1 million of annual rent. This price, in other places can really not even dare to think. The main reason was that there was a landmark building, the Tree of Life, in the CBD side of Vientiane City, and although it was of little help to the tourism industry, it was always able to attract tourists from outside the city. In this way, their own coffee shop will not only be patronized by those who commute here, but also those tourists who come to visit will also come here to sit for a while. This $1 million is worth it. If we do some more publicity, I'm afraid that the number of people will not be low. Only, the budget was slightly higher, plus the decoration, machines, labor, publicity, and raw materials, straight to 2 million. However, the profit was considerable. Chu Feng decided to ask Pan Boyi to come out tomorrow to talk. Jiang Xishuan doing the perfect nail brought a shocking bad news. Tomorrow, the second day of the National Day holiday, the school's OU class will start, and Jiang Xishuan still has to go back to class. Similarly bitter should be Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhengyang. Chu Feng vaguely remembered that these two people yelled all day long that they had more skills than they could handle, and then they spent 6,000 oceans to enroll in this course, and now they were directly miserable. The two people who were drinking coke and playing games in Chu Feng's more than 1,000 square foot mansion also received the news, and immediately became angry and stopped playing the game, clamoring for a refund. But since the class had already started, it was impossible to refund the money, so the two could only call and beg Chu Feng to send them back to school. It was fortunate that the two did not go home, or else this would have been troublesome. However, there was no blame for the late notification. As early as a few days before the vacation, the school had already notified, only that neither of the two had seen it. This was still told by a classmate. Otherwise the two were also missing the more important first class. Chu Feng had no choice but to call Qin Cheng back, and the two of them switched cars and sent the three of them, Jiang Xishuan, back to school. Yao Xiaoqing also knew about this matter. Knowing that Jiang Xishuan was going back to school, there was no point in being out there by herself, so she also went back to the courtyard by Marriott Hotel yesterday, packed up her things, and also followed Chu Feng back to school. Qin Chang, on the other hand, drove Chu Feng's 488 to go out and make waves. A few people in the car similarly wailed and yelled that they did not want to go to class not to go to class. Chu Feng could only hold his forehead and laugh bitterly. He was still thinking of taking advantage of this vacation to warm up his relationship with Jiang Xishuan a bit more, but it seemed that it would not be possible. Soon, the several people arrived at the school. Chu Feng let the two Zhao Haiquan and Yao Xiaoqing get off first, while he himself sat in the car and whispered with Jiang Xishuan, "Send me a message when you go back if anything happens," Chu Feng instructed. Although Jiang Xishuan was a schoolmate, ever since the two of them had established their relationship, Chu Feng inexplicably felt that Jiang Xishuan was a small child, which was quite cute anyway. He even had the idea that it was uneasy to let her return to school by herself. That was why he had instructed her like this. Jiang Xishuan, on the other hand, waved her hand. "Unla, you should also keep in touch at all times. Otherwise, Auntie will skin you." Chapter 29, Looking for Panboy. Jiang Xishuan's words directly caused Chu Feng to shiver, and he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and turned off the mute. Previously, Chu Feng's cell phone was regularly on mute, and because there was sound from typing, Chu Feng was too lazy to turn it off. It was only since he had gotten to know Jiang Xishuan that Chu Feng had turned the ringer notification on from time to time. "Just this is still a little friend. This is right?" Chu Feng belabored in his heart. Although he knew that it was a joke, Chu Feng still felt that it was best to reply to Jiang Xishuan's messages in a timely manner. After all, he had just begun to fall in love, and it was still necessary to let Jiang Xishuan feel a little more secure. After all, in Jiang Xishuan's heart, he might be an uneducated rich second generation. It wouldn't be good if she felt that she was playing with her little sister by not replying to messages. Girls were the most cerebral creatures. To kiss, Chu Feng directly abandoned his majesty as a man and pampered himself. Jiang Xishuan obviously did not expect Chu Feng to come this way, and at that moment, she also stared at Chu Feng with wide eyes and a bad smile on her face. A handsome face, pampering in front of himself. That girl could withstand? Just like a high and cold imperial sister lying in your arms. Said baby, can kiss people a little bit? Face also with the aggrieved expression. I'm afraid that this time many male comrades will not be able to suppress the gun, right? No give. Jiang Xishuan deliberately teasing Chu Feng. Look at Chu Feng after pampering. The next step will also make what shocking move. Saying that, she opened the door and prepared to get out of the car. Chu Feng's quick eyes and hands, changed from the petulant little boy just now, directly transformed into a hungry wolf, closed the door fiercely, and hugged Jiang Xishuan's stunningly beautiful face was nibbling up, and in the car outside a few people, looking at the car door open, and was ruthlessly closed, all of a sudden some overwhelmed. In the wind messy, the two kissed for a long time. Chu Feng was just about to play the scene in the movie theater again. His hand had already started to pick and pull the clothes, but was stopped by Jiang Xishuan. This should be the second time they kissed. Jiang Xishuan was already resistant and was no longer as mind-blank and weak as she was the first time. That was why she resisted Chu Feng's attack. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Xishuan also broke away from Chu Feng's bonds. You bad egg. Alright, I'm leaving, be careful and safe outside. Oh. Jiang Xishuan reached out and pushed Chu Feng away. She knew that there were still people waiting outside, even though it was not early in the morning, and the privacy of this car was done quite well. But Jiang Xishuan was still afraid of being seen, so after organizing her clothes, she hurriedly got out of the car, took Yao Xiaoqing with her, and flew back to the school as if she was fleeing, leaving behind Chu Feng who had a bad smile on his face. This niece, she's really cute. Chu Feng recalled the residual aroma in his mouth, let out a light laugh, and sighed. Yo, what are you doing? Honestly, Yao Xiaoqing, who had been pulled by Jiang Xishuan to run, looked at Jiang Xishuan's slightly reddened face and could not help but tease. Go back to the dormitory and talk about it. No, go back to the dormitory and don't talk to you either. Jiang Xishuan lost her words for a moment, and instantly changed her tone, afraid of being caught by Yao Xiaoqing. But with Yao Xiaoqing's big mouth character, I'm afraid that if she goes back, the whole dormitory will know, and at that time, she won't be able to go to bed without explaining herself, and the fact is really so. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Yao Xiaoqing, as if he had a loudmouth on his mouth, shouted towards Fan Ximin and Tang Ruoxue, guess what I saw? What? The two of them were like hungry wolves who smelled blood and directly surrounded them. Xishuan and Chu Feng kissed. I'm telling you, that scene, it was really. Yao Xiaoqing added to the description as if she had seen it herself. The more Jiang Xishuan heard, the more wrong she was. When did Chu Feng touch me? Wasn't that at the movie theater? It was only then that Jiang Xishuan reacted to the fact that Yao Xiaoqing had made it up, and she thought that Yao Xiaoqing had really seen it, so the bottom became full of energy. Yao Xiaoqing, Jiang Xishuan yelled. Then she was pressing Yao Xiaoqing on the chair. If you make it up again, I'll be impolite. Come on, I'm going to make it up. What can you do to me? Yao Xiaocheng simply transformed into a rogue, letting Jiang Xishuan ravage her. Her mouth also kept outputting all kinds of details about their kiss, even to the point of a home run. The two roommates of course do not believe, simply as a novel to listen to. On the other hand, Chu Feng, who was rushing back, was unaware of the things that happened in Jiang Xishuan's dormitory. Since Jiang Xishuan had gone back today, there would be time to talk to Pan Boyi tonight. Chu Feng sent a message to Ho Xinpeng. After all, Pan Boyi was known through Ho Xinpeng, and although he himself had Pan Boyi's microchat number, it was a bit less polite to go directly to him. Ho Xinpeng said that a few people have not dispersed now, and are now drinking at Live House. Chu Feng parked his car at home and then took a taxi over, although he had the money to call a chauffeur. But if he was alone, it was still more cost-effective to take a taxi. Chu Feng rode the cab to the Live House and found a card seat for a few people. On the card seat, there were a few other young ladies with higher face value who were sitting on the seat, drinking with the three of them. Ho Xinpeng, mainly, Ho Xinpeng alone, was hugging two of them. Chu Feng really couldn't stand to watch, and directly sat in the middle of the young ladies and Ho Xinpeng, sidelining the young ladies. When you go out, you should keep a buttload of distance from beautiful women. Oh. Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinpeng and sincerely opened his mouth. I'm going to you. What's wrong? What's the matter? Say quickly. Don't want to drink with someone who has a girlfriend. Ho Xinpeng was filled with impatience and asked. The few people sitting on the seats looked at Chu Feng's handsome face. They had all been a little dumbfounded. After all, it was Ho Xinpeng they were playing with. Their family background must be solid. It was a good kaiju that was unapologetically good. But hearing Ho Xinpeng say that Chu Feng had a girlfriend, a few people had already extinguished the fire. But there were still so many people that were still dumbfounded. After all, if one did not have a girlfriend, one would have to compete with many people. And if one had a girlfriend, one's competitors would only be left with one. I didn't come to find you this time. Don't flatter yourself. I came to find old Pan. Chu Feng looked at Pan Boy, who was pushing his cup on one side, and said, What's the matter? What's the matter with brother? Brother covers you. Pan Boy's ears were also quite sharp. Hearing the conversation between the several people, he opened his mouth and asked, Cough cough, my girlfriend doesn't let me drink with the sister. Or, Chu Feng said tentatively, Line, give you one person 200 to go home. Today is also a bit of business. Ho Xinpeng naturally understands Chu Feng's thoughts, directly arranged for a few people to pay for the car. One by one, they all went home with a grudge. Tonight was also thinking of catching a high-quality one, but was unexpectedly stirred up by this handsome man. Handsome man, add a micro-chat. I have a more flexible tongue. Chapter 30, Talking things over at the bar. A beautiful woman with heavy makeup on her face took out her cell phone, placed it on the microchat QR code interface, and opened her mouth. Although he did not know how Chu Feng's family situation was, with this face, getting away for a night was not impossible. Chu Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and was somewhat speechless. This kind of extreme innuendo made it a little difficult for Chu Feng to accept. The makeup on this beauty's face was thicker than the wallpaper of her own house, and she didn't know what to look like with the makeup removed, and full of bad perfume smell. Chu Feng, even if he did not have Jiang Xixin, could not possibly look at such. After all, his own face value was there, and also do not know how many dates, in case it is a biochemical baby. What can be done about this? No need. I have a girlfriend. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, Just add one. It's not like you'll suffer. The beautiful woman was still being unrelenting. My girlfriend is having her 60th birthday in a few days. When she's gone, I'll add it. Okay, I still need money now. Chu Feng had no choice but to babble. The beautiful woman who heard this also stopped pestering. Shay, a little white boy who does why? What is there to pretend? Then he turned his head and left. Chu Feng turned back to the several people who were holding back their laughter. What for? Seeing the several people covering their mouths and stifling their laughter, Chu Feng asked somewhat helplessly, Ha 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 ha, 60th birthday, really? Ha 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 ha. Chu Feng looked at the several people with a face full of black lines, and only after the several people had laughed enough did Chu Feng open his mouth to speak. By the way, old Pan, do you know about Wanxian City? Chu Feng looked at Pan Boyi and opened his mouth to ask. Pan Boyi nodded. He knew too much about Wanxian City. The contractor of the project was their family, and up until now, there were still many stores that had not been rented out. This you can ask the right person. That Wanxian City is developed by his family. Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. He knew that those who did real estate were very powerful. He did not expect that this Pan Boyi's family, their energy was unexpectedly so great. I want to rent a store and want to open a cafe. Is there any more suitable ones? Since he knew Pan Boyi's bottom line, Chu Feng was no longer polite and directly asked. After all, The geographical location of this kind of cafe was really important. It had to be both near the street and also have a larger area. After all, it was more than just a coffee shop, but a cafe, and there had to be seats set aside for dine-in. Pan Boyi seemed to not know much about his family's industry. After thinking for a while, he still opened his mouth and said, "I don't know much about it either. Tomorrow I'll ask the old man, and give you a minimum price if there is one." With Pan Boyi's words, Chu Feng's heart was much more solid. Although it wasn't possible for it to be free, the discount was naturally great, and at that time, it would be good to even treat the guests with the money saved. Of course, it was also a must to invite, otherwise it would appear that he would not be able to do his job. "Why do you want to open another cafe?" Wang Tiancheng asked. Chu Feng pondered for a while, but he also did not know where to start answering. He could not say that it was a task from the system. He could only reply, "Jiang Xishuan wants to open one, so I'll open one. It's not expensive." Anyway, Jiang Xixian was not familiar with a few people, so it was not impossible to borrow Jiang Xixian's name for the time being. Anyway, it wasn't like he was opening a cafe this time to make money. It was just to be able to send money to his family in name only. So, it didn't matter whose name this cafe was under. Being a gift to Jiang Xixian was also a good way to bring the relationship closer. "No, buddy, are you for real?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ho Xinping opened his mouth in some shock and asked. Chu Feng was puzzled. What the hell is real? Can this still be fake? Seeing Chu Feng's puzzled face, Ho Xinping then said, "Do you really want to go to the end with that beauty?" Chu Feng scratched his head. He did intend to do so. "Right, relationships that don't aim for marriage are all hooligans." Chu Feng smiled and replied, "Holy, my buddy is also getting into pure love." Ho Xinping opened his mouth incredulously. In this era, pure love warriors did not have a good end. Ho Xinping had thought that Chu Feng was just playing around with Jiang Xishuan, but he did not expect that she was actually serious. Long live pure love. Pan Boyi also chimed in. After all, he had also just broken up with his girlfriend, and although he had already walked out after only 2 days, he was also an unapologetic pure love player. "No, Yuya, a rich second generation, haven't thought about playing before getting married?" Ho Xinping asked undeterred. He was a person who loved to play, and his family had long ago arranged a marriage partner for him, but he still wanted to play well before getting married. Chu Feng pondered for a while and still shook his head. Have some fun? After obtaining the system, he did think the same thing, that he must have all the cars and beautiful women. But after he met Jiang Xishuan, he felt that a collection of beautiful women was not a good thing. Since he had met the right person at the right time, he should make good use of it. If Chu Feng hadn't gotten the system yet, he was afraid that he might not be able to get Jiang Xishuan. Therefore, Chu Feng viewed it as a gift from the heavens, cherishing it exceptionally. Pure love warrior. I'm convinced. Come, have a smoke. Ho Xinping handed Chu Feng the cigarette, a 9 to 5, $100 a box, one of the most expensive ordinary cigarettes. This time it was not a cigar, so Chu Feng accepted it peacefully. Cigar, that thing, also cannot over the lungs, at most with chewing gum, taste in the mouth. Chu Feng really do not understand what good to smoke. It is also very expensive. Pure love warrior. Match 1. Pan Boyi also drew a cigarette from Ho Xinping's cigarette case and extended his hand to Chu Feng in greeting. Ho Xinping, on the other hand, did not smoke and took out a Cuban from the cigar pack and smoked it. Chu Feng knew that this pack of 9 to 5, unsurprisingly, was bought for himself. This kind of rich second generation, the most will draw people's hearts. Inadvertently small details can let you feel that this person can deal with, and the fact is indeed this. Heard Chu Feng to come over. Ho Xinping also did not say anything. Found a store to buy a pack of cigarettes. After all, this afternoon, Chu Feng said that he was not used to smoking cigars. This was not licking Chu Feng. This was dealing with people. What if you smoke cigars yourself and people don't have any? How much budget do you have in hand? I'll ask for you tomorrow, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow night at the latest. Pan Boyi took a deep breath of smoke and asked. Chu Feng did some calculations. He now had about 1.4 million in his hand that he could use. Taking out 1 million for store rent would not be a problem. 100 it is. Chu Feng spoke in a shocking manner, directly causing several people to freeze in place. Originally thought that Chu Feng getting a few $100,000 would be about right. This was trying to do the best. $1 million was almost enough to rent a very large store. You just took out 3 million today, and 1 million. Your family runs a mine. Chapter 31, Strange Mission. Ho Xinping flirted. The family conditions of everyone here are not bad, only that the family control is relatively strict, for fear that their children will cause trouble outside. So this 1 million is not much for their families, but for individuals, it's a huge sum of money. I just asked my family for it. I told my mom that I talked to someone, so she transferred it to me. Chu Feng casually lied, and several people believed it. Good reason. I'll also call my father and say that I'm looking for a girlfriend. Wang Tiancheng opened his mouth and said, his own old dad was far away in Hangzhou, so it was best to lie. I say this brain of yours is just good, ha. Wang Tiancheng continued, I'm being honest. Only you guys who don't have girlfriends need to make it up, right? Chu Feng said with a cheap smile. Once those words came out, the several people were instantly speechless. Love brother Pan Boy once again broke his defense. It's fine, little Pan. Brother will introduce you to one. Ho Shinpeng consoled in a serious tone. You find it yourself first before you say anything. Pan Boy obviously did not believe Ho Shinpeng's words and retorted. It would be better to have this effort than to let little Feng introduce me. Wouldn't it? Chu Feng laughed. That's right. Ho Shinpeng's head was filled with black lines. The few people chatted for a while longer, and after Chu Feng drank a little wine, he was the first to leave. It had to be said that the taste of the rich second generation was really not something that a thug like him could compare to. The Remy Martin Louis XIII that people drank was more than one level better than the Ace of Spades. Of course, the price was also several times higher. There are a lot of things to do tomorrow. First of all, we have to go to the bank to give their account limit unlocked, and then give Ho Shinpeng them to transfer the 3 million. Also have to implement the store thing. After finding a suitable store, we have to find the construction team for decoration. Of course, the raw materials and machinery must also be arranged. Cannot fall behind. After all, this daily rent was also killing him. Chu Feng took a cab back to his home and got on the elevator, only to find that Qin Sheng had long been waiting at the entrance of the 9th floor. The elevator opened, and when Qin Sheng saw that it was Chu Feng, he immediately cried out. Chu Feng looked at Qin Sheng with some surprise and asked, why didn't you call me? Hearing that, Qin Sheng became even more angry and spoke. I'm calling you, you have to answer. Only then did Chu Feng remember that it seemed like he hadn't looked at his cell phone for a long time, including just now. There was no use of taxi software. After all, there was a shortage of everything in front of the bar, just not a shortage of cabs waiting for customers. Chu Feng took out his cell phone and glanced at it. There were a full 7 missed calls, the most recent one being that he had just gone upstairs, which meant that Qin Sheng had just hung up the phone. However, it was a good thing that there was no call from Jiang Xishuan. Otherwise, it would definitely be worrying her. Sorry, went drinking and didn't hear it, Chu Feng said with some embarrassment. It actually wasn't because of drinking and not hearing. It was that he didn't know when, and had put his cell phone on mute again. Chu Feng opened the door of the room with his fingerprints and the two of them walked in. Qin Sheng said that he had just gone out and didn't have much fun, so he came back to wait for Chu Feng first. Unexpectedly, after Chu Feng sent a few people off, he didn't go home, but went to the bar. Chu Feng thought for a moment, should he come back to park his car? Qin Sheng would already be waiting on the 9th floor, carefully calculating. Together with taking a taxi and chatting in the bar, Qin Sheng had waited for about 2 hours. Thinking about this, Chu Feng could not help but smile. Qin Sheng had just entered the door, and was heading towards the bathroom, his mouth crying out that he was hot and needed to take a shower. Chu Feng was also a little hot, but he didn't go to the bathroom, but instead went directly to the pool, stripped off his clothes, and jumped in. After swimming for about half an hour, Chu Feng went ashore, went to the bathroom to take a shower, said hello to Qin Sheng, and returned to his room. At this time, it was already 11 p.m. Chu Feng opened his cell phone Huaxia Bank app and checked his balance. Now, regularly taking his cell phone to check his balance had become a habit. Although he knew that the system would not disappear, Chu Feng just liked to confirm it. By the way, he felt the shock that the string of numbers brought to him. It was now 7 digits. 45 million. It was really a great fortune. An ordinary person should be able to live for a lifetime without buying a car or a house. At 80 years, you can spend more than 100 per day. It was indeed possible to live, but it was also rather tight. Chu Feng believed that with this money in his hands, he would definitely be able to obtain greater benefits. Chu Feng lay on his bed, idly, and sent a message to Jiang Xishuan. I've arrived home. I just went to talk to Pan Boyi about something, so I came back a little late. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Xishuan did not reply. Chu Feng guessed that it should have already gone to sleep, so he simply said good night and closed the microchat, opening a certain tone. Although he had drunk some wine, Chu Feng was not sleepy at all. Still, he decided to brush a certain sound for a while before going to sleep. Ding! System mission. 1,000,000 Soin coins have been recharged to the host's account, so please brush it to the beautiful hostess within 1 hour. Reward wood on fire hot pot restaurant. The system's voice rang in Chu Feng's mind. Although this sudden voice didn't scare Chu Feng, but this content, brush a gift to the beauty anchor woman? No, system, what are you doing? I have a girlfriend now. If this is known by Jiang Xishuan, can I still have a good life? Chu Feng had also discovered that this dog system, apart from saving money, was releasing some insignificant tasks, all of which were flirting with girls. From the time he had raided Jiang Sichuan, the system's help had been indispensable, and now he was asking himself to give gifts to a beautiful anchor woman? This is detrimental to male virtue. But the reward for this mission was a hot pot restaurant. This wood on fire hot pot restaurant is not in CC City, but in his hometown, Linshui City. It is one of the largest hot pot restaurants in the entire Linshui City, and is even more famous in Linshui City than Seaside Pickup. The service was attentive, the quantity was large and filling, and the flavors were superb. Chu Feng had even gone to eat once before, but there was only one drawback, which was that it was a bit expensive. He was also a street front store, with 2 floors above and below, basically full every day, and even had to queue up on vacations. This was properly a money-sucking beast. Chu Feng calculated with his memory. The gross profit for a day was over 10,000, less than 20,000. Sounds very little, but a profit of close to $500,000 a month. Besides some big companies, who can do it? Of course, there is still rent to be shaved off. Compared to this kind of profit, rent, utilities and labor is not much. A month's profit is about 378 million. A hot pot restaurant like this can't be opened without $3 or $2 million. This is much better than cash rewards. No, what's the point of male virtue? I'll take this mission. Chapter 32, Brush Gifts. Receiving is receiving, but you still need to pay attention to the proportion. At the very least, he couldn't draw anyone's attention and lower the probability of being swiped by Jiang Sichuan and her roommates and the girls a bit. Therefore, Chu Feng found a live room, swiped a few hearts in it and ran, found another one, and swiped hearts again. The cycle was repeated, but after all, it was 1,000,000 somnolent coins, and a careful heart was only 1 somnolent coin, so how long would it take to brush like this? Now the time has passed 10 minutes. The certain sound coins in his hand basically didn't change. There were still more than 99,000 of them. Chu Feng had to change his strategy, to brush the big one. In order to not draw attention to himself, Chu Feng specifically looked for a very large Netflix live room. There were 30,000 people online in the live broadcast room, and the gifts were even flying all over the place. Therefore, brushing a small amount of money still wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Thank you for the gifts. Brothers, what kind of dance does everyone want to see? Sister Xin Yue will dance for everyone. The anchor's face value was very high. Although it wasn't as high as Jiang Sichuan's, it was about as high as Yao Xiaoqing's. From what she said, she should be a dance anchor. However, Chu Feng was currently short on time and had a heavy task, so he did not have time to appreciate it. When he clicked on the live broadcast gift bar, he swiped an airplane over, because the airplane was considered a modest gift. In this kind of large live broadcasting room, it was difficult to draw attention to it, and it was definitely not as good as a gift that was known to everyone like Carnival. The selling price was also 3,000 somnolent coins. The price was really not low, so brushing off 1,000,000 somnolent coins only required 333, which greatly reduced Chu Feng's burden. Chu Feng turned on the continuous pointing mode, tapping a private airplane for a while, and tapping the helicopter next to it. The selling price was almost the same, but after all, they were different things. It would not trigger the multiplier number at the back. After all, brushing more than 300 private airplanes at once was still too striking. Halfway through brushing, Chu Feng suddenly remembered something. Why not let Jiang Sichuan open a certain sound account and then open a live broadcast, and then brush the money to her himself? This was called fertilizer. This is good. This one called Xin Yue picked up a big bargain. This evening a night live broadcast, at least earned $50,000. This is really a lot of money. To know, himself, the chosen one, the system owner, can only earn less than 90,000 a day now. This internet money is fast. Chu Feng instantly gave birth to an idea. In the future, when he had the opportunity, he must engage in a Netflix company. Regardless of whether it was an anchor with goods or a face blogger, the ability to realize money was just too strong. Right now, although there was still plenty of time, I'm afraid that it would be somewhat difficult to tell Jiang Sichuan to get up and start a live broadcast. Chu Feng simply didn't want to think about it, and after finishing the 1,000,000 Soin coins in his hand, he directly exited Soin and waited for the task to be settled. As for Xin Yue in the live broadcast room, she was completely unaware that a big brother had just swiped so many gifts for him. After all, the gift effects kept on coming, and she couldn't see clearly who had sent them. Only knowing that in the live broadcast room, she was thanking her big brother. After all, if it was well maintained, this would turn into a rice bowl, and in the future, he would brush money for himself even more vigorously. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards have been issued, and the transfer contract for the wood on fire hot pot restaurant has been stored on the first floor of the cabinet to the right of the host's master bedroom. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. The ice-cold system voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind, and when Chu Feng heard it, the corner of his mouth revealed an arc. Coming. Then, it hurriedly rolled over to the cabinet, pulled open the first drawer, and the transfer contract in black and white was quietly lying in the cabinet, as if it had always been there. Chu Feng silently shivered. This, when was it put in? It is hard not to be someone in the house? This, unreasonable. However, the system all existed, and it was not difficult to change a little something out of thin air. It's reasonable. Chu Feng picked it up and looked at it, a little bit unable to understand it, and then he put it back. It seemed that there was still a need to go back to his hometown, Linshui City. This hot pot restaurant was really too far away from his own place, and he would probably have no time to take care of it. After all, right now he was still going to school, and the matter of having money was still being hidden from his family. So, also cannot let their old mom and dad to manage. Can only take advantage of this National Day holiday, go to the hot pot store trip, and then the rules and regulations of what are clear, and then you can rest on your laurels. Of course, the wood on the fire hot pot store, so hot for many reasons. One is the service, one is the taste. Service this kind of thing as long as you want to do, there is no do not do well. So, up to now there is no second reason, is because the taste is not as good as the wood on the fire. There are two signboards of wood on fire, one is the pot base and the other is cooked food. Both are secret recipes, and among the cooked food, the most delicious one was the spicy bullfrog, which was really the best of the best. Chu Feng had gone to eat it once and was mesmerized by the flavor of the dish, but it was limited to 50 servings per day, so if you went late, it was gone. So Chu Feng still ate it by chance, and it just so happened that this side of the Terracotta Warriors province, again, could eat spicy food, so this spicy bullfrog would definitely be liked by the people here. Therefore, Chu Feng was considering whether or not to open a branch in this CC city. At that time, business would definitely be very hot. However, in the transfer contract just now, there was nothing written about this secret recipe. Therefore, Chu Feng's return to Linshui this time, in addition to the inspection, was to get his hands on the secret formula for this spicy bullfrog and this hot pot base. Returning to Linshui, of course, the faster the better. Chu Feng opened his cell phone to a certain travel app and looked up air tickets from CC City to Linshui City. Although he now had a car, but from CC City to Linshui City, more than 1,000 kilometers, iron but could not stand it. Moreover, Chu Feng had just gotten his driver's license not long ago, and was in the internship period, so he could not go on the highway yet, so he could only take an airplane. Tomorrow first have to transfer that 3 million. After all, this is still the first time to do business with Ho Ximping a few people, naturally, cannot be delayed. Then basically it will be fine. It is best to buy some more gifts and send them to the school to give Jiang Xixin a little surprise before leaving. Otherwise, if they left, they wouldn't know how many days it would take before they could come back. Jiang Xixuan would be lonely by then. This was also a good way to brush up on goodwill. Chu Feng found a 4 p.m. ticket from a travel app, landing at 6 p.m., just in time for the evening rush hour, so he could go and see the flow of people at the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant during dinner time. Although there is also an agreement to quote Pan Boyi tomorrow, but this can be done on the microchat, so don't worry about it. After finalizing the itinerary, Chu Feng threw down his phone and fell into a deep sleep, and inside an apartment in Hangzhou, Xine, who had just gotten off the air, was checking the data of the live broadcast, excluding the votes used by the labor union to lead the toss. She had earned close to 100,000 yuan tonight, although the gifts were flying all over the place. In reality, a lot of them were swiped by the labor union themselves in order to make the live room seem lively. The money was to be returned back to the union, so it wasn't considered income. Xine silently checked her gift income list. Of the nearly 100,000 yuan, nearly 50,000 yuan came from a person called AAA Wholesale Eggs. Chapter 33 Doing Business. Of course, this AAA Eggs Wholesale was Chu Feng, but Xine naturally didn't know. She hadn't even seen this account during the live broadcast. After all, the consumption level of this account was too low. Of course, this was just the beginning. Since Chu Feng's account had swiped this 1 million so-and-so sound coins, it had directly arrived at level 41, an unabashed big brother. And this kind of beautiful anchor woman would naturally not notice this kind of low-level account. Besides, gifts were flying all over the place, so who could care about this account that was so dirt cheap? Cindy clicked into Chu Feng's homepage, and was surprised to find that this AAA egg wholesaler was not the middle-aged man she thought he was, but such a handsome young man. Xine felt that this is a hidden big brother. Therefore, he directly sent a private message to Chu Feng. Brother, after rewarding you so much in the live stream today, Cindy doesn't know how to thank you. Why don't we add a micro chat to talk about it? After sending this sentence, Xine was sending her private microchat number. If it was a bald uncle, Xine would naturally send his company-run microchat number. However, such a rich and handsome little brother, naturally, he had to be given to himself to deal with. With his own income of 50,000 yuan, a certain tone taking 45%, and the labor union taking 5%, then this account has spent 100,000 yuan in one night tonight. Although he swiped so much, Cindy is also a little afraid of Chu Feng's underage refunds. At that time, one would have done it for nothing. The message was delayed and did not get a reply. Cindy simply threw the phone aside and took a shower. I have a good figure and I look pretty good. Since he swiped so many gifts for me, he must like me. I'm probably sleeping today. I'll definitely add me tomorrow. Xine thought this way. Early the next morning, Chu Feng woke up and it was already more than 8 o'clock. Tuning his cell phone to the Huaxia Bank app, sure enough, the balance was still growing. It was now 48 million, a not insignificant balance, but unfortunately, he still had to transfer 3 million to Ho Xinpeng. However, it was considered an investment. Chu Feng climbed up from the bed, opened the door to the room. Qin Shang was already in the living room at the entrance, sitting and playing king. On the coffee table in the living room, there was still a guichao takeout box with a little bit of fried dumplings inside. It should be reserved for Chu Feng. Although it was a guichao takeout, Chu Feng did not mind it. After all, he had also come from that time. After eating for so many years, he hadn't eaten anything wrong. It had to be said that locals were locals, and ordering takeout was also better than the takeout ordered by Chu Feng, a foreigner. Seeing that Chu Feng had finished his breakfast, Qin Shang also threw his cell phone aside and looked at Chu Feng with a burning gaze. What for? I have a date, ha. I'm not senior. Chu Feng noticed Qin Shang's gaze and said with some fear. That deep kiss from Yuan Zhenyang a few days ago had frightened Chu Feng. If Qin Shang was also such a person, then in the future, he would not be able to stay in the dormitory. One also has to change one's underwear to steal. Otherwise, this kind of blessing was better to let Zhao Haiquan enjoy it alone. Chu Feng thought that he was not blessed to enjoy it. Asterisk 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 you asterisk re. That what? Qin Shang did not hold back and cursed Chu Feng, then was hesitating with a bad smile on his face. Say it, as long as it's not advanced, I'll promise you. Chu Feng saw the hesitation on Qin Shang's face and opened his mouth. So, what model is that Ferrari of yours? Is the 0-100 acceleration fast or not? What color is it? How many people can sit in it? How many directions? A series of questions directly thrown to Chu Feng. Chu Feng knew. Qin Shang, this kid, is want to experience the Ferrari. Alright, it's just a steering wheel. You can take it and drive it if you want to. I'll go back home. Chu Feng hurriedly interrupted Qin Shang's words. This kid even asked for a few steering wheels. If he indulged any further, he was afraid that he would ask in a moment if he had a soul ring or not. Righteous father, having obtained Chu Feng's consent, Qin Shang also knelt down on one knee and made a greeting gesture with his hands, raising them high above his head. Chu Feng smiled and hurriedly pulled out the car keys from his pocket and placed them in Qin Shang's hands. Thank you, righteous father. Qin Shang received the car keys and was walking towards the front door. Drive slowly. If you drive badly, pay for it, ha. Chu Feng instructed. Of course, even if something did happen, I believe that the insurance would take care of it, as long as it didn't hit the Koenigsegg. Got it. Qin Shang's voice echoed in the room, but it had long since disappeared. Chu Feng lightly laughed and picked up the key to the G63 that Qin Shang had left on the table and pocketed it. Then he pulled out the transfer contract of that wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant from the room again. It was packed into the backpack. Going to the bank first, Chu Feng drove all the way to the Huaxia Bank, talked to the salesman in the lobby for a while, but the salesman said that he did not have the authority to go to the president. Chu Feng could only wait patiently for a while before seeing a man with gold-rimmed glasses walk out. Chu Feng looked for him to handle the business, transferred the 3 million to Ho Xinpeng, and then also raised the limit to 5 million. Of course, the bank president still checked the running water. Although Chu Feng's side was $1 by $1 in, the bank president checked, but they were all tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars transferred from overseas funds. So the source of funds is completely legal. The bank president added Chu Feng's microchat and instructed Chu Feng that he could find him if he had something to do. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. People's connections in CC City +1. This kind of bank president had very rich resources in his hands, from real estate and land to pets, all of which came from the top. If Panboy did not have any reply that satisfied Chu Feng was prepared to look for this Governor Zhao. And Governor Zhao was extremely curious about Chu Feng's origins. This kind of foreign fund was usually left by the mega-rich to their children, although there was not a lot of money in Chu Feng's hands right now. However, Governor Zhao had simply projected through the frequency and amount, and the amount of the foundation should have reached a volume of $100 billion if there were no surprises. This impressed Governor Zhao, and add microchat is more in order to curry favor. If this $100 billion of funds are coming to their own branch bank deposit words, I'm afraid that I'm going to be flat on my back. Chu Feng does not know Zhao governor wants so much. Directly will transfer receipt took a picture sent to Ho Xinpeng. The other side of the second backer received. Chu Feng toward the governor of Zhao said thank you, and then is a direct drive to the SKP. Send a girl gift well, of course, is to come to some expensive. As the saying goes, where is the money? Where is the love? It is also regarded as last night's brush to the beautiful anchorwoman so much money to make up for their own psychological it. Although Chu Feng was poor before, he preferred to read godly hero novels, so he still had a certain understanding of luxury goods. The brand that was luxurious and expensive, but not too expensive, would be Cadia. It wasn't that Chu Feng couldn't afford it, but he felt that it was too expensive and Jiang Sichuan wouldn't accept it. Chapter 34, Buying a Necklace, Delivering a Quest. Chu Feng came to the counter of Cadia on the first floor, and at a glance, he liked a necklace in the primary color of metal. At the end of the necklace was a small accessory in the shape of a heart. In the center of the heart, there was a small sparkling diamond. Can you help me take this out and look at it? Chu Feng pointed at the necklace across the counter and said to the teller, yes sir. Wearing a pair of white gloves, the counter clerk carefully took out the strand of necklace, and with his other hand, he pulled over a box lined with fluff and gently placed the necklace inside. Then it was that he pushed the box in front of Chu Feng, smiling and nodding his head in greeting. Sir, you have a good eye. This is our brand's Heart of Cartier heart-shaped necklace, the counter clerk introduced. Compared to the godly novels on the internet, in reality, there would not be that kind of dog-eyed sales clerk in a luxury store. After all, they were all trained for the job, plus the high commission after selling a piece. No teller would let it go. Anyone who goes there will be greeted with a smile. Chu Feng today where are also stall goods, before poor, are in the spell cc she buy clothes, although the quality is general, but is better than in the price is low, and the counter clerk is still warmly received. Hearing the words of the counter clerk, Chu Feng nodded. This necklace was very delicate, and it should look very good on Jiang Sichuan's snow white swan neck. 750 per thousand white gold, and there is also a 0.01 carat round brilliant cut diamond set here. The teller pointed to the small diamond in the center of the love heart and continued to introduce. 14,900 right? Chu Feng asked. He had just seen the selling price next to this necklace. The price was not too high, and he would be able to earn it back in less than 3 hours. The teller nodded and spoke. Yes sir. Ding. System mission. Buy this necklace. Rewarded with a 3-year contract for the supply of top-notch coffee raw materials such as Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee, Brazilian Santos coffee, etc. Chu Feng had just pulled the card out of his wallet when the system's voice resounded from his mind. The mission is actually buying a necklace? I'm on the verge of doing something, and you come with a task. It's really heaven's help. Something that goes by the way. Although Chu Feng did not love coffee, he still had some research on some well-known coffee origins and top-quality ingredients. The Blue Mountain coffee and Santos coffee that the system had just mentioned were the most famous coffee beans in the area, and with a 3-year free supply, it saved Chu Feng a large amount of money. Just like the Blue Mountain coffee, the top-of-the-line Blue Mountain No. 1. The current market price was around 170 yuan for 100 grams. The price of such a cup of coffee raw materials had reached close to 30 a cup. Chu Feng had wanted to use some ordinary coffee beans to sell high prices. In this case, directly a cup of Blue Mountain coffee sold 49, excluding rent, utilities and labor, is pure profit. Who can beat me in a price war? You know, outside of the Blue Mountain coffee, but to sell to 89 or so a medium cup, although some of the inside rolled, but want to make money, not to roll a little cannot. Such a price, coupled with such quality, the funds for promotion and distribution are saved. Of course, this kind of coffee must still be someone cannot afford to drink. This kind of is aimed at the high-income class, the flavor of the coffee requirements. Therefore, there must still be some low-end a little bit, selling more than $10, sold to those who have a low income, but also white-collar group of people. That way it would take care of the majority of the population. Jiang Xixian, you are truly my lucky star. 3 years of free supply was really something that could make Chu Feng earn a lot of money. The teller received the card and did not look surprised. After all, those who could come here and dared to let the teller take it out and look at it were not poor people. The teller painfully swiped the card and handed that Huaxia bank card to Chu Feng. The word payment successful was displayed on the POS machine. The system's voice also sounded. Ding. Task completed. The rewards have been issued. Please keep an eye out for the courier information within 15 days. This time it wasn't just shoved somewhere, scaring the hell out of me. It should have been sent directly from a foreign cultivation base. The teller carefully wrapped the necklace in the box and handed it to Chu Feng. When Chu Feng received the bag, he walked towards the underground parking lot. It was already 12 o'clock now, and there were still 4 hours until boarding. The distance from Xianyang Airport was really a bit far. Without traffic jams it would take 2 hours to drive, not to mention that there would be rush hour in a little while. Chu Feng drove into the car and drove directly towards the school. After only 20 minutes, he arrived at the school. Chu Feng parked the car at the entrance, got out of the car, and walked towards the school. Just now, he had already sent a message to Jiang Xishuan, and Jiang Xishuan had just gotten out of class, and was still in the classroom in order to wait for Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not stop for a moment, and directly came to the classroom. The students in the classroom had already left, and only Jiang Xishuan and Yao Shaoqing were sitting in the last row, discussing something in whispers. "Si Xian!" Chu Feng shouted. Jiang Xishuan immediately turned back her head when she heard Chu Feng's words. Seeing this, Yao Shaoqing also gave up her position and silently walked towards the first row. Her back turned to the two of them for fear of getting a bite of dog food. "You see if her back looks like a dog ah?" Chu Feng sat next to Jiang Xishuan. "Miss me?" Chu Feng shamelessly asked. Jiang Xishuan nodded her head. Couples in love were like that. Even though they hadn't seen each other for only one night, they already missed each other. Chu Feng handed Jiang Xishuan the gift in his hand. Although Jiang Xishuan lived in a metropolis like Hangchang, she had never seen this brand before. Her not-so-substantial family background did not allow her to pay too much attention to this kind of luxury brand. After all, a single necklace was more than $10,000, not something an average working-class person could afford. Although she did not clearly know the value of this gift, she was still very happy. This was considered the second gift after the two of them got together, the first one being a cell phone. "Thank you, Mr. Chu Feng," Jiang Xishuan spoke in surprise. Just now, on the microchat, Chu Feng had only said that he missed her, without mentioning anything about the gift. This sudden surprise made Jiang Xishuan extremely happy. "Call me what?" Hearing Jiang Xishuan's name for herself, Chu Feng's face was filled with black lines as he asked in dissatisfaction. "Little friend Chu Feng ah, what's wrong? You yourself are younger than me." Jiang Xishuan spoke with disinterest. Those words made it difficult for Chu Feng to refute. He was indeed younger than Jiang Xishuan, but how could Chu Feng, who was a big man, swallow this breath? He directly printed on the red lips that were close at hand. Jiang Xishuan's eyes widened abruptly. Chu Feng had anger in his heart, so this time his movements were extremely rough. "Let you call me little friend." Chapter 35 Giving Gifts. Chu Feng thought. Yao Shaoqing, who was sitting in the first row, saw that there was no movement behind her for a long time and was somewhat puzzled. She glanced back with slight suspicion, and then her face was filled with shock. This. It's indecent. What is the behavior? But it was just too good to knock. So Yao Shaoqing didn't make a sound to disturb in the first place, but instead, her eyes were slightly cautious as she looked towards the doorway. Her ears perked up as she listened to the footsteps around her, fearing that a classmate would go and return. For a long time, lips parted, Jiang Xishuan once again fell limply into Chu Feng's arms. "Call me what?" Chu Feng asked as he looked at Jiang Xishuan with a bad smile on his face. Bullying one's own girlfriend was just fun. Bow. Jiang Xishuan tentatively opened her mouth and asked, fearing that a wrong answer would make Chu Feng unhappy. She then balked. When Chu Feng heard Jiang Xishuan's answer, he also shook his head and laughed, clearly extremely satisfied with this title. "Alright, I'll let you off this time. Don't call it wrong next time." Jiang Xishuan lowered her head with a face full of aggression, then suddenly remembered that Yao Shaoqing was still sitting in the classroom. She hurriedly looked in the direction of the first row. Fortunately, Yao Shaoqing was playing with her cell phone and didn't look this way. Unbeknownst to her, the actions of the two just now were caught in Yao Shaoqing's eyes. Jiang Xishuan made a wink towards Chu Feng, warning him that he couldn't mess around like that anymore. Chu Feng smiled and nodded in response. Seeing Jiang Xishuan's reaction, it was indeed her first time falling in love. Unlike some of the girls in the Sea King and other segments, kissing was treated as a routine. But it's just a kiss. If it's seen, it's seen. I'm going back to Linshui City today. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Just now, on the microchat, he had likewise not mentioned this matter. After all, it was better to say this kind of thing in person to make people feel at ease. Jiang Xishuan's face revealed doubts as she opened her mouth and asked, "What's wrong? My father acquired a hot pot restaurant over there, and then asked me to go back and hand it over." Chu Feng was still casually lying, but the system, well, was similar to his own second father. This was not considered a lie. "Say, with whom to go? To see who? Go for a few days. When will you come back?" Jiang Xishuan steeply raised her volume and said sternly. Chu Feng smiled and replied one by one. "Going by myself, going to see my ex-boss. 3 days at most, come back in 3 days." Seeing that Chu Feng was so sincere, Jiang Xishuan also nodded with relief. "I'll allow it. Go." Then it was the playwright who took on the role and directly started the show. Chu Feng was also extremely cooperative as he said, "Little Chu Z, farewell." Chu Feng got up to leave, and Jiang Xishuan instructed, "Pay attention to safety, and also, remember to miss me." Chu Feng nodded and looked at Jiang Xishuan's alluring face again with some intention. "Put a stamp on it." Chu Feng suddenly opened his mouth and then didn't wait for Jiang Xishuan to react before shining a stamp on those two red lips and then turned around and ran. "You!" Jiang Xishuan angrily stood up, but realized that Chu Feng had already run away, so she could only stop. "Yo yo yo! Remember to miss me." Hearing that Chu Feng had left, Yao Shaoqing directly stood up and walked towards Jiang Xishuan, her mouth still pinched in a conspiratorial manner, following Jiang Xishuan's words from just now. "Go go go!" Jiang Xishuan spoke helplessly. "What's the meaning of a stamp ah?" Seeing Jiang Xishuan blush, Yao Shaoqing teased with a mischievous grin on her face. Jiang Xishuan angrily elbowed Yao Shaoqing. Yao Shaoqing suffered pain and hastily covered her stomach. "You want to murder me?" Yao Shaoqing said indignantly. Then, she saw the Kadia bag on the table. "I'll go." "Kadia? Your husband gave it to you?" Yao Shaoqing asked with a surprised face. "It's from Chu Feng, but it's not from my husband," Jiang Xishuan said with a face full of stubbornness. Yao Shaoqing, on the other hand, did not care about what Jiang Xishuan said and picked up the gift to scrutinize it. "Your husband is really rich. Why can't you let me come across it?" Jiang Xishuan was a bit unsure and asked in a loud voice. "What's wrong? Is it expensive? This necklace is $15,000. Do you think it's expensive?" Yao Shaoqing opened the box, and then she was seeing the diamond-encrusted love heart inside, and opened her mouth with some jealousy. Hearing the price, Jiang Xishuan was shocked and said, "So expensive? No no no, I have to return it to him." AI. Yao Shaoqing immediately stopped Jiang Xishuan's hand to pull out the cell phone. "Don't he is also a token of goodwill, and he is not bad money. More than 10,000 sprinkles his G63 maintenance or more than this money." But, Jiang Xishuan is still a little hesitant, a little anxious. Such an expensive gift, how can she return it? "Don't but, you take it." This can only be considered as his intention. "If you don't take it, it will look like you are too much of a doormat." Yao Shaoqing opened her mouth and said, "The truth was indeed like this. Not worshipping gold was not worshipping gold, but excessively rejecting expensive gifts made people think that it was an act. Moreover, more than 10,000 was really just a sprinkle for Chu Feng. Furthermore, the benefits that the mission reward brought to Chu Feng could be more than $10,000. Jiang Xishuan hesitated and still nodded, but still took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Feng. "Humph, big pig's hooves. I didn't know that this necklace was so expensive. I'll take it this time. You're not allowed to buy it next time." Then she clicked send. In fact, Yao Shaoqing had another idea in her heart, but it was not too convenient to say it. It was that although Chu Feng was treating Jiang Xishuan so well now, but what about afterward? Talking about sincerity with this kind of rich second generation, you're afraid that you're overthinking it. What Yao Shaoqing thought in her heart was to take advantage of the fact that Jiang Xishuan was in Chu Feng's place and was still quite fresh, so she could get as much as she could, even though she wasn't benefiting from it herself. Jiang Xishuan was her own good girlfriend. Although she was not benefiting herself, Jiang Xishuan was her good girlfriend. Her earnings were approximately equal to her own earnings. By the time Chu Feng got tired of playing, and kicked Jiang Xishuan off, Jiang Xishuan had no innocence, and no money, so what to do then? So there had to be an opportunity to talk to Jiang Xishuan. It couldn't go on like this. At least the bottom line had to be kept. The most expensive gift, Jiang Xishuan is really not willing to wear. And, some of the social fear, was seen recognized, or will be a little embarrassed. After all, the public opinion storm has only passed not long ago. Chu Feng came to the airport is already more than 3 o'clock. The traffic jam on the road almost blocked Chu Feng to death. The traffic flow of this CC city is really too big, blocked for an hour and a half. Chu Feng parked his car in the airport's parking lot and got out of the car. The charge here was 70 yuan for 1 day, and 3 days was $210. Robbing money but there was no way. The plane was about to take off, so it could only be like this. Chu Feng flipped out his cell phone, saw Jiang Xishuan's message, laughed lightly, and replied, "It's fine, looking good is most important." Then it was to find the microchat of a few high school buddies. One was nicknamed Tuzi, one was nicknamed Diyu. A few people had gotten along well in high school. Chu Feng sent messages to the two while walking. These two both went to school within the Onion province, and it was extremely convenient to go home. So taking advantage of the National Day holiday, they also returned to Linshui City. Going home this time, it was just right to get together and have some fun. The last time they played together was last time. Chapter 36, Wood on Fire Hot Pot Restaurant. Chu Feng waited in the waiting room for a while, and the time had arrived. Hearing the voice on the radio, Chu Feng boarded the airplane. He had bought economy class this time, and although he had money now, first class and economy class were pretty much the same. It was just a bit more space. However, there was also a benefit to first class, which was being able to connect to the office's Wi-Fi earlier. After a 2-hour airplane journey, Chu Feng finally landed at Chiang Airport. This time when he came back, he did not intend to go home. After all, it had only been about a month since he left home, so when he said that he missed it, he was still missing it, and when he said that he didn't want to, it was still okay. Only, Chu Feng now had some money in his hands, and he still did not know how to face his parents. In case he revealed himself, what could be done? Chu Feng went out of the airport, took a taxi, and went straight to the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was still the same as the last time he came. There was no change at all. Although it was summer, it was still overcrowded, and the blank air-conditioned area at the entrance was still crowded with guests who were waiting for a table. Chu Feng flipped through the contract and called the previous owner. "Hello Boss Lu, this is Chu Feng." When the phone was connected, Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. The opposite party laughed. "Hello Boss Chu, what is it?" The other party was clearly impressed by Chu Feng's name. "Do you have time now? I would like to come over to take over the hot pot restaurant." Chu Feng replied. Oh good. I'm in the store now. Where are you? I'll go find you." Boss Lu opened his mouth and said. This was not what Chu Feng expected. Although Boss LV had already transferred this hot pot store out, he was still in the hot pot store, standing his last watch. "I'm at the entrance of the store. I'll go up to you?" Chu Feng tentatively inquired. "You're already here. I'll have someone go down to pick you up." Boss Lu spoke. "I'm wearing a white top and carrying a black shoulder bag." Chu Feng briefly described what he was wearing. He had only been here once, so of course, he did not know where the hot pot restaurant's owner's office was. "Okay, Xiao Lu, go and pick up," Boss Lu replied, and then he was directing the person next to him to come pick up Chu Feng, and with that, he hung up the phone. Chu Feng stood in place and waited for a while, and then he saw a teenager in waiter's attire walk out. Standing at the doorway, he looked left and right, and his gaze finally locked onto Chu Feng. "Hello, are you Mr. Chu?" The teenager timidly opened his mouth and asked. Chu Feng revealed a kind smile and nodded. Seeing that, the teenager scratched his head, clearly not expecting Chu Feng to be so young, looking like he should not be more than a few years older than himself. "Then you come with me." The teenager reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Then he was the first to walk towards the hot pot restaurant. Chu Feng followed the teenager into the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant, which was very noisy inside. Although Wood on Fire was opened in Onion Province, it was a real Sichuan Province hot pot flavor, and the spicy pot was the most powerful and delicious. Hot pot store in the air conditioning turned on very low, the air foggy, a table are filled with people. The table without exception are placed on a mandarin duck pot. People in the Onion Province are still a bit disadvantaged when it comes to eating spicy food. The teenager brought Chu Feng and actually came directly to the back kitchen. "Boss, Mr. Chu is here," the teenager said to a chef who was concentrating on making dishes. This unimpressive-looking cook in front of him was actually the owner of this hot pot restaurant? Who could have imagined this? But thinking about it, top-secret recipes like the pot base and spicy bullfrogs were the things that people's bosses dined on, so how could they casually let others know about them? When the chef heard the teenager's words, he hurriedly turned around, a smile on his face, wiping his hand on his apron. He dried the water stains on his hand, then it was stretched out. Chu Feng also shook it without disdain, and then the two of them smiled at each other. "I didn't expect Boss Chu to be so young. What a hero," Boss Lu exclaimed. When he had called just now, Boss Lu had heard out that Chu Feng's voice was clearly not very old, but he had not expected that he would be so young, even younger than his own daughter. Boss Lu is too kind. I also did not expect Boss Lu to be personally involved in something. Chu Feng smiled and spoke. Let's go upstairs for a moment." Boss Lu knew that Chu Feng had come this time to hand over, so he did not nag, and was wanting to bring Chu Feng upstairs to the office to chat. "Xiao Lu, serve the food." Before leaving, Boss Lu did not forget to instruct. Then, it was that he brought Chu Feng up to the second floor, where there was a small wooden door in the far corner of the second floor. "This is a small place for me, so don't dislike it, Boss Chu." Boss Lu smiled and spoke. Boss Lu opened the door and the two of them walked in. The decor inside was very minimalist, with only a wide table and 3 chairs, one between the table and the wall, and the other 2 between the table and the door. There was also a tea set on the table, and some white paper, presumably vendor contracts and the like. Next to it was a steel-framed single bed, which no longer had any bedding. There were 4 large white walls, not even a painting. Boss Lu pulled out the chair for Chu Feng, then he himself sat on the chair inside the table. Extending his hand, he boiled water and prepared to make tea for Chu Feng. "In the end, I still have to thank you." Boss Lu was the first to speak. When Chu Feng heard those words, he was a little uncertain. It should be the matter of the acquisition. I don't know if your assistant told you, thanks to your high acquisition price, or else my daughter wouldn't necessarily have the life to live. A smile of relief surfaced on Boss Lu's face, his eyes filled with gratitude. Assistant? I still have an assistant? However, this should be the system messing around. He didn't say it to me. If Uncle Lu is willing, he can say it to me. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, hey, my daughter had a serious illness. The family has no money. Together with the surgical fees for treatment and whatnot, it's 4 million. Thanks to Boss Chu's atmospheric acquisition, our family was able to catch its breath. Boss Lu sighed lightly and opened his mouth. Chu Feng nodded his head. The cost of treating this kind of disease was indeed high. If an ordinary person got it, I'm afraid that they would not have the money to treat it and could only wait for death. It was a good thing that Boss Lu still had such a hot pot restaurant. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her daughter to escape such an end. I don't know about this. I also made the price according to the market price. Chu Feng laughed. This hot pot restaurant's business was very hot, and the value of 3.5 million was really not much. It should have been because Boss Lu was in a hurry to sell it, so that caused some people to want to take it at a low price. Fortunately, the system stepped in to allow Boss Lu to get 3.5 million. How is your love doing now? Chu Feng was concerned. It's almost done, but we're still somewhat unable to help with the money for the subsequent treatment and care. Boss Lu shook his head and said, Chapter 37 Meeting with Boss Lu. Over the years, although he had saved some money in his hands, but all of it had been used to expand. The previous Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant was just a small store with no name, and it had expanded 4 times just to get to its current size. The most recent expansion was at the beginning of last year, and at that time, Mr. LV was so eager to get started that he was ready to open a branch, but he basically lost all his money because of the closure of the commercial street. These 2 expansions had almost emptied all of Boss Lu's family's assets, so after his daughter fell ill, Boss Lu was desperate and only then did he sell this hot pot restaurant in his hands. Chu Feng pondered for a while, and also realized that it was not easy to be a father. The flourishing business was all destroyed by a serious illness, and he had to sigh at the impermanence of the world. Chu Feng nodded his head and decided to skip this topic. It's fine, it will all pass. You are about the same age as my father. I will call you Uncle Lu. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Boss LV smiled and nodded as he spoke. Anything, Boss Chu. There's no need to call me Boss Chu. Call me Little Chu or Little Feng will do. Chu Feng spoke. A few words had closed the distance between the two, causing Boss Lu to be impressed by the young man in front of him. Unassuming and humble, this was not a quality that ordinary second-generation rich people could possess. Yes, he had always felt that Chu Feng was a rich second generation. That's fine, Little Feng. I'll introduce you to our hot pot restaurant. Boss Lu took out the materials he had prepared in advance and handed them to Chu Feng. A few sheets of paper, clipped together in a plastic film folder, appeared to be very attentive. Our hot pot restaurant now has 2 managers, and 11 waiters, of which the contracted workers are 5, and the rest are temporary workers. Boss Lu took out another identical material from the drawer and opened his mouth to introduce. This contract laborers were the ones who had signed a contract and were required to pay 5 insurance and social security, while the temporary laborers were not. The salary of temporary workers was also relatively low. The back kitchen cooks are 3, all contracted laborers, and the aunt who washes dishes. This one is 3. Boss Lu continued. In terms of salary, it's all in the table below. Chu Feng nodded his head and looked towards the table below. The number of employees was labeled on the form, but there were no names written out. Good fellow. In a second-tier city like Linshui City that was hanging on by a thread, Boss Lu even offered such a high salary. The lobby manager was a full $8,000 a month. The official contracted laborers were $5,000. The temporary laborers were relatively less, but also reached $4,000, and the back kitchen was $11,000 a month. Auntie who washes dishes, the salary came to $4,000. Such a salary, the general big companies will not open. You can see that this hot pot restaurant is doing well, and not without reason. At least the boss is good to his employees. Take the waiters, 2 floors, 11 waiters, 2 shifts. Just in the case of a full table, a waiter just needs to serve less than 10 tables. That's a lot, right? But when you think about it, what kind of service can you get from eating hot pot? It's just serving the food, cleaning up the table at the end, and washing the dishes with an ant. In that case, there's basically nothing to do. The official contract laborer to open 5,000 yuan, but also to pay 5 insurance and 1 gold. No, Boss Louis, you're raising Deadpool? As for why the backstage chef's salary is so high, of course it's because of the long working hours. They're not working 2 shifts. In that case a month's monthly salary expenses would be around $1,100,000. With expenses like that, it was no wonder that Boss Lu hadn't saved any money over the years. While Chu Feng was looking at the payroll, the water on the desktop turned on. Boss Lu brewed tea for Chu Feng with water and filled it up for Chu Feng. Chu Feng subconsciously stood up and hurriedly held the teacup with his hand, while his other hand tried to go and take over the teapot in Boss Lu's hand. Uncle LV. I'll do it. Chu Feng said hurriedly. Other provinces did not know, but in Onion Province, having an elder pour tea for a junior was a great disrespect, and in the words of an old man, it was hurting heaven's justice. Boss Lu also knew this rule and did not resist, but handed the teapot to Chu Feng. Chu Feng first filled the teapot in front of Boss Lu before pouring it for himself. The more Boss Lu looked at Chu Feng, the more satisfied he felt. This kid really knew how to be too polite. His family's education should be extremely good, and his family was probably a tycoon. Good tea. Chu Feng lightly sipped a mouthful of tea. The entrance was bitter, but there was a return of sweetness. Chu Feng immediately felt refreshed. This tea was not a mortal product. It made Chu Feng unable to help but sigh. Although he did not know how to taste tea, he had drunk it once. This is the authentic dragon well. Several hundred 1 or 2 lu. Boss Lu opened his mouth as if showing off and said. Chu Feng nodded his head. That's quite a lot of manpower expenditure. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Indeed, it was already quite a lot, plus rent and utilities. There was not much real profit in a month. The general hot pot restaurant didn't even have a formal employee. All of them were temporary workers with $2,000 a month. In that case, it earns more. But Chu Feng does not want to change. After all, the first thing to do service is to let the staff feel happy, so that customers can feel happy. Otherwise, 8 hours a day shift, $2,000 a month, go to work with a sad face. But also what service? Like a certain don't lie, high wages, but also do not work overtime. The cashier can sit, the staff is happy, in order to work to the best of their ability. Boss Lu nodded. This labor expense is indeed not low. You can change a batch of temporary workers. It's fine to offer a lower salary, but there are still 2 in the contractual labor. Signed a 3-year contract. It might be a bit costly to change. Boss Lu opened his mouth and said. This was considered from Chu Feng's perspective. It's fine. With such a hot business, it's quite affordable. Chu Feng laughed. What is Uncle LV going to do next? Chu Feng flipped through the information in his hands, but he did not find that matter about the secret formula, so he opened his mouth and asked. Logically speaking, it was true that this kind of secret formula would not be sold out. After all, it was the guy that people ate with. Eating this is to inquire. If the Boss Lu again with the secret recipe to rise again, and then open a hot pot restaurant, Chu Feng can anticipate. Their current business of this wood on fire hot pot store will certainly plummet. If there is no secret recipe, I'm afraid I don't even have to wait for Lu Boss to open a hot pot restaurant. His side of the business will soon be much less. After all, the price is expensive. Although the service is good again, that will not be bought. After all, do catering, always taste first. Not to mention the catering industry. Just look at the supermarket industry. Look at a certain don't lie. If you are selling all the bad goods, even if the service is good, it is estimated that there are not many people to go. Well, Boss Lu pondered a bit, opened his mouth and said, I'll finish my daughter's side first. With this more than 3 million, my girl's side should be able to do the surgery, the rest of it to pay back the debt, and the rest, wait for me to make plans afterward. Chapter 38, Finalizing Cooperation. Of course, Boss Lu wanted to open another hot pot restaurant. After all, he still had such a delicious secret recipe in his hand, and with the 2 signboards of the pot base and the spicy bullfrogs, making money would definitely not be difficult. Although there was no capital now, people would always find a way. But this kind of thing certainly can't directly tell Chu Feng, although Chu Feng can roughly guess, but certainly can't put it on the surface to say. In fact, Chu Feng's heart was also as clear as a mirror, and asking this question was nearly wanting to throw out the topic. Does Uncle Lu have any interest in cooperating with me? Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Boss Lu revealed a puzzled look on his face and opened his mouth to ask. What do you mean? I am a college student who is still attending college in CC City. Eating a sentence, directly shocked Boss Lu. This. Knowing that Chu Feng was young, he did not think that he was actually so young, and was still attending university. His own daughter had already graduated from university. Boss Lu let out a light laugh and nodded his head. So this side I don't have too much time to manage right now. If Boss LV is willing, I will give you 10% of the shares, and you will still be the boss here, can you? Chu Feng then said. 10% of the shares. For Boss Lu was too little. If the hot pot restaurant could earn $200,000 a month, he would only get his hands on a mere $20,000. Compared to opening his own store, it was too much less. Of course, if Boss Lu is willing to take out the formula and whatnot and share it, we can split it 40% to 60%. seeing that Boss Lu had refusal written all over his face. Chu Feng then said, if Boss Lu agrees, I'm also prepared to open a branch. You have the craftsmanship, I have the money, how about we work together and reach new heights? Chu Feng said with a smile. When Boss LV heard the 40-60 split, as well as Chu Feng's words about opening a branch, it would not be a matter of tens of thousands of dollars a month. A branch store could earn around 200,000 a month. If he took 40%, that would be 80,000. What if he opened many more branches? Not to count too many. Let's say open 2 branches. With this craftsmanship, 200,000 a month for each store was not a difficult task. The revenue that these 3 stores had brought him had come to 240,000, which was even higher than the revenue that he had earned from opening his own hot pot restaurant. Looking at it this way, cooperating with Chu Feng was a very good thing. If he were to open his own store again, although he could continue to make money with the secret recipe, what about the capital? Adding to the fact that the wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant that now belonged to Chu Feng, in the event that they developed another good dish, then one's own hot pot restaurant would really not necessarily be able to get up. There were too many uncertainties. It was better to cooperate with Chu Feng. It was a bit more stable. That would be fine. But Boss Lu was still somewhat hesitant. Chu Feng naturally knew what Boss Lu was concerned about. Of course, I still have a little money in my hand right now. I will temporarily advance the money for the branch, and the money for this branch will be counted as your technical shareholding. Uncle Lu, do you think this is okay? Since it's a shareholding, of course it should be an honor and a loss. The money for opening a branch naturally can't be shelled out by Chu Feng alone. Boss LV nodded. In that case it was more or less the same, contributing a share of money to be able to get the dividends of 2 branches. Although it was not as much as the previous one-store sole proprietorship, but after all, it had a great potential. It's okay, Boss Lu said. Chu Feng nodded and spoke. That's fine. Let's say it's good like this first. I'll find someone to draw up a contract tomorrow. Good. Boss LV laughed. Then he stretched out his hand and spoke. Boss Chu, let's have a good cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chu Feng stood up, shook Boss Lu's hand, and spoke. But I shouldn't have time tomorrow. I have to fly to pretty country tomorrow. My daughter is still waiting over there. Boss Lu said. Alright, when you come back, once the contract is signed, we'll open the branch. Chu Feng nodded his head. Right now, although he still had money in his hand, it was for opening a hot pot restaurant, so he would first get that 1 million reward before opening the branch. In the meantime, let Boss LV busy himself first. That's right, Boss LV, these pot bases and whatnot for the next few days should be prepared. Chu Feng instructed. Previously, Boss LV was leaving, so after this, the hot pot base or whatever and the spicy bullfrogs were not sure if they had been made. Don't worry, just let Xiao Lu do it tomorrow. He's my disciple, he'll do it all. Boss Lu opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng froze. Little Lu, just now on the phone seemed to be letting little Lu down. That was the young man just now. I did not expect that youth to have such an identity. Chu Feng nodded his head. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Chu Feng decided to first open a branch in CC City. One reason for that was because the fire on wood one was not a particularly authentic Szechuan-flavored hot pot, and the cuisine eaten in CC City, although it was named Qin cuisine, was quite deeply influenced by Szechuan cuisine. So opening such a store in CC City would definitely be able to cater to the public's tastes. There was also the fact that Chu Feng was also in CC City, making it easy for him to manage. Chu Feng also thought, this Linchue city although big, but the university college this kind of college is less, like this hot pot store, or college students eat a little more. Spicy bullfrogs so delicious things. If then open delivery words, the effect must be good. Chu Feng told Boss LV about his idea, and Boss LV agreed. This spicy beef frog was passed down to him by one of his great uncles, and although the ingredients were similar to those commonly found on the market, after mastering the dosage, the things that were made were just better than those made by other people's families. If open for takeout, it will definitely be bought out. But the problem also ensued. If it was open for delivery, the two people, Boss Lu and Xiao Lu, would definitely not be able to do it, so what should be done? Chu Feng thought for a while. In this case can only publish the recipe. Of course, not completely published. The ingredients in this regard is still by LV Boss and Small Lu to do. Just like the pre-made dishes, the ingredients were all processed into a small bag. The rest only needed the back kitchen to cook. Boss Lu had thought about this method before, but the secret recipe included the control of the fire, and Boss Lu was afraid that the kitchen could not handle it, so he did it all himself. This has led to the fact that only 50 servings of spicy bullfrogs are served every day. Of course, it is also crooked. Indirectly led to the fire of the wood on the fire hot pot restaurant. This spicy bullfrog is so delicious. You can't buy it? No, I have to go and try it. Chu Feng said that only mastering the fire would definitely not be able to make this spicy bullfrog, and that the secret recipe could be protected, and only needed Boss Lu to properly impart his experience, so that it could be supplied in large quantities. Although it was a large supply, it wasn't much. Chu Feng still feels limited. Engage in starvation marketing. In this case, the hot pot restaurant will get up a little faster. Of course, the right to not use expired. Doesn't that kid Wang Tianchang have a Netflix team at home? At that time to a bar publicity finished, and then go to their own hot pot restaurant publicity, and then to their own cafe publicity. Hiss, a little bit of white whoring. When the time comes to pay how much remuneration to pay how much, surely cannot let people out of money and effort. Chapter 39 Rent. After the two discussed the rules for a while, Chu Feng left. Tonight, Chu Feng was going to find a hotel to stay in. Now that he had money, there was no need to spend the night in an internet cafe after coming to the city like before. It had to be said. The internet cafe is really cheap. Linshui City is 15. CC City is expensive. $30, and the chair can't be put flat to sleep. So before you go to the internet cafe to spend the night, you must first see if the chair can be flattened. Otherwise you can't sleep. It's better not to sleep. Chu Feng opened the microchat and invited the two people, De Yuan the head, to prepare to meet tomorrow, and the two people also readily agreed. Although they all live in the county, but the distance from the city is not far. Dozens of kilometers of road it, the bus 10 yuan a trip. Seeing the two agreed, Chu Feng also sent a message to Boss LV. Let Boss LV leave himself a few spicy bullfrogs. After all, the last time a few people came, they all praised the bullfrogs. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity to come back. However, I heard from Diyu that he brought his girlfriend here twice, but he didn't manage to grab the spicy bullfrogs. This time it was fine, he was the boss now, just eat whatever he wanted. Boss Lu's side is also happy to agree. This is a major shareholder of Wood on Fire. Just a few spicy bullfrogs, of course, must be satisfied. Boss Lu was also afraid that Xiao Lu's cooking wasn't good, and was prepared to make a few servings for Chu Feng tomorrow before getting on the plane. Chu Feng smiled and returned a thank you to Uncle Lu. Uncle LV's side also spoke out of turn. Little Feng, are you getting a date right now? Chu Feng looked at the message from Boss Lu in the dialogue box and also smiled helplessly. This was to introduce his own daughter to himself. Chu Feng hurriedly replied, Uncle LV, I already have a girlfriend. Uncle LV's side kept showing that it was in the process of typing, and only after a long time did he send over a good sentence. It looked quite lost. In fact, just now, Uncle Lu had been thinking of reasons to recommend his daughter. For example, early love is not good. His own daughter is already older. It is not considered early love clouds. After all, from what Chu Feng said just now, there must be $3 to $5 million in his hand. Otherwise it would not have said that I have money and you have skills, and also just spent $3.5 million to acquire his own hot pot restaurant. LV Boss Heart vaguely have a premonition. Follow Chu Feng dry. Maybe in this hot pot industry, make some achievements. It was time for his own abilities to be upgraded. Boss Lu intended that after he returned from the pretty country this time, he would definitely work hard on researching new dishes and strive to create another hot dish like the spicy bullfrog. Chu Feng's side also came to the hotel. Was just booked on a certain group. The price is not high, $99 a night. Anyway, also how to also live. They are not like a little girl, even if there is a camera. Anyway, they do not lose. Just entered the door. Is received a message from Pan Boi. There is also news coming from the side of Vientiane City. There is a corner floor close to 150 square feet of stores, and the price to the public is $900,000 per year. This is really an astronomical figure. Whose store is $900,000 a year? However, it was a corner, and from what Pan Boi said, it was next to the office building elevator. This popularity will hit the spot at once. Maybe, it became a landmark of a Wanxiang city, and the revenue brought is also much higher than this rent. However, this 900,000 yuan, even if a cup earns $20 a year, also need to sell more than 40,000 cups to return to the capital. Together with a day 120 cups. It seems like a lot, but in reality, the foot traffic in this location is astronomical. Moreover, the first 3 years of the top coffee has a free supply of raw materials. A cup can earn dozens of dollars. Low-level raw materials are cheap, but also can earn more than 20. So it seems that a day to sell 100 cups can return to capital. If the popularity is hit, then this amount, even the takeaway, is not enough. However, just now we also said that this is an external offer. Chu Feng hurriedly asked, what price to give me? Expect, JPG, if I give it to you, let's go by $1 million a year. We have a good relationship. Seeing Pan Boi's reply, Chu risked spraying a mouthful of blood. Good relationship doesn't come with a price increase. Go. Your family lost me as a big customer. Chu Feng knew that Panboy was joking and disliked him back. Ha ha, lied to you. My dad said to give you a rate of 750,000. It's idle anyway. Panboy sent the message over again. Chu Feng's gaze stagnated. 750,000? A whole $150,000 cheaper rent? Was this the benefit of being friends with a rich second generation? I love it. Really? Chu Feng asked uncertainly. Panboy's side also quickly replied. Bow really? There's another star 9 grams that wants to rent. But the old man said that he doesn't like foreign brands, and wanted to look for Dear Luck to come, but Dear Luck's side can't afford to rent the one with the intention, so he gave it to you. Chu Feng nodded. This 150,000 is really not a small amount. Some other day he has to go to Panboy's house to send a gift or something, otherwise, it's a little less polite. There was also the fact that the thanks given to Panboy could not be less. You send your card number. Chu Feng typed a reply. What? Just give the money when the contract is signed. I'll occupy you. What's the rush? You don't care. Just send it. Chu Feng continued. Soon, a string of bank card numbers sent over, as well as the account opening branch. Soon, Panboy received a bank message there. Hello, your bank account with the tail number 5637 received a transfer of 150,000 yuan, and the current balance is 435,736.45 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Panboy knew with his toes that this was a ING transfer from Chu Feng, so he immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Chu Feng. What's the meaning of this? I'll transfer it to you. I don't want it. Picture. Thank you fee. Collect it, poor bastard. Chu Feng smiled and typed a reply. When they chatted before, Chu Feng had heard them say that their family's control was strict, and that they had hundreds of thousands of pocket money a month. Although the family was rich, the family's was the family's and their own was their own. The richer the family, the more so. So this 150,000 was also a huge amount of money for Panboy. Picture. A sentence of being a poor bastard almost broke Panboy's entire defense, and he directly sent over a screenshot of his 430,000. Chu Feng smiled and also sent over a screenshot of his balance. Picture. Well, it's still close. Seeing the reply, Panboy nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Forgot. This kid is richer than himself. Then was no longer entangled in this topic, and replied, that's fine, dog dato, I'll take it. Chu Feng smiled, replied a good sentence, then finalized the time to sign the contract, and turned off his cell phone. Chapter 40 Playing Billiards. Now one's hand still has about 3 million, renting a house 750,000, that balance is still left 550,000. The decoration budget is controlled within 300,000. It should be able to be handled. The purchase of machines, the purchase of raw materials, 100,000, big difference. The rest is the operation of the store, and labor costs, which can be earned slowly. Besides, after the mission is completed, you can whore out 1 million to the system. Then this 1 million will be able to make the hot pot restaurant outlet investment. When the time comes to save some money, the funds for the hot pot restaurant should be able to be gotten. It would be better to enjoy more while not being busy now. Chu Feng lay on the large bed and chatted with Zhang Sichuan for a while. Then he fell into a deep sleep. He was a little tired from the airplane ride today, so before 10 o'clock, Chu Feng had already fallen asleep. Before going to sleep, Chu Feng suddenly remembered that if he told his parents that he was starting a business outside, then they would definitely ask where the startup capital came from. At that time, there was really no way to explain, so Chu Feng decided that he had to ask his family for some money. How much is fine? Anyway, it's just for the family to see. At that time, it would be good to return it as is. Early the next morning, around 8 o'clock, Chu Feng was woken up by his cell phone ringing. Chu Feng leisurely opened his eyes and opened his cell phone to see that it was Diyu. Where is it? When Chu Feng picked up the phone, he heard Diyu's voice coming from his cell phone. Have you arrived? Chu Feng asked. Arrived. Your father is here. The headman's voice also came from the phone. The two should be together. Location. Chu Feng sent his location over. Master, go here. Listening to the voices of the two, they should have hit the car. Send the floor over to your father. We'll be there in a moment. The headman opened his mouth and then hung up. 203. Just come up. Chu Feng sent the location to Diyu from the microchat. Then he was getting up and washing his face. Since he didn't bring a toothbrush, he didn't brush his teeth. After all, it was better not to use the toothbrush in the hotel, and it also stung the gums a bit. Chu Feng had just dried his face when he heard a knock on the door. It should be the two people, the head and Diyu, who had come over. He opened the door, and as expected, two figures, one tall and one short. Of head boy and big Yug were standing at the door. The headman was a basketball player, so he was taller, while Yu was shorter and a bit chubby. It's hot as hell. Get the hell out of here. The sweaty head hurriedly got into the air-conditioned room. It was October now, but this temperature was still high. What's to say? Where are we going to play today? Chu Feng saw that both of them had entered the room, and after he closed the door behind them, he looked at the two men and asked. However, he saw that the two people were wide-eyed and looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. Not buddies? You asked the two of us to come and play, and you're asking the two of us where we're going to play? Yu could not help but open his mouth. Cough cough. The truth was indeed like this. It was indeed a bit lacking for him to call the two of them over from the county and not yet arrange a fun place. Chu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and coughed lightly. Why don't we take you two guide rods? Chu Feng proposed. Boys usually don't do trip strategies. They all come out first. The two of them were once again speechless for a while. The guide rod where to guide cannot. Have to come here. Okay. Your father beat you up. The headman gestured the action of playing billiards and opened his mouth. How about taking you guys to eat spicy bullfrogs today? Chu Feng said. Spicy bullfrog? Wood on fire? Yu, who had gone many times without eating it, opened his mouth and asked. This had almost become Yu's obsession. Chu Feng nodded his head rather pretentiously, but was mercilessly disliked by Yu. No? Then the wood on fire is run by your family? You eat it when you say so? Chu Feng was secretly pleased in his heart when he heard Yu's words. Hey, it's really run by my family. You don't care. You can definitely eat it if you go today. That would require going to line up at 4 in the afternoon. Yu said helplessly. This spicy bullfrog was served at 6 in the afternoon, but many people were already waiting in the blank waiting area at 4 in the afternoon, waiting for the spicy bullfrog. Some were diners from the store, some wanted to take away, and there were even substitute buyers. Don't you care? If I say you can eat it, you can eat it. Don't beep and beep. Chu Feng pretended to be impatient and opened his mouth. The headman on one side was also echoing. That's right, who's so foolish like you? Scram. Speaking of which, Big Fool's nickname was still his own. Big Fool's original name was Meng Zichen, and during class, he turned back to Chu Feng and called him stupid, but was agreed by all the students that he was the more stupid one. Plus, he had a broader stature, so he was called Big Fool. The three of them took a taxi to the 800 billiard hall, where the prices were also very cheap. There were $13, $16, and $21 per hour. Moreover, the main thing was the recharge discount. Recharge 100, send 399. This temptation was really overwhelming, but Chu Feng's several people were not locals in the downtown area, so they didn't charge the card and opened a 16 yuan per hour table. Still the same old rules, whoever loses and whoever goes down, all three can have a chance to play. Chu Feng played, never relied on accuracy and positioning, and relied entirely on luck, especially the first hand. Although Chu Feng had played a few days ago, he was still a bit rusty. When he first started the game, he couldn't score no matter what. Either he was off or didn't walk in place. It was almost taken away by the head zero, but at the time when the head was still left with the last colored ball, Chu Feng's power of luck began to work. He scored 3 balls in a row, reducing the ratio of balls remaining on the table to 4-1. Immediately after that, the head's pocket ball was hit by him and shook the pocket, once again giving Chu Feng a chance. The power of luck is of course not only on oneself, but also on the opponent. Friends who often montage the ball know that when your luck comes, your own coup go down, while your opponent can't get in no matter what. This is the power of luck. Chu Feng got the right to the ball, directly on the hand, pole even into. Around is another 3 cities. The most outrageous thing was that a purple ball, after hitting the 4 banks, went into the center pocket. The head and the big fool 2 people shouted, you can really ing montage ah. What the hell is a mongoose? I'm calculating this. Chu Feng said unconvincingly, reasoning. There was no way to trace this kind of thing back, but everyone who was an individual knew that it was masked. But a few people just couldn't do anything about it. The last full color ball still didn't go in. This luck didn't go so timely. The turn of the head of the ball. The head is also a shot directly into the pocket of the 4 banks. Also staged the power of luck. The competition of God's power directly made the big fool confused. This Nima, good mon, Chu Feng exclaimed, not expecting that the goddess of luck would start to favor the head. What a mong. I'm calculating this. Worthy of being classmates for 3 years in high school. The explanation made he was just as good. Come on. I'll swing the ball back for you. You can do it again. If you score, you'll admit that you're calculated. Chapter 41, Private Room 1. When these words came out, both of them were dumbfounded. Who did they learn this from? They could still play like this? Chu Feng stated that it was still Qin Cheng who played dirty. Of course, Chu Feng naturally would not allow the head to take another shot. Otherwise the fun would be lost. In this kind of sport, luck was also part of strength. The headman was now down to a black 8, and only needed to score a goal to get the victory in this game. But it was as if the goddess of victory had left the headman. The headman had wanted to just hit it randomly without aiming. After all, if he aimed, there was only one pocket, while if he didn't aim, there were 6, plus the angle wasn't very good. It could only be this way. Therefore, after the black 8 had bounced 3 banks, it steadily stopped at the pocket opening. Chu Feng laughed out loud. This is really heaven helping me. My power of luck. It's back. The white ball stopped on the same straight line as the green ball in the mouth of the bag. Chu Feng only needed to gently push it. Then he could push the green ball into the bag. Ha 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 ha. Free or not? Chu Feng sent out a soul torture question, but the head was extremely resolute and shook his head. Not free, right? Chu Feng said, and then, was bending down and pushed the green ball into the bag. Although the black 8 stopped at the mouth of the pocket, and did not need to walk, but Chu Feng's shot just now, and solidly formed a straight line with the black 8, the mouth of the pocket. The midday sun shone in through the curtains, just enveloping the black ball, the white ball, and the green ball. It was like an auxiliary line in a game of billiards. This is still not free? Chu Feng asked with a smile. The headman still shook his head. What if the wobbly bag went in? What if the white ball went in as well? What if the black ball flew? What if the earth exploded? Chu Feng lightly laughed disdainfully and bent down, sending the black ball firmly into the pocket, and the white ball was also pulled back with Chu Feng's low shot. It steadily stopped at the center of the pool table. Chu Feng won. No skill, no accuracy, all luck. Dayu laughed lightly as he went on the court, but without exception, he was blown away by Chu Feng. After all, of the 3, Dayu was the weakest and lost every time. The probability of winning was slim to none, unless Chu Feng lost. Otherwise, Dayu would have no chance to fight the head today. The few people had played in the pool hall for close to 3 hours before spending a mere $48. 3 hours had allowed Chu Feng to earn over $10,000, so this small amount of money was naturally nothing. Therefore, Chu Feng also happily paid it. Let's go, eat something. Seeing that the time now came to around 12 o'clock, Chu Feng proposed. This billiard hall was not very far from the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant, so Chu Feng directly brought the 2 of them to the hot pot restaurant. Seriously? You can eat spicy bullfrogs at this hour? Dayu still asked in disbelief. If you don't want to eat, you get out. The headman spoke with some impatience, having asked several times on the way. Hearing the headman's words, Daiju slapped the headman on the shoulder. Get out here. The words were spoken in the authentic Lunnan noble dialect. The 3 of them walked into the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant. It was already mealtime, and the entire Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant was packed. Coupled with the National Day, there were still at least 3 tables lined up in the waiting area at the entrance. Holy, this hot pot restaurant is too hot. I don't know how much money the owner can make. Dayu stood in the waiting area and sighed. After subtracting the labor, water, and electricity for a month, there's probably about 100,000 or so left. Chu Feng replied. You get it again? The headman coldly popped out a sentence. Chu Feng looked at the headman somewhat speechlessly and said roll. As soon as Chu Feng entered the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant, he went straight to the back kitchen. The 2 of them, the headman and Dayu, who were looking at him, were stunned, not knowing what this kid was smoking. This Windy is trying to cut in line. I'm a civilized youth. I never cut in line. Dayu followed behind Chu Feng and said in a low voice to the headman. The headman did not say anything, but only gave a thumbs up with a slightly pompous expression to show his approval and disdain for Dayu's behavior. Uncle Lu, I've brought my friend here. You make the arrangements. When Chu Feng pushed open the door of the back kitchen, he saw Boss LV, who was busy in front of the stove, and opened his mouth to say, alright, it was ready a long time ago. Xiao Lu, take Boss Chu upstairs to the No. 1 private room. Boss Lu opened his mouth and instructed Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu nodded his head and gave a pleased gesture to the several people. Then he took the lead and walked out of the back kitchen and up the stairs. Chu Feng's several people followed closely behind. What's the situation here? Why did I hear that old man call Feng Zichu boss? Dayu was puzzled and asked the headman in a low voice. You heard it wrong. The headman, on the other hand, opened his mouth with a helpless face and replied. He also heard it just now, but with outsiders present. Of course he couldn't ask directly. He would ask again when he arrived at the private room in a while. This number 1 private room was used by Boss Lu to entertain his honored guests before, so it will always be kept. Xiao Lu opened his mouth and explained. Holy, Feng Zi, you're an honored guest? Dayu asked with some composure. Chu Feng nodded his head somewhat breathlessly. The headman was silent and only gave a thumbs up. The private room was in the far corner of the 2nd floor. Very inconspicuous. Even Daiju, who had been here many times, never knew about this No. 1 private room. 3 people entered the No. 1 private room. The decoration inside is not considered luxurious, but it is a different flavor. like a wild camping. The ground was covered with small stones, and the chairs were not the kind of sofas outside, but the kind of chairs used for camping. The table and chairs were matching. Very wide, a square table. There was an induction cooker set on top of the table, for cooking fondue. Next to it was a 3-tier wooden shelf for dishes. The surroundings were also very natural, and there was a tree planted in the corner, although it was not known what kind of tree it was, but it was very tall. The rockery and the babbling brook are all there, which makes people feel relaxed at once. Although the style of eating hot pot was very simple, but with such a scenery, it was very comfortable, making people unconsciously relax. Chu Feng had thought that it was a very business-like private room, but he did not expect that Boss Lu would be so creative. Wow! Dayu could not help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the scenery inside. This private room looked mediocre from the outside, but once inside, it was a different world. A few of you sit down first, I'll go get you menus, Xiao Lu said. Previously when Boss Lu entertained guests, he set his own standards, so there was no menu prepared in this first private room. This time was different. It was the new boss who brought his friends, so naturally he had to go outside to get the menu. Boss Chu, what pot base do you want? Xiao Lu looked towards Chu Feng, who had already taken his seat on one side, and opened his mouth to ask, can you guys eat spicy food? Chu Feng looked at the two men and asked. Both of them nodded their heads in unison. Then have the Mandarin duck pot. I don't eat spicy food. Chu Feng laughed. Alright, a few of you will wait a moment. After saying that, Xiao Lu left the private room. Holy, what is this situation? Chapter 42 Tong Yingying. Xiao Lu had just left the private room with his front foot, and Dayu couldn't help but ask. Cough cough, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. I'm a billionaire. Chu Feng smiled and opened his mouth. No, showdown, the head said with a mouthful of onion province dialect, which meant to be more serious. Ha ha, billionaire is a bit of a stretch. This hot pot restaurant was purchased by me, and like Dayu said, it's now considered to be owned by my family. Ah, the two people were shocked speechless by Chu Feng's words, and their faces were filled with unbelievable expressions. Where did you get the money? The head man asked. The few people were high school classmates, and they had been together every day in high school, and they could almost say that they knew each other's family conditions like the back of their hands. What were Chu Feng's family conditions? This hot pot restaurant was the hottest hot pot restaurant in the entire Linshui city. The acquisition was at the very least millions of dollars. Chu Feng could actually pull out so much money? When I was in college, I did some business with my friends and earned some money. It just so happened that the owner of Wood on Fire wanted to sell the store. I acquired it. Anyway, I won't lose money. Chu Feng shrugged and casually lied. CC City and Linshui City were separated by 80,000 miles, and even if the two men were more magical, it was impossible for them to dismantle Chu Feng's lie. No buddy, illegal and criminal things can't be done, haha. It had only been a month since he had gone to college, and Chu Feng had earned several $1 million, which was either selling powder or money laundering. The other possibilities were almost non-existent. Chu Feng did not know how to explain with the two men. He could only use lies again. Don't worry, buddy, don't do that. I opened a bar with my friend last year. Business has been quite good. Just sent dividends the day before yesterday. A lie needs a lot of lies to support. Now Chu Feng is like this. Chu Feng could only silently pray that the two men would not ask again. If they asked again, they might reveal their lies. They would have known to say that they had won the lottery. The two pondered for a while. Indeed, this kind of liquor sales industry was indeed profiteering. If done well, earning a few million a year would not be difficult. At that time, because I wasn't sure, I didn't call you guys. Wait for the next time, and then have a better business venture. Call you guys at that time. Chu Feng laughed. In order for the two to quickly dispel their doubts, they could only quickly divert the attention of the two from how Chu Feng made money just now. It shifted to how Chu Feng brought us money. The two people really did not dwell on the topic just now, but instead envisioned their lives in the future. If Chu Feng could become so rich, he himself could definitely do the same. Although the two people have no money, no connections, and no brains, after all, they are their own good brothers. If the situation was suitable, he could help out a little bit. Anyway, I don't expect the two people to bring themselves any profit, as long as they don't lose money. When the time to get a small point of the company, to the two people to arrange a casual job, in this case is also considered very good. Xiao Lu left not a moment, came back. The door of the room was opened, behind Xiao Lu, followed by a tall girl. The makeup on the young girl's face was very delicate. A head of hair coiled behind her head. Her eyes were bright, as if hiding stars in general. Her lips were coated with a little bit of beansan-colored lipstick, making her look very colorful. Although the corners of her mouth were upturned, it was still hard to talk about the irritation of just going to work. Xiao Lu was carrying a Mandarin duck pot in his hand and placed it on the induction cooker in the center of the table. The young girl, on the other hand, was holding a menu in her hand and came before Chu Feng. Chu Feng? The young girl looked at Chu Feng's face and stared with somewhat unbelievable eyes. Just now, when she had been ordered to serve in the No. 1 private room on the verge of danger, the young girl was ecstatic, not because of anything else, but because this kind of one-on-one service would be much easier. However, she did not expect to be able to encounter Chu Feng here. Chu Feng raised his head to take a look and also exclaimed out in shock. Tong Yingying? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the two of them, De Yu and the head, similarly raised their heads and looked towards the young girl. The young girl was Tong Yingying, who had been Chu Feng's deskmate for 3 years during his high school years. As Tong Yingying scanned the circle with her eyes, she did not expect that the two people next to her knew each other, one being Meng Zichen and the other being Yuan Zhe. Why are you guys here? Tong Yingying asked in surprise. Came to eat? Ah, what else could I come for? Chu Feng was amused by Tong Yingying's words. This was a hot pot restaurant, or a private room. If you're not here to eat, can you still be here to use the restroom? Tong Yingying was also amused by her own words. A pair of jade hands lightly covered her lips and laughed. Why are you here? Chu Feng asked. He truly did not expect to meet Tong Yingying here. I'm working part-time. Tong Yingying opened her mouth with a face that took it for granted. Then, as if she thought of something, she handed the menu to Chu Feng. You order first. Chu Feng received the menu, and then handed it to De Yu and the head of the two men. The two men were a little too good to order. After all, the prices here are still slightly high. 3 people down without a $300 can't fight. $300 for students is already considered a huge sum of money. No need to save me money. Just order. Chu Feng saw the hesitation in the eyes of the two people and reminded out loud. Only then did the two people come to their senses. This kid was the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Although it looked expensive, the ingredients were still cheap. Sit down and eat something together. Chu Feng spoke to Tong Yingying. Tong Yingying was somewhat moved. She hadn't eaten anything since she woke up this morning until now. I'll go ask the boss, Tong Yingying said with a smile. Those who could come to this No. 1 private room were not small people. With Chu Feng being so young, Tong Yingying directly ruled out that option and only took Chu Feng as the boss's relative. With the boss's relative present, sitting down for a meal by himself shouldn't be a no-no. After all, the boss wasn't a bad person to talk to. No need, he is the boss. Xiao Lu, who had been waiting by the side, spoke at this time. One sentence directly dry-burned Tong Yingying's CPU. Wasn't his own boss Boss Lu? How did it become Chu Feng? Wood on fire to change the boss of this matter? Now also only small Lu know. Other contract labor LV boss has not yet had time to convey. Tong Yingying looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression, and after watching Chu Feng nod, the shock on her face increased even more. She had been a classmate of Chu Feng for 3 years, just like the two Du, and even knew him better than the two Du. After all, the two had been at the same table for a year. Although Chu Feng's family conditions were said to be better than her family, after all, her family was from the countryside, but it definitely wasn't any better. Around $100,000 could be taken out, but to want to buy this one wood on fire hot pot restaurant, it could not be said to be impossible. It was simply a pie in the sky. I don't believe it. Tong Yingying laughed, only feeling that Chu Feng had joined up with Xiao Lu to cheat him, then turned around and wanted to go find the boss. Squeak! The door was opened, only to see Boss Lu poking his head out with a smile. Boss. Chapter 43. Thank you. Tong Yingying politely greeted him. Boss Lu nodded with a smile towards Tong Yingying. Tong Yingying worked hard and was very attentive, although she was only a temporary worker. Of course, a real temporary worker. Tong Yingying would only come over during vacations. She came during the last summer vacation, but she didn't expect to come during the National Day vacation. Boss Lu was still happy when he knew she was coming. After all, she was a big beauty, and after the summer vacation ended, some of the old customers still lamented how she left. So Boss Lu was very impressed with Tong Yingying and gave her an extra bonus. Boss Lu was just about to greet Chu Feng, but he heard Chu Feng speak first. Boss Lu, this is my friend. Let her come and eat some together. Boss Lu smiled and nodded. You're the boss now. You have the final say. See, I didn't lie to you, Chu Feng said to Tong Yingying with a smile. Tong Yingying's mouth opened wide in surprise. This was surprisingly true. Chu Feng had actually really taken over this hot pot restaurant. It had to be several $1 million. Come on, sit down and eat together. There are still seats anyway, Chu Feng said. Then he was looking at Boss LV. Uncle LV, are you leaving? Chu Feng probably guessed that Boss LV was definitely not the type of person who loved to get together, so there must be something going on this time he came over. Boss LV nodded and spoke. Yes, the airplane at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the Chiang airport wasn't very far from this wood on fire hot pot restaurant, it still required a full 40 minutes of driving. It was already close to 1 o'clock, right at the evening rush hour, and the delay on the road would definitely not be less. Although Linshui City was a second-tier city with a hanging tail, There was still a lot of traffic. Going early would definitely not be a mistake. Then I won't keep you to eat together. Let Tong Yingying accompany me, Chu Feng said jokingly. Boss Lu hesitated and pulled out a bottle of erguotu from his body's pocket, and rummaged through another pocket to find a cup. Pouring the wine in his hand into the cup, he arched his hand at Chu Feng and said, "Thank you, Boss Chu. I won't say any more words of thanks. It's all in the wine." After saying that, he was drinking the wine in the cup in one go. Chu Feng's expression also became serious, and he hurriedly got up and supported Boss LV. "Uncle LV, what are you doing? I've told you, I also have intentions, and it's the market price." Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, acquiring the wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant was not his own doing, and he had a guilty conscience, but there was no way. No one else knew about the system, so this thanks could only be received by himself. "No matter what, you have saved my daughter and our family." Boss Lu placed the wine in his hand on the table and spoke. Chu Feng knew that by spending $3.5 million to buy this hot pot restaurant, coupled with Boss Lu's craftsmanship, it was considered that he had earned a bargain. However, at a time when everyone was desperately trying to suppress the price, Chu Feng's system of choosing to use the market price was extremely warm. Adding flowers to the brocade was certainly valuable, but sending charcoal in the snow was even more unforgettable. Chu Feng nodded his head. This Boss Lu was so sentimental that he would definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. There were generally only two outcomes for this kind of righteous person. One was to bring a good brother to the top, and the other was to be backstabbed by a good brother and fall to the bottom. Chu Feng believed that he, himself, would be the one to reach the top. "Uncle Lu, don't worry, we will definitely be able to grow bigger and stronger," Chu Feng said. Because there were no cups, Chu Feng took the wine in Boss Lu's hands and then took a large sip. It had to be said that the strength of this Red Star Air Pota was really strong. As a mouthful of it went down, Chu Feng's entire face turned red, and from his throat all the way to his stomach, all of it was fiery hot. "Ha ha ha, you still need to practice this drinking capacity again." Chu Feng's embarrassed face caused the crowd to laugh, and the serious atmosphere was gone at this moment. "That's fine, I'll leave first. I won't be able to beat the bus if I leave late." Boss Lu laughed. "What will you do if you drink?" Chu Feng could not help but be a little worried. "It's fine, beat it." Boss Lu waved his hand and laughed indifferently. "Alright, have a safe trip." Chu Feng sent his blessings. Boss Lu, take the airplane. Dayu reminded on the side. Taking an airplane and having a smooth journey would really be backbreaking. "Don't worry about it, it's good that Boss Lu is safe and sound." Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "Good, you guys eat and have fun, huh?" Boss Lu threw down a sentence. Then he left the room without looking back and set off on the road to Pretty Country, and Tong Yingying also sat down on her seat. This time she was completely convinced. This hot pot restaurant had changed bosses, and listening to Chu Feng's words, the two would have to work together in the future. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng, this kid, hid deep enough. After Dayu and the headman finished ordering, they handed the menus in their hands to Chu Feng. Chu Feng in turn handed the menu to Tong Yingying. "No need, I'm dabbling, so I won't order." Tong Yingying hastily waved her hand in rejection. Chu Feng smiled. This exposure of his own identity was clearly causing Tong Yingying to feel a little detached. "No need to save me money. Want to eat what to order? You still can't eat poor me." Deliberate understatement that is not called understatement. That is called pretending. Chu Feng's move was clearly the opposite. Joking with a more pretentious tone, letting Tong Yingying know that he was still the Chu Feng from high school. It wouldn't look at people with its nostrils just because it had gotten rich. "Dog big money, I can't eat you to death." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Tong Yingying also relaxed and threatened to eat poor Chu Feng. Chu Feng faintly smiled, begging to be eaten. After saying that, he only saw Tong Yingying brush several check marks on the menu. After finishing, she handed the menu to Chu Feng again. Chu Feng smiled. "Eat whatever you want. Anyway, you can eat whatever you want for $1 a second." After taking the menu, Chu Feng's mind was filled with 3 words. Just this. Tong Yingying just ordered 5 drinks and a plate of raw cut beef. Is this how you're going to eat me poor? Chu Feng was dumbfounded and opened his mouth to ask. "Don't you care? I'm afraid of wasting it." Tong Yingying bristled and opened her mouth. After Chu Feng added a few more plates of meat, he handed the menu to Xiao Lu. After all, the best thing about eating hot pot was shabu shabu. If you eat those starch balls, you might as well eat spicy hot pot. The meat was sliced into thin slices, put into boiling water, and then waited for a few seconds for the meat to completely change color before it was ready to be eaten. The meat is firm, yet tender, and retains its original flavor. The meat is wrapped in sesame sauce, green onions and cilantro, and is simply delicious. Xiao Lu took the menu and left the private room, coming to the back kitchen to prepare the dishes. The few people in the private room were also sitting on chairs and started chatting. Tong Yingying asked about Chu Feng. What exactly did the family do? Chu Feng still followed the previous lie that he was a farmer's son. and all of that money was earned by himself through partnering with friends in business. Tong Yingying saw Danyu and the head did not refute, but also chose to trust Chu Feng. Chapter 44, Good intentions do bad things. Soon, Xiao Lu opened the door and served the first dish on the table. Of course it was the spicy bullfrog that everyone had been longing for. Although Tong Yingying worked here, everything could be eaten in limited quantities after work. Only this spicy bullfrog could not. Spicy bullfrog is a limited supply. The guests do not have to eat, let alone the staff. Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant will not exist through the back door of the staff to order spicy bullfrog. After all, employees do not have privileges to be able to eat spicy bullfrogs at noon. Chu Feng was also considered the first. A plate of spicy bullfrogs was served on the table. Boss Lu made a lot, so feel free to eat as much as you want, Xiao Lu instructed. He had just seen that Boss Lu had been busy since he opened the door at noon today, making a full 5 servings of spicy bullfrogs, and at first, he did not know why. After all, Boss Lu came to the store. It was afternoon, and then began to cook unhurriedly. Now that he understood, it turned out that these 5 servings of spicy bullfrogs were all prepared for Chu Feng and the others. For Boss Lu, Chu Feng was already considered his boss, considered a trust for his future. Of course, he had to serve them well. He would rather have leftovers, but he could not let Chu Feng not have enough to eat. Otherwise it could be considered a dereliction of duty. The spicy bullfrogs at the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant were not eaten right out of the pot, but were eaten cold to give them more flavor. The bullfrog on the plate was deep-fried golden, with sticky soup hanging on it, and a piece of chili pepper was sprinkled on it, which made people's appetites increase greatly. Chu Feng picked up a piece of bullfrog meat and gently put it into his mouth, using his tongue to carefully taste the flavor. The bullfrog was hard in the mouth, and once he bit it with his teeth, the deep-fried shell on the surface was extremely crispy, and hanging on the surface of the bullfrog soup spicy and salty, pepper and chili pepper in the taste buds collision. Spicy flavor directly covered the entire mouth. Underneath the hard, crispy shell is the unrivaled tenderness of the bullfrog meat, which is firm and toothsome. Before stir-frying, Lu Boss should be marinated with secret spices. The whole piece of bullfrog meat all flavor, taste really unforgettable. Eating still want to eat. Chu Feng directly use invincible chopsticks. Clip up a few pieces of bullfrog meat put into his plate. Brothers, slow hands, De Yu shouted, and then he was bringing his head to join the battlefield together. As for the gentle Tong Yingying on the side, after eating a piece of bullfrog meat, she directly stopped pretending and directly activated the skill, slow hands, to clip the last few pieces of bullfrog meat into her plate. Incidentally, she also loaded the last piece of bullfrog meat on Chu Feng's plate into her plate together. She knew that the store's spicy bullfrogs were very tasty, and many diners came to grab them, but she just didn't expect that something as disgusting as bullfrogs could be made into such a delicious dish. What are you doing? Seeing his beloved bullfrog meat being snatched away, Chu Feng was directly anxious. You're all a boss now, and you're still pussyfooting around with an employee of mine. Xiao Lu, look at him. Tong Yingying directly unleashed her skill, radiance, standing on the moral high ground, standing in that endless light. She strongly condemned Chu Feng, and this move of moral kidnapping was almost immune to Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng had no morals. I don't care if you rob me of my food, beware of me docking your wages. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, cut. Tong Yingying rolled her eyes, then put that last piece of bullfrog meat into her mouth, and while chewing, she muttered, if you have the ability to come into my mouth and grab it. Shaking his head, looking at Chu Feng, a burst of fire on the side of the head, and you two people watching the fun to see. Don't push if you don't dare. Tong Yingying disdainfully bristled and swallowed the bullfrog meat. Chu Feng had no choice but to ask Xiao Lu to go and serve 2 more servings up, then said to the few people, don't even grab it, huh? Keep your stomach for the hot pot. Several people also agreed with their mouths full, but after the 2 portions of bullfrogs came up, they were still snatched up by several people, and even Chu Feng, who had made the proposal in the beginning, didn't give up the fight. The sliced meat for the hot pot was also brought up by Xiao Lu, and the several people from Chu Feng also gave up fighting for the spicy bullfrogs and shabu shabu at ease. A few people chatted about interesting things in high school, and the atmosphere was very cordial, talking about the matter of 2 people sitting at the same table. At that time, a lot of people thought that you two could make it, but I didn't realize that you two were just ordinary friends. De Yu smacked his lips and said, hey, at that time it was just ordinary friends. You guys think a lot. Chu Feng shook his head and said, at that time, the 2 of them had a good feeling towards each other, but neither of them took the initiative to break through this layer of cellophane. After all, in high school, neither had makeup, pure high school beauty and handsome male high. Who wouldn't like it? Secret love is certain. The 2 men and women, but it is very good match. But Chu Feng has some inferiority complex, dare not fall in love, although handsome, but the family background is really not so solid. and Tang Yingying has been waiting for Chu Feng to take the lead. After all, this kind of thing, how can a girl take the initiative? But now Chu Feng already had Jiang Xixin, and definitely could not get entangled with Tang Yingying anymore. Otherwise, it would appear that he was a scum. Solely directly denied his previous thoughts, biting out that he had been an ordinary friend before. The Tang Yingying, who heard Chu Feng's words, instantly reddened her eyes, but in order to not let others see it, Tang Yingying could only gasp for air with her mouth while using her mouth to make a few people think that she was being spiced up. Seeing this, Chu Feng also immediately handed Tang Yingying a bottle of drink next to her, and also very thoughtfully opened the cap for her. But Tang Yingying turned a blind eye to it and opened another bottle of drink on the side by herself, not even looking at Chu Feng before taking a big sip. Yeah, we were just ordinary friends back then. Tang Yingying wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. She herself did not expect that after waiting for Chu Feng to open his mouth for such a long time, what she waited for was an ordinary friend. Chu Feng also realized that Tang Yingying was angry, and did not know what to do. The hand that was handing over the drink stayed in mid-air, somewhat embarrassed. De Yuan, the headman, made a wink towards Chu Feng, signaling him to go and coax Tang Yingying a bit. However, Chu Feng shook his head. If he wanted to break it off, he had to break it off cleanly, not letting Tang Yingying still hold on to hope. If he went to coax her now, he would make Tang Yingying's heart think that he still liked her and was just being tough. At that time, Chu Feng really did not know what to do. The current Chu Feng had some regrets, and should not have let Tang Yingying come over to eat with him, but after all, it was an old classmate, and to meet and not stay for a bit was to appear to be impolite, but also blame the big fool that. What is the point of mentioning this for a good reason? Oh yes, I have not mentioned to these two to find a girlfriend. The circle of friends are not sent. I guess these two are trying to set up themselves in Tang Yingying. Unfortunately, the good intention to do bad things. Chapter 45, Fishing for a Woman. Tang Yingying didn't know what Chu Feng thought about himself in high school. Maybe people just treated themselves as ordinary friends? Was it not too good to be angry here? After thinking about all of this, Tang Yingying gently wiped her tears, let out a light laugh, and spoke. It almost spiced me up. Although the crowd knew it by heart, none of them went to poke at Tang Yingying's lie. After all, the atmosphere just now was a bit awkward. Pay attention. This one of his is indeed very spicy. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Do you, on the other hand, joked, vegetables just practice more ow." Tang Yingying covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Just you're good. Humph. Although Tang Yingying did not dwell on this issue anymore, she still liked Chu Feng in her heart. From the beginning of the first year of high school enrollment, Chu Feng's unique face value had caught Tang Yingying's attention. However, there had been no opportunity to make contact until the senior year, when the class teacher transferred herself to the same table with Chu Feng. It was only then that the two began to communicate closely. In one conversation after another, Tang Yingying slowly had a good feeling about Chu Feng, and the two of them also had appointments to go out to play and go out to eat from time to time. The good feeling towards him was also more and more, until it turned into a favorite, and has continued until now. And Chu Feng is also the same for Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying is also considered the class flower in Chu Feng's class, but he really did not have the courage to take that step, until he went to college. After having the system, Chu Feng only boldly up. It just so happened that he ran into the system mission. Just so happened that he ran into Jiang Xixuan, who had about the same face value as Tang Yingying, and it just so happened that the two of them were in love with each other. So they got together. In fact, if there hadn't been Jiang Xixuan, perhaps Chu Feng would have returned, confessed to Tang Yingying, and then gotten together, and lived a life without shame from then on. Of course, it was all a coincidence. Since he was now together with Jiang Xixuan, Chu Feng thought to himself that he definitely would not have anything more to do with Tang Yingying. What are you doing after dinner? Seeing that the meal was nearing its end, De Yu opened his mouth and asked. A few people pondered and discussed. There really wasn't any good place to go. In Linshui City, the most fun thing to do was cell phones, followed by shopping malls. Tang Yingying still had to work, and there wasn't much for a few big men to do at the mall. Go online? Chu Feng proposed. Big Fool and Headboy nodded their heads. It was true that there wasn't much of a place to play. Having come all the way here, playing billiards all morning, and having to go to an internet cafe to surf the internet. However, after eating the spicy bullfrogs that they had always wanted to eat, this visit was not a loss. A few people will be on the table to deal with the food. It is really delicious. One by one, they are all propped up to cover their stomachs, this time in wood on fire. Once again, Chu Feng truly understood the flavor of this hot pot restaurant, although it was all shabu-shabu. However, because of the pot base and dipping sauce, it was extraordinarily tasty, and it could be said to be worlds apart from other hot pot stores. Although Chu Feng was the boss, Tang Yingying did not intend to skip work, and when they finished eating, they said hello and left the private room. After bidding farewell to Tang Yingying, the three of them came to the nearest internet cafe. directly opened a machine, and began to play the game. Chu Feng had 3D vertigo, so there was no way to play some FPS games. He could only play Golden Shovel on the side. After playing a few tiles, Yu and the head of the two, seeing that Chu Feng was alone, they also opened the Golden Shovel. Although Golden Shovel was a mobile game, it was still more fun for a few people to play on the computer. The main thing is to play the Golden Shovel, except for the last 3 stars and 5 fees when the chase is more tense and exciting. You need to look at the screen without taking your eyes off the screen. The rest of the time, only need to occasionally look at it. So Chu Feng was also playing Shovel while chatting with Jiang Xishuan. He even used 3 things in one mind and also chatted with Yu on the side. Yu was also different today. After only a month in college, he had coaxed a girlfriend with his articulate mouth. But the beauty of it all is that his girlfriend seems to be a little bit of a girl in the nature of the fish. Talked about just more than half a month. Went to the beach to pick up twice. But also let the big fool to buy a watch. Buy a small bag. The big fool is also fool. Think also did not think to agree. This half month's time has given his girlfriend spent close to $4,000. Daju's family is also relatively rich. The family has opened a farm. Fully automated chicken. When the market is good, a shed of chickens can earn more than 20. His family has 3 sheds. So about 40 days can earn about 600,000. Accounting for a year can earn a 5 million. But not every day the market is good. There are times when the market is not good. A shed of chickens is also able to lose 200,000 yuan. Accounted for, a year can earn a couple of million. So his pocket money is also relatively large. Although the monthly living expenses are only 3,000, but cannot help his mother to give more. Fear of his fat son starving in school. Every now and then, she transfers $1,000 to Danyu to improve his food. A week into the school year, Danyu had $5,000 in his hand, but his girlfriend had spent almost all of it. What the? You just talked for half a month and you spend over 4,000 for someone else? Are you? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course, he himself was not a smart person. Just talked for 3 or 4 days. Bought a necklace for someone Jiang Xishian. Spent 15,000. Bought a cell phone. Spent 13,000. But he has money. A day to earn 86,400. This $20,000 for himself is also considered a piece of cake. Moreover, the nature was different. Jiang Xishian was the one who was willing to give it to himself, but Diyu's girlfriend, on the other hand, took the initiative to ask for it. Could this be the same? But it was as if Diyu's brain couldn't turn a corner, thinking that spending money on a girl meant that he loved her, and foolishly saying that it was fine. You're great. Are there any more activities? I'll participate in it as well. Chu Feng spat out. Scram. Diyu laughed and scolded. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang at that moment, and it was Jiang Xishuan checking in. Chu Feng instantly picked up the phone. Checking in, checking out. Where? What are you doing? With whom? As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Xishuan's sweet voice was transmitted from the cell phone receiver. A stunningly beautiful face surfaced on the cell phone screen. Hearing the voice, the head who was concentrating on playing with a shovel hurriedly took off the headphones on his head and turned his head to look at Chu Feng's cell phone. I'm at an internet cafe with my friends, playing a little game. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, didn't you go back to do something? Jiang Xishuan asked suspiciously. Almost done. I don't have any tickets tonight, so I'll go back tomorrow. Yeah. When Jiang Xishuan heard Chu Feng's words, a smile appeared on her face as well. What's wrong? Missed me? Aha! I'll go back tomorrow, and I'll go back to bring you delicious food. Chapter 46, Task Release. Chu Feng opened his mouth. Delicious, naturally, was the spicy bullfrog from the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xishuan seemed to love spicy food quite a bit, so I believe that she should like this dish. Chu Feng looked at the face in the screen and only felt very cute. He couldn't help but want to touch her head, but through the screen, there was really no way, so he had to give up. The two of them were cuddly for a while, and then hung up the phone. Passwords? Who is this? The headman stared wide-eyed and asked. He, the object. Chu Feng laughed. You. The headman was momentarily shocked, speechless. When did you talk about it? Yu asked. For the matter of Chu Feng finding a girlfriend, the two of them did not know anything about it. No wonder he had explicitly and secretly rejected Tong Yingying today. So it turned out that he had such a beautiful girlfriend. As the class flower, Tong Yingying was beautiful, but the girl in Chu Feng's cell phone screen was even more beautiful. Damn, you also found a girlfriend, the head said through gritted teeth. Actually, he also found a girlfriend in high school, from the next class, but on the college entrance exam, he didn't get into the school of his choice and went back to repeat the exam. Just started school. The two were broken up. Chu Feng asked for a long time. The head refused to say. It's fine, you'll have it too. Chu Feng comforted. Grass. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, The headman was getting up and heading towards the internet cafe's toilet. "I'll go as well." Chu Feng followed closely behind. He didn't want to go to the restroom, but rather wanted to chat with the headman about this new girlfriend of Dayu's. This intention was too obvious. It was for the silver in Dayu's hand. It was expected that by then, after the money was spent, this girl would turn around and leave without dragging her feet. Dayu would be left empty-handed by then, and it would also cause indelible trauma to his young heart. As a good friend, this was something Chu Feng did not want to see. Although the headman was wearing a headset just now, he definitely knew about this matter. Daiju and he were both attending college in Greenbird City, and if there was anything Daiju this loudmouth would definitely notify him first. Chu Feng followed the chief all the way to the restroom. The two of them opened the gate to release the water effort. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Don you find girlfriend this matter, do you know?" "I know that doesn't fish for women?" The headman's eyes narrowed slightly. He had also seen it long ago. At that time, when Don Yu bought a bag for his girlfriend, he didn't have enough money and asked him to borrow money, so he was also aware of this matter, and his opinion of Big Yu's girlfriend was the same as Chu Feng's. Fishing for women. What to do? Chu Feng could not help but ask. What the hell to do? The headman was puzzled and asked. "I said how to make Dayu sober." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the headman was also somewhat speechless. This child, Dayu, was purely trapped. No matter who said it, he would not listen. He just recognized that this was love. "I don't know. Anyway, I said I won't listen," the head boy replied. Chu Feng pondered for a while. The question now was, whether that girl liked Dayu, or Dayu's family's money. After all, it had been said before that Dayu's money would be spent, but Dayu's family's money was inexhaustible. A family that could make millions of dollars a year was already considered human no matter where they were. Therefore, after the money in Dayu's hand was spent, it was sort of unknown whether the woman would leave. Maybe she is aiming to marry into the rich family? All of these things were possible. Chu Feng didn't want to break them up, but this girl's behavior was really a bit confusing. Everything still had to be asked for Dayu's opinion. Chu Feng did not say anything else and returned to the internet cafe private room with the head. Inside the internet cafe private room, the computer in front of Dayu still had the golden shovel hanging on it, while his gaze was stuck on his cell phone. One hand typed fast and chopped off a large message. Chu Feng took a look at the notes and called the most favorite wife. Vomit. He himself was embarrassed to make a note like this. "Here again chatting with you, the fishing girl?" Chu Feng teased. "Scram. You still don't believe me when I say she's a fishing girl, right?" Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, he really didn't want to let Big Fool have two empty pockets, or else he wouldn't be willing to manage this kind of thing, and in the end, he might even offend people. But who let the two people have a good relationship? No, she really wants me to prove that I love her. Dayu frowned, seemingly a little angry, but thought it was also true. His own girlfriend, being said to be a salvage girl by someone else for no reason. It would not be easy to put on anyone. Chu Feng knew that it was useless to talk about this now, and all he had to do now was to see if what this girl liked was in the end the person Dayu, or the money in Dayu's family. Anyway, the few $1,000s in Dayu's own hands, not to mention fishing for a girl, even the head couldn't see it. Then what can be done now? There is only temptation. As for how to temptation, Chu Feng has a good idea. It is to enter the game with his own body. He now has a Ferrari 488 in his hand, and a G63, no matter if it is Qingdao City or Linshui City, it is also considered a rich person. Ding! System mission. Trying out his girlfriend for Meng Zichen, Dayu. Reward a set of villas in Lanting Water Residence. The system's voice rang abruptly in his head. Finally came the task. Already close to 2 days without receiving the system task. Chu Feng can really miss Taida. However, it was the same old story. The mission was something that one had already decided to do. The system father was like doing welfare. How come the geese are still in the north this year? No south crossing, difficulty, I'll take this task. Now that there were still many days left in the vacation, Chu Feng definitely did not have the time to spend here. He also had to rush back to CC City to rent the street stores. And then the decoration team entered the field. Early to finish early. A few days ago, Ho Xinping said that the bar is almost renovated, although he gave some advice and some strategic guidelines. But the style of decoration and other things have not been changed, so it should also take advantage of these few days to finish. It's going to be a busy time. Trial operation and activities. By that time those few landlords' stupid sons are not enough to be able to complete independently. At that time also have to Chu Feng personally. Then we can only wait until the New Year's winter vacation. At that time, he would drive the car back, or buy one from Linshui City after earning money, and show off his handsomeness and money ability. Of course, it was only a slight display. By that time, if that girl hasn't broken up because Dayu's money is spent, the two of them should still be in the period of passionate love. Couples at this time, no matter how good the people outside are, they won't even look at them. Therefore, it would be best to try nothing at this time. If they were truly in love, Chu Feng would definitely not break them up. If it is for money, breaking them apart is also for the good of Du. Chapter 47 Reaching Out for Money. If Big Fool had said that he was rich and wanted a money figure, then Chu Feng would have nothing to say. But it was obvious that what Big Fool wanted was true love. As for why he had to wait until the New Year's vacation, one was that Chu Feng didn't have the time right now, and the other was to let these two people develop their feelings. What if from the beginning when they were trying to get money, after they arrived, they turned into true love? There were quite a few examples like that. What if the two people broke up? It would save Chu Feng from having to make a move. Chu Feng had made his plans. As for the plan, there was no hurry yet. Let's wait until after he returned to school. The few people played the game for a while longer, and it was around 5 o'clock. Seeing that there wasn't anything to play, Du and the head of the group planned to go home. Linchue City is not like those big cities. There is a subway or something. Until 11 p.m. to stop running. The last bus was around 5:30 p.m. There wasn't much to do anyway, so it was better to just take the bus home and save some money. After sending the two away, Chu Feng sat in the internet cafe for a while. He didn't have a computer on hand right now, so he made a Word document, making a list of what he was going to do, and the industries he already had in his hands. Then through the microchat transfer file, transferred to his cell phone. Now the planning for the future is very clear. Start a business in your free time, and try not to delay your studies. Although the graduation certificate was nothing to Chu Feng, there was definitely no way to drop out of school now. He could only wait until afterward when he had more industries to tell his parents about it. However, even at that time, one's parents should not agree. After all, for people in the Great Onion Province, taking the public examination was the only place to go. In Chu Feng's parents' generation's thoughts, earning millions a month was not as good as being a civil servant in the old family's face. Therefore, the parents of this level is also more difficult. When the time came, they could only utilize the ability to use money. Speaking of parents, Chu Feng called his old man. He had to ask for some money to start a business. Although he was not lacking in his own hands, he had to make a show of it. When the time came to confess to his parents, it would not be so abrupt. The phone quickly connected, and in the phone came the voice of his old mom. Son, what's wrong? Nothing. Miss you guys. Chu Feng did not go straight to the point, but instead exchanged pleasantries. After all, one could not open their mouths and ask for money from the family. Gu, our son misses us. Do we want to go to CC City to play for a few days? It just so happens that Xiao Feng is on vacation. Mom was talking to Pops next to her. Che, I don't believe this kid misses us. He doesn't have enough money to spend. Old Dad's more serious voice rang out. Knowing his son as his father, this call really came to ask for money. Yo, old comrade Chu, you kinda understand me. Chu Feng smiled and spoke, but it's not a lack of money. It's that my friend wants to start a business and wants to take me with him, and I'm looking to give it a try. Chu Feng added. Mom's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Yo, you don't want to be cheated. Is it reliable? Chu Feng nodded at the end of the phone and opened his mouth. Dependable. To open a store, and then we hire a store manager, and we don't delay learning. Chu Feng once again began to talk nonsense. Can it work? Mom was still skeptical and asked. Can it work? Opening a milk tea store. We can't use us to manage it. It's still a little short. Chu Feng knew that the family could not get much money if he told them to open a bar. I'm afraid that he would be directly passed. Moreover, the family's feudalistic thinking did not allow Chu Feng to do this kind of nightclub business. Anyway, it wasn't expensive to open a milk tea store, so when the time came to return to CC City, it would be fine to open another store and come back to round up the lie. How much is needed? Pops interjected from the side. For starting his own business, Pops was still considered to be quite important. He had said more than once before that he wanted Chu Feng to start his own business, either to take the public exams or to start a business. He had worked all his life, and he knew that working only made people poorer and poorer. $1 million or so. Chu Feng joked and said, you ask around tomorrow. Where are the ones who want cashews? Your mom, I'm going to sell them. The mom's end also joked. Chu Feng laughed and snorted. Don't. Anyway, it's 30, 00020, 000 not too little, 100, 00080, 000 not too much. The end of the cell phone discussed it. The old couple also knew that the current milk tea drink industry was very hot. After all, there was a small honey right in front of Chu Feng's house, and there were queues every day. Although they could not create a brand of their own, but if they joined, they were able to earn money. It could be said that it was a steady business, so to speak. The money would not go down the drain. Xiao Feng the two discussed for a while. Before speaking, opening a milk tea store is really good. We also try to support you, but the family's situation you also know. 100,000 or 80,000 is certainly not out. Mom said in a serious tone. I know. Chu Feng pursed his lips and said, if it wasn't to be able to make his parents accept the news that he had gotten rich, Chu Feng would not have asked for money. Pops drove a big truck for a month. Not to mention dangerous, but also tired from not getting enough sleep every day. Mom is a sales. A month is also a few $1,000s of wages. He himself was also trying to be able to make a good life for his parents. Your father and I have saved some over the years. Originally intended for you to get a wife. I originally did not want to touch this money. Aha. Chu Feng was like a little child who had done something wrong, pursing his lips tightly and agreeing. But your father still thinks that boys still have to get a career first. There are still more than 10,000 points on our family's fold. On your wedding fold, there is still about 110,000. I'll give you 70,000 pieces. The remaining 50,000. Mom will then save it for you. It's always important to keep a little bit of it. Mom went on to say, very slow speech. Chu risked some tears. He knows the family's not easy. Every month to the account is more than 10,000 points. Shaving off food, drink, and after Chu Feng's living expenses, a month can be left $3,000 is already burnt incense. I didn't realize that my mom and dad had saved more than $100,000 in the past few years without saying a word. Chu Feng knew that after he took the $70,000 away, his parents would have no living expenses, and with his own old mom's character of saying nothing on saving money, the remaining $50,000, it was impossible for them to move. There's no need for that much. Mom, 60,000 is enough. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, that's fine. Mom will save you 60,000. The moment Mom's words came out, Chu Feng instantly cried and laughed a little. The 10,000 left behind was for his parents to live on. How come he saved it for himself again? No, you guys don't spend money? Chu Feng laughed. Your father will soon be paid. We have enough. That's it. Old Mom directly shot the board. Chu Feng also had to give up. Pop's paycheck is good. Another 8,000 or so into the account. The family should be enough to spend. I'll transfer you tomorrow. Today the bank is closed. Mom went on to say. Chapter 48 Lease Contract. Alright, thanks Mom. Chu Feng laughed. No need to thank. It was originally your money. Mom then said. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. Chu Feng hung up the phone. Regarding Jiang Xishuan's matter, Chu Feng did not say it to his parents. It was still too early to say. Those who just fell in love and spoke to their parents were those who wanted relationship funds. Chu Feng was not short of money right now, so there was no need to open his mouth yet. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng returned to yesterday's small hotel, slept beautifully, and then went back tomorrow to rent a house. After lying on the bed and chatting with Jiang Xishuan for a while, he then sent a message to Xiao Lu, asking him to make some spicy bullfrogs, which he himself would bring with him tomorrow, with one portion for Jiang Xishuan, and one portion for the righteous sons in the dormitory to try. Only after doing that did Chu Feng sleep beautifully. Early the next morning, Chu Feng got up early. The airplane was a relatively early flight, until he rushed over. The time was almost up. Chu Feng went out, took a cab, and first went to the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant, where Xiao Lu had long since arrived. Chu Feng had told him last night that he would come early to get it himself, and now Xiao Lu had already made the spicy bullfrogs, and had already packed them and put them in a box. Chu Feng stuffed the spicy bullfrog into his bag. It was good that the bag he brought this time was not small, otherwise he really could not bring it. He said hello to Xiao Lu, and then went straight to Chiang Airport. Because it was the morning rush hour, the road was still quite congested. After arriving at Chiang Airport, it was already past 9 o'clock. Chu Feng ate a bowl of beef noodles in the airport, originally wanting to follow the example of a certain big brother who only wanted beef and not noodles, but still didn't pull his face down. Soon after, Chu Feng boarded the airplane, and after about 2 hours of traveling, Chu Feng landed at Xianyang Airport. In the parking lot, he found his own G63. I don't know how Qin Sheng was doing driving that 488 in these few days. Chu Feng sat in the cockpit and started the car and drove out of the parking lot. A total of less than 2 days of parking. Surprisingly to $140. More than they live in a hotel to spend. I should have known that my parking space. Let the car live in the hotel to go. The province should be spent. This money in Chu Feng seems to be a completely useless expenditure, although he could earn it back in a few minutes. Chu Feng went straight to CU9, and while driving the car, he sent a message to Pan Boi, signing the contract today, right? I just got back. Chu Feng had been coveting this store for a long time, only needing 750,000 to rent a nearly 200 square feet corner street store for a year. But he had picked up a great bargain, early to sign the contract, early to let the construction team enter, early to open and make money. Not only is the coffee shop itself bringing profits, but there is also $1 million given by the system. And Pan Boyi's side also returned in a second, the last T-rhyme, or dragon well. Come over, I'll have my father send the contract. Chu Feng nodded, and while waiting for the traffic light, he used his cell phone to open the navigation software. Having just come here for more than a month, he was still not very familiar with the roads here. With T-rhyme in the back, Chu Feng could only turn the car around a bit and head in another direction. After about 15 minutes or so, Chu Feng arrived at the T-rhyme and walked straight up to the Dragon Well private room. Pushing open the door, it was still the three musketeers, Ho Shinpeng, Wang Tianchang and Pan Boyi, who were inside smoking cigars and sipping tea. The room was smoky, but there was a vague milky flavor in it, which should be the flavor of the cigars. Young Master Chu is here. Come, brother will pinch your back. Ho Shinpeng stood up and greeted Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and ignored this living treasure. Has the contract come? Chu Feng opened his mouth to Pan Boyi and asked. It's here. My father happens to be on the side doing business. I just finished sending him a message. His assistant came up with the contract. It's long since been drawn up for you. Look at what else is wrong with it. Pan Boyi picked up a file bag on the table, handed it to Chu Feng, and opened his mouth. Chu Feng received the document bag, unraveled the coils on it one by one, and drew out the body of the contract from the document bag. Although it was a house lease contract, this could be worth $750,000. The contract was very concise and only consisted of 2 pages, which stated the date of the lease, the price, and a series of precautions and disclaimers. After Chu Feng carefully read it and determined that there were no problems, he signed his name on it. Then he carefully put it into the document bag from earlier and handed it back to Pan Boyi, who in turn sent a WeChat to his old man. Not long after, a youth wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door in. Brother Chi, it's signed. Pan Boyi handed the document bag to the young man. The young man nodded, took the document bag, and was turning around to leave. I'll transfer the money directly to you? Chu Feng asked. Let me give you an account number, public or private. Pan Boyi drummed on his cell phone, and the bank card number was sent to Chu Feng's cell phone. Chu Feng transferred 750,000 directly into the past. Fortunately, on the day he left, he raised the bank card limit to 5 million. Otherwise, he would still have to run to the bank every day. Passed out. Chu Feng sent a screenshot of the expenditure voucher to Pan Boyi and opened his mouth. Pan Boyi nodded and opened his mouth. Okay, send you the receipt when it arrives. Okay. Chu Feng nodded and turned to look at Pan Boyi on the side, smiled and joked. Brothers gathered together today. What big things are being discussed again? He, you guessed it right. Just big things. Ho Shinpeng heatedly smiled, then said, the bar is almost finished. The name has not been thought of. Ho Shinpeng scratched his head with some embarrassment and opened his mouth. Chu Feng was stunned. From the last time this matter was discussed, only a few days had passed, and now it was almost finished? This construction team should be lent over at that time for his own coffee shop. This kind of speed, if the effect can also reach the expected words, then this construction team is really not a general construction team. Like this construction team, there is no shortage of work to do. You have to hurry up and ask for it, otherwise you still have to wait. The name has not been thought of yet? For a few people talking about things, Chu Feng was also a face of helplessness. These three are at least a college student, although there are everyday dropouts. But the name of what can always think of it? I thought of a SS bar before. They don't let it be used. I feel pretty good. Ho Shinpeng said with a frown, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. Your trashy name. It's not as good as my perfect window. Wang Tianchang laughed disdainfully. What the hell play should? What are you talking about? Gibberish? Love brother Pan Boyi seemed to be a martial artist, and he didn't seem to be very fond of this kind of English name. Chu Feng listened to the two people arguing. Some had big, this or what with what? SS bar. This sounded like a low-end bar. What perfect window? If this is an illiterate person, they still can't go to this place. People ask, where are we going? You're stumped. Go to that. What should we play? Forget it, let's go to Live House. The name of the store should be high-end atmosphere, but also catchy. Ho Shinpeng's is obviously not atmospheric enough, while Wang Tianchang's is too atmospheric, but lost the catchy. As for Marshal General Pan Boyi, not a single idea was mentioned at all. Chu Feng didn't pick up the conversation, letting a few people tear it up. It has to be both catchy and high-end atmospheric, and at the very least it has to be paired with marketing together. What kind of name? There. Chapter 49, Bar Name. Chu Feng looked at the arguing crowd and beckoned, drawing their attention over. I have a little plan. Chu Feng said. What the hell? The three people were a little confused when they heard that. A little what? It's a scheme, Chu Feng explained. The few people did not care, but wanted to know what Chu Feng had come up with. Otherwise, let's call it Sober Harbor? Chu Feng spoke. What does that mean? Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth and asked. There are many meanings, wait for me to slowly tell you. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. Thinking of this name was mainly because it rhymed. Chu Feng thought of a perfect punchline. Just like positive step kicked into the billiard hall. Young people nowadays took this as a kind of terrier. And Chu Feng thought of believe. Believe. The best of all rhymes is harbor. And what port? Do a little bit of contrast. It is called sober harbor. After all, come over to drink. How can be sober? Moreover, the name sober harbor may become a kind of terrier. Let's go. Sober harbor to sober up a bit? Go. In disguise, it was also a way to add a wave of heat. And welcome to sober harbor. Believe in. Believe in. Such a punching point will definitely make people scramble to take pictures. When the time comes, coupled with Wang Tiancheng's Netflix team marketing, it can save a large amount of publicity and distribution costs. Of course, the Chinese name is best within Chinese soil, and the name Sober Harbor is also catchy. Sober Harbor, the English name, is also considered catchy. The icon design was good, but it was not too advanced. Chu Feng gave out all of his ideas and won the crowd's continuous praise. Worthy of going to a junior college on your own strength. You just have ideas, haha. Ho Xinpeng teased. Asterisk 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 you star. Chu Feng laughed and cursed. How about it? Cast a vote and make sure. Chu Feng looked around and opened his mouth. Ho Xinpeng, on the other hand, waved his hand. This also vote what? Then my SS bar is a little better, ha. You that what pussy thing, but also SS bar. Why don't you SB bar? Just go by yourself. You are SB. Pan Boyi scolded with a disgusted face. That's fine. Directly said it. You grab contact the designer. Wang Tiancheng seemed a bit anxious and urged. That's fine. I'll look for the designer. I guess I'll be able to produce a draft tomorrow night. Ho Xinpeng is the team's boss. This kind of thing is of course his to do. So he answered very quickly. Immediately after that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the designer team he had contacted before. Before this designer team was just designing the decoration, such as lighting or wine cabinet or something, but it had also reserved the location for the logo, which was just right for the 3 words Sober Harbor. Now all that needs to be designed is the font. The speed should be fast. By the way, I'll pull you into the group. I've been wanting to come before and kept forgetting. Ho Xinpeng first sent the message to the team of designers. Then he pulled Chu Feng into the small group the 3 of them had before. Father Sorrower's Alliance? Chu Feng looked at the name of the group chat and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Quite a comprehensive knowledge of oneself, huh? Chu Feng forced back his laughter and joked. Screw you. Anyway, there's news that I'll send in the group the first time. Then if you guys aren't satisfied, feel free to talk to me. I'll contact. Said here, Ho Xinpeng Emil, and then a pat on the head. Then said, I directly pull the designer team leader in it. When not satisfied, directly let him change. Ho Xinpeng operated his cell phone and pulled in the team leader of the designer team. Okay, no problem. Although a few people were rich second generation, they were still more attentive to their own industry. This bar should be considered as the start of a career. And of course, several people attached great importance to it. By the way, old Ho, that decoration team of yours can lend me a hand. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, alright, I'll push it to you. Without saying a word, Ho Xinpeng directly pushed the decoration team leader over from the microchat. The designer also wants it. There is a decoration team. Of course, also want the designer team. Have to let the designer team design it first. In the group, you add yourself. Anyway, it's all in Xiao Pan's house. Ho Xinpeng raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Chu Feng's brain had just turned a corner. Hell, Lao Pan's family was in real estate, and there were both designers and decoration teams. Moreover, the designer team was definitely top-notch. Alright then, thank you brother Ho, thank you brother Pan. Chu Feng laughed. It's fine, it should be. Pan Boyi waved his hand, remembering yesterday's $150,000. In fact, even without that $150,000, this designer team and the decoration team would have given it. After all, to whom the decoration was not a decoration. Anyway, the remuneration Chu Feng would not give less. All pigeons. Chu Feng added 2 people and sent the store's floor plan to the designer team leader. The team leader said that it was all a small matter. At the latest before the end of the National Day holiday, the design and rendering were sent over. Chu Feng first sent the team leader a transfer of $1,000 to give him the strength to work. Treat the brothers to a coffee. When it opens, all come and sit down. I'll pay for it. Chu Feng said. Reward or something. Say it then. The designer team in Mr. Pan's house, even if it's top-notch, the asking price won't be too high at that time. 1,000 yuan a square foot would be tops. Close to 200 square meters. That is 200,000. This price is within Chu Feng's acceptable range. At that time, the specific offer, directly let Pan Boyi to talk about it. although it is said to be their own business, but this kind of thing, it is also considered mutually beneficial. Having the right to not use it, it expires. The group leader also painfully accepted the transfer and jokingly said that the time would be able to be advanced by a few hours. Chu Feng smiled and told the group leader to cheer up, and then put down his cell phone. Let's go, have a meal. I'm starving. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Chu Feng hadn't eaten after getting off the airplane. Go! The few people went straight to one of the top restaurants in CC City. Sia 8. It was a very famous Cantonese restaurant. Although Ho Xinping was born and raised in the Terracotta Warriors province, he was very fond of sweeter ones. Therefore, Cantonese cuisine was his very favorite cuisine. Several people drove directly to Shiyu 8 on Taihua North Road. Although the distance was a bit far, it didn't matter for the sake of the food. Before coming, Ho Xinping had already reserved a private room. As a regular customer here, of course, the reservation was completed directly. Several people went directly upstairs and came to the private room. Here is not a cell phone scan code order, is a dish book. Each page on it was a separate dish, labeled with the name and price, and behind the name was a clear large picture. Chu Feng also had a cool sweet tooth, so looking at the pictures on the menu, his mouth was already watering. It was Chu Feng's first time here, so he ordered a dish that looked delicious. Starred barbecue pork, which should be very tasty from the name. Chapter 50, Preparation before the mission. The other three people each ordered a little of their favorite, and they handed the menu to the waiter. The waiter took the menu and left the private room. Although it was one of the top restaurants in CC City, the prices inside actually weren't very expensive. Just like the starred barbecue pork that Chu Feng ordered just now, it was only $98. Of course, it wasn't cheap. In the wood on fire hot pot restaurant, 98 should be able to be eaten by two people. Here, it was only the price of one dish. The dishes soon came up. Looking at the appearance, is indeed good, and the picture is generally consistent. However, the amount of food, well, is really a little touching, but alright, can use money to solve, big deal, and then a few copies. As long as the money to solve things, that can still be called a thing? The other three people basically ordered all the specialties of this restaurant: crispy barbecued pork, marinated platter, shiyu shrimp dumplings, pineapple quicksand buns, black pepper slow-cooked beef ribs, and a grouper with scallion oil dripping, which weighed about 5 pounds. Just this grouper alone was over $1,400. Chu Feng directly retracted his words just now. Where was this restaurant cheap? However, the ingredients used were the best. It was also considered value for money. If there was an entree, there should be no need to add more dishes today, and one should be able to eat enough. After the starred barbecued pork came up, Chu Feng realized that this dish was not considered a dish. It was also considered one of the main dishes. Chu Feng only ordered one. It was good that the remaining few people ordered it, so it was not embarrassing. This thing was actually one serving per person. The barbecue pork was reddish brown overall. This was not paste, this was brushed sauce. The top was drizzled with barbecue sauce, while the center part was white with a hint of red, which made people's appetite rise. Chu Feng used a knife to cut a small piece and put it in his mouth. The whole piece of meat was fluffy and soft, fat and thin, and the thin part was very chewy. The whole piece of meat was wrapped in soup, slightly sweet in the mouth. And then there was a light salty flavor, Chu Feng's favorite flavor. The other dish, crispy roasted pork, should be roasted with pancetta. The surface is crispy. After entering the mouth, the skin is crispy, the meat is tender, the taste is rich, the fat is plentiful, but it is not greasy. Fatty but not greasy should say this. High-class restaurant is a high-class restaurant. This flavor, really is no comment. The plating was also very delicate. Chu Feng has never eaten before. I heard that this place is still a Michelin 2-star. Or the cheapest Michelin 2-star in the world. That Michelin 3-star flavor. The price. Chu Feng is a little afraid to think, but now Chu Feng is not the same as in the past, and now there is close to 700,000 in the card, so he can afford to eat anything. Several people are cutting down a piece of starred barbecue pork to start the appetizer before eating anything else. Beef ribs are also stewed soft and flavorful, with black pepper sauce on top, chewy and tasty, waiting to eat and drink enough. The table is not left at all. Love brother Pan Boyi is covering the stomach, lying on all fours in the chair, calling out delicious. Although Ho Xinping brought Chu Feng and the others here today, this meal is what Chu Feng wants to eat. And, since Pan Boyi and Ho Xinping helped themselves so much, this meal should be their own treat. Chu Feng directly came to the front desk and got the bill. Good guy, ate close to $2,500, which also contains 10% service charge. There is also the cost of the meal. It's not bad, the flavor and everything, it's not bad. Chu Feng cheerfully signed his name on the bill and then swiped his card. Several people also knew that Chu Feng had finished settling the bill, and when Chu Feng returned to the room, they said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Chu." It should have been discussed by the several people. Chu Feng smiled and did not say anything. Chu Feng's things were roughly done as well, and what he had to do now was to go back to the school and bring the spicy bullfrogs in his bag to Jiang Sichuan. Just now, when those few people were there, Chu Feng hadn't even bothered to take it out, so he could only wait for wood on fire to drive to CC City before letting a few people taste the flavor. Chu Feng bid farewell to the few people, got into his car, opened his cell phone, looked at his balance. There was still 730,000 yang, quite a lot, enough for the time being. However, one had to be more active, trigger a little more quests, and earn some more rewards. Otherwise, it really wasn't enough to spend. The current Chu Feng was already somewhat unsatisfied with $1 a second. After all, the spending was too great. Oh yeah, there was also the need to open a milk tea store to cope with the family. Coping is coping, but in terms of profitability, it still can't be reduced at all. Then join one. Wang Ba TG is good. College students like, and the unit price is also high. The corresponding profit should be able to go up. Chu Feng sat in the car, took out his cell phone, searched on a certain tone of voice to join the Wang Ba TG. Do not know. I'll look shocked. This, plus equipment fees, plus the first batch of material fees, plus a series of management fees and rent or something. The official offer even reached 1.2 million, 3-year contract. This price completely exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. Chu Feng also thought that such a milk tea store, about 500,000 should be able to handle. Chu Feng looked at the balance of close to more than 700,000 in his card and was a little worried. He didn't expect that after getting the system himself, he would still be worried about money. However, this was not a matter. This 700,000 could not be moved for the time being. All of this was used to open the cafe. After opening the cafe, there was still the 1 million reward given by the system, and by then it was only 200,000 short. Well, it can be earned in 3 days. It is not impossible. This is not in a hurry. One's old man and mom should not come to CC City to play for a while. Rush to get it done before the vacation is good. Ding! System mission. Open a Wangba Chaji. Reward system upgrade. The long-lost system voice once again sounded in Chu Feng's mind, nearly causing Chu Feng to burst into tears. Although it had only just been heard yesterday, this time, the system reward was extraordinary. A system upgrade. When he had obtained the system before, Chu Feng had heard, deposit system, level 1. At that time, Chu Feng was speculating that this system wouldn't still be able to be upgraded, right? He didn't expect that it had really come to be able to be upgraded just by opening a Wangba Chaji. What was it like after the upgrade? How much money could be given in a second? These are all unknowns. Even if it gave $2 a second, then Chu Feng would be able to come to close to 170,000 a day. An astronomical sum. I can't. Upgrade early and enjoy early. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Let's open the cafe first. But people's designs after all took time, so for the time being, they could only wait. After thinking for a long time, Chu Feng finally started the car. The Mercedes-Benz G63 let out a roar. Chu Feng put it in gear, stepped on the gas, and was heading towards the school. First, regardless of anything else, first send the spicy bullfrogs to Jiang Sichuan before saying anything else. Chapter 51. Back to school. When I came to the school, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The meal just now took a long time, and there was a traffic jam on the road. These days the temperature of CC City has lowered a lot, plus the October 1st holiday. Foreign tourists come and go, countless. The road is very crowded, less than half an hour's journey, enough to walk for more than an hour. The big city is not the same, huh? Chu Feng parked the car in front of the school. We'll soon start school. When the time comes, we must let the guide to do a vehicle pass for themselves, but also can do a walk-in. At that time, you can pay another $1,000 a year for the dormitory fee. Then you can live wherever you want. If you have time, you can go back to CU9, but if you don't, you can live in the dormitory and rip it off. These days were also quite nourishing. Chu Feng sent a message to Jiang Sichuan, and according to Jiang Sichuan, it just so happened that there were no classes this afternoon, so he could accompany Chu Feng around. Chu Feng asked Jiang Sichuan to come downstairs, and Jiang Sichuan agreed with alacrity. There were still 2 days left for the vacation to end, and there were more people coming and going in the school. By the time Chu Feng arrived at the third building, Jiang Sichuan was already waiting downstairs. Jiang Sichuan turned around and saw Chu Feng, who had rushed over, and immediately smiled joyfully, quickly walking forward and hugging Chu Feng. Missed me? The corners of Chu Feng's mouth hooked up into a smile, and he asked out loud. Aha! Jiang Sichuan did not say anything else, and like a clingy kitten, she rubbed against Chu Feng's embrace, her face still carrying a scarlet-red color if anything. With her relatively conservative character, embracing a man in public was already considered quite out of the ordinary. But couples in the period of passionate love all know that they have to think about it even if they are separated for a while, let alone the fact that it has been 2 days. The extreme missing caused Jiang Xishuan to not hold back and directly plopped into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng reached out his hand and gently stroked Jiang Xishuan's head. Her hair was very smooth and should have been freshly washed as well. A beautiful woman was a beautiful woman, and was quite mindful of hygiene. In fact, Jiang Xishuan knew that Chu Feng would return today, and had gotten up early in the morning to wash her hair, and had even put on light makeup on her face. Only, Chu Feng, this iron-strayed man, did not see it. Chu Feng took out from his bag the spicy bullfrogs that he had packed from the wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant early this morning and handed it to Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan took the lunchbox and asked, "What is this?" Chu Feng laughed. "Spicy bullfrogs, not leftovers. The specialties of the hot pot restaurant on my side of Linshui are super tasty, so I brought one for you." Jiang Xishuan was a little surprised. "Bullfrog, can this be eaten?" A little scared. A lot of girls are more afraid of this kind of thing, especially bullfrogs, ugly and disgusting looking, but it can't help that its meat is delicious. The dish made is super tasty. Eat it cold. Not afraid of cold. You bring it back to try, Chu Feng added. Jiang Xishuan bit her lips and nodded with some hesitation. Chu Feng shouldn't be able to lie to himself. It should be delicious. It should be fine to go back and taste it. It's fine. Don't worry. It's super tasty. It's limited to 50 copies a day on our side. It can't even be grabbed. Chu Feng saw the hesitation on Jiang Xishuan's face and laughed. He also knew that girls didn't like it too much, but as long as he tasted a bite, Jiang Xishuan would absolutely fall in love with this dish. Chu Feng still had a copy in his bag right now, and brought it back to give his housemates a taste. The main reason was that his roommates came from all over the world. Yuan Zhengyang came from Hunan and was very capable of eating spicy food, so if he said it was delicious, it shouldn't be bad. Jing Master Zhao Haichuan's tastes were a bit on the lighter side, so he didn't know if he could accept it. Qin Cheng, on the other hand, was a local. His taste was the standard Terracotta Warriors province taste. Chu Feng's current preparation was to open a branch in CC City. Therefore, Qin Cheng's evaluation was extremely important, and could basically represent most of the Terracotta Warriors province people. Then I'll go back and share a portion. Jiang Xishuan opened her mouth and said. Chu Feng nodded and spoke. It just so happens that there's another share. I'll bring it over to our roommate. Jiang Xishuan nodded, and after seeing Chu Feng leave, she returned to the girls' dormitory. Babies, I'm back. Having just returned to the dormitory, Jiang Xishuan shouted towards her roommates. When the several people heard Jiang Xishuan's words, they also turned around to look, and the first thing they noticed was the lunchbox in Jiang Xishuan's hands. What's this? Yao Shaoqing asked. Chu Feng said that it's spicy bullfrogs, and I'm a bit afraid to eat it. Jiang Xishuan scratched her head in some embarrassment and spoke. What's there to be afraid to eat? There's a hot pot restaurant in Onion Province that makes spicy bullfrogs that are too delicious. I'll take you guys to try it sometime. Tang Ruoxue was a Hainanese, and it was not far from Linshui City in Onion Province where Chu Feng was located. It was roughly 3 hours away in total. Therefore, Tang Ruoxue had been to Linshui City, and at the same time, she had been convinced by the spicy bullfrogs from the wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant. After returning from Linshui City, she couldn't stop thinking about it. At first, she was a little afraid of bullfrogs and was disgusted by them, but after one taste, she completely fell in love with the flavor. So when Jiang Xishuan said spicy bullfrog, Tang Ruoxue thought of the wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant. Really, the bullfrog is a bit disgusting. Jiang Xishuan's face was a bit disgusted. Of course it wasn't disgusted with the delicious food that Chu Feng had sent. It was that this bullfrog was just too ugly and disgusting. Tang Ruoxue didn't care about that much and directly took the spicy bullfrog from Jiang Xishuan's hands, opened the box, took a piece of the bullfrog with her hand and ate it. A strong salty flavor instantly filled the entire taste buds. Spicy soup makes the whole bullfrog meat become rich in flavor. Well, it is a familiar flavor. Where did your boyfriend buy it? This kind of flavor. Tang Ruoxue had only eaten it at the wood-on-fire hot pot shop, but the wood-on-fire hot pot shop just couldn't grab it. If this flavor of bullfrog was still available elsewhere, he would definitely go buy it. Well, it seems like he brought it over from his hometown, his own hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xishuan answered truthfully. A hot pot restaurant? It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Where is his old home? Tang Ruoxue continued to pursue. Linshui City. Jiang Xishuan replied. Holy, Tang Ruoxue couldn't help but burst out. It really was such a coincidence. The wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant only had stores in Linshui City, and there was only one of them, and the spicy bullfrogs made by his family were really one of a kind. Tang Ruoxue told Jiang Xishuan her thoughts, and added fuel to the fire by saying how good the taste of the wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant was. The flavor of the spicy bullfrog was heavily praised. Jiang Xishuan, who originally didn't dare to eat bullfrogs, was also somewhat moved by Tang Ruoshue's description. Picking up her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of bullfrog meat and dipped it in the soup at the bottom of the packing box. Although this spicy bullfrog was eaten cold, you still left it for too long. The soup that was originally hanging on top had long since been left to the bottom of the packing box. Jiang Xishuan put the bullfrog meat on her chopsticks into her mouth, and a scowl flashed on her face. This bullfrog was really disgusting and too ugly looking. However, when the flavor exploded in the taste buds, Jiang Xishuan's eyes lit up. Chapter 52, Sharing Bullfrogs. This disgusting bullfrog was surprisingly so delicious. Holy, Jiang Xishuan couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. This flavor was truly beyond her imagination. It seemed that this should be the signature of that wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant that Tang Ruoshua was talking about. With such a delicious dish, it was no wonder that 50 servings weren't enough for anyone to grab. Yao Shaoqing, who was also standing at the side with some hesitation, also saw Jiang Xishuan's performance. Forcibly enduring her nausea, she used her chopsticks to clip out a piece of bullfrog from the packing box and gently put it into her mouth. The flavor, it was simply amazing. Holy, tell your husband to get more. This is too delicious. Yao Shaochang chewed on the bullfrog while speaking. Jiang Xishuan nodded, then took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Feng. This bullfrog is too delicious. Is there any more? My roommate wants it. Jiang Xishuan typed quickly and directly sent the message to Chu Feng. And at this moment, in the boys' dormitory, it was chaos. Qin Chang had long returned from CU9, and had even made a trip back home in between. In the dormitory right now, they were all coaxing for this box of spicy bullfrogs, and even the two people from the next dormitory had joined the battlefield. Now it seems that this spicy bullfrog is very popular no matter where it is, but it's still a bit unfriendly to some people who don't eat spicy food. It was necessary to quickly have Boss Lu research a dish that people who didn't eat spicy food would eat, and it would be best if it could be as hot as the spicy bullfrog. Chu Feng, after all, had already eaten once in Linshui City, so he did not grab it again with these few people. However, preliminarily, this dish was very popular and was able to adapt to most people's tastes. It was just that he did not know how the other dishes would be received. However, Chu Feng believed that with just this one dish, spicy bullfrog, wood-on-fire hot pot restaurant would be able to save a large amount of promotional expenses. Coupled with a service that did not lose out to seaside pickup, it should quickly be able to establish a firm foothold in CC City. Although it was said that there was a lack of money in hand right now, these things were not in a hurry. The only thing that was urgent right now was to open a Wangba Chaji and upgrade the system to the second level first. It might be possible to get $2 a second, and one speed of saving money could become twice as fast. Soon, the bullfrogs in the packing box had already been swept away by several people. Only then did Chu Feng take out his cell phone and saw the message from Jiang Xishuan on the microchat. Well, we'll open a branch in CC City after a few months. We'll have enough by then. Chu Feng replied. After all, the contract had not been signed yet, and Boss Lu had only just arrived in Pretty Country and did not yet know when he would return. The matter of opening a branch store was still better to discuss with Boss Lu. Really? Looking forward. JPG. Chu Feng replied. Of course, baby, you're awesome. Jiang Xishuan complimented. For college students, starting a business was already a very impressive thing. The last time in Shaiyun, which was the first time Chu Feng met Ho Xinping and the few of them, Jiang Xishuan was also there. Therefore, she was aware that Chu Feng's current industry in his hands could be more than just a hot pot restaurant. There was also a bar that had yet to open. When this bar thing was played well, tens of millions of dollars a year was not a difficult thing. Furthermore, at that time, Jiang Xishuan had also heard the concept that Chu Feng had proposed. How could such a concept lose money? Although it was all money from his family, for Chu Feng to be able to think of starting a business as a second-generation rich man was already not easy. However, those were Jiang Xishuan's ideas. Chu Feng's idea was to do tasks, earn rewards, get rewards, and earn big money. Chu Feng wasn't a rich second generation. He was just an ordinary hangman with a system. Chu Feng scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and replied, It's okay, just making money. Just now, he sent a message to Jiang Xishuan, and then in the Father Sorrowers Alliance group, Little King of Design sent a few pictures. Designer Wang was the designer team leader that Ho Xinping had pulled in today. Now that the first version of the Sober Harbor logo has been completed, the pictures have been sent to the group. There was a planar diagram, a three-dimensional light effect diagram, and a rendering diagram placed on the bar location. How to say it? Professional is professional, but still did not meet Chu Feng's expectations. This version, the overall color and lighting effects were a little bit of a smooth color with the overall style of the decoration. The lighting effects of the entire bar were red-purple, and the logo sent over by the designer was similarly purple. In that case, it blends in with the lighting effects in the room, and while it fits, it's missing some of the heaviness. It's that the whole house doesn't have a focal point, and at a glance, it's all red and purple lights, and the yellow and pink indicator lights on the table. Although there were spotlights that would emit different colors, but this smooth color design, Chu Feng was really a bit uncomfortable. However, the overall design of the logo was okay. The three big words of Sober Harbor were designed to fly, and the Sober Harbor underneath was likewise in continuous strokes, as if a foreign calligrapher had personally written it. It was very flamboyant. Change the color. It's a bit smooth. Chu Feng directly pointed out the problem, typed it in the dialog box, and then directly sent it to the group. Ah, I feel alright. Pan Boyi also bubbled in the group. I also feel that it's a bit smooth colored. Should we not change the color again? Wang Tianchang also said in the group at this time. Little Wind is awesome ha. I said how a little wrong. Just can't say. Little Wind said I understand. The overall lack of focus. Ho Xinping's ability to understand is superb. Chu Feng did not say the reason. Ho Xinping has also thought of it. General Chu, you see what color you think is better? Design Xiao Wang also realized the mistake. The bar, which was originally a place of flaunting, did not need to pursue any style color. Just need to flaunt. Wildly dominant. Cool and tugging is good. There is no need for any color matching. Rather, he was overthinking it. As long as the cyberpunk elements were added in, it should be able to give a perfect answer. Chu Feng likewise thought the same way. Since it was a bar, the category of electronic and metal was of course a cyberpunk style. Or else, tune a green color and see? Chu Feng said tentatively. Although they all said, red with green, race dog, but this was one of the most important ways to highlight the focus. The collision of contrasting colors would definitely rub out different sparks. Okay Mr. Chu, I'll go change it now. Design Xiao Wang once again spoke in the group. Then for a moment, there was no further comment. Chu Feng called out to Jiang Sichuan, opened a certain MOBA game, and directly started hacking. It was relatively early in the morning, and although the temperature had dropped, the sun was still poisonous, and the ultraviolet rays were still relatively strong. Jiang Sichuan was afraid of being tanned, so she didn't snub Chu Feng to come out and play. Chapter 53 Logo settled. Chu Feng was in the dormitory and logged on to Golden Shovel. Ever since he got the system and recharged a few $1,000s, he hadn't played for several days until now. Every day, he was busy with this and that. It just so happens that today I have some time, so I will log on to Golden Shovel and play for a while. Greeted Qin Chang several people, directly logged into the account and played. The most fun season. Chu Feng feels that it is the compound blessing star, the most perfect mechanism for losing street collection of vegetables. It is estimated that this year should return to the factory in the new year. This season donut season, Chu Feng wants to quit the game. Dog planning, might as well come by himself. Played a while, not surprisingly old 7 out of the game. Chu Feng simply directly backed out of the game. Trash game. White to you to charge so much money. Geneva, money back. Dealer to master dead. And Qin Chang. I saw the dealer come out of Qin Chang's room with my own eyes. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chu Feng quit the game, opened the micro chat, just forgot to turn off the do not disturb mode of the phone, only to see the Father Sorrow's lead group. Design Wang has sent over the second version of the draft, including three-dimensional logo design, rendering, and the bar's overall rendering. The speed is not slow, worthy of the top designers team of Pan Boyi family. Of course, it was also possible that the current team of designers only served them. This one is not bad ha. Wang Tianchang replied in the group. Aha, I feel it's okay too. What do you think, Little Wind? At AAA Wholesale Eggs, Ho Xinping said. At AAA Wholesale Eggs. At AAA Wholesale Eggs. Several people took turns bombarding the group, not replying to messages. He seems to have gone back to school, Ho Xinping said in the group. Open the door and release Xiao Pan. Wang Tianchang replied back and also sent a vicious dog emoticon. Chu Feng almost died laughing. The tattoos on this dog were exactly the same as the tattoos on Pan Boyi. It was also unknown which genius did this. Of course, besides Wang Tianchang and Ho Xinpeng, there was no one else. Asterisk 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 you asterisk. Send this emoticon again, I'll hammer you to death. Pan Boyi, who had been diving, replied. You quickly go to Xiao Feng and tell him to hurry up and reply. Lao Zi's phone call didn't get through. Ho Xinpeng urged. I'll go to your head. How do I know his dormitory? You will not ask? I think you don't want to go, right? Don't be too lazy. That's it. I don't know where Chu Feng is. I know where you guys are. Just wait. I was wrong, Brother Pan. Brother Pan, I was wrong. Chu Feng was laughed to death by the conversation of these few people. Although Pan Boyi's brain didn't seem to be that good, but in terms of force, it was definitely the highest among these few people. In reality, where there were tanks that could only carry but did no damage, as long as they were fat, their damage was not low. Everyone wait for me to take a look. I had a bit of a thing just now. Chu Feng replied in the group. Yo, there are still things to take care of. Went to kiss with your girlfriend. Ho Xinping replied. Brother Pan, he bullied me. Chu Feng directly moved to save him and complained to Pan Boyi. Pan Boyi had at least received 150,000 thanks from himself. Just after Chu Feng sent out this message, Pan Boyi sent a picture of the entrance to the neighborhood of CU9. Ho Xinping lived here. Picture. I'm coming, brother Ho. Wait for me, oh. Wink. JPG. No, are you coming for real? Ho Xinping was instantly scared and replied. Taking advantage of this empty space, Chu Feng opened the picture sent over by Design Little Wang. Not bad. It was indeed the effect that Chu Feng wanted. This green color was not exactly considered to be that fluorescent green. It was like the kind of green color of Lou Burger beer. It was very fashionable, and it was very advanced. Overall all luminous, high-level green in a red-purple light. Abrupt but not against. This time the whole bar is like a vigor. A whole are alive. Chu Feng said in the group. This can be. What does everyone think? I also think it's okay. Aha. Both people replied. Only Ho Xinping didn't move. He should have been subdued by Pan Boyi. Brother Ho said he agrees too. Right? Yes. Ho Xinping sent over a voice immediately after. The two were conversing, but how it sounded had a threatening tone to it. This is really okay. No, we'll use this? Ho Xinping replied in the group at this time. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. Okay. Several people took a stand. Alright then, Xiao Wang, you send the pictures to the construction side. Okay, Mr. Ho. Xiao Wang also replied quickly. Transfer $1,000 to Design Xiaolu. Ho Xinping also transferred money to Xiao Wang in the group. What should be said or not said? Ho Xinping is quite good at doing things. Brothers have worked hard. Buy some coffee for the brothers to drink. And you're more on the ball at Little Win's coffee shop. Ho Xinping replied in the group. Don't worry, Mr. Ho. Design Wang also knows that Ho Xinping does not lack this. This $1,000 is not as good as people eating a meal. So without saying anything, he accepted it. Not accepting it instead would make people angry. Come out for a drink tonight? After dealing with these things, Ho Xinping proposed in the group. Of course, not exactly drinking, examining our opponents. Then added as if he remembered something. Okay, where to? Live house? Go. Several people agreed. I won't go. I'll accompany my girlfriend. Chu Feng originally wanted to agree as well, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken Jiang Xishuan out to play for several days, so he simply pushed it off. Che, love slave. Che, wife slave. Ho Xinping and Wang Tiancheng expressed their scorn. On the other hand, Marshal General Pan Boyi did not express any opinion. He should not be able to think of anything. Sons, I'm going to find a date. You few single dogs will just play in the dormitory. Chu Feng ignored the crowd and went to send a message to Jiang Xishuan first, then turned off his cell phone and looked at his roommates who were playing games. Seeing that several people were looking at him with angry eyes, Chu Feng also realized that he had provoked the crowd's anger, and then he darted out of the dormitory as if he were fleeing. Today, it was not easy for Jiang Xishuan to not have an Olympiad class, so of course, she wanted to have fun. Chu Feng came directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory in building number 3. Jiang Xishuan was also very fast. Chu Feng had just arrived not long before Jiang Xishuan came down from the upper floors. Let's go. Take you to eat something, Chu Feng said. It was already around 5 in the afternoon, and what Chu Feng had eaten this morning, although he felt full, it was a little bit hard, and he would be hungry in a while. The meal made by the school cafeteria was delicious, but there were still opportunities later. There was no hurry for this moment. Good. Where are we going after dinner? Jiang Xishuan asked with a smile on her brow. Chu Feng pondered for a while and opened his mouth to reply. First we'll go watch a movie, then we'll go drink some wine, and finally we'll go to my house to watch my cat backflip. Chapter 54, Japanese food. A good one for having to eat a 3-piece set. Jiang Xishuan's pretty face turned red in an instant. I don't know if it was because the last time in the movie theater had left Jiang Xishuan with some kind of psychological shadow, or if what Chu Feng had said was too blunt. No way. Jiang Xishuan pouted, and her pink fist directly hit Chu Feng's shoulder before taking the lead towards the school entrance. Chu Feng ate the pain, and before he had time to make a sound, seeing Jiang Xishuan leave, he also quickly stepped to catch up. The two of them came to that G63. Jiang Xishuan had some PTSD, scanning around like a thief, confirming that no one was looking this way before opening the door and getting into the car. Chu Feng was a little amused at the situation, but he did not say anything. Opened the car door and got into the driver's side. Are the bullfrogs good? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Xishuan's eyes glowed. Delicious. I still want to eat it. Wait until after a branch opens here. I'll bring you to eat enough. Chu Feng stroked Jiang Xishuan's head and said in a somewhat doting manner. The matter of himself having a girlfriend. He also had to find a chance to tell his father and mother, and was still thinking of bringing Jiang Xishuan home together for the new year. Although I don't know whether Jiang Xishuan is willing or not. Let's go. What do you want to eat? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Sichuan's brain raced, pondering over the food from all over the world in her head. Why don't we go eat Japanese food? Chu Feng proposed. This kind of thing, Japanese food, to say high-end was also high-end. After all, the decoration, service, and price were there. Taste well. A person has a person's feelings. Anyway, Chu Feng felt that there was no Chinese food delicious. Tomorrow until the beginning of the school year, Jiang Sichuan may have to spend time in the Olympiad class, so bring her to eat something different. There would be plenty of time for Chinese food later. Yeah. Jiang Sichuan nodded and opened her mouth. Chu Feng found a Japanese restaurant with the best-looking decor on a certain sound, called something like Tian Maki. The name was quite Japanese anyway. The flavors were similar. The decor was good-looking. It was more out of the film, and it felt like Jiang Sichuan would like it more. After opening the navigation, Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan and set off directly towards the Japanese restaurant. This Japanese restaurant was not very far from Shisi Polytechnic Institute, and in the evening rush hour, it only took half an hour to arrive. Chu Feng got out of the car and helped Jiang Sichuan out of the car. This action was quite gentlemanly, and was also considered to brush a wave of goodwill in front of Jiang Sichuan. The two walked into the Japanese restaurant. Inside the decoration is very retro, all wooden structure, and there is no hall. All is a small private room. The top of the private room hanging down a curtain, to protect the privacy of the guests. Once inside, a waiter guided the two to the private room. Inside the private room, the decor was even simpler. A short table with a futon on each side. Two people had to sit on their knees opposite each other. Around the table there is also a little bit of greenery. To this private room embellished with some vitality. Feeling not so comfortable look. Into the private room also have to take off their shoes. Fortunately Chu Feng washed his feet before, not to stink to others. Moreover, since getting the system, he threw away the socks that had holes in them. The two sat cross-legged on the futon, and the waiter pointed to the QR code on the side of the table leg. Hello, order here. In order for people to take pictures without capturing the QR code, the store had placed the QR code on the table leg. This was also considered a small detail that had to be learned. Chu Feng scanned the QR code with his phone, and the menu instantly jumped above his phone. Well, it wasn't very expensive. A California roll was $59, and it looked like there was caviar on it, so it was worth every penny. Chu Feng handed his cell phone to Jiang Sichuan, allowing Jiang Sichuan to order. Jiang Sichuan took the phone and took a look, only to feel that this restaurant was not cheap. A serving of shrimp tempura was 59 yuan for 5, and a serving of snowflake fatty beef sukiyaki pot was 198, which was indeed a bit more expensive than the average Japanese restaurant. Jiang Sichuan was a little reluctant to order it. A meal would cost at least 500 or 600, several days of her own living expenses. She somewhat hesitantly glanced at Chu Feng, who returned a smile to her and told her to order whatever she wanted. The current Jiang Sichuan had not yet adapted to this kind of life, and she also had to quickly let her adapt. After all, he had a little bit of money in his hand right now, and nothing could be bitter to his mouth. Jiang Sichuan nodded. Then after tapping a few times on her cell phone, she returned it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the cell phone, looked at the dishes that Jiang Sichuan ordered on the cell phone, and then on top of that, ordered what he loved to eat, and also asked for a sashimi platter. This sashimi platter, Chu Feng had never eaten before, and this time, he finally had the opportunity to try it. Not long after ordering, the dishes gradually came up. Good guy, this can't be a pre-made dish, right? How can the dishes be served so fast? The first to come up is the sashimi platter. After all, does not require any cooking, just need to cut everything. Set the plate. Salmon, tuna, sweet shrimp, and Arctic shellfish were all there, with a layer of ice underneath, and I think there was dry ice as well. Anyway, it was smoky and very high class. Then there was sushi, both California rolls and handhelds. There was also onigiri and skewers. The selling looks were all very good. Jiang Sichuan licked her tongue, then took her cell phone and took a shot. It also photographed Chu Feng in it, and Chu Feng also cooperated by comparing a yeah. Chu Feng also picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Jiang Sichuan. From the time the two were together until now, Jiang Sichuan hadn't made an official announcement in her circle of friends yet. It was just right to take a picture today and post it in the circle of friends. Of course, those relatives of his own also need to be shielded a bit. Just yesterday asked the family for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Now it is officially announced. It is easy to be misunderstood by the family. After taking pictures, the two of them also put down their cell phones and began to enjoy the food. Chu Feng was the first to clip a piece of salmon fillet from the sashimi platter, dipped it in the mustard sauce, and gently put it into his mouth. Vomit. What is this then stuff? After entering the mouth, the entire salmon was a little slippery, and then the texture was a little strange, a flavor and taste that could not be described. Chu Feng was a bit unable to eat, but still forced himself to endure his nausea, swallowed the sashimi, and secretly swore that he would never touch these things again. Then there was the California roll, which came up exactly like the picture on the menu, with a lot of caviar smeared on it, and at $59, it was worth every penny. There were other sweet sauces on it as well, very much to Chu Feng's taste. The dish whetted Chu Feng's appetite. Immediately after that, he ate another piece of eel yaki, the eel sauce fused with the tender eel, rich in texture and unique in flavor. This Japanese food was not that difficult to eat. The two of them ate for most of an hour before they ate all the food on the entire table. Both of them covered their stomachs and propped up a little bit of hiccups. Of course, the sashimi still didn't move much. Chu Feng and Jiang Sichuan both just ate the sweet shrimp. The sashimi was not moved at all, although the price was relatively high, but after all, the cost was there, and the material used was impeccable. Let's go watch a movie. Chapter 55, Watching a Movie. Chu Feng cleaned up a bit, stood up, and said with a smile, "Is that movie watching you really watching a movie? I don't even want to poke you." Jiang Sichuan rolled her eyes and likewise stood up and took her own small bag. Chu Feng settled the bill, this time spending 783, erasing a zero. The total was 780, not very expensive. The two of them walked out of the Japanese restaurant, got in the car, and went straight to Wadaguacha. Jiang Sichuan bought a movie ticket from her phone. After all, the meal was paid for by Chu Feng, so of course she had to treat herself back. Although the value of the movie ticket was much less than the meal, after all, the thought had come, and Chu Feng was very happy about it. The two of them sat in the lobby of the fourth-floor movie theater and waited to enter. There weren't any good movies these days, so Chu Feng could only be forced to choose a horror movie. Of course, it was Chu Feng who strongly requested to see it. Jiang Sichuan had wanted to watch a detective movie called The Death of Xiongdi, the story of bald-head strong in Chui Hua, but just listening to the name, it didn't sound interesting, and Chu Feng expressed his strong resistance to it. The movie started soon. Chu Feng brought Jiang Sichuan to the last row of seats. The movie was relatively cold, so there weren't many people watching it, and the movie theater was slightly cold. The movie had just opened, and it was still relatively normal, without any scary plots, so Chu Feng was also honest and didn't stretch out his salty piggy hand, only gently holding Jiang Sichuan in his arms for fear of a sudden face episode. To be honest, Chu Feng also didn't quite dare to watch this kind of horror movie, so he had also been thinking of other things to divert his attention. Jiang Sichuan appeared to be watching the movie carefully, but her mind was also on Chu Feng, and her original resistance and shyness had gradually turned into anticipation. Finally, the movie became scary. A scary doll suddenly stood up, scaring the heroine of the movie to scream. Then there was a sudden face shot. Chu Feng was so scared that his heart thumped and nearly jumped. Jiang Sichuan, on the other hand, slumped into Chu Feng's arms in an instant. Chu Feng hastily stabilized his heart and covered Jiang Sichuan's eyes. Not afraid, ow. Chu Feng tenderly stroked Jiang Sichuan's head with his other hand and softly comforted her. Jiang Sichuan gently nodded and rubbed against Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng gently kissed Jiang Sichuan's head. Jiang Sichuan was somewhat puzzled. This rascal has changed his nature this time? How come it's only comforting me? How come there's no next move? Is there someone else out there? But what Jiang Sichuan did not know was that Chu Feng was waiting for a suitable reason. For example, hiss. Chu Feng pretended to be in pain and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Then before Jiang Sichuan could ask what was wrong, Chu Feng told the reason. You just bumped into me so painfully, ah baby. You have to compensate me, Chu Feng said as he held in his laughter. But this performance was really clumsy, and Jiang Sichuan somewhat helplessly gritted her teeth when she had just plopped down in Chu Feng's arms. Although she was fast, she was also collecting her strength. You're a big man with 8-pack abs. Can you be hurt by me bumping into you? Although the acting was clumsy, Jiang Sichuan understood in her heart that this was asking him for it. You, Jiang Sichuan gritted her teeth and said, and before she could finish her words, Chu Feng blocked back the words that Jiang Sichuan had not yet said. I won't tell you much about the rest, but anyway, it's this and that. You asshole. Jiang Sichuan angrily used her small pink fist to pound Chu Feng's thigh. Although it was somewhat painful, Chu Feng shook his head indifferently and spat out his tongue in a roguish manner. Anyway, having kissed and touched, what can you do to me? Looking at Chu Feng's appearance, Jiang Sichuan's heart became angry. Why is it that you dominate every time? Why am I the victim every time? Thinking of this, Jiang Sichuan clenched her silver teeth and attacked towards Chu Feng. This time, it was Chu Feng's turn to be shocked. I'm a man of several feet, but I'm actually being. Jiang Sichuan's 2 rows of teeth instantly closed, and a fresh taste of blood instantly filled Chu Feng's tongue. Chu Feng ate the pain and moved away from Jiang Sichuan. You belong to a dog. Ha! Chu Feng covered his mouth and said with some exasperation. Last time as well, he gave his own bite blood, and this time, he even came back. Moreover, I didn't do anything this time. Right, it's clearly you. You started the war. Why should you bite me? Jiang Sichuan had originally cried in aggravation, but seeing Chu Feng in such a predicament, the corners of her mouth also rose slightly. Humph, who let you bully me? Jiang Sichuan pouted and followed Chu Feng's example, shaking her head in a roguish manner. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do with Jiang Sichuan. Of course, it was only that there was no way at this stage now to find a way to make Jiang Sichuan return to CU9 with himself, and at that time, it would be his own world. At that time, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. At that time, you'll be screaming for your life. Both of them are a bit confused. The movie is not in the mood to watch, for eyes opposite each other, said a whisper. The movie will be over soon. It's now 9:20 p.m. Beijing time, 40 minutes before the dormitory closes. This Wadaguacha is not far from CC Polytechnic, and it's not rush hour, so it will take at most 20 minutes to get back to school. What can we do? It's not easy to come out. Do we still have to send Jiang Sichuan back? No, dilly-dally for a while. We might be able to get food tonight. My stomach hurts a little. I'm going to the restroom. Chu Feng put his cell phone back into his pocket and said to Jiang Sichuan, Aha, hurry up. The dormitory is about to close. Jiang Sichuan urged. Can I not know that the dormitory is about to close? I'm just going to wait until the dormitory closes. Chu Feng slowly took a pack of paper from Jiang Sichuan's pocket and then paced towards the restroom. In this situation, it was better to stall for a while longer. And of course, to stall for time on the way. After not 10 minutes in the toilet, Jiang Sichuan's phone call came through. Hey, hurry up or you won't be able to return to the dormitory. Okay, I have a bit of diarrhea. I'll be as quick as I can. Chu Feng feigned difficulty and said breathlessly. After staying in the toilet for a full 15 minutes, Chu Feng then lifted up his pants and slowly walked out. Walking out of the restroom to take a look, there was actually a boy who didn't know the height of heaven and didn't know why flowers were so red standing in front of Jiang Sichuan, holding a cell phone and showing it to Jiang Sichuan. He was probably asking Jiang Sichuan to scan his QR code. Jiang Sichuan waved her hand and refused, but the boy continued to be unforgiving and even tried to make a move. I'll scan your QR code. Chu Feng borrowed the words of a certain tone of netizen cursing and cursed in a low voice. Making a move on my girlfriend right under my nose? Where could this be tolerated? And immediately walked forward. Chapter 56, Going Home. Dude, it's a bit excessive, isn't it? Chu Feng walked over to the boy, pulled the boy's shoulder, and spoke. When Jiang Sichuan saw Chu Feng come over, the shock on her face turned into delight. What is it? What does it have to do with you? The boy's tone was a bit choked as he opened his mouth. This is my girlfriend. What do you say? Chu Feng was also somewhat energized and choked back. Your girlfriend? The boy looked towards Jiang Sichuan, as if asking about Jiang Sichuan's attitude. Jiang Sichuan nodded her head, and then she was walking next to Chu Feng, intimately holding onto Chu Feng's arm. Watching Jiang Sichuan walk next to Chu Feng, the boy also frowned a bit, somewhat displeased. Beauty, why don't you stop following him? I have money. I'll support you, the boy said, pulling out the key in his pocket. The key was in the shape of a sports car with a Porsche logo on it. He saw that Chu Feng was young and thought that Chu Feng was just an ordinary college student. How could an ordinary college student have the financial strength to steal a woman from him? Porsche 718. My family just bought it for me, the boy said as if he was showing off. Hearing the boy's words, Chu Feng let out a giggle. Porsche 718? Dogs don't even drive them. What are you laughing at? The boy was somewhat puzzled. Chu Feng, on the other hand, pulled out his own piece of G63 car key from his pocket. Sorry, dude drives a G63 and can buy you 5 of them. The official guide price of the Porsche 718 was $500,000, plus the optional equipment landed at roughly $700,000, while Chu Feng's G63 is more than $3.6 million on the ground. Buying 5 is just right. Boys do not believe, just want to let Chu Feng self-certification, but Chu Feng really do not want to talk to this kind of more. With Jiang Sichuan to go. While walking, he said, driving a broken 718 also came out to flirt with girls. It is not too shameful. The voice was not too loud and not too small, and it just happened to reach the ears of the boys. Looking at Chu Feng's appearance, Jiang Sichuan also laughed, knowing that Chu Feng's words were meant for the boys. When the boys heard those words, their faces turned green to the color of pig liver. The 718 was also considered an ordinary person's ceiling. This boy was so looking down on it. Couldn't it be that he really drove a G63? The boy who didn't believe in evil secretly followed up, and when he arrived at the underground garage, he saw Chu Feng bring Jiang Sichuan to sit in a large square car. On the trunk of the car, it was clearly written, G63. Boys this time completely convinced to lose. Spell face value cannot spell. Spell economic is crushed. More than 3 million car. Their old man did not drive on. their own 718 is a loan to buy, in order to pretend to use. Who would have thought that the boyfriend of a random beauty is so rich? Sure enough, beautiful women love money. What a gold-digging woman, the boy's heart slandered. Of course, the ones who thought others were gold-digging women didn't have much money. When you were rich enough, you hated that the whole world was a gold-digging woman. Chu Feng drove the car out of the garage. Just now it was just a small episode. Neither of the two people put it on their minds. He looked at the watch on the dashboard. It was now 21:52. The gas was pressed into the tank, and there was no way he could make it back to the dormitory before 10 o'clock. This is finally too late. Chu Feng realized that he said the wrong thing, and hastily collected himself, then gently laughed. This stupid mouth of his own. He was really convinced. It's too late. What to do? Chu Feng feigned an anxious appearance and said to Jiang Xishuan, "Don't pretend." Jiang Xishuan smiled somewhat helplessly. Just now, Chu Feng had also sort of said what was in his heart, and he had heard it clearly. "I'm going to stay at a hotel." Jiang Xishuan stubbornly opened her mouth. No wonder this brat hadn't come out for so long in the restroom. So it turned out that he had come to stall for time. No, definitely can't let him have his way. "Ah, you want to go to a room with me?" "No way." Chu Feng pretended not to understand and extracted Jiang Xishuan's keyword just now, going to a hotel. Jiang Xishuan held her forehead and smiled bitterly. Boyfriend playing rogue, how to do? Quite urgent. Online waiting. What's the point of going to a hotel? Spending money indiscriminately. Several hundred a night. Go to my house, Chu Feng said. This is sincere. There is a place to live and still go to the hotel. This is not a wrongdoer is what? Before Jiang Xishuan could refuse, Chu Feng directly kicked the gas pedal and drove towards CU9. You, Jiang Xishuan gritted her teeth and said, "Why? If you're capable, bite me." Chu Feng once again played rogue, and then by the way, he also educated Jiang Xishuan, in the future. Don't come out to play with boys this late at night. How dangerous. Jiang Xishuan nodded her head and swore that she would never play with Chu Feng at night again. Still thinking that Chu Feng was a decent man, she did not expect other men to be just as horny. You're lucky that you met me. If it were someone else, you might have been sent back, Chu Feng said indifferently. Jiang Xishuan listened to the first half of the sentence and thought that there was some sort of turnaround, but she did not expect Chu Feng to come up with such a sentence, directly causing Jiang Xishuan's face to be filled with black lines. Then you are not allowed to touch me. Otherwise, I'll jump out of the car. Jiang Xishuan pouted and negotiated terms with Chu Feng. She knew that going to Chu Feng's home this time was no different from going deeper into a tiger's den, so the rules had to be agreed upon in advance. Of course, am I that kind of person? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. This nymphette, she even talked about conditions with herself, no matter what, she first agreed to it. I see, Jiang Xishuan bristled. You're still not that kind of person? You're the one who is the most. Then I am. Chu Feng laughed. You said that I'm that kind of person. If I don't become that kind of person, wouldn't I be letting you down? Jiang Xishuan instantly became anxious. No. Of course my baby is not this kind of person. A person under the roof had to bow his head. Chu Feng smiled and did not continue. Whether or not he was this kind of person, Chu Feng himself did not know. Let's see if he could endure it. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If it was uncertain whether he could endure this kind of thing, Chu Feng should not have brought Jiang Xishuan home. But sorry, Chu Feng stated that he had never been a gentleman. Wadaguacha was not very far from CU9. It was only a short 15-minute journey. Chu Feng parked his car in the underground garage. The two of them got out of the car, took the elevator, and went directly to the top floor. Chu Feng used his fingerprints to open the door to the room, and Jiang Xishuan was somewhat stunned when she saw the scene inside. CC City, a place like this where every inch of land was gold. Chu Feng actually owned such a large mansion all by himself. Just how rich was Chu Feng's family? The decoration style was also beautiful, completely the style of young people. In's creamy wind. Chu Feng's aesthetic was still online. Your home is so big. Jiang Xishuan could not help but exclaim. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was extremely pretentious and said an okay sentence. What a Versailles. Jiang Xishuan laughed. Having come here for the first time, Jiang Xishuan tiptoed around a bit. She was afraid of breaking or dirtying something for Chu Feng. It's getting late. Go take a bath first. Chapter 57 Rascal. Chu Feng did not care about Jiang Xishuan's shortness of breath and said softly. Jiang Xishuan's pretty face reddened, skimmed her mouth, and glared at Chu Feng. Humph, washing is fine. I'm not sleeping in the same room as you anyway. Jiang Xishuan lightly hummed and said, Fine. I'll arrange a room for you. Chu Feng laughed and brought Jiang Xishuan to the door of the room next to Chu Feng's. Chu Feng's room was all the C-section of all the bedrooms, with a room on the left and right. The one on the left had been slept in by Qin Chang and the others, and it was unknown whether or not the property had been cleaned up. However, the breakfast packing box that Qin Chang bought a few days ago was no longer there. Qin Sheng didn't have the code for the room door, so he shouldn't have cleaned it up. Then there should have been a property cleaning come up. Chu Feng was also living in this kind of upscale neighborhood for the first time, and had heard that the property fees for the neighborhoods here were all 10 yuan per square foot. In other words, this house of Chu Feng's, the property fee alone would be $10,000 a month, which ordinary people could not really afford. Go ahead, there is a bathroom inside the room, Chu Feng said. What if I didn't bring a change of clothes? Jiang Xishuan hadn't thought about Chu Feng dragging his feet and letting her spend the night at home, so she hadn't brought any clothes. It's fine, I'll have someone send a set. What size do you wear? S. Jiang Xishuan blushed a little and opened her mouth. Chu Feng nodded and watched Jiang Xishuan enter the room. Jiang Xishuan unlocked the door to the room as if she was defending herself against wolves. Hearing the sound of the room door being unlocked, Chu Feng also laughed bitterly for a while. Was he that much like a rogue? Chu Feng returned to the living room and called the property, asking the property side to buy a set of pajamas for him. The property was also very quick to agree. After all, with a property fee of $10,000 a month and $120,000 a year, they couldn't be left idle. After doing so, Chu Feng also returned to the room, but did not unlock the door. Jiang Xishuan was not like a female hooligan who blushed at the slightest flirtation. How could she possibly break into her room at night? However, it wasn't impossible to break into one's room at night. Ha. Lying on the bed, Chu Feng revealed a lewd smile. After lying on the bed for a while, Chu Feng removed his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at the somewhat inconspicuous abs line in the mirror, Chu Feng was somewhat helpless. Ever since he got the system, he ate every day, ate a hot pot yesterday, and ate Cantonese food for lunch today. At night, he also wiped out a table of Japanese food. Eating like this every day, no one could lose weight. Moreover, since I got the system, I haven't worked out, so it's no wonder that my abs aren't very visible anymore. Originally, he wanted to work out today, but thinking that Jiang Xishuan was here, plus he had just finished taking a shower, Chu Feng still gave up on this idea. Chu Feng had just changed into his clothes, which also came with the room and should have been sent over by the property as well. Also said not to say, this upscale neighborhood property is good. The owners only care about living, the rest is handed over to the property. The phone suddenly rang. It was the property. Chu Feng came to the door and picked up the lady's pajamas sent over by the property. The property owner is also dressed in a more formal manner. It is already more than 11 o'clock. The little brother who came to send the clothes is still in a stiff suit. Look at the workmanship. This set of suits are not cheap. After greeting the property owner, Chu Feng closed the door to the room. As for the errand fee and the money for this suit, it was all credited to next month's property fee. Chu Feng knocked on Jiang Xishuan's room door. Your pajamas, Chu Feng said. Oh, Jiang Xishuan replied. She opened the door a small crack, and a lotus root arm stretched out. Chu Feng handed the pajamas to Jiang Xishuan's hand, and Jiang Xishuan grabbed it. Then with a very fast speed, she retracted her hand before closing the door to the room. Unsurprisingly, it was locked once again. Chu Feng had no choice but to return to the living room and wait for Jiang Xishuan to change her clothes and come out. Not a moment later, Jiang Xishuan was the one who walked out of the room. Chu Feng looked towards Jiang Xishuan, who was wearing a set of purple silk pajamas. Well, Su Song was right, the color purple was really charming. The top of her head was wrapped in a dry hair cap, and there was still a trace of wet, broken hair remaining between her forehead. Although she had just finished taking a bath, the makeup on her face had long been removed, but she still had red lips and white teeth, beautiful and moving. Between her eyebrows, the breath of innocence came out. Chu Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. The pajamas were short-sleeved, and the snow-white jade arms were exposed in the air, shining a bit under the light. The silk pajamas were held up by the erect breasts. Well, the size is not small. Chu Feng could not even move his eyes a little. Feeling Chu Feng's gaze, Jiang Xishuan's face brushed red. Hastily covering her chest with both hands, she angrily cursed a rascal and then sat next to Chu Feng. Chu Feng cried out in anger. Such a beautiful schoolmate, dressed so beautifully, standing in front of himself, a man and a woman sharing a room. Wanting to avert his gaze, no one could do it. Sitting in the bosom, that's Lu Xiaohui. What's the relationship with me, Chu Feng? Chu Feng held his cell phone and slowly approached Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan immediately went on the defensive. Feeling that coming to Chu Feng's house this time was truly a wrong decision, it really felt like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, and, moreover, did not dare to act rashly. It was a good thing that she was wearing underwear. Otherwise, what are you doing? Jiang Xishuan's face was full of defense, always ready to escape back to her room. Nothing to do. Are you hungry? Order a takeaway for you to eat. Chu Feng placed his cell phone in front of Jiang Xishuan. and the cell phone interface was clearly a certain group food takeout interface. This guy, to think that he was really asking me to order takeout. Jiang Sichuan's heart slandered. This rascal has changed his nature? Receiving the cell phone, Jiang Sichuan swept around on the takeout interface, and did not know what to eat. Now also really some hungry. After all, just eat when only about 6 o'clock. And Japanese food, a little less hard, hungry fast. But this software has a bit too much food, a bit picky. Jiang Sichuan was over there picking. Chu Feng was on the side, quietly looking at Jiang Sichuan's pretty face. Of course, sometimes he couldn't help but glance downwards, and then immediately returned to Jiang Sichuan's eyes. Only when he watched her still looking at her cell phone with unblinking eyes did Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief. After picking and picking, there really wasn't anything to eat, so Jiang Sichuan simply ordered a rice porridge and a few pot stickers. Chu Feng, on the other hand, ordered a lamb burger, a specialty food of the Terracotta Warriors province. Then it was submitting the order. Chu Feng put down his cell phone, looked towards Jiang Sichuan, and let out a bad smile. Hearing Chu Feng's laugh, Jiang Sichuan instantly pulled her guard full. What for? Jiang Sichuan turned back to look at Chu Feng and asked. Chu Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "It's so boring. Let's do something." "Do what thing?" Jiang Sichuan opened her eyes wide, somewhat puzzled, and opened her mouth to ask. Chu Feng licked his lips and opened his mouth, saying, "Of course it's something to do for sex." Chapter 58 Damn Takeout. You. Jiang Sichuan looked at Chu Feng with some shock. She knew that Chu Feng, this big rascal, could not spit any ivory out of a dog's mouth. And doing something, what the hell was having sex doing something? However, it was not easy for Jiang Sichuan to be able to understand it in a second. Before Jiang Sichuan could continue, Chu Feng directly rolled over and pushed Jiang Sichuan down onto the sofa. The sofa was wide, just enough to accommodate a person lying flat. When he was about to get his hands on it, an untimely cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Jiang Sichuan's delicate body shook, not knowing whether she had received a shock or reacted to it. Her eyes instantly became sober. Both hands immediately pushed Chu Feng, who had also come to his senses, away. Ciphers, who is it? Immediately ING got it. Chu Feng cursed, picked up his cell phone, and looked at it. Codes, the takeout has arrived. How so fast? Chu Feng wanted to hit someone. You asshole. Jiang Sichuan droned out. You unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. Above Jiang Sichuan's pretty face, the color of aggravation grew thicker and thicker, and her eyes instantly turned red. Seeing that, Chu Feng also knew that he had gone a bit too far just now and hurriedly hugged Jiang Sichuan. I was wrong. I will never bully you again. Chu Feng gently patted Jiang Sichuan's back and softly comforted her. Although he himself was a bit disoriented just now, his mind was still quite clear, only that he was a bit bolder than usual. What he did just now could be said to be the atmosphere to the point that it could also be said to be Chu Feng's subjective approach. Humph, if you dare to do that again, I'll take your there. Jiang Sichuan pointed at Chu Feng's crotch, then used her hand knife to make a vicious batch on the coffee table. That's it, Jiang Sichuan said viciously. Chu Feng instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The woman was indeed ruthless. If this knife went down, he would not be in pain for half a day. However, looking at Jiang Sichuan's adorable movements, he stroked Jiang Sichuan's head with some favor. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person, Chu Feng assured. Anyone might not be that kind of person, but Chu Feng definitely was. But before the words that followed could be said, all that could be seen was Chu Feng picking up the phone. The takeout had already been placed at the front door. Chu Feng hung up the phone, took large steps, and brought the takeout in as if nothing had happened. Both people's meals had arrived. No wonder it was said that doing things for sex could lead to weight loss. Just in that moment of effort just now, Chu Feng was already hungry. Chu Feng placed Jiang Sichuan's share in front of Jiang Sichuan and opened it for her. Then he himself also began to eat. It had to be said that this Terracotta Warriors province's mutton buns were truly delicious, and the shopkeeper had also given sweet garlic. Mutton buns without sweet garlic were truly soulless. Chu Feng swallowed the lamb meat steamed bun into his stomach in 3 tries. Looking back at Jiang Sichuan, that pot sticker was just a bite, and the rice porridge had not changed. Beautiful women eat, really chew and swallow slowly. Before, when they ate together, they were all chatting and eating at the same time. Coupled with the fact that Chu Feng also ate slowly at that time, they didn't notice Jiang Sichuan's eating speed at all. With Jiang Sichuan's eating speed, it was fortunate that it was in West Lake Province. If it was in Onion Province, just after taking a bite, she would have to attend class. It was said that people who ate slowly grew thin, and looking at Jiang Sichuan's appearance, that was indeed the case. However, Jiang Sichuan's figure was also quite good, fat where it should be and thin where it should be. Waiting for Jiang Sichuan to finish her late-night snack, the time also came to 12 o'clock. Today, Chu Feng woke up early in the morning and then rushed for 2 hours without stopping for the whole day. So at that moment, He was a bit tired and yelled that he wanted to go to sleep. So sleepy, going to sleep or not? Chu Feng opened his mouth and asked, Che, still going or not? Of course I'm going to sleep. Good night. Jiang Sichuan said good night, and then walked towards her own room. Seeing that, Chu Feng secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Tonight, he had gone through a lot of trouble to trick you into coming to see you 9. You can't just go back to your room and sleep. So he hurriedly called Jiang Sichuan to stop. Do you want to go to my room to sleep? My room is big. The bed is also big. Humph. I don't believe you. Where's the cat that knows how to backflip that you said you had at your house? Jiang Sichuan gave a petulant grunt and opened her mouth, then fled as if she had returned to her own room, fearing that if she ran one step slower, she would be captured by Chu Feng, the big bad wolf. Chu Feng shook his head with a smile. Was he so frightening? Since Jiang Sichuan was so resolute, Chu Feng simply did not stop her anymore, but let her go. After all, there were still long days ahead. Then he cleaned up the trash on the table and threw it to the door. The property owner should have cleaned it up. Chu Feng returned to his room, lay on the bed, and opened a certain sound. Just after opening it, he saw the netizen that he had rewarded before. Xin Yue. Chu Feng had just entered the live broadcasting room when he heard the anchor, Xin Yue, open her mouth and say, Welcome AA Egg Brother. AA Egg Brother, my sister wrote to you privately. Why didn't she reply? Chu Feng was a little confused. AA Egg Brother? Passwords? Old me is called AAA Egg Wholesale. Could it be that he is talking about himself? Chu Feng only felt some social death. After all, Xin Yue's live room, there are close to 30,000 people. In the eyes of so many people, was called out of the net name. Chu Feng also really some shy Lu. I should have known to start a wildly dominant, cool and dazzling net name, called what super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chu Feng exited the live broadcasting room and came to a certain voice message interface. And sure enough, XINU sent herself a private message. Brother, today in the live broadcast room rewarded so much. Senny don't know how to thank you. Why don't we add a microchat to talk about it? Passwords? It was really himself who was talking. Luckily Jiang Sichuan didn't check his cell phone before. Otherwise, if she saw it, what's wrong with it? He himself was also really inattentive. Surprisingly he didn't pay attention to the messages, associating it with the hand slash that Jiang Sichuan had compared just now. He only felt a cold wind blowing across his lower body. If he was seen, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Chu Feng hastily deleted the message. Not only that, when he swiped the gift in the live broadcast room, he also attracted a group of chicken girls, all of whom sent themselves microchat numbers. Chu Feng hurriedly deleted all of them before letting out a sigh of relief. If this was seen by Jiang Xixian, it wouldn't matter. After all, he had posted his body photos on a certain sound, and some of the thurible girls came over to private message. It wasn't anything unusual, but after all, there is something wrong. By Jiang Sichuan saw, maybe will be disliked, so it is better to delete it. He had just put down his cell phone when he heard the door of his room being knocked on. There were only Jiang Sichuan and herself in the entire house. She was in the room, so the one standing outside the door was Jiang Sichuan. This movie today, I'm a little scared. Can you sleep with me? Chapter 59, Doing Bad Things. Chu Feng smiled. It seemed that today's layout had worked. He had been trying to think of a way to let Jiang Sichuan rest at home today, so he had made a small layout. Watching a horror movie wasn't just so that Jiang Sichuan would be able to lie down in his arms while watching the movie. There is also a reason why. It's the night, and judging by the looks of it, Jiang Sichuan should be very timid. Regardless of whether or not you come tonight, you won't lose out anyway. Only, everything was going according to plan. Chu Feng got out of bed, came to the door, opened the door, and saw the pitiful Jiang Sichuan at the door. Jiang Sichuan was holding a pillow in her arms, her eyes glancing to the side, embarrassed to look Chu Feng in the eyes, pouting, her lips still slightly trembling. She was in her room just now, just getting ready to go to sleep, and after turning off the lights, her mind floated back to the plot in today's horror movie, especially the scene in which the black and blue doll had a sudden face. The more she thought about it, the clearer it became and the more scared she became. She could only turn the lights on and then toss and turn, the plot of the horror movie still lingering in her mind. There was no way but to turn to Chu Feng for help, although it was no different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. However, the rules must be set. Come on in. Chu Feng laughed evilly and made way, hurriedly allowing Jiang Sichuan to enter. Jiang Sichuan looked around at Chu Feng's room. Well, it was worthy of being the master bedroom, and it was indeed a bit larger than the room she had just stayed in, but the bed was still the same size. Jiang Sichuan had a sudden thought and came to the closet. Poof, if you have another woman, you'll see how I'll clean you up. After all, if there was another woman, the first thing to check would be the closet, followed by the bathroom. Nothing very obvious, but there would definitely be traces. First of all, there will definitely be other girls' clothes in the closet. Even if they've been packed up, there might still be long hair in there. This can't be avoided. Moreover, a normal boy packing should not check his own clothes, just put away the girls' clothes, and that's the end of it. Jiang Xishuan directly opened the closet with a lightning-fast momentum. Fortunately, there were only a few of Chu Feng's pajamas inside. The clothes were clean, without a trace of dust, not to mention the long hair. After all, Chu Feng did not often stay here, and the property site had just prepared pajamas. What are you doing coming to bed to rummage through my closet? Pervert! Chu Feng pinched his throat and opened his mouth to tease. Humph, you're the pervert. Jiang Xishuan's small mouth pouted as she opened her mouth and said, Say, who is that bald girl? Chu Feng? My Nima. Where did a bald girl come from? Carefully recalling Jiang Xishuan's actions just now, everything made sense. Looking at his own closet to confirm that he had no other women. Is this the reputation of the rich second generation? Ah, that one is my wife. Already married for 3 years. Chu Feng smiled and flirted. What's wrong? Did you see the crumbs of her hair in the closet? You! Jiang Xishuan furiously glared at Chu Feng. What a hair scum. It's quite disgusting. Jiang Xishuan skimmed her head. She knew that Chu Feng was joking. How could he possibly have a wife? She skimmed her mouth, then directly threw the pillow and herself onto the bed. The bed was indeed just as soft as her own one. Little Chu Zi, come over and serve the bed. Jiang Xishuan, a theater master, lay on the bed and beckoned towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng instantly went to his head and directly pounced towards Jiang Xishuan. This niece, how dare she seduce herself? She had to be taught a good lesson. Jiang Xishuan saw the opportunity and rolled over and switched positions with the pillow next to her. Chu Feng pounced on the pillow, directly lying on the pillow, and looked back at Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan looked at him with a smile. Chu Feng just wanted to crawl towards Jiang Xishuan, but was blocked by Jiang Xishuan pushing the pillow with her hand. This is the 38th parallel. No one is allowed to come over, or else you're a puppy. Chu Feng heard that. Crossing over is a puppy? I'll be direct. Woof woof woof. Chu Feng shouted a few times before pouncing towards Jiang Xishuan again, only to be blocked by Jiang Xishuan once again. No no no. You be good and sleep. Jiang Xishuan said somewhat anxiously. One kiss one kiss. Chu Feng pouted and said. Jiang Xishuan sloppily placed a kiss on Chu Feng's mouth, and then covered herself in the quilt. Fearing that Chu Feng would have the next move, Chu Feng smiled. Since Jiang Xishuan wasn't ready, then tonight was even. Anyway, the time was still early. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chu Feng placed the pillow in the center and then turned off the lights. Darkness instantly descended, and Chu Feng lay on the pillow, but he could smell Jiang Xishuan's unique hair fragrance. The images in his mind were continuously floating. The beautiful schoolmate was sleeping right next to him, and it was hard not to think of random thoughts. Chu Feng strongly resisted the idea of pouncing on Jiang Xishuan's body and slept at ease. Don't you see? The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, and runs to the sea without return. Chu Feng had even recited high school, trying to divert his attention to another matter. Jiang Xishuan's breathing also gradually became steady. She should have fallen asleep. Forget it, just sleep. After Chu Feng finished memorizing the text, he finally fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng was woken up by a leg pressing down on him, and he looked over towards Jiang Xishuan. Instead, he found that she was like a wombat, her entire body coiled on top of his own. What a sin! He had already been unable to resist himself, but this was so good that he was directly unable to sleep. Chu Feng rolled over and faced Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan's eyelashes were long, and her stunningly beautiful pretty face was filled with calm. Chu Feng reached out his hand and hugged Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan was a little uncomfortable by Chu Feng's movements and gently moved a little. Her movements a little strange. Ciphers, are you playing with fire or are you playing with me? Chu Feng? No, can't bear it anymore. Don't. Last night had been playing until close to 5 o'clock, and it was almost dawn before the two people fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Feng woke up first. The benefits of working out were manifested here. After playing for so long, he was still refreshed the next day. Seeing that Jiang Xishuan was not awake, Chu Feng first ordered some rice on the takeout software. After playing for so long yesterday, Jiang Xishuan should be hungry as well. I'm awake. Just after Chu Feng ordered the rice, Jiang Xishuan stretched and opened her mouth. The voice was weak, but it was filled with gentleness. It should be because she was too tired last night. Chu Feng reached out and touched Jiang Xishuan's head. Does it hurt? Chu Feng asked. Last night was really a bit rough. It was all Jiang Xishuan's fault. It was clearly himself who said that none of them should cross the line. Whoever crossed the line was a puppy. Looking at it now, it was rather Jiang Xishuan who was the puppy. Jiang Xishuan nodded her head in aggravation. Last night, Chu Feng's battle was so fierce that his body was falling apart. He. Chu Feng scratched his head and let out a light laugh. Will you be good to me all the time? Jiang Xishuan hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and asked, "Ding. System mission. Make a promise to Jiang Xishuan. Reward Aston Martin DB11 acquisition gold 2, 8 million. Chapter 60, Aston Martin." The system's voice sounded from Chu Feng's mind. "You have finally arrived." The corner of Chu Feng's mouth hooked into a smile. It was still this urbane, and when Chu Feng was about to do it, the system jumped out to deliver a reward. This time, Chu Feng's assurance was in his throat when the system came out to release a task. However, the 2.8 million acquisition fund should only be used to buy this one Aston Martin DB11. However, the reason that the system did not send it directly should be to let Chu Feng send it to Jiang Xishan. The system was still oddly good. "Don't worry baby, I will be responsible for you. I will definitely always be good to you." Chu Feng hugged Jiang Xishuan and whispered in her ear, "Ding. Mission completed. The rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check for them." Hearing the system voice coming from his mind, Chu Feng once again revealed a smile. The 2.8 million had arrived, but now that Jiang Xishuan was the one who needed companionship, Chu Feng definitely could not possibly check the receipt. The system would not lie to itself anyway. Jiang Xishuan's eyes were slightly red. She did not know whether what she did last night was right or wrong, nor did she know how long Chu Feng would be able to fulfill this promise. She knew that most rich second-generation men never died to a woman for the rest of their lives. It was just that she did not know if Chu Feng was this kind of person. She only knew that at the moment. She liked Chu Feng very much, and she was willing to give her body to Chu Feng. That was enough. And what Chu Feng thought was very simple. The previous him was a poor boy from the countryside, and he naturally did not dare to say such words to such a beautiful woman. Of course, also did not dare to do such things. After all, can't afford to be responsible. The family has only saved less than $100,000 until now. Can't even afford to buy a house. Now he is different. Now Chu Feng has a hot pot restaurant in his hands. There is also a small coffee shop that is in the process of preparation. And there is also a bar that will open soon. These were all small ones. There was also the system that gave himself $1 a second. And there were many mission rewards. The current him could definitely be in charge if he wanted to be in charge. Did Chu Feng want to be in charge? The answer was yes. After all, this was the first woman in his life. Although he didn't know if there would be more behind him. But Jiang Xishuan was worth cherishing. Jiang Xishuan gently leaned on Chu Feng's shoulder and nodded. The pain in her body still made her suck in a mouthful of cool air without holding back. Stinky Chu Feng, why so rough? Do you want me to give you a massage? Chu Feng heard Jiang Xishuan's voice and opened his mouth to ask. Jiang Xishuan bit Chu Feng's shoulder hard. Stinking rascal. Scram. You still dare to scold me. Chu Feng feigned ferocity and pressed Jiang Xishuan underneath him, making a move to start another round of battle. I was wrong. These actions frightened Jiang Xishuan into shrieking, and while struggling, she opened her mouth to say, "Still dare not." Chu Feng kissed Jiang Xishuan on her lips and said viciously, "Don't dare." Jiang Xishuan said aggrievedly, after all, last night Chu Feng's fighting strength was really too fierce. If he did it again, his own body just couldn't handle it. This fellow, was he a cow in his previous life? Only after hearing Jiang Xishuan's reply did Chu Feng call it quits and get up from Jiang Xishuan's body. Just in time, the takeout had also arrived, so Chu Feng brought it in and fed it to Jiang Xishuan one bite at a time. Jiang Xishuan only felt happy and satisfied in her heart. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Xishuan got out of bed and went to her room to change her clothes. Although there was still some pain, compared to just now, it was much better. Only the walking posture was a bit strange. Let's go out with me to buy something. When Jiang Xishuan came out after changing her clothes, Chu Feng stood up and said, directly telling her that she was giving away her car. Jiang Xishuan definitely wouldn't accept it, so she could only cajole her with coaxing. Jiang Xishuan nodded and followed Chu Feng. The two of them went down to the basement and got into the car. Chu Feng first opened the Huaxia bank app and looked at the balance, which was close to 3.7 million. Among them were the more than 800,000 that he had saved before, as well as the 60,000 that his old man had transferred to him, and the acquisition fund of 2.8 million. Not a single point was missing. Chu Feng took a glance from the map, and it just so happened that there was an Aston Martin store in CC City. In fact, Chu Feng's previous dream car was Aston Martin's DB11, but there had been no money to buy it. When he was in high school, he had to look good from a certain car emperor many times a day. This time, although he wanted to buy it, it was also for Jiang Xishuan. Where are we going? Jiang Xishuan sat in the co-pilot, looked at Chu Feng who was driving, and opened her mouth to ask, to buy some things? Just moved in. The house is a bit empty. Chu Feng said gently. Oh. Jiang Xishuan nodded and opened her mouth. The Aston Martin Ford store wasn't very far, less than half an hour away. Jiang Xishuan saw this direction, not like going to a shopping mall, and was a bit puzzled. but did not make a sound to inquire. On the way, Chu Feng also asked Jiang Xishuan in a sideways manner, "I'm a good driver, right?" "Aha, not bad. You didn't get carsick this time, right?" "No. Do you know how to drive?" "Yes. I had a driver's license a long time ago." Jiang Xishuan pouted a bit like she was showing off and opened her mouth. "Fine. Just have a driver's license." Until the car was parked in front of the Aston Martin Four Sons store, Jiang Xishuan had a guess in her heart. This guy won't want to buy a car, right? Go, the family parking space is empty. Go buy a car. Chu Feng smiled and opened his mouth. Jiang Xishuan was somewhat helpless. This guy really had money to spend nowhere. The two of them got down from the car and went straight to the Aston Martin 4S store. "Hello, welcome to Aston Martin. Do you have a favorite model? Let me introduce it to you." The welcoming guest at the door saw that the visitor came in a G63, and quickly got into the spirit. This kind of people are capable of purchasing and should definitely be taken seriously. "Is there a current car for the DB11? Chu Feng asked. "Yes, this way please." The sales made an inviting gesture before leading Chu Feng towards that side. There were a lot of cars in the showroom, and there was also an Aston Martin F1 race car parked there. The dark green body was breakingly imposing. Not far away, a DB11 was parked there, with a milky white body, glittering under the starlight lighting. Worthy of being a British car, it was as elegant as it could be, but the muscular lines that couldn't be hidden still gave people the feeling of a thug in a suit. This DB11 coupe, equipped with a 4.0T V8 engine, the maximum torque comes to 675 Newton meters. The sales professionally introduced. Chu Feng also knew about these things, even more than the sales. 0-100 acceleration came to 4 seconds. In the production cars, it is already considered to be among the top. The sales proceeded to introduce. Chu Feng nodded and opened his mouth to ask, "Does the Volante have one?" The Volante was a soft-top convertible, while the coupe was a hardtop sports car. The two other configurations were the same. It was just the difference between a hardtop and a softtop. Chu Feng between the two, more inclined to hardtop. Convertible Chu Feng is not particularly like. Volante is not available in the store right now, but there are pictures. You can take a look. Sales said, "Does this car look good?" Chu Feng looked to Jiang Xishuan on the side. Jiang Xishuan nodded her head. This car really grew on her aesthetic. What with the muscular lines and the wind-breaking styling, she wasn't very good at looking at it. She only knew that this car looked very elegant. "Does the hardtop look good or the softtop?" Chapter 61, Bargaining. Chu Feng looked to Jiang Xishuan on the side and opened his mouth to ask. Jiang Xishuan looked at the tablet in the sales hand, and on the tablet was clearly the Volante, the soft-top convertible version of the Aston Martin DB11. The picture was also white with only the top being a black awning. "I feel it's still the hardtop that looks good." Jiang Xishuan voiced her opinion. Chu Feng nodded and spoke. "I also feel that the hardtop looks good." "No, it's the hardtop." "Okay sir, this car is 2,358,000 for the naked car. There are also some options that I can show you." The sales nodded and said. Chu Feng followed the sales to the welcome room. Above the large screen on the wall were some of the optional things. For example, 360 parking image, shock absorption system, and some personalized configurations such as red tail lights and so on. These charges are not very low. A large part of the rest of the interior and exterior are included in the bare car charges, including heated seats, 21-inch wheels. These are the original factory comes with. There is no need to choose. Some technology configuration is very useful. Chu Feng did not say anything. It will be selected, but also selected a set of 100,000 yuan worth of BNO audio, but the personalized configuration, it was really not useful, and it wasn't very good looking. Upholding the principle of 2.8 million, Chu Feng still didn't choose. "What color do you like?" Chu Feng opened his mouth and asked Jiang Xishuan. "Ah, asking me what for?" Jiang Xishuan raised her eyebrows and asked with some confusion. "You didn't catch up with the previous car, but you caught up with this one, so you have to pick a color that you like." "Ah." Chu Feng smiled and touched Jiang Xishuan's head as he spoke. Jiang Xishuan looked on the screen for a long time. There were quite a few colors, but it always felt a bit on the business side. The one closest to the young people was still apron blue, a darker blue color. Jiang Xishuan still preferred the macaron color scheme, so she said, "I don't really like any of these, so you just watch and pick." "Then what color do you like?" Chu Feng pursued. "Well, milk yellow it is." Jiang Xishuan pondered for a while and opened her mouth. "Is this color optional?" Chu Feng looked to the sales to the side and opened his mouth to ask. The sales shook his head and opened his mouth to say, "I'm afraid that this is not possible. However, it is possible to affix a color change film. This side of us can help you change it, but the record still requires you to go to the DMV on your own." Chu Feng nodded his head. Putting on a color change film was just a matter of a few $1,000s, and it could also protect the car paint, which was also a good choice. our side provides body color AI option. That is, send me the color you want. I can help you generate a picture of this color body. The sales went on to say. Chu Feng looked towards Jiang Xishuan. Do you have a picture? Send it to this sales sister. Jiang Xishuan nodded and took the color from her phone, taking a creamy yellow color before handing the phone to the sales. The sales nodded and then operated on the computer. Soon, a milky yellow DB11 appeared on the big screen. The color was really nice and advanced, and most importantly, it was girly. Okay, this is the color. You calculate how much it will cost with the options and insurance added up. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. The sales nodded, operated a bit on the computer, and opened his mouth to ask, are you a full payment or installment? The sales asked. Although the two of them, Chu Feng and Jiang Xishuan, had driven over in the G63, there were many people who chose installments in order for the funds to be able to make money in their own hands, which was a very common thing. Full payment, Chu Feng said confidently. After all, the 8 million in his hand were all car purchase funds. There was no way to use them for anything else. Otherwise, Chu Feng would definitely want to installment. The eyes of the sales were a little bleak, but still nodded. After all, if the guest did a loan, the sales commission would be higher. But after all, it was a car that was close to $3 million, and even if it was a full payment, the commission for this order reached more than $40,000. It may seem like a high commission, but those who can afford this kind of car are few and far between, so it's not easy for the sales here to sell 2 or 3 a year. The offer for you over here is 2.88 million. I'll take the liberty of erasing a zero for you. 2.85 million. Do you think that's okay? The salesman operated on the computer for a bit and looked up and said, although the drop of 30,000, but still not the lowest price, and do not think that this drop in price is deducted from the commission of the sale. This is the amount of flexibility of each sale, is within the company's reasonable range. Of course, if you buy a few tens of thousands of dollars of cars, the flexible amount is just a few $1,000s. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. It was over budget, so of course the price still had to be a bit lower. 2.8 million. I'll swipe my card and sign right away, Chu Feng said with a smile, dropping 50,000 in one fell swoop. This had already exceeded the flexible amount of the sale, so the sale hesitated and spoke. I'll go apply for it, but the price cut on your side is a bit tough, so it may not necessarily work. Chu Feng nodded his head in understanding. The sales poured coffee for Jiang Xishuan and Chu Feng, then turned around and exited the welcome room, heading straight to the second floor. Does this car look good? Chu Feng asked. It looks good. Jiang Xishuan nodded. This was the truth. This car she had not seen once until now. Whether it was in CC City or Hangcheng, there was also the possibility that she had seen it and did not have much of an impression. But the temperament of this car was really nothing to speak of. No matter if a boy or a girl drove it, it was very suitable. Boys drive very gentleman, girls drive very noble at the same time, but also some playful, especially with an appointment for this cream color change film. That's fine, Chu Feng said. Jiang Xishuan hadn't had time to ask what that's good. The sales was pushing the door in, sitting in the same position as just now, and opened his mouth to say, our manager's side said that the minimum is 283, and he can't do anything any lower than that. But this price Chu Feng is still a little unsatisfied, although he now has money in his hands. Exceeding part of the budget is not wrong. After all, it is his girlfriend. But Chu Feng knew that this price was definitely not the lowest price, so it seemed like there was no need to spend this wasted money. Chu Feng shook his head and spoke. My side is still 2.8 million. Please go and discuss with your manager again. He knew that this kind of 4S store was not open for half a year, and open to eat for half a year, so he believed that no matter if it was the sales, or the manager of this store, they would all attach extreme importance to themselves. After all, he had just revealed his strength. He was driving a G63, and he was absolutely capable of afford it. Plus 2.8 million is not excessive. I believe the manager will definitely agree. Chapter 62 Buying a car. The sales nodded. Just now Chu Feng thought correctly. This store was indeed unwilling to give up a customer like Chu Feng. Conservatively estimating, this single she earns close to $40,000, while the store should be able to earn close to $300,000. Using $30,000 for $300,000. As long as one has a little bit of a brain, one will definitely not refuse. Sure enough, the sales just left not a moment, with a middle-aged man into the welcoming room. The middle-aged man looked about 40 years old, wearing a gold-rimmed glasses. Although he was older, his body was not fat, his figure was upright, and his eyes were full of vigor. Truly a heroic young man. The middle-aged man spoke. This is our side's manager Wang. Sales introduced. This is Mr. Chu. The sales reached out towards Chu Feng and opened his mouth. Seeing this, Chu Feng also stood up and shook Manager Wang's hand. Manager Wang. Chu Feng nodded his head and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Chu, I'll press 2.8 million for you on my side, just as making you a friend." Manager Wang opened the door and said, "Ha ha, Manager Wang is open-minded." Chu Feng also laughed. This side situation, but it was also within Chu Feng's expectations. After all, 2.8 million should be the minimum for this store. But the only thing that Chu Feng could not have expected was that Manager Wang would actually come down and make friends with himself. Instead of directly allowing sales to bring word, it should be that Chu Feng's age was here, coupled with the financial strength, so it allowed Manager Wang to have a mind to befriend. After all, this kind of higher-end bit of store, whether it was a car dealership or a bar, befriending a rich second generation would bring them a good source of customers, especially the car dealership. The rich second generation drive out. Friends look, wow, so handsome. I also go to buy a car. That's how the performance got up. I should be the same age as your father, so I'll call you a virtuous nephew. Have you eaten lunch? Do you want to have lunch together? The contract is not in a hurry. Manager Wang said with a smile. We both had lunch. Uncle Wang. Chu Feng also gave Manager Wang face and called out Uncle Wang. Befriending the manager of this kind of car dealership brought one quite a lot of benefits. For example, one should be able to get first-hand information on some limited edition models. Although one does not play with cars, but he definitely wants to buy another DB11 in the future. After all, it is his dream car, but really don't want to eat with Manager Wang. After all, he will have to go back to school in a while. Zhang Xixian still have OU class in the afternoon. That's fine. Then I'll let Xiao Lu prepare the contract for you. Manager Wang didn't let up anymore, and with his chin, he nodded to the sales just now, and opened his mouth to say. Little Lu listened and also directly walked out of the welcoming room and went to prepare the contract. Chu Xian nephew, don't be in a hurry, the contract will come in a moment. Manager Wang opened his mouth and said, then sat down next to Chu Feng. Chu Feng also sat down, only to hear Manager Wang open his mouth and ask, Chu Xian nephew, where are you currently employed? The meaning of those words was to ask what Chu Feng's family industry was. After all, some of the second generation of the rich were all working in their own family's companies. I'm still attending university? Chu Feng smiled and opened his mouth. He was at least born in Shandong province, a major province for public examinations, and he was still able to understand this kind of talk. Going to university? Manager Wang was a little surprised, although Chu Feng looked young, but this time, buying a car was going to cost close to $3 million. There was also a G63 of over $3 million, close to $4 million parked at the door. The price of both cars could buy a super large flat in CC City. Chu Feng, who was still in college, was actually able to get so much money from his family. Then how rich was Chu Feng's family? It's a bit hard to imagine. This customer could be grasped. The family background was really strong. That's right, Uncle Wang. I'm at the Shisi Polytechnic Institute. Chu Feng then said. Manager Wang nodded and was just about to ask again, but Xiao Lu walked over holding the contract. This is the option sheet, and this is the car purchase contract. Xiao Lu placed the two pieces of paper in front of Chu Feng and opened his mouth. Chu Feng picked up the selection list, checked that there was nothing wrong with it, and then picked up the car purchase contract again. On it was clearly written $2,800,000. There was also nothing wrong with the car purchase contract. Chu Feng handed both pieces of paper to Zhang Xixuan. Nah, sign it. Chu Feng looked at Zhang Xixuan's eyes and spoke. Ah, Zhang Xixuan did not react for a moment. What did Chu Feng mean by that? Ding. System mission. Give the Aston Martin DB11 to Zhang Xixuan. Rewarded with a reduction in the cost of purchasing the car, and the acquisition fund is converted to general funds. In his mind, the system's voice sounded once again. Still on the verge of a proper welfare delivery. The reward is not difficult to understand. That is, the costs of this car are all taken care of by the system. Then the 2.8 million purchase fund from just now, which was originally only for the purchase of the car, could be used anywhere after completing the mission, including Chu Feng's coffee shop, as well as the Overlord TG that was preparing to open. This time, the system could be said to be hemorrhaging money, sending cars and money again. At 2.8 million, together with the ones he had before, his assets were already coming to around 4.8 million. The system upgrade task should be fast too. Zhang Xixuan, you are truly my lucky star. On the other hand, Manager Wang on the side was also confused by this operation by Chu Feng. Is this going to give away the car to this beautiful woman next to him? A $2.8 million car said to give it away. This boldness, could it really be a college student? How much money does the family have in the end? Sign. This car was bought for you, Chu Feng explained. Ah, Zhang Xixuan once again let out a question. This car was given to herself? No wonder Chu Feng had been asking for his thoughts on everything from the beginning until now. It turned out that it was a gift to herself. I don't want it, Jiang Xishuan said decisively. No, you want it. Chu Feng's attitude was also resolute. I don't want it. Jiang Xishuan still maintained her thoughts and opened her mouth. Chapter 63, Jiang Xishuan's emotions. Be obedient. A small gift for you. Chu Feng stroked Jiang Xishuan's head and spoke. I don't want it. It's too expensive. Jiang Xishuan still shook her head and spoke. But this contract is all typed up, so it can't be returned. Chu Feng made a wink with Manager Wang. Isn't it Manager Wang? Manager Wang also understood in a second. This car, Chu Feng was also sincere about giving it away. Yes. Manager Wang momentarily did not know how to address Jiang Xishuan. Calling a lady, a bit old, calling a young lady, was even more ambiguous. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke again. Beauty, once the contract is typed out on our side, it can't be returned. That doesn't work either. You sign it yourself. Jiang Xishuan was still unwilling to sign and opened her mouth. Chu Feng was a little anxious. This is 8 million not just you can get a car. I can still get 8 million Concerned about his great cause of system upgrading, Chu Feng still opened his mouth and said, I'm not that bad at this amount of money. It's just a small gift to me. Just sign it. And since my fuel car is restricted and the car can't be returned, you'll sign it for me. Chu Feng then said. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Manager Wang almost did not hold back his laughter. To hell with the purchase restriction. Where did CC City have a purchase restriction? In order to get Jiang Xishuan to accept the car, Chu Feng had also worked very hard. It was also the first time that Manager Wang had seen this situation, where a guy wanted to give his girlfriend a car, and the girlfriend still didn't want it. It was a $8 million car, and it was surprising that someone could resist the temptation. Alright then. Jiang Xishuan hesitated, took out her ID card and handed it to the sales, signed her name on the option sheet and the car purchase contract. Alright, Uncle Wang, swipe your card. Chu Feng was overjoyed. The distance to completing the task was just short of swiping the card. He took out his bank card from his bag and opened his mouth. Sales Xiaolu took out the pose machine from the drawer. The anxious Chu Feng swiped his card on the pose machine without saying a word. After entering the password, the pose machine displayed the words payment successful. Ding! Task completed. The system has made the payment for you, and the card's acquisition fund has been converted to ordinary funds for you, so please rest assured that the host will be able to use it. The system's voice promptly sounded in Chu Feng's mind. 8 million arrived. With this amount of money, the coffee shop in the Wangbao TG should be able to open soon. Taking advantage of this vacation, he would try to finalize this matter of the Wangbao Chaji. Mr. Chu, sign over here. The pose machine spat out a single sheet, and Sales Xiaolu handed the sheet to Chu Feng and opened his mouth. Chu Feng took the pen and signed his name on the sheet. Chu Xian nephew, happy cooperation. Manager Wang stood up and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Chu Feng stretched out his hand to shake Manager Wang's hand and spoke. The order will be placed immediately on our side. It is estimated that it will arrive in 3 to 6 weeks. Will you come and pick it up or will we deliver it to you at that time? Manager Wang opened his mouth and asked. Come pick it up at that time. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, after all, the sense of ceremony still needed to be there, and the delivery ceremony should also be quite grand. We still have some things to do, so we'll leave first, Uncle Wang. Chu Feng smiled and said, good, you get busy first. I'll go place an order for you. Manager Wang allowed Chu Feng to leave his phone number, and Chu Feng left, sending Chu Feng to the door. He watched Chu Feng get into his car and leave. Why did you send me such an expensive gift? Jiang Xishuan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, pouted and opened her mouth to ask. Because I like you. Chu Feng confessed with a smile. Oh, Jiang Xishuan lowered her head and replied. There was something vaguely sullen on her face. What's wrong? Chu Feng detected Jiang Xishuan's abnormality, inclined his head, and opened his mouth to ask. Jiang Xishuan was silent for half a minute, somewhat hesitant, but still opened her mouth and said, are you treating me like that kind of person? Chu Feng's expression stagnated, not knowing what Jiang Xishuan meant. Why do you say that? Chu Feng asked. Well, Jiang Xishuan bit her lip and opened her mouth. Yesterday we were only inside A, and today you're buying me a car. That's not what I want. It was only then that Chu Feng realized that Jiang Xishuan was thinking that he was treating her as that kind of woman. But no matter what kind of woman it was impossible for anyone to throw away $8 million to give away a car. You've misunderstood, baby. I don't think of you as anything, and this car isn't some kind of compensation. It's a kind of protection for you. Chu Feng paused and then said, I love you so much that I'm willing to buy it for you. I want to be responsible for you. That's why I'm giving you a car. This is also considered to be the beginning of me being responsible for you, and this car is also a guarantee for you. so that you can see my sincerity, Chu Feng explained in his serious tone. Jiang Xishuan bit her lip and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Feng. What you want is to make me responsible, right? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Xishuan nodded and did not say anything, but after Chu Feng's explanation, her mood was much better. I will definitely treat you well. Don't worry. Aha! Jiang Xishuan nodded her head vigorously in response. Let's go. Let's go back to school. You still have class in a while, Chu Feng said. A trace of reluctance immediately flashed through Jiang Xishuan's eyes. I'll take you to eat something delicious after class, okay? Chu Feng saw Jiang Xishuan's reluctance and spoke. Hearing delicious food, Jiang Xishuan's eyes all glowed a little. What to eat? Jiang Xishuan asked. Depending on your performance, if you listen well in class, I'll take you to eat something even more delicious. Good, Jiang Xishuan sweetly answered. Chu Feng really felt that finding a girlfriend was like raising a daughter. Going to a class and having to coax. No wonder the internet said that a girlfriend was a boy's first daughter. However, such a cute daughter, Chu Feng really wanted to spoil it. After driving on the road for half an hour, it was now more than 1 p.m., and classes were about to start. Chu Feng parked the car at the entrance of the school, and the two held hands and trotted into the school building. At the door of the classroom, he gently hugged Jiang Xishuan, and after watching Jiang Xishuan enter the classroom, Chu Feng left the school building and returned to the dormitory. The dormitory was empty, and if it weren't for Chu Feng having a key, he really wouldn't have been able to enter. Yuan Zhangyang and Zhao Haiquan had gone to class, and Qin Cheng did not know where he was. Chu Feng called Qin Cheng, who was even dating Yao Shaoqing. These two people wouldn't really be able to make it, right? Chu Feng didn't care. Lying on the bed, sent a message to the designer team and asked about the process. The process was very fast, and the entire team was working closely on Chu Feng's coffee shop decoration and design services. I've reserved the location of the logo for you. What do you think the name of the coffee shop will be? Designer team leader Xiao Wang asked. Chu Feng thought for a moment and sent a message to Xiao Wang on WeChat. Let's call it Zijiang. Chapter 64, Sober Harbor Renovation completed. The name Zijiang was also something that Chu Feng had thought over. Zijiang was a very meaningful name, and at the same time, it also took the first two characters of Jiang Xishuan. Although the order was reversed, it also had the meaning of thinking of Jiang Xishuan, and all in one name. Coupled with the recent events, Jiang Xishuan definitely lacked some security in her heart. This approach was less useful, but it was better than nothing. Okay Boss Chu, we can make both the design and renderings tonight, designer Xiao Wang replied. Okay, good work, Chu Feng typed a reply. Putting down his cell phone, this was a rare time to be alone after getting the system. These few days were really a bit busy. Chu Feng had wanted to open the golden shovel and start working, but then he suddenly remembered that he had funds in his hand right now. Why don't he first take care of the matter of the Wangbai Chaji, and first upgrade the system to the second level? Early upgrade, early enjoyment. Chu Feng first searched from the internet. A few days ago did not look carefully. Today a look. Open a Wangbai TG surprisingly need more than 3 years of experience. Who can afford to wait for this? It is difficult to wait for 3 years? Of course, if your entrepreneurial experience is better, join the same will pass. When the car arrives, there will be a way through, and when the boat arrives, it will naturally be straight. Right now, Chu Feng's side still had a sober harbor that had not opened, and it should have already been pretty much renovated. Chu Feng was confident that he would be able to run this bar, so this was also considered a better entrepreneurial experience. So, there would be no rush. Let's wait until the sober harbor was opened. As long as the store could be opened up before the winter vacation, Chu Feng was still thinking of taking money to his family to improve their lives. If it didn't open up, Chu Feng really didn't dare to give money to his family. Otherwise, he would definitely be pursued. Just thinking about it, Ho Xinpeng's phone call came over. Chu Feng picked it up in seconds. Little Wind, are you free? Ho Xinpeng smiled and opened his mouth. Listening to the tone, there should be something that made people happy. Free? What? Chu Feng said. The sober harbor's renovation is finished, and the wine has been set up. Do you want to go sit down? Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth and said. With what Chu Feng expected was correct. With the speed of that renovation team, just adding a logo would not take long at all. About it, today should also be able to get it done. It was just that what Chu Feng did not expect was that even the wine had already been arranged by Ho Xinpeng. This speed, it could not be said that it was not fast. Go, send me the location. As one of the bosses, Chu Feng did not even know the location of the bar right now. However, there was no news of a bar going to open near the school, and it should be farther away from Chu Feng's school. Okay, Ho Xinpeng answered and hung up the phone. Since the sober harbor had already been renovated, the matter of opening the Wangbai Chaji should be fast. The system upgrade was imminent. Chu Feng glanced at WeChat, and Ho Xinpeng had already sent the location over. Then it was to get up and directly walk out of the school door. Coming to the parking lot in front of the school, he drove his G63 and drove towards Sober Harbor. Sober Harbor was located in Lianhu district, which was considered the center of the city, so it was no wonder that it required so much money. Chu Feng drove for a full hour before arriving at Sober Harbor. Ho Xinpeng, Wang Tianchang, and Pan Boyi should have already arrived, and Chu Feng saw Ho Xinpeng's SF-90 in front of the store. The front of Sober Harbor was very wide, 8 meters wide, and on top of it was a pointed ridge similar to that of a self-built house in the countryside. The entire doorway was pure black, but it was covered with some reflective spots, which should be hidden starlight lights. It should look good if you come over at night. In front of the black background is the white logo, Sober Harbor. The Chinese characters are wrapped by the English name Sober Harbor, which is the style that the designer Xiao Wang sent over before, and it is very youthful. Now it looks white. It is estimated that at night, it should give off a fruity green light. This is what Chu Feng requested by name. Chu Feng took a picture at the door and sent it to Ho Xinpeng, and Ho Xinpeng's side also returned in seconds. Come in and see us. Chu Feng did not reply, but directly walked into the gate. Inside the gate, it was a very wide corridor, turning a corner before coming to the bar proper. Inside, there were all kinds of card seats and loose tables, and in the middle, there was also a DJ booth and a dance floor, and the entire bar was very large, at the very least 800 square meters, and should be able to accommodate several hundred people. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Ho Xinpeng's 3 father sadists sitting there. There were also a few snacks on the table, and the 3 of them didn't know what to chat about. Little Wind is here. How is it? Pan Boyi, who was facing the gate, saw Chu Feng, who was coming this way, as soon as he hid his eyes, and opened his mouth to ask. Not bad ow. Chu Feng complimented. It was indeed pretty good now. It was even more grandiose than what he saw in the renderings. How do you say? Have a cup? Ho Xinpeng chewed a small snack in his mouth and spoke. Driving here? No no no. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, sitting in his seat, seeing on the table, the dark chicken rice and blackened French fries on the plate. Chu Feng was a little puzzled. This was all these 3 people ate? He. The backstage chef hasn't been recruited yet, so I fried it myself. Ho Xinpeng hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth. What kind of thing are you frying? Chu Feng laughed. Although he himself was also 10-fingered, he should not have fried it like this. It's delicious. Don't believe me. Try it. Ho Xinpeng handed over a charred black French fry and spoke. Go. I don't eat. Chu Feng hastily waved his hand to reject it. This stuff, eating it would easily poison himself to death. It's really delicious. Try it. It's quite crispy. Pan Boyi on the side also began to help out. Really fake? This black stuff could be delicious? Chu Feng was a little shaken. For the sake of Pan Boyi, it was not impossible to taste it. He took the black fries in Ho Xinpeng's hands and put them in his mouth. The 3 people watched as Chu Feng put the French fries into his mouth and could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. Just after the French fries entered his mouth, it was a strong bitter flavor that spread in Chu Feng's mouth. Chu Feng did not notice it at first, and it was only when he bit into the French fries with one bite that the bitter flavor finally reached his tongue. Going to walk the horse, Pan Boyi? Crispy is really crispy. What the hell is this flavor? Chu Feng hastily spat out the fries in his mouth, then glared angrily at the 2 people who had just started to advise him. You 2 are punking me. He. This is loving you before pitting you. Oh. Ho Xinpeng pretended to throw a wink towards Chu Feng and opened his mouth. After the several people had fooled around for a while, Ho Xinpeng chatted the topic to business. This time, when he called Chu Feng over, of course he wanted to talk about business. It couldn't be that he really came to play. I'm going to start the trial operation on the 2nd weekend after the National Day. How about it? Chapter 65, Activity Planning. Ho Xinpeng proposed. Chu Feng nodded. The National Day holiday is certainly not in time. Ho Xinpeng, they should also not think so much. Only think when to open when. Just in time to catch the last train of the National Day holiday. But listen to Ho Xinpeng just said. The back kitchen has not been recruited. Tomorrow should be almost. But tomorrow is already the 7th. Many tourists who come to CC City have already gone home. Plus, although it is not far from the university city, but did not start to do publicity, so the attraction for college students is also relatively weak. So the National Day holiday was definitely not in time. The first vacation after the National Day holiday. Many schools also have to make up classes. For a store like a bar where most of the consumer group is college students, it is also considered to be missing a large portion of its clientele. Although it was only a trial operation, the publicity and discounts that should be there could not be missing. Alright, I have no opinion. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said. After the remaining 2 weighed the pros and cons, they also did not have any opinions. What do you guys think about the favorable activities? Ho Xinpeng opened his mouth and said. His family was doing new energy, so there was no event planning. The family that did real estate might have, but for the bar's opening offers, It was a bit of a professional mismatch. Only Wang Tianchang's family is left, doing the internet. The family has event planning, but the crowd did not think of borrowing. After all, it is their own industry. The previous designer team and decoration team, although affiliated with Pan Boyi's home company, but it is also considered outsourced, so Pan Boyi borrowed it is also more comfortable. Without event planning, it would have to be the team's strongest brain, Chu Feng, to get it going. I have a few small plans. Chu Feng directly spoke. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng was the last to come, his contribution to the team was more than anyone else. If there was no Chu Feng, this store was afraid that it would soon be yellow, and several people knew these things after listening to Chu Feng's explanation. The first thing is the publicity. I remember I said before, use the face blogger of Tianchang's family. Come over and do a publicity. Brother Tianchang, you engage in it. Chu Feng looked to Wang Tianchang on the side and spoke. Wang Tianchang nodded and said, good, I've already spoken to my father, and we'll all come over at that time for the trial operation. This matter is something I feel the need to plan. The first thing is that when they come, it's during the trial operation. Let's spread them out and create the illusion that there are a lot of beautiful women in Sober Harbor. The crowd nodded, and Chu Feng continued. Find a few more accounts. Send out a post about meeting so-and-so netizen by chance in Sober Harbor, and throw in a pod, so that we can eat 2 waves of traffic, and it has to be there. Chu Feng pointed to the banner in the corner. Welcome to Sober Harbor. Believe in the motherland and believe in the party. This one was also arranged by Chu Feng by name, and the team of designers had designed it with great care. Chu Feng knew that this phrase was somewhat contrary to the overall decoration of this bar, so the designer team had placed it in the corner. It neither affected the aesthetics nor the punchline. Make sure to punch the card there and take pictures. After opening, just the punching powder alone will earn you a lot. Chu Feng continued. The few people nodded. This proclamation effort should be enough. This is the first point. Chu Feng stretched out a finger and spoke. The second one is the discount. We don't give direct discounts, such as opening with a wine delivery, a fruit plate delivery, or say a 20% discount. None of these will work. Chu Feng shook his head. Ho Xinping couldn't help but laugh out. That was what he had just thought. To smash money and give it away for free. But if Chu Feng said it wouldn't work, then it wouldn't work, right? All we have to do is recharge the card. Brother Ho, did you have someone do the system? Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinping and asked. Ho Xinping nodded and spoke. Did it? The system is the rechargeable card system. There is also an online ordering system. Ho Xinping let someone do the double end. It's very cheap, a total of less than $20,000. There is a membership card, just opened. Give concessions. I just said those. Send wine, send fruit plate, are the next best thing. You just open to send. After that do not send. The consumer heart will produce a gap. Just started to run to send fruit plate to come. The results of your opening activities after the end of the day. Do not send. Then why do I still have to come? Which is more than not to do activities or hurt. Of course, you can also send. Opening send. But this is a small head. The focus is still on charging the card to send money. The threshold is set slightly so high, such as charging less is not sent. Charging 500. Send 200. Charging 1000. Send 500. In that case, there will soon be a large number of loyal customers who will no longer go to our competitor Lighthouse. And that's the purpose of doing the campaign. There is also a layer of importance is to pull the group. There is no requirement to open the card. It is to add the group. We can't only have this kind of activity for the opening, but also from time to time in the future. This is also the reasoning behind the delivery of the fruit plate just now. The group and then pull a few bureau chiefs. Just the giant pull over people. It is enough for us to earn. Chu Feng said a lot in a row. After the crowd digested for a period of time, Chu Feng then opened his mouth and said, there is also group purchase coupons, no matter what software. All on. We now of course have to fight a price war. How many customers can be pulled? How many customers can be pulled? This is to be done before the opening. The purpose is to create momentum. Buying group purchase coupons is also one of our target population. Group purchase coupons opening discounts are big. Slowly make the discounts smaller. Let them get into the habit of going to the bar. Just look for us from a certain sound, a certain group. This is also a lot of income. That's all I can think of. For now. Oh yeah, there's also the atmosphere group and proper promotion. I won't talk about the atmosphere group. Everyone understands that. And the serious promotion is hiring stars. How much money is left on the account? Chu Feng looked to Ho Xinping on the side and asked. Ho Xinping is the boss in the team. The financial power was of course in his hands. There's still about 150. As a backup fund. Ho Xinping opened his mouth and said, okay, hire a rapper. And high, and attractive for our counterpart clients. Nowadays, a lot of college students like to rap, and the price is not high. hundreds of thousands of dollars. So hiring a rapper was the most cost-effective. Chu Feng finished his explanation, and this time, he really didn't have any ideas. I'll go back and think about it again. I'll send it to you in the group at that time. Anyway, it's still early for the trial operation. Okay, good, okay, the three responded in unison. This kind of offer and proclamation was very common, but many people would not use it. Chu Feng directly combined the three into one, i.e., utilizing the resources on the line and developing the private domain offline. This was likewise something that Chu Feng's coffee shop would use in the future. Chapter 66 Calling Husband. Coffee shops and bars don't have the same target group, so they don't clash. The coffee shop targeted more office workers and students, while the bar targeted more students and some jobless youths and rich second generation. Now, what Chu Feng wanted to do was to open the coffee shop before the trial operation of Sober Harbor. Utilizing that group of internet celebrities again and draining their value was something that he had previously agreed with Wang Tiancheng. A few people talked about the details for a while longer, and the time came to around 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Xishuan was about to get out of class, so Chu Feng hurriedly bid farewell to the several people and drove towards the school. After Chu Feng left, several people could not help but secretly discuss Chu Feng being a love brain. On the way, the car ran out of gas. Chu Feng went to add gas. As for how much to add, of course it was filled up. Returning to the school, just in time for Zhang Xishuan to get out of class, Chu Feng came to the downstairs of the teaching building and waited for Zhang Xishuan. Not long after, Zhang Xishuan was walking out with Tang Ruoxue holding hands. Your husband has come to pick you up, so I'll leave first. Tang Ruoxue covered her mouth and laughed. God-damned Yao Xiaocheng, spreading this kind of bad talk in the dormitory every day, teaching both Tang Ruoxue and Fan Ximing badly. Every day, she called Chu Feng Si Xian's husband. Scram, scram. Chu Feng, who had very smart ears, naturally heard the conversation between the two, walked over to Zhang Xishuan, and opened his mouth to ask, what did she say about me being yours? Zhang Xishuan's pretty face blushed. Nothing, you misheard. Saying that, she pulled Chu Feng forward. Looking at Zhang Xishuan's adorable appearance, Chu Feng almost did not hold back his laughter. I have smart ears, you better come clean for me. Chu Feng laughed evilly as he pulled Zhang Xishuan's hand and opened his mouth. 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in Zhang Xishuan's heart. Dead Yao Xiaoqing, dead Tang Ruoxue. This was great, being caught by Chu Feng. Those who didn't know thought that they were calling Chu Feng their husband every day in the dormitory. That would really be a wrong da. You're my. Zhang Xishuan's hand pinched Chu Feng hard and continued, saying that you are my husband. Zhang Xishuan was also honest and truthful, and Chu Feng gradually fell in love with bullying Zhang Xishuan. A beautiful schoolmate. Then you call out to hear it. Chu Feng's mouth was grinning to the roots of his ears as he said unkindly, don't. Saying that, she broke away from Chu Feng's hand and ran forward with a red face. Chu Feng hurriedly ran forward and grabbed Zhang Xishuan, holding her tightly in his arms. Scream or not, Chu Feng's arms gradually exerted force, and said unkindly, old husband, now that it was the time to get out of class. Seeing that the passers-by were looking at themselves with strange eyes, Zhang Xishuan hurriedly flopped into Chu Feng's arms and opened her mouth in a small voice. Only then did Chu Feng gently release Zhang Xishuan. Zhang Xishuan detached herself from Chu Feng's arms, her face still wearing a blushing color. You bad egg. Just after leaving Chu Feng's embrace, Zhang Xishuan was punching Chu Feng's chest and said indignantly, call it that in the future. Okay, Chu Feng said in an extremely domineering manner. However, Zhang Xishuan did not eat this set of words and said with a rather arrogant pout, I don't want to. Humph, humph. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to pull the same trick again, Zhang Xishuan immediately changed her tone. Fine, fine, I promise you, that's more or less the same. Let's go. What do you want to eat? A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Feng's face as he touched Zhang Xishuan's head and opened his mouth to ask. I don't know what I want to eat either. Zhang Xishuan shook her head and said, when will your bullfrog store come to CC City? I want to eat bullfrogs. Zhang Xishuan looked at Chu Feng expectantly and asked, a hot pot restaurant, not a bullfrog restaurant. Chu Feng said somewhat helplessly. Speaking of which, Boss Lu should have already arrived in Pretty Country, and it was estimated that in another month or so, the Wood on Fire hot pot restaurant should be able to start operating. In the meantime, one would have to communicate with Boss Lu about when to come back. First find the house and renovate it, just waiting for Boss Lu to come back and open the business. Misremembered. When will it open? Zhang Xishuan smiled nervously and asked, it'll still be more than a month, there's no definite time yet. Chu Feng said. Zhang Xishuan nodded and did not ask again. Let's go eat Cantonese food? Chu Feng suddenly recalled the Cantonese food he ate at Sia 8 yesterday, which was called an authentic. Authentic. Yes. Zhang Xishuan didn't know what to eat, so when Chu Feng had an idea, she would be very happy. Plus, She was from Hangzhou, and Hangzhou's flavors were actually similar to Cantonese cuisine. It was only that Cantonese cuisine was a bit on the sweeter side. Go! Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan out of the school gate, got into the car, and headed straight to CA8. On the way out of the school, there was a small episode. Some people knew Jiang Xishuan, and naturally, they knew that the Chu Feng beside Jiang Xishuan was the rich brother who drove the big G. That person was a social cow, came up and shook Chu Feng's hand, and even added a microchat with Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled helplessly and added it anyway. Right now, Jiang Xishuan's fame in the school was really big, not just because she was the department flower of the entire tourism major, but there was also a reason for the previous scandalous fiasco. The two of them came to CA8 and ordered a few dishes. The last time they came, Chu Feng was still a bit unfamiliar with it, but this time, it was a lot lighter. He ordered a few dishes that he had eaten yesterday that were very delicious. These few dishes, Jiang Xishuan was also full of praise. As expected, the two people's tastes were not much different. After eating, naturally, there was no shortage of after-dinner exercise. Hubby, he got out of bed to take a sip of water, while Jiang Xishuan had long since fallen asleep. However, this level of exercise was just a drop in the bucket for Chu Feng. Not so much that he was tired and stopped, but that he had enjoyed himself to the fullest. Of course, Jiang Xishuan was exhausted. Tomorrow was the last day of vacation, and Chu Feng had a lot of things to do after school started, such as applying for parking within the school, and then running a walk-in. However, before school started, Chu Feng had another more important matter, which was the Xizhiang Cafe. When this was done well, the income was not as good as Sobriety Harbor, but it was still a considerable amount of income. Most importantly, there was also the system reward of 1 million. This 1 million, Chu Feng had waited for a long time. There was also a more important one, which was that this cafe was also considered an entrepreneurial experience, and after doing a good job, it would also make Wang Batij's side pay attention to it. Opening Wang Batiji is not Chu Feng's first choice, but nay, the system lets it open. It is still a very important system upgrade task. Chu Feng looked through his cell phone, and the designer Xiao Wang also sent himself a decoration design, floor plan and rendering. Good guy, worthy of being a top-notch team of designers. Chu Feng didn't even discuss anything with the team, and the first draft made people so satisfied. Chapter 67, Xizhiang Designs Out. The whole cafe was colored in milky yellow and coffee, which made it look high-class and bright. The designer team had arranged green plants in all the corners of the cafe, which made the cafe look vibrant, and it should be very photogenic when taking pictures. There are nearly 20 tables in the cafe, which is a bit empty, but very quiet. And, at night, there are warm yellow light strips that are surrounding the ceiling of the coffee shop. The coffee shop's lights were also very well designed, with a crystal chandelier and an oddly shaped light bar. The designer team had placed many abstract line drawings on the walls, which were also quite artistic. For this draft, Chu Feng felt very satisfied. Basically there was no need to change it anymore. So let's finalize it. I'll go. It's fine. Let's settle on this draft. Chu Feng replied. Okay, Boss Chu. The other party also quickly replied. What are the charges like on your side? Do I transfer it to you or to Old Pan? Our side is 1,000 yuan per square meter. Your side is a total of 238 square meters. A total of 238. 000. Mr. Pan said. To wipe a zero for you. 200. 000 is fine. Designer Xiao Wang replied on the microchat. My god. This wipe zero, there is such a wipe. Direct $40,000 no more. Okay, give me the bank card number. I'll transfer it to you. Chu Feng replied, and the other party was also very quick, and sent over his bank card number. Chu Feng gave a transfer of 200,000 from the Huaxia bank app, and then also sent Xiao Wang to transfer $10,000. Buy bottles of water for the brothers to drink. It's been hard to catch up with the progress these past few days. Chu Feng remarked. Chu Feng should be the best party, eh? Right, giving out benefits every day. However, Xiao Wang, this team of designers really did have something. It was fast and quick, and the effect was also very satisfying to Chu Feng. By giving more benefits, he would be able to continue using it next time, and the speed could even be faster. Plus, he would definitely have to open many more stores or even companies in the future, so there would definitely be less design at that time. Xiao Wang also accepted the $10,000 very painfully. He knew that Chu Feng really wanted to give it, and pushing it off again was definitely counterproductive. Thank you, Boss Chu. Little Wang replied. Chu Feng did not reply again, then forwarded the picture to the decoration team, and instructed them to use as many good materials as possible, and just buy them themselves. An ordinary person would not do this. After all, this kind of thing was just too much oil and water, and if one was not careful, It was too normal for the renovation team to eat a few tens of thousands of dollars in kickbacks, and Chu Feng used this decoration team. But Pan Bowie family, eat kickbacks and whatnot. If the old Pan family knows, I'm afraid the iron rice bowl is not guaranteed. The opposite side should be busy. No reply for a while. Chu Feng put down his cell phone, returned to the bedroom, wrapped his arms around Jiang Xishuan's petite body and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, it was still Chu Feng who was the first to wake up. Yesterday's play was not very late, but it was indeed physically exhausting. Jiang Xishuan was really exhausted. It was now already 9 in the morning, but Jiang Xishuan still had no intention of waking up. Chu Feng had no choice but to order takeout first and wait for Jiang Xishuan to wake up. It was still the same as yesterday, pot stickers and rice porridge. It was only when it was about 10:30 that Jiang Xishuan stretched and leisurely opened her eyes. The rice was a bit cold, and Chu Feng had not expected Jiang Xishuan to wake up so late. Fortunately, there was a microwave at home, so Chu Feng put both the pot stickers and the rice porridge into the microwave and warmed them up. This time, Jiang Xishuan was not as weak as last time, so she was eating by herself. It's really impressive this time, being able to eat by yourself, Chu Feng complimented. Girls were like little kids in front of their boyfriends, so when Chu Feng complimented Jiang Xishuan's eyes widened with a smile on her face as she nodded vigorously. When Chu Feng saw Jiang Xishuan looking so cute, he couldn't help but touch Jiang Xishuan's head. Eat quickly, and do your exercises afterward, Chu Feng said unkindly. No way. Still coming. Jiang Xishuan was a little scared. Yesterday the entire time she did close to 5 hours of exercise. Today Chu Feng was still alive and well. This guy, was he made of iron? The speed of Jiang Xishuan's hands instantly slowed down. Being able to delay for a moment was a moment. Chu Feng also saw Jiang Xishuan's abnormality and said with a smile, lying to you, hurry up and eat. After eating, I'll take you to buy clothes. Yeah. Jiang Xishuan closed her eyes and tilted her head, saying happily, with the temptation of clothes, Jiang Xishuan's eating speed was skyrocketing, and in just 5 minutes, the only 3 pot stickers and half a bowl of rice porridge left in her hand were consumed by Jiang Xishuan. Awesome! Chu Feng once again praised. Jiang Xishuan nodded her head vigorously just like a puppy. After eating and drinking enough, the two of them went to the nearby Zhengde International Mall. Although Zhengde International had been affected by SKP in the past few years and was no longer the topmost shopping mall, the veteran power was likewise not to be underestimated. Inside, there was still a collection of luxury goods that ordinary people could not really afford. Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan straight to the LV counter. This time, he did not only buy clothes for Jiang Xishuan, but also wanted to purchase a few sets for himself. After all, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. The previous Chu Feng has been wearing 59 clothes on the spell CCCC, although it is also good, but it is a little less expensive. Today's Chu Feng, to set up their own persona is the rich second generation. Of course, also need to have a few decent clothes. LV this kind of medium luxury fashion brand, but is very consistent with Chu Feng's character and persona. Of course, it was also necessary to buy a suitable watch to wear. Hello sir, here are our new models of the season. You can take a look. Still the same. The counter attendants of real luxury brands were all very polite and had a great work ethic. After all, this kind of luxury goods, those who can afford it are in the minority. And if you want to make a commission, you have to catch every customer who is interested in buying, coupled with the training before starting work. So basically there would not be that kind of dog-eyed teller. Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan to look around the store, and there were indeed a few pieces that were very much to his liking, especially a denim jacket with a full printed logo. It was a bit handsome. It just so happens that it is now October, and it will soon be cooling down, so it is not impossible to purchase a little bit of fall models in advance. Chu Feng let the teller take out and look at. The fabric is serious denim, version of the very hard. Above the print is also digital print. Touch is not scratching, although there is no way it is worth 6,900. This price tops the average person's income for a month. How is it? Does it look good? Chu Feng asked the counter sister to find a suitable number, put it on his body, and asked towards Jiang Xishuan. Not bad, hey, good looking, Jiang Xishuan said with a smile. Chu Feng's own looks were very handsome. Before he did not pay attention to dressing and wore a bit of a ground floor product. As soon as he wore this, it was indeed a bit different. As for where it was different, no one could say. It might be that there was a logo on the clothes and it was more like a rich second generation. Sister, find her a suitable number, Chu Feng said, then looked at Jiang Xishuan again and said with a smile, let's wear the couple's model. Chapter 68, Starting School. The counter girl was also very fast and brought an identical denim jacket, only it was smaller than the one Chu Feng was wearing. Jiang Xishuan put it over her body and it fit quite well and looked good. Chu Feng then let Jiang Xishuan take it off. Let the counter keeper wrap it up, along with his own. After all, although it is now autumn, but the temperature is still very high. Take it first. Originally also wanted to buy a skirt for Jiang Xixian, but looked at. This store is basically all old flowers full of prints. Is really a little ugly. This kind of skirt is not quite in line with Jiang Xixian's temperament. Chu Feng simply bought another shirt and left the LV store. Originally wanted to buy one for Jiang Xixian as well, but didn't find a suitable one. The 3 pieces of clothing cost a total of about $18,000. It really wasn't cheap. Chu Feng 2 people came to the Coach store. Here is the women's clothing is very good looking, and compared to LV, the price is relatively low, and there are a lot of good looking bags, especially the pink ones. Chu Feng, a big old man, couldn't help but want to take it down. This one is good. Chu Feng instantly fell in love with a white sweater cardigan, which was dotted with some reflective little ribbons on the stars. Very pretty. Chu Feng hurriedly asked the counter clerk to take it out and handed it to Jiang Xixuan, allowing Jiang Xixuan to try it on. Jiang Xixuan directly put it on the outside. It looked good, but it always felt like there was something lacking. Chu Feng thought carefully for a while, and finally figured out that it was missing a shirt collar, and hastily let the counterkeeper take out a pure white shirt. A very ordinary shirt. Ordinary version. Ordinary fabric. Chu Feng looked at the hang tag. Well, $700. This is not even a luxury brand, surprisingly to be so expensive. But for Chu Feng, $700, it was just 10 minutes. Jiang Xixuan came to the fitting room, changed the shirt on, and then put on the white sweater cardigan from earlier. Walking out of the fitting room, Chu Feng, who was waiting at the door of the fitting room, nodded slightly. This dress was indeed good. A very gentle sweater cardigan, missing a piece of jewelry. The necklace that was sent a few days ago was not brought out for some reason. Together with Jiang Xixuan's angelic appearance, it looked good. Indeed, the face is the best fashion item. Miss, you're the most beautiful girl we've ever seen over here. The counter attendant also couldn't help but say as she looked at Jiang Xixuan in this outfit. What Jiang Xixuan wore today would have been a very ordinary set of oversized t-shirt, and underneath was a very short pair of jeans, with her slender snow-white thighs exposed, but a little bit not quite in line with her style, and there is no wearable to speak of. Jiang Xixuan originally looks extremely gentle, plus the dog wearing a dog or gentle sweater cardigan. It is even more beautiful and touching. Thank you. Jiang Xixuan's face was complimented a little shyly red and opened her mouth. Wrap this up for us, Chu Feng said. This dress was indeed suitable for Jiang Xixuan. Buy it first and wear it in the fall. Help find another skirt for, Chu Feng said to the counter attendant. Originally, he had come here to buy a skirt, but this sweater cardigan was really too good looking, and it was too late to pick a skirt. After all, the counter attendant was an employee here, and had seen many girls of all shapes and sizes, so letting the counter attendant pick, and choosing strictly for herself, so that the efficiency was the highest. Sir, what do you think of this one? The counter assistant took out a beaded long dress. The hem of the skirt below was very fluffy, but it had a bit of an evening gown feel to it. Not quite every day, and it felt like Jiang Xixuan shouldn't normally wear this kind. Chu Feng rebuffed it. The counterkeeper found out another set. It was a very short plaid top, and then inside was an undershirt dress. Really 2 pieces. The color of this set was curry, and again, it was very much with the gentle atmosphere of autumn. This is good. Want to try it? Chu Feng looked to Jiang Xixuan who was on the side. Jiang Xixuan nodded her head. This dress looked pretty much in line with her tastes, but she just didn't know how it would look on her body. I'll go try it on. Saying that, Jiang Xixuan took the skirt suit and went to the fitting room. After about 2 minutes or so, Jiang Xixuan walked out. This coming out did not matter. It almost made Chu Feng look dumbfounded. This dress was like it was customized for Jiang Xixuan. The small long-sleeve jacket on the upper half of the body was just right up to the waist, and the set of dresses, which closed the waist just right, appeared that Jiang Xixuan's figure was convex and concave. Surplus a small thin waist, below is the slender legs. Short skirt is also just right to the knee above. The whole leg the fattest place to cover up. Appear legs more slender. Though but, Jiang Xixuan's fattest place was not fat enough to go there. Good. Chu Feng wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth. This is the set. At night when he went home, wearing this set of clothes, he could also increase his attack speed, and if he matched it with a pair of high heels, he could also increase his blitz. Help find another pair of high heels, Chu Feng said with a smile. Okay. The counter sister looked for a pair of high heels, but wearing them did not have that feeling. Long boots. Chu Feng's mind thought of such a word from somewhere. Right. It was long boots. It was fall. It looked good with long boots. Find long boots, Chu Feng said. The counter attendant was also very fast, and found a pair of long boots that were also in the Marat color scheme. After Jiang Xixuan put them on, well, right flavor. This set is an attack speed blitz outfit. Jiang Sichuan looked at Chu Feng with a bad smile on her face. Of course she knew what Chu Feng was thinking, and could only viciously glare at Chu Feng. Wrap it all up for me. Chu Feng laughed. The counter sister wrapped up a few pieces of clothing. Chu Feng paid, and bought 4 pieces here, only spending a total of about 9,800, less than $10,000. With a large bag, Chu Feng brought Jiang Sichuan back to the car. Classes were going to start this afternoon. Of course, only Chu Feng had classes because Chu Feng was a freshman and had a fuller schedule, but Jiang Sichuan didn't. Jiang Sichuan had until tomorrow morning, 4 early 8. Now it was already close to 1 o'clock, and with classes at 2 o'clock. I didn't know if I would still be able to make it. Before his parents knew that he was making a lot of money, it was better not to miss class. Chu Feng hurriedly brought Jiang Sichuan back to the school. Before getting off the bus, Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan's clothes and first sent Jiang Sichuan back to the dormitory. As for his own, he left them in the car. Give me a kiss. Seeing that Jiang Sichuan turned around and was about to leave, Chu Feng hurriedly pulled Jiang Sichuan back. Jiang Sichuan was afraid that Chu Feng would be late for class, so she hurriedly kissed Chu Feng on the cheek. Only then did Chu Feng stop. Thank you for buying it for me today. Next time I'll treat, Jiang Sichuan said. Although she couldn't afford it, it was always possible to treat her to a meal. Good. Chu Feng stroked Jiang Sichuan's head before arriving at the classroom in a hurry. Fortunately, it was in time. Just after stepping into the classroom, the school bell rang. So close. Here, here. Xin Chang and the others occupied the last row of seats for Chu Feng. It seemed that a few people came quite early. It was also interesting to say that in high school, if you came late, you could only sit at the back, and after going to college, if you came late, you could only sit in the front. Chu Feng hurriedly came to sit next to Xin Chang. Yo, young Master Chu still knows to come back. Chapter 69 Boss LV's News. Just after sitting down, Xin Chang began to joke in a conspiratorial manner. What? No girlfriend? Envious? Chu Feng said with a smile. You. Xin Chang did not break his defense. After all, he and Yao Shaoqing were also unclear these days. But no, both sides had a good feeling towards each other. But no one took the lead to poke through this layer of window paper. But on one side of the single dog Yuan Zhengyang broke the big defense. Zhao Haiquan likewise looked at Chu Feng with an unbelievable face and opened his mouth to ask, you damn well went out with a beautiful schoolmate for the night? Chu Feng nodded his head and replied, what? Envious? Asterisk 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 Q. Yuan Haiquan gritted his teeth and said, Allah, nothing happened. Chu Feng said with a smile on his face, going out for the night definitely could not be hidden. After all, Xin Chang and Yao Shaoqing were so close. Plus Jiang Sichuan still had to attend the Olympiad class. A few people in the dormitory definitely knew that she did not return to the dormitory at night. As long as Xin Chang and Jiang Sixian pair of statement, Chu Feng also did not in the dormitory. The answer is calling out. But this spreading out would not be good for Jiang Sichuan's reputation. So Chu Feng could not tell these few righteous people in the dormitory even if something really happened. Long missed. Xin Chang knew that Jiang Sichuan and Chu Feng were together. He did not expect that nothing had happened between the two. It was really lung fog. A great opportunity was just wasted by Chu Feng. Shovel or not? Chu Feng asked. Come. Zhao Haiquan had long since opened the golden shovel and waited. In the time it took for a whole class, the few people shoveled 3 games. The matters of the past few days were pretty much busy, so it was finally time to take a good rest. Chu Feng sat in his seat in the classroom, feeling a bit dazed. Before the National Day vacation, he was still a nothing farmer's kid. With a fixed 1,600 living expenses every month, he needed to save money every day. And after the National Day vacation, Chu Feng already had a bar. Although it was a joint venture, he was also one of the shareholders. There was also a hot pot restaurant, and the branch had already been negotiated with Boss Lu. There was also a coffee shop that was being renovated, and it was estimated that it would be ready for business soon. There were 2 luxury cars under his name, a G63 and a Ferrari 488, both unattainable by ordinary people. A mansion of more than 1,000 square feet, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Most of all, the main thing, or solved the stage of life events, found a girlfriend, or so beautiful as a flower schoolmate. There was still a cold $4 million in the bank card. Chu Feng hadn't looked at the balance for a few days, and after removing the 200,000 spent yesterday, there should still be about 4.6 million in the card. This could already allow an ordinary person to lay flat in style for the rest of his life. Chu Feng has not thought about it. There is a system in. Every day there are $80,000 into the account. The car, the house already have. Do not need to bid or start a business. Every day lying down to make money. So how good? But on second thought, since there is already a system, why not experience a different life? Like a boss. Alas, it's still good in the past, not having to worry about the daily work. I wish I could go back to before. If I really went back, you wouldn't be happy again. Chu Feng slandered in his heart. After this class, there was still one more class, and Chu Feng's few people also came to another classroom to start shoveling. What? Playing games in class every day? What about grades? A month before the final exams to make up for it would be fine. After a few people finished their classes, they went straight to the restaurant. After eating and drinking, is back to the dormitory, ready to go to the evening self-study. The policy of the Western Polytechnic Institute is very up. Freshmen need to go to night study for a whole year. There is also the task of trail running, the morning on the morning 8, the evening on the night study, password, which have time to run. After chatting in the dormitory, the roommates asked about the spicy bullfrog. It was only then that Chu Feng remembered that he hadn't talked to Boss Lu on the phone yet, and didn't know when Boss Lu would be back. Chu Feng could only say that it would be soon, and that the partner was still abroad. With that, he sent a message to Boss LV. According to the time difference, it should be around 5 o'clock in the morning in the pretty country now, less than 6 o'clock. It was the time when people were sleeping, but unexpectedly, Boss LV replied in seconds. Boss LV sent a video that was in the ward. The ward was very wide, but there was only one hospital bed. Next to it were cabinets, and there was a TV on the wall. On the hospital bed lay a pale girl, probably around 24 or 25 years old. The whole face was not a bit of blood. Sickly. I just finished surgery last night. I'm not out of danger yet. I may need to stay here with her for about half a month. When the condition stabilizes, I'll immediately return to China. After Boss LV sent the video over, he immediately replied with a large string of text. Alright Uncle Lu, sorry to bother you so early. No need to be anxious. Stay with your daughter for a few more days. It's fine. Chu Feng replied. Chu Feng hadn't thought about it so much just now, and waited until Boss Lu replied before remembering that it wasn't very good for himself to rush people here when their daughter was still seriously ill. After replying, he sent a transfer of 10,000 yuan to Lu Boss immediately after, making a note to buy some nutrients for Lu Boss's daughter. Boss Lu didn't accept it. Chu Feng at this time again pretended to be a capitalist's face and replied, buy more supplements, recover quickly, get money quickly. Boss Lu naturally knew that Chu Feng was joking, but this transfer was still not received. This is a piece of my heart as a partner. You can just accept it. Chu Feng replied. Only then did Boss Lu accept the transfer. From Boss Lu, Chu Feng had also learned a lot. If you wanted the horse to run fast, you had to let the horse eat first. The staff of the Wood on Fire Hot Pot restaurant, Boss Lu was like raising Deadpool. Chu Feng had done the same to the previous team of designers, and when Chu Feng transferred some small money to him, he was able to make the entire team of designers speed up. It was the same this time, to make some money for Boss Lu. I think Boss Lu would definitely take this favor. Oh yeah, the decoration team hadn't given the red packet yet. Chu Feng immediately found the captain of the decoration team and transferred $10,000 to let the brothers buy some tea to drink. The captain of the decoration team sent a voice, Aya, Boss Chu, you are too polite. We are all brown people, which drink out of the tea flavor. A mouthful of pure northeastern big ballast flavor. Chu Feng likes to play with northeastern people the most, talking straight to the point, and there is no bad heart. Immediately cooling down, add a few more clothes, don't catch a cold. Chu Feng replied with a smile. The decoration captain likewise accepted the transfer. It was only $10,000, and it was earned back in 3 hours, not counting the mission. The task gave even more. If nothing happened to Boss Lu's daughter, she should recover in about half a month, and by that time, Boss Lu should still have to accompany his daughter abroad, in which case at the slowest, Boss Lu would be able to return in a month. Now that his daughter was in danger, he definitely didn't have the time or mood to manage these things. The danger period is from 1 to 7 days, so in these few days, he will first find a suitable store and send it to Boss LV after 7 days, so that Boss LV can choose one. This kind of thing. Of course, it was still necessary to turn to Pan Boy. After all, in this piece of real estate, people were professionals. I'm sure Pan Boy would be happy to help. After all, there are too many benefits. Old Pan, want to open a hot pot restaurant? Is there a suitable store? Chapter 70, Low-Grade Green Tea. The phone was quickly connected, and Chu Feng was the first to speak. No, buddy, did you get your money from the wind? Old Zhao just told me that your coffee shop is ready to be renovated, and now you're starting to open a hot pot restaurant. Pan Boy said somewhat speechlessly, the same as rich second generation. How the gap is so big. Onion Province also didn't remember there was a rich man surnamed Chu. At this moment, Pan Boy was even more curious about Chu Feng's identity. He recently asked my family for some small money, acquired a hot pot restaurant, and want to have an entire branch in CC City. Chu Feng smiled and casually lied and said, it was really meaningless to pretend with ordinary people. It was still interesting to pretend with Pan Boy's group of rich second generation. This feeling made Chu Feng somewhat addicted. You damn well didn't just want to open a store. You also acquired one? Pan Boyi, who heard Chu Feng's words, was even more shocked. How much money did this kid have in his hands? Less prying in society. Just say there is none. Chu Feng said. There may not be any in the mall, but there are some resources in the hands of my father in the street stores. Pan Boyi pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to say. Chu Feng nodded and opened his mouth to say. It's going to be the street-level stores. The mall's flow of people was indeed large, but the area of a store was really a bit small, so to do it, he would have to do it big. Chu Feng was then prepared to get a second floor like Linchue City. With the flavor of wood on fire and the gimmick of spicy bullfrogs, he thought that it would definitely be packed. Alright, I'll ask my father. After Pan Boyi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. It's best to have a second floor with a larger area. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng sent another message to Pan Boyi. Send me all the suitable ones. I'll pick them. Pan Boyi didn't reply. He should have called his old man. That cannot be in a hurry. Pan Boyi thought with his toes. This time can earn Chu Feng a lot of money. In the blink of an eye it was time to go to the evening study hall. Chu Feng dormitory of 4 people is still 2 shoulders above carrying a head to go. Of course, there was still a cell phone in their pockets. The classroom is relatively quiet, so it's not very suitable for playing that kind of MOBA game. Can only play Golden Shovel. At 9:30 p.m., class finally ended. Qin Chang brought a few people back to the dormitory, while Chu Feng was at the dormitory entrance and met Jiang Xishuan. Why are you here? Chu Feng asked in surprise. Missed you and came to see you. Jiang Xishuan immediately plopped into Chu Feng's arms and said with a smile, let's go. Send you back to the dormitory. Chu Feng said. This school was truly a bit of a big disease, with the evening study hall coming down at 9:30, and then the dormitory closing at 10 p.m. It really didn't leave any time at all. If you ran slowly, you would still be easily shut in the doorway. At the entrance of the teaching building, some girls also recognized Jiang Xishuan. After all, she was the department flower of the tourism major, a strong contender for the school flower, and a few days ago, she even made it to the top 3 of the school forum because of making a lace. The popularity also went up. Holy, is that girl Jiang Xishuan? Yeah, it seems like it. Her boyfriend seems to drive a big G. Several people whispered. The girl on one side continued. Holy, that boy is from our class. Chu Feng actually drives a big G. Really? The girl on the side also revealed a look of shock. Nima, brother Fu is actually beside me? I didn't expect it either. At that time when the driving license was sunbathing, I saw it. I didn't expect it to be Chu Feng from our class. The girl from earlier opened her mouth and said. Such a good resource was surprisingly shortchanged by Jiang Xishuan. Another girl's face revealed a touch of sinister color. One had to know that Chu Feng was originally the most handsome one in the entire computer class, the second being Qin Chang. A few girls had already noticed it right after school started. It was just that they had not acted rashly. Coupled with what Chu Feng had worn before, it didn't look like his family was in a very wealthy condition. I didn't expect to be driving a car that was over $3 million. I should have known that I had just started school and started chasing after it. Che, it's not too late now. The girl from earlier opened her mouth and said. After saying that, she was walking in the direction of Chu Feng and Jiang Xishuan. Chu Feng, is this your girlfriend? So pretty. The girl pretended to marvel. Jiang Mengyang, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Xishuan. Password, am I familiar with you? You came up and called me. It would be over if Jiang Xishuan misunderstood. The girl's name was Jiang Mengyang. Jiang Mengyang opened his mouth and said, Sister Jiang, you're so pretty. What brand of foundation did you use? There's surprisingly no blemishes on your face at all. Jiang Xishuan's face blushed a little, momentarily not knowing what Jiang Mengyang meant. Used Samdo. It's quite good. Jiang Xishuan smiled and settled down. But Jiang Mengyang's words just now, Chu Feng directly understood. Good fellow. Green tea, right? Asking Jiang Xishuan what brand of foundation she used. Didn't that mean to tell Chu Feng not to be fooled by Jiang Xishuan? That Jiang Xishuan was wearing makeup to be so beautiful. Thank you, Sister Jiang. I'll go back and search. I'll leave first. Bye. Jiang Mengyang opened her mouth and then left. She was very good at grasping the scale. Saying too much would easily be reacted to by Jiang Xishuan. Just now, coming up and calling Chu Feng's name was to make Jiang Xishuan have a little illusion, making her think that she and Chu Feng were very familiar. Coupled with the characteristics of a girl's wild imagination, it was easy to think, would Chu Feng have a particularly good relationship with girls in school? And would I be one of his fish? Even more important was Chu Feng's rich second-generation persona, a persona that was not well received. After picking on Jiang Xishuan, she had to pick on Chu Feng. Picking on Chu Feng was difficult, so she could only take one step at a time. And the first thing she had to do was to attack Jiang Xishuan's appearance. She felt that Chu Feng hadn't seen Jiang Xishuan's face in plain color. and that this kind of rich second generation paid a lot of attention to the appearance of the women they played with. That was why he was provoking like this. Anyway, there was still plenty of time in the future. After all, the two were in the same class. And as for that long-missed boyfriend of hers, how could he compare to Chu Feng? But what she doesn't know is that Chu Feng and Jiang Xixian have long been honest with each other. Jiang Xixian, that part of the body has a mole Chu Feng cannot have never seen Jiang Xixian veiled look. There was also Jiang Xixuan's side. The $8 million car was already in production. Chu Feng had a girlish streak again, and that was all for himself. Let's go. Chu Feng's face was a bit ugly. This girl was just purely here to stir up relationships. It was just unknown what Jiang Xixuan was thinking. If Jiang Xixuan were to fall out with him because of this matter, Chu Feng could not wait to split Jiang Mengyang open. But what Chu Feng did not expect was that Jiang Xixuan actually did not feel anything and did not think much about it, but just smiled foolishly and asked, "Do I really look that good?" Chu Feng somewhat breathlessly rubbed his face. "You damn it. The love rival has stomped on his nose and repeatedly jumped sideways on your face. And you're still here asking me if you're good looking. It's really silly and cute." Chapter 71 Application. After Chu Feng sent Jiang Xixuan back to the dormitory, he also returned to his own dormitory. Tomorrow was the actual start of the school year, and all of the teachers and counselors would be back. Tomorrow, he would have to go to the counselor and apply for a half-residence, half-walking program. That way I can go back to CU9 whenever I want, and I don't have to worry about the closing time of the dorms. There is also the matter of on-campus parking, which should also be quite good. Coupled with the fact that there was a morning 8 tomorrow, Chu Feng and his roommates all slept relatively early. When he woke up the next day, it was already 7:50, and Chu Feng was woken up by Zhao Haichuan's shriek. "Holy, I'm going to be late soon. The high math teacher is taking roll call." Chu Feng violently opened his eyes. Although he was sleepy as hell, as a good student, he still couldn't skip class. The few people dressed up, and they rushed to the classroom at one of the fastest speeds. There was only one class at noon. Chu Feng fiddled with his cell phone. Having only been in college for about a month, the high math teacher was talking about some high school knowledge, so there was no need to listen to anything. In the early hours of this morning, Panboy sent 7 suitable street stores. The information is very detailed. It not only has a floor plan, the area of the stores, and the location of the stores, nearby neighborhoods or pedestrian streets and so on are marked out. In these 7, there are 2 are near the pedestrian street. One is near a large shopping mall. The rest are near the neighborhood. Chu Feng directly will not be close to the pedestrian street and shopping malls to pass off. After all, although the neighborhood is crowded, but the radiation range is really small. For this kind of Netflix hot pot restaurant, serving the neighborhood is obviously inappropriate. In that case, there were only 3 left. Chu Feng still preferred the one near the shopping mall. After all, there would definitely be a pedestrian street near the shopping mall, but there would not necessarily be a shopping mall near the pedestrian street. Therefore, the one near the mall was the one that radiated the widest crowd. You can also eat the dividends of mall activities. For example, the mall launched what activities, so that the flow of people become larger. In that case, the hot pot store's foot traffic will also become correspondingly larger, which is equivalent to a disguised opening inside the mall, but not subject to the mall's jurisdiction. Activities and other things do not have to be forced to participate. This store was the most suitable in Chu Feng's opinion. Moreover, the upper and lower floors totaled an area of close to 450 square feet, excluding the back kitchen which could still accommodate close to 40 tables of guests. The space was also very spacious, but after all, it is a partnership business. Definitely still need to discuss with Mr. Lu. Now is not the time. At least wait for 1 week later. After Lu Boss's daughter out of danger, Lu Boss will have the mood to care about these things. At that time, he would directly dump these 3 stores over to Boss Lu, so that Boss Lu could pick them again. Having things to discuss together. This was the normal way for partners to work together. After saving these 3 stores, Chu Feng was bored and swiped a certain sound. On the contrary, Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhengyang, these 2 pieces of goods, did not know when they had fallen asleep. After all, they were early 8s. It wasn't impossible to sleep for a while. Qin Cheng, on the other hand, was holding his cell phone in his hand, and his 2 fingers were almost making stumps from typing. I don't know who he is sending messages to, but looking at the lewd smile on his face, he knew that sending a message to Yao Shaoqing was a no-brainer. Picking at his cell phone, time flew by, and a class quickly passed. Before class ended, Chu Feng was sending a message to the beautiful guide to handle some matters. The beautiful guide was also letting Chu Feng go to the office and fill out a form. Chu Feng said goodbye to the several people who were going back to the dormitory to catch up on their sleep, and came alone to the guide's office. It was also unknown what shadows were left behind in high school, causing Chu Feng to come to the office now. Chu Feng's heart fluttered, a little nervous, a little scared. "You want to do a walk-in?" As soon as he entered the door, The beautiful guide was sitting at her workstation and asked. The entire office was very quiet, because the beautiful guide was the only one sitting on the workstation, and the other teachers were nowhere to be found. Yes, there's a house in CC City, so I want to go there when I'm free. After all, it's a comfortable place to live. Chu Feng replied. The guide did not ask any more questions, and just fiddled with something from the computer before printing out a piece of paper from the printer and handing it to Chu Feng. Fill this out and I'll walk you through the application. The guide spoke. Chu Feng nodded. Then read it carefully, saying that it was an application. It was actually a disclaimer. It was a good thing that this was a university and there was basically no need to notify the parents of anything. Otherwise, I was afraid that Chu Feng's matter would be revealed. Actually, it was also good to conceal it. Just let Qin Chang and the others help answer the phone. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, Chu Feng also signed his name on the paper. There's also the issue of parking. I want to park my car in. Parking outside and having to walk in is a bit far, Chu Feng said. The guide hesitated a little, and spoke. This might not be too good. The parking spaces in the school are a little tight. I don't know if I can apply for it. If you were earlier, when the school year first started and your seniors graduated, there were spaces available, but now they may all be full. So fill out a form and I'll apply for you to try. The guide pondered for a while and opened his mouth. Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, if it was done at the time the school year had just started, it would definitely be good. But the problem was that the school year had just started that would have no system of its own. Applying for what hook 8 parking spaces. The guide once again printed out a piece of paper from the printer and handed it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at it. Nothing more than name, school number, vehicle make and model, and license plate number. After applying, it should need to be entered into the system. Inner 1. I have 2 vehicles. How should I fill it out? Chu Feng said with some embarrassment. After all, it was a bit pretentious. You still have 2 cars? You kid is quite fat. The guide laughed and joked. Chu Feng scratched his head, smiled, and did not say anything, waiting for the guide to continue. 2 cars are possible, but 3 is not. If you want to park in the school, you can only drive those 2 cars. The guide spoke, and you can only park one at a time. If one comes in, the other won't be able to get in. Chu Feng nodded his head in understanding. The guide printed another sheet from the printer and handed it to Chu Feng. Fill out both. I'll order it later and just hand it in. Chu Feng nodded, and was filling out all the information on the paper. What was the license plate number of the Ferrari 488? Chu Feng had somewhat forgotten about it, so he hurriedly found the photo from his cell phone and filled out the application form according to the photo. After filling it out, Chu Feng handed both pieces of paper to the guide. The guide took a look, and without looking, he was startled. You kid is really so rich. There's a Ferrari? Chapter 72, Thinking of Jiang Xishuan. Chu Feng let out a sarcastic smile and spoke. Luck is better. Of the 6 billion people in the world, he himself was the only one with a system, so that wasn't luck. However, the guide was interpreting it as casting off. Alright, you go back. I'll hand in the application form. The guide nodded and spoke. Okay guide bye. Chu Feng greeted and was leaving the office. The beautiful guide sat back in her chair, pondering something. Hiss. I didn't think that this brat was still a rich and handsome man. The beautiful guide who was sitting on the chair muttered, but her face looked like it was covered with dark clouds that lingered. Chu Feng, who had left the office, directly returned to the dormitory. The dormitory was quiet, and several of the roommates were all huffing and puffing. Chu Feng also didn't have anything to do, and since Jiang Xishuan had a class this session, Chu Feng simply laid down on the bed directly and passed out. Holy, late! Chu Feng was still awakened by Zhao Haichuan's shouting, who could be considered the alarm clock of the entire dormitory. Chu Feng woke up with a start and suddenly realized that from this morning until now, he hadn't eaten a single bite of rice, and at that moment, he was starving with some heartburn. You guys help me order an arrival. I'll eat something to go. Chu Feng instructed. Okay, Zhao Haichuan didn't even think about it, so he directly agreed. It's all the same anyway. Today you order for me. Tomorrow I'll order for you. As for the name of a good student, Chu Feng had long since left it behind. Sending a message to Jiang Xishuan. She didn't have a class for the entire afternoon today, and Chu Feng also only had a class for the first period of the afternoon. But Chu Feng didn't go. It was the same as Jiang Xishuan. Chu Feng made an appointment with Jiang Xishuan, and since she didn't have any classes this afternoon, she went to eat something nice, and in the meantime, she went to the cafe to check on the progress. The design drawings that he had sent to the decoration team the night before should have been started by now. After all, it was his sole property, so he went over to supervise the work. Let's go. Arriving downstairs at the 3rd floor, Chu Feng took Jiang Xishuan's hand and was walking towards the outside of the school gates. What do you want to eat? Chu Feng asked with a smiling face. Actually, I've already eaten la. I'm just accompanying you to eat. Jiang Sichuan patted her stomach and spoke. Chu Feng scratched his head, smiled, and spoke. So good a little Xixian. Aha! Jiang Sichuan nodded her head vigorously. As cute as a little kid receiving praise from his teacher. The two of them went straight to Ciano. 8. The dishes here were really too much in line with Chu Feng's tastes. And although it was expensive, it was only a drop in the bucket for Chu Feng. Ordering a small dish, it was still a familiar flavor. Looking at the dishes that looked extremely good, Jiang Sichuan also did not hold back and ate a few bites. Right in the middle of eating, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. Chu Feng took out his cell phone and saw that it was a friend request. The microchat nickname was Not Eating Cilantro, and the address was in Iceland. Chu Feng was a little surprised, especially this gender female. Passwords? Who is this? Chu Feng muttered. These days also did not give out his microchat number. Suddenly remembered. Last night's low-grade green tea seemed to want to break up the two of them. It would not be this do not eat cilantro of it. Chu Feng still couldn't hold back his curiosity and clicked through. Of course, it was not for the purpose of chatting, but just to see what tricks this low-level green tea could pull off. It was just to see the fun. If there was a chance, maybe she could even ventilate to her boyfriend. This kind of girl is certainly not to be. Just after adding it, the opposite party sent his name, and it was indeed Zhang Mengyang. Hello, JPG. Chu Feng pretended to not know anything and replied. Is there something wrong? Nothing. Suddenly realized that I don't have your friend. Add it. Zhang Mengyang's reply was also very fast. Passwords? Before not having a friend. It should be because Chu Feng didn't look like he was rich. Now that the identity has been exposed, you've come positive. You can really be Sima Zhaoji. Everyone knows. Oh, Chu Feng said very coldly. Why didn't you come to class today? Zhang Mengyang asked. Chu Feng was a little hesitant, but under the impression that Zhang Mengyang did not seem to be a class cadre, there should be nothing going on. I'm eating out with my girlfriend. Eating went on to say. Oh, then I won't let Yang Qiuhua remember your name. Zhang Mengyang replied. Yang Qiuhua. Chu Feng knew that the eldest class president of computer class 1 remembered names in class. However, Chu Feng remembered that before class, he had asked Zhao Haiquan to give himself a roll call. How could Yang Qiuhua know that he wasn't there? Ciphers, with his toes to think all no. Must be Zhang Mengyang. This kid did. See that he did not go. Deliberately use this matter to sell himself a favor. Oh well, thanks. Chu Feng still replied coldly. Having the right to not use it, it expires. Zhang Mengyang's move was ruthless. Using her good best friend's power to press herself so that she could not deal with it coldly. In Zhang Mengyang's opinion, there is no cat in the world that doesn't steal fish. His own looks are not much different from Jiang Xixian, although in reality, it is much worse. But it was believed that if she took enough initiative, she would definitely impress Chu Feng. At that time, it was not a dream to directly marry into a wealthy family and walk up to the peak of life. You're welcome. Snicker. JPG. Zhang Mengyang typed in reply. Chu Feng did not reply again, and Zhang Mengyang, seeing this, was also very measured and did not entangle with Chu Feng any further. Let's go. After having eaten, Chu Feng then brought Jiang Sichuan to Wanshang City and came here to his own sole proprietor's cafe. Seriously, he had not come here to look around at that time when he paid the rent and signed the contract, and this was the first time he had come here. This place was at a corner location. Both sides were all glass, but now it was blocked by a blue engineering board, so nothing could be seen inside. A group of people were working. Some were working with cement, others were hanging the ceiling. The area of this store was even bigger than expected. With over 200 square feet, it would have been able to accommodate close to 20 tables. But in order to look good for photos and to have more atmosphere, the designer team sacrificed the seating area in favor of greenery and unique design. The benefit of this is that it is more eye-catching, and just some of the punch card powder can make Chu Feng earn a lot. Plus the flow of people in this location. It was now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday, which was a weekday, but it was work time. But the flow of people was still very good. This location was indeed good, and the rent of 750,000 yuan a year was really the lowest price. How about this? This is the cafe I opened, Chu Feng said with a smile. Wow, it's so big. The current cafe was still just an embryonic prototype with no advantages at all, so Jiang Sichuan could only exaggerate. It's called Jiang Xixian. Chapter 73, Autumn Rain. Chu Feng said gently. How about this name? Chu Feng touched Jiang Sichuan's head and opened his mouth to ask. Really? Jiang Sichuan asked somewhat incredulously. Really? The logo is all designed. Chu Feng pulled up the picture sent over by the designer Xiao Wang from his cell phone and handed the phone to Jiang Sichuan. Wow, it's so beautiful. From her cell phone, Jiang Sichuan looked at the minimalist logo and let out a gasp of surprise. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng had been so attentive as to write his name on the cafe he was going to open. Although it wasn't the full name, this kind of design, again, had ulterior motives. The two talents were together for less than 10 days, delivering a car and pulling full of security. Another confession in this way moved Jiang Xishuan. Why are you so nice? Jiang Xishuan looked up at Chu Feng and asked. Because I love you. He. Chu Feng let out a naive smile and confessed once again. Because the environment here was genuinely a bit dirty and disorganized. There was no kiss. Chu Feng came to the convenience store, raised 2 water, 2 drinks, also bought 2 not expensive and not cheap cigarettes. Tycoon. Smoking by oneself is called Li Jun. Giving it to others is of course Li Jun. Brother Lu. Chu Feng looked at the middle-aged man who was plastering the wall and opened his mouth. Because old Lu's avatar was his own picture, Chu Feng recognized him at a glance. You are, Boss Chu Feng Chu? Old Lu asked with some uncertainty. Ha, I came to deliver something to my brothers. Chu Feng carried these few things in from the doorway, and when old Lu took a look at the situation, he immediately determined Chu Feng's identity and hurriedly greeted the brothers to carry the things. Boss Chu, the brothers are working quite steadily, just rest assured, old Lu said with a smile, then greeted, isn't it? Yes, don't worry Boss Chu. Right, we work, you can rest assured, the crowd said in a chorus. I'm relieved that you guys are working. The weather has also been rather hot these past few days, so I'll bring everyone something to drink and smoke, Chu Feng said cheerfully. Thank you Boss Chu, the crowd said in unison. Alright, my task is done. Everyone cheer. Chu Feng was, after all, a boss identity, and here, it was inevitable that the crowd would also be a little nervous. Alright, Boss Chu go slowly, a few people said in a chorus. Chu Feng greeted and left this rough room store. The previous bar that he had worked on with Ho Xinping and the others was about 1,000 square feet in size, and it should have taken less than a month to decorate it. This cafe didn't need to set up lights or sound. It should be able to renovate a lot faster than Sober Harbor. It should be able to catch up with Sober Harbor's trial operation. Let's go. Take you back to school? Walking out of the Jiangxi cafe, Chu Feng asked. It was already past 4 o'clock now, and this place was roughly 30 minutes away from the school. After returning to the school for a rest, it would be time for the evening study session. Yes, after hearing Jiang Xishuan's affirmative reply, the two of them went straight back to the school. After parting ways downstairs in building No. 3, Chu Feng returned to the dormitory. The few people in the dormitory had already returned and were playing King of Glory in the dormitory. Chu Feng immediately called on Jiang Xishuan, and the 5 of them began to play 5 rows. To be honest, Jiang Xishuan's strength really could not be underestimated. The playing position, especially the hero mirror, was simply a showstopper. They played until 6 o'clock and prepared to go to the evening study hall. Chu Feng was really quite envious of Jiang Xishuan and the other sophomores who didn't have to study at night. However, all of them had come from freshman year and could only get through it. It was still the same old story. A few people with 2 bladders carrying their heads came to the classroom. 2.5 hours, 5 shovels, just in time for class to end. Chu Feng had originally planned this, but accidents still happened. I'm a little bit not very good at this question. Can you teach me? Zhang Mengyang's message popped up at the top of his cell phone. Passwords, in order to pick up really do anything. All went to junior college. Can I still not know if you study or not? What level are you? I still cannot know. More importantly, what level am I? Can you not know? I'm not very good at it. Go ask someone else. Chu Feng replied truthfully. Oh, good. Zhang Mengyang did not dwell on it and directly replied. Her purpose had already been achieved, and it was nothing more than some small tricks. Tell Chu Feng, I'm a person who loves to study, and going to school is for the sake of studying, unlike other people who go to bars again. But Chu Feng only felt puzzled. Maybe this is how ordinary people feel when faced with a licking dog. Under Zhang Mengyang's occasional harassment, the evening study hall finally ended. Chu Feng went downstairs, and as expected, he met Jiang Xishuan downstairs. Outside, at some point, a furry drizzle had already drifted up. Let's go. I'll send you back to the dormitory this time. Jiang Xishuan shook the umbrella in her hand and spoke. Chu Feng also did not expect it to rain tonight, so it was fortunate that Jiang Xishuan had come to send the umbrella. Brothers, I'll leave first, you guys wait to be rained on. Chu Feng glanced back at the Qinsheng trio and said with a smile, who let them not have a girlfriend to give them umbrellas? It couldn't be helped. Jiang Xishuan's small flower umbrella should only be able to block the rain for 2 people at the same time. Damn you, brother! Zhao Haiquan looked at Chu Feng's playful appearance, and a nameless fire rose up, gritting his teeth. Not only was he angry at Chu Feng's words, he was also angry at his status as a single dog. Zhao Haiquan, why are you so uncontested? You don't even have a girlfriend, and no one sends you an umbrella when it rains. Can you find a date when you read godly novels on tomato novels every day? Of course it wasn't just Zhao Haiquan that was talking about. Who was talking about their own right? Xin Chang. A voice rang out and several people looked in the direction the voice came from. A silhouette was slowly walking over, looking dazzling in the light-flooded raindrops. Yao Shaoqing, didn't you say you weren't coming? Jiang Xishuan had an anti-smile on her face as her gaze flowed over both Qin Chang and Yao Shaoqing. Che, I came to take a look and happened to run into Qin Chang. What can I do? Yao Shaoqing pretended to have a helpless look on her face, and with both hands spread out, she opened her mouth. Jiang Xishuan and Chu Feng, who knew the inside story, immediately scoffed at Yao Shaoqing's forced explanation and let out boos. It was obvious that Yao Shaoqing was here to pick up Qin Chang. After all, who would have thought that it would rain at night when the sky was clear just now? It seemed that Yao Shaoqing was quite fond of Qin Chang as well. Brothers, you get wet. Buddy will leave first. Remember to wear a hat in the rain. Qin Chang mimicked Chu Feng's tone and spoke. The same expression made Zhao Haiquan hate to kill him. Both of them took on the umbrellas of their girlfriends or female best friends. The two of them, Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhengyang, could only advance in the rain in a bitter manner. The most bitter thing was that it was the shallow fall season, and neither of the two had a hat, so it was expected that after returning to the dormitory, they would be drenched. Chapter 74, being the same table? The rain was getting heavier and heavier, so Chu Feng still switched places with Yao Shaoqing, letting the two girls use one umbrella. He himself greeted Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhengyang to play Yao Shaoqing's umbrella together, because Yao Shaoqing's umbrella was a bit bigger. After all, they were all good brothers, and it would be too detrimental for them to use their own umbrellas and let their brothers get drenched in the rain. Even if the rain hadn't gotten heavier, the two would have done the same. The four boys squeezed into one umbrella was a bit crowded, with half of everyone's body exposed. It was a good thing that the distance between Building 3 and the teaching building was a bit closer to Building 6 where Chu Feng and the others were. So after several people sent the two girls back to the dormitory, they returned to the dormitory again 2 by 2 under one umbrella. This autumn rain had been falling for 3 days before it gradually cleared up, but the temperature was not like it was 3 days ago. It plummeted directly to 13 degrees, and everyone in the school put on a jacket. Not bad, brothers. Chu Feng was also wearing the denim jacket that he bought from Louis Vuitton. Not bad. Too bad it's not mine. Zhao Haiquan spat. I'll buy you something else for your birthday some other day. This is the couple's model for Jiang Xishuan and I. Chu Feng laughed. Fruity? Righteous father. Bao's righteous son. 4 days had passed today from the day when he sent a message to Boss LV, and he did not know how Boss LV's daughter had recovered. Originally, I wanted to send a message to Boss Lu today, but there was another piece of good news coming in. The supply contract for the origin of the top coffee beans that Chu Feng had obtained from his previous mission had arrived. The rookie post site sent over a message for Chu Feng to go over and pick it up. Chu Feng had not bought anything from the internet in the past few days, and it took him a long time to think about this matter. Chu Feng immediately brought Qin Chang to the rookie post and brought back a few couriers. Post a certain special mail. To be honest, the speed is a little slow. A certain abundance. It is estimated that it will arrive in up to 5 days. Of course, the price aspect is certainly not cheap. Returning to the dormitory, Chu Feng directly opened the document bag and pulled out the documents inside. Previously, the system said that it was a 3-year free contract, but in reality, it was not a timed contract. It was a quantity contract. These 2 copies of Blue Mountain 1 and Santos were both 500-pound contracts. It should be that how many coffee beans were used in these 3 years were all borne by the system. Chu Feng carefully read the contract and after there was no problem, he signed his name. There was also a QR code at the back of the bag, which said that after scanning the QR code, the contract would be photographed and sent over, and then it would be shipped directly from there. The rest of the lesser-known coffee is also the same 500 pounds, but they are all domestic. All need to send the contract back. When the time comes, we will also arrange for the shipment. It was estimated that very soon, at most a week or so, this batch of coffee beans should be able to arrive. Calculating the time, it should be able to catch up with Sober Harbor's trial operation. Uncle Lu, how is the decoration going? Chu Feng directly sent a microchat to old Lu of the decoration team, asking about the progress. Almost there. The hard and soft furnishings are almost there. It's just a matter of greening the entrance. After a while, old Lu replied. Seeing old Lu's reply, Chu Feng nodded. It seems that the matter of recruiting people should also be put on the agenda. There is also a certain group app and Hungry Not Hungry app takeaway merchants to enter. And when the business qualification certificate is done, it is also necessary to get it done. After all, takeaway is also considered a major income of the cafe. However, the cafe opened in the vicinity of the office building. The distance is close. Of course, we must also arrange for a person to deliver. Save when you can. After all, a certain group and Hungry Not Hungry draw is still a lot. Speaking of which, Chu Feng suddenly realized that the business qualification certificate had not yet been done. Now that the decoration is almost done, it is also necessary to do it. Otherwise, it is impossible to recruit people on 58. This kind of thing had to find someone to ask. After all, he was also considered to be the first time opening a store. The previous sober harbor was Ho Xinping's full responsibility, so there was no use for Chu Feng to worry about it at all. Brother Monkey, what's going on? Miss you. Chu Feng directly sent a message to Ho Xinping. Ho Xinping was idle every day and did not know what his last name was, especially in these few days. Everything was ready, just waiting for the trial operation. People were all recruited, and the day before yesterday, they were still discussing in the group how many waiters to recruit. A few rich second generation are stingy goods. One by one, said 510, password, close to 1,000 square feet of the bar. You give me to recruit 5 people 10 people. Really stingy to home. You think you're opening a noodle shop? Let's recruit 20 first. Chu Feng immediately clapped his hands and said in the group, after all, this kind of thing would rather have more than less, and the ones that had more could still go as an atmosphere group. If there were fewer, it would have an impact on the bar's reputation and customer trust. People would say, don't go to this one. It's too slow, especially at this juncture. A trial run is very important for customer trust. Moreover, there is an old rival Livehouse, and if you want to compete, of course you have to surpass him in every aspect. Moreover, in the future, if you really can't use so many people, the cut will be over. After all, it is the first time to open a bar. All have little experience. Have something to say. Have a quick fart. Ho Xinping returned in seconds. Nothing. I just miss you. Come on. Mouth 1. Chu Feng smiled and typed. You don't be too disgusting ow. Give me a roll. You find your little girlfriend mouth a go. Ho Xinping directly sent a voice bar. Chu Feng clicked open and listened, only to hear a tone full of disgust. Ask you a thing. My cafe is coming soon. Have to do a business license. What to do? Chu Feng also sent a voice bar and asked. I know. This kind of thing you find me no use. According to the process, what I can do is to help you say hello. Don't let the firefighting on there or some other difficult for you. Of course, if there is really a problem my side cannot help. Ho Xinping sent a voice bar that was 30 seconds long. Okay, where to do it? Chu Feng asked. I'll send you the location. Bring the housing lease contract and your ID card. Just go directly. After Ho Xinping finished speaking, he was flinging over a location to Chu Feng. CC City Z Service Center. There was still a class in the afternoon. Chu Feng was prepared to go again after the class. At 2 p.m. On time for class. Chu Feng woke up still a little late, and his roommates had already left the dormitory. Chu Feng hurriedly put on his clothes. He always liked to sleep naked. Coming to the classroom, it was already 2:03. This class was a small class. English class. Half of the two classes were in class together. Chu Feng's English score was better, so he was placed in class A. Small class, as the name suggests, is a class in a small classroom. This kind of class is never to skip class, because there are fewer seats and fewer people. It's easy to be seen when you skip class, especially in English class A. There were several who needed to repeat the course and came to the class together. This caused the entire classroom to be filled to capacity. Chu Feng came to the classroom, swept a glance at the seats in the classroom, and only felt that the sky had collapsed. Ciphers. There was only one seat left next to Zhang Mengyang. Could it be that this class was going to be the same table as her? Chapter 75. Answer the question. Codes. Where is Zhao Haiquan? Chu Feng scanned around the classroom. Zhao Haiquan was sitting in the most inconspicuous position in the center of the classroom, next to a girl with a high ponytail. The girl Chu Feng had also seen before. After all, they had taken an English class together, and remembered that it seemed to be a small beauty majoring in art. The two were lowering their heads, not knowing what things they were chatting about. Chu Feng was a little hesitant. Look, the two people were talking to each other. It is estimated that it is also considered a peach blossom. Chu Feng really could not bear to disturb. However, did he really want to sit together with Zhang Mengyang? Forget it. For the sake of his brother's happiness, sacrifice himself. Chu Feng still sat next to Zhang Mengyang in the last row. As soon as Zhang Mengyang saw Chu Feng come over, he had already prepared and packed up his things. She also took advantage of the time when Chu Feng was scanning the classroom and looked in the mirror to see if her hair was messed up and if her makeup was still exquisite. Chu Feng sat next to Zhang Mengyang and did not speak, but could not help but Zhang Mengyang to take the lead. Hello. Chu Feng nodded, smiled, and opened his mouth. Hello, then hurriedly took out his cell phone, somewhat overwhelmed by brushing the microchat dialog box. Damn, who can send a message to the old man? Your friend doesn't want you, haha. Zhang Mengyang smiled and glanced at Zhao Haiquan, who was having a great conversation with the artistic little beauty next to him, and opened his mouth. Forgetting his righteousness when he sees color. Chu Feng could not help but spit out a sentence. Yeah, the first step was reached. Zhang Mengyang had no other purpose but to make Chu Feng speak. Moreover, She had also asked her roommate to find someone to ask someone else, and had heard that Chu Feng was not a high-strung person. This would be good, as long as to find a common topic, chat for a few days, and then use one of Sun Tzu's art of war, color seduction. There is nothing that can't take a man. After all, a woman chasing a man, a veil. But now the problem came. Chu Feng simply did not go along with this topic to continue, just fiddled with the cell phone there. Chu Feng also did not know what to do. Just think, this kind of gold-worshipping woman, or do not approach as well. Chu Feng even somewhat regretted adding this as friend. Okay, scratch. Today we're learning unit. The teacher finally started lecturing, and Chu Feng hurriedly put his cell phone away, lowered his head, and concentrated on his textbook. Finally, his ears were temporarily cleared, and Zhang Mengyang also did not make a demon. The same as also looking at their own textbooks, following the teacher's thoughts to concentrate on learning. It should also be in order to establish his own persona of loving to learn. A lot of the knowledge that he was learning now was what he had learned in high school, so there was no need to pay attention to it at all. Chu Feng really wanted to take out his cell phone and then ruthlessly come up with a golden shovel, but then he was afraid that this kid, Zhang Mengyang, would stick up again and say to himself, "You also play golden shovel ah, I also play, do you want to join together?" At that time, it would be troublesome. Chu Feng still held back hard. Ding dong. Of the password. The cell phone finally rang, and Chu Feng hurriedly picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message sent over by Boss Lu. "Chu Xian nephew, my daughter's site is almost done. Your site can start looking for a store and a decoration team. I estimate that I will go back in another week or so. I will accompany my daughter over here. Otherwise my wife is a bit tired." Chu Feng calculated the time difference. It was now 2:30 p.m. That pretty countryside should be more than 1 a.m. I guess Boss Lu was also working very hard. "I found the store a long time ago. I was about to send it to you so that you could give counseling. The current Boss Lu should be staying with his bed, so he shouldn't be sleeping for a while. So take this time to finalize the address of the store and the style of decoration." It just so happened that his own Si Jian was almost done decorating, just in time, to arrange it for old Lu and the others again. Otherwise, waiting for old Lu to schedule a slot would be laborious. After all, old Lu and their ability Chu Feng was still more recognized, plus it was his own people, the decoration team that Pan Boyi's family raised, so he was still more trusting. Chu Feng directly will organize the information of the 3 street stores were sent to LV Boss. LV Boss for a long time did not return the message. It should be to look at the information to go. After about 5 minutes, he did not wait for Boss Lu's message, but waited for the English teacher's question. "Student Chu Feng, what should I fill in here?" Chu Feng's heart thumped. "Fill in what? Passwords? I didn't listen ah." Chu Feng hastily sought help from Zhang Mengyang next to him. Zhang Mengyang was also surprised. She also did not listen to the lesson. Where did she know what to fill in? Looking at Zhang Mengyang's expression of ignorance, Chu Feng's heart felt even more like the sky had collapsed. What to do? Fortunately, his English background was better, and looking at the questions on the big screen, he quickly had an answer. "That," Chu Feng answered confidently, but the English teacher made another difficult question and opened his mouth to ask, "What is the sentence form here?" "Not finished yet. A definite clause." Chu Feng briefly analyzed the sentence and still answered confidently. It seems that our student Chu Feng is able to do 2 things at once, looking at his cell phone while also listening to the lesson. It's quite impressive. Sit down and put your cell phone away. The English teacher had obviously seen Chu Feng playing with his cell phone, which was why he opened his mouth to remind him. Chu Feng hurriedly sat down, and Zhao Haiquan in the front row turned back to flirtatiously give a thumbs up towards Chu Feng. When Chu Feng looked at Zhao Haiquan, remembering his behavior of seeing sex and forgetting justice was a burst of indignation. He hastily said roll and spoken words towards Zhao Haiquan. "You're still a school bully?" Zhang Mengyang came over again and opened his mouth. Chu Feng scratched his head and spoke. "It's alright. Then do you know this?" Zhang Mengyang relentlessly pointed at the practice problems in the textbook and asked. In order to maintain his persona, Zhang Mengyang also put up a fight. "I don't know this one very well either. I only knew it after listening to the lesson just now," Chu Feng said with a smile. "I'm not going to browbeat you. By my baby Jiang Sichuan knowing about it, it would be another trouble." Zhang Mengyang nodded and did not say anything else. Chu Feng sneakily picked up his cell phone again, and with the help of his wide front row figure, blocked the teacher. It was impossible not to play with the cell phone. They were all college students, so I think the English teacher also knew. Only, have to play secretly, cannot play under the teacher's eyes, otherwise, the teacher's heart will definitely be diaphragmatic panic. Chu Feng once again opened the chat box with Boss Lu and found that Boss Lu had already sent it over. "I think this is more suitable. There is a shopping mall and a pedestrian street, but the price shouldn't be cheap. Picture." Boss Lu sent it over along with the screenshots on the profile. It happened to be the one that Chu Feng had previously looked at. The location of this one was indeed good, and both people had their eyes on it. I also think this one is good. I haven't asked about the price yet, so I'll wait for me to find my friend after class to ask. Chapter 76 The Price of Shops. After all, today is Friday, and after this English class this afternoon, it will be the weekend. It would be good to go and find Pan Boyi at that time. No, Pan Boyi, this kid is in Shisi Polytechnic. Just don't know this kid in that major. After class today to find him and it's done. Are you in class yet? Chu Feng directly sent a message to Pan Boyi. After waiting for a long time, Pan Boyi did not return the message. What was this kid doing? Suddenly remembered that Ho Xinping had said before that Pan Boyi often did not come to school. And anyway, his family had connections, and he was not afraid of failing his classes or being discouraged. It is not possible that he is now playing outside. Chu Feng sent a message to Ho Xinping. Where is Pan Boyi? Is he with you? Ho Xinping was seconds back. What do you think? I'm a good student. I'm in class with Lao Wang. Ho Xinping actually attends classes too? Then where is Pan Boyi? He's also in school, accompanying her ex-girlfriend to class, giving someone a licking dog. Ho Xinping replied, followed by an emoticon below, made from Pan Boyi's photo, with 4 big words on it. I'm a licking dog. Chu Feng silently saved the emoticon packet and then forwarded it to Pan Boyi. Why? Only then did Pan Boyi reply to the message. Where did you get this emoji? Brother Monkey gave it to me, saying it's for summoning you. I'll go myself. Pan Boyi cursed. Don't rush to him yet. Are you at school? Aha, I'm listening to a class. Pan Boyi replied. Screw listening to lectures. Be a dog licker. Which classroom are you in? I'll come find you after class. There's something going on. I'm in the know. 2 Teaching Building 303. A moment you come up. A moment to take you to the sober harbor. The monkey said something. Okay. Pan Boyi's thought should be to go over after the whole class is over. But don't forget that there is a small classroom in between. After the whole class was over, the students had all run away. Chu Feng still had another idea. To go and see what the girl who mesmerized my old brother Pan looked like. Chu Feng planned to go over between classes. Moreover, this English class was in the 2nd teaching building, but it was on the 1st floor. So it would be quick to go up then. 20 minutes would be enough. Ding bell bell bell. The class bell rang, and just after the teacher's dismissal words fell, Chu Feng was directly running towards the 3rd floor. Zhang Mengyang in the classroom was confused. So don't want to sit at the same table with me? Chu Feng came to the door of 303 on the 3rd floor, and Pan Boyi's classroom had also ended. However, Pan Boyi did not come out, but instead sat in his seat, chatting with a girl next to him. However, it was always Pan Boyi who was outputting, and the girl was replying without a beat. Wasn't this Nima a pure licking dog? Chu Feng directly barged into Pan Boyi's classroom, and before he sat down, he saw the girl's appearance. It is indeed possible to look. Red lips and white teeth, high nose, big eyes, a standard beauty looks. No wonder my old brother Pan so like. But Chu Feng suddenly remembered that this guy was also a rich 2nd generation. Although his looks were not as good as Chu Feng's, it was still reasonable. Then why did this girl want to break up with Pan Boyi? Could it be that it was Pan Boyi's problem? Not lifting? Chu Feng inevitably thought of this most unlikely answer. But after all, it was someone else's gossip, so it was better for him or her not to get involved. Old Pan. Chu Feng came behind Pan Boyi, gently patted Pan Boyi's shoulder, and opened his mouth to call out, Holy, why did you come? Didn't you say class is over? Pan Boyi looked back at Chu Feng and asked. He was startled and hurriedly stood up, pulling Chu Feng along as he was about to walk towards the door. It was probably because he did not want this new friend to know that he was being a licking dog. It's fine. Brother Monkey told me everything. The 2 of them came to the restroom, lit a cigarette, and Chu Feng opened his mouth. What Chu Feng was referring to was of course the matter of Pan Boyi being a licking dog. Pan Boyi had a speechless face as he cursed in a low voice. This dead monkey says everything outwardly. I say, this girl looks really good. You have to grasp. Chu Feng said seriously, then really did not hold back his curiosity, opened his mouth and asked, why in the end did you 2 break up? Go. Social matters you less pry. Pan Boyi skimmed his mouth and opened his mouth. Okay, I don't ask. So what? That store over on Kunming Road. What's the price? Chu Feng went straight to the point and opened his mouth to ask. This matter you directly ask me on the microchat on the line. Do not need to specially run a trip. Pan Boyi thought that there was something big that Chu Feng ran up in a hurry, but he did not expect it to be this matter. There was a Wuyue Plaza over on Kunming Road, and the store that Chu Feng and Boss LV were looking at was in the neighborhood of Wuyue Plaza. After all, it was considered a mid-range shopping place there, so the hot pot restaurant should be very popular, and besides, it had a wide audience. I'm not trying to see your ex-girlfriend here. Screw you. The offer on his side is 600,000. I'll see if I can give you a discount. Pan Boyi opened his mouth and said, 600,000. It's not very expensive. After all, it's a 2-story building, plus there's a lot of traffic, so this price is quite affordable. Okay, you ask. I'll leave first. I'm a good student. I don't skip classes. Okay, come find me after class. Sober Harbor is having a small meeting. Pan Boyi opened his mouth and said. Chu Feng nodded and threw his cigarette butt into the sink. He left the restroom and returned to his English classroom. Only in his heart, he was still curious. Why in the world did that girl break up with Xiao Pan? Could it be that she really just didn't fancy Pan Boyi alone? Let's talk about this later. And ask Ho Xinping when you have the chance. When I came to my seat, I saw Zhao Haiquan chatting with that girl from the art department. So I guess it's another good marriage. Forget about it. Just give yourself a break. In this class, Zhang Mengyang didn't talk to Chu Feng again, but just honestly listened to the class. Chu Feng also did not hold back his mood, and directly violently opened the shovel, calling Zhao Haiquan. Zhao Haiquan said that he had a girl to chat with him and did not play with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, on the other hand, said that it was really a thing of color and forgetfulness. Chu Feng had no choice but to start the shovel himself. The time of one lesson also passed quickly. It's vacation soon. Do you want to go out and play? Near the end of class, Zhang Mengyang opened his mouth and asked, Old me has a date. Going out to play with you is bull ********. However, Chu Feng suddenly had a good idea. Forcibly holding back his laughter, he opened his mouth and said, Yes, where to play? When Zhang Mengyang heard Chu Feng's words, a flame of hope was immediately lit in his heart. Boys are all a dog-like. There is no such thing as not cheating. You see, casually hooking his finger, he ran his ass over. I don't know where to play. What do you say? Zhang Mengyang threw a wink and opened her mouth. You guys go to play. Why do you want me to say? And that is, if you don't have a place to play, you can go to the Sober Harbor in Yenta district. That's a bar. And there is also the Jiangxi in Wanxiang City. That's a cafe. All of them are my properties. Welcome to your presence. Chapter 77 Transferring Money. Chu Feng also ruthlessly advertised a wave of advertisements, and the class bell rang just in time, and then Chu Feng left the classroom without looking back. Arriving at the entrance of the building, he found Pan Boyi who was waiting for him. Let's go, Pan Boyi greeted. Wait, I'll check in with my girlfriend. Chu Feng took out his cell phone and called Jiang Xishuan. Hello, baby. Hello. Jiang Xishuan's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. That what? Ho Xinping and the others said that they're going to have a small meeting, so I'm going over there and I don't know when I'll be back, so I won't bring you to play today. Chu Feng briefly elaborated on the reason. Jiang Xishuan smiled and spoke. It just so happens that Xiao Cheng asked me to go out shopping today, and I haven't had time to inform you yet. Fine, you go have fun. Chu Feng covered the microphone, looked at Pan Boyi, and opened his mouth to ask, You drove here? Pan Boyi stood to the side and nodded naively. That's fine. In a moment, I'll go in your car and you'll send me back. Okay? Chu Feng asked. Pan Boyi was silent, still nodding his head. That what? You guys drive my car to have fun. I'll take Xiao Pan's. Where are you? I'll give you the car keys. I'm under the second teaching building. Just got out of class. Jiang Xishuan replied. Gotta. It's right downstairs. Pretty close. Alright. I'm also in building number 2. Wait for me. I'll go down immediately. After saying that, Chu Feng hung up the phone. Arriving downstairs, sure enough, Jiang Xishuan with Yao Shaoqing was at the entrance of the building, looking around. Baby, did you miss me? Chu Feng went forward and held Jiang Xishuan's hand and asked. I miss you. Jiang Xishuan nodded her head. Nah. Chu Feng handed Jiang Xishuan the car keys in his hand and instructed. Pay attention to safety and drive slowly. Jiang Xishuan nodded, then stroked Chu Feng's furry head and spoke. Don't worry, commiserate for a bit and drive mine first. It'll be fine when the new car arrives. Chu Feng smiled and spoke. Yao Shaoqing, who heard those words, was astonished for a moment. Nima, Jiang Xishuan, when did you let Chu Feng buy you a car? Jiang Xishuan nodded her head. Although she was not too satisfied with Chu Feng's approach at that time, she was still relatively looking forward to the new car. After all, it was a $2.8 million car. However, she didn't dare to drive it back home on vacation. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would be scolded to death by her old dad, who would think that she was doing something unseemly in CC City. I'm leaving. Chu Feng hugged Jiang Xishuan before leaving the school with Pan Boyi. After Chu Feng left, Yao Shaoqing then grabbed Jiang Xishuan's hand and squeezed it hard. When did he buy you a car? She really did not know anything about this matter. Jiang Xishuan's mouth was really strict. Such a big thing. She, the first daughter, did not know anything, but this is really can't blame Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan, how else can she say? Could it be that she and Chu Feng that? And then Chu Feng, in order to compensate himself, bought himself a car? He said that he wanted to secure me first, so he bought me one. Jiang Sichuan laughed nervously twice and spoke with some embarrassment. She always felt that this car wasn't something that came from a good path, and it always felt like it was exchanged with her own body. Holy, what kind of car? How much is it? If it's cheap it won't do. At the very least it has to be $1 million. Yao Shaoqing said. No wonder Yao Shaoqing reacted this way. Buying a car was naturally a good thing. If it wasn't for Jiang Xixian, Yao Shaoqing would still feel quite good. But since it was said to be used as a guarantee, the nature was different. Previously, Jiang Sichuan had told her that Chu Feng lived in a CU9 top-tier mansion with a 9-figure sum. The cars that he drove were also multi-million-dollar cars. At least there were 2 that she knew of. Both were over $3 million. If she bought Jiang Xixian a car that was $200,000 or $300,000, it wasn't called protection. It was called perfunctory. The meaning is also very clear. Just play with Jiang Xixian. After all, this kind of rich second generation, the most like to use money to buy people's hearts. Aston Martin called something DB11. Jiang Sichuan pondered for a while and spoke. I can't remember exactly. Anyway, it's 2.8 million. Yao Shaoqing, who heard this sentence, was struck by lightning. The code. Your kid is making a fortune without saying a word. Right. 2.8 million car Chu Feng this cent? This is not just a few days together. This is not yet married. Is the car in your name? Yao Shaoqing still asked relentlessly. Aha. Anyway, the car purchase contract is written in my name. Jiang Sichuan said honestly. You really have picked up a treasure. Yao Shaoqing shook her head and said in a pretense of depth. She really could not think of any other shortcomings Chu Feng had. Having a face in money, and treating his girlfriend so well. If she had known that Chu Feng was such a rich second generation, she would have gotten on herself. 2.8 million. To put it bluntly, one day a beautiful looking beauty could be about half a year. Yao Shaoqing really regretted it, but after all, she was Jiang Sichuan's boyfriend, and she couldn't move any more crooked thoughts herself. She still had a bottom line. Qin Chang and Chu Feng had such a good relationship, so she only hoped that Chu Feng would be able to bring Qin Chang around more. No, why did I think of Qin Chang? The 8 characters haven't even gotten off the ground yet. Yao Shaoqing shook her head and shook out the thoughts in her head. Although she was greedy for money, but she still had to find a suitable boyfriend. Can't be overwhelmed by money. Can't scribble to be with Qin Chang just because Qin Chang has a good relationship with the rich second generation Chu Feng. This point still had to be considered well. Ding dong. Jiang Sichuan's cell phone rang, and she took it out to see that it was a transfer from Chu Feng. Chu Feng has transferred 20,000 yuan to you. This was simply too much, and Jiang Sichuan subconsciously went to reject it. Don't. I have money of my own. Jiang Sichuan sent a voice note to Chu Feng. Yao Shaoqing, who heard those words, hurriedly returned to her senses and looked at Jiang Sichuan's cell phone. Transferring $20,000, one's living expenses for almost a year? This is too generous. Also, the 2 of us are going shopping. You transfer so much. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your wife to order male models? But she didn't have the guts. Otherwise, Chu Feng was afraid that he would split her. It's okay. I don't lack these 3 melons and 2 dates. It's most important that you guys have fun. Even if it's hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, can make you happy, this money can be spent. Chu Feng also immediately returned a voice bar. After Jiang Sichuan externally listened to it, she only felt a burst of vertigo. What kind of divine boyfriend is this? $20,000, 3 melons and 2 dates, can make you happy, this money can be spent. It's all in Chinese. How the hell does this form sentences? Be obedient, take it, and I'll take you out tomorrow, Chu Feng said with a smile. Jiang Sichuan nodded her head. Although this 20,000 was a lot, it was really 3 melons and 2 jujubes for Chu Feng, and since Chu Feng looked like he really wanted to give it, it would be a bit too good for him to shirk. Jiang Sichuan still accepted the $20,000.